The dilapidated temple was quickly found. After all, the surface of this planet is basically ruins, and the slightly complete buildings are very conspicuous. Let's go down and have a look. Landing the spacecraft. Wang Hao also wanted to know if he was really lucky to find this power gem within half a day after coming here. You know, the area they searched in half a day is less than 1,000th of this planet. If they found it so easily, they must buy a lottery ticket when they go back. This is infinite gems, and there is no better prize than this in the universe. Pack up your equipment. After all, they're still ordinary people. Although Wang Hao himself doesn't need it. Toa Miao, Natasha Romanoff, and others still put on the nano armor honestly. This is an alien planet. The atmosphere, microbiome, and all kinds of radiation are different from the Earth. If you're not careful, they may be lying on the ground foaming at the mouth in a second. Although Wang Hao can save them, why bother Wang Hao when he can just be careful? The oxygen content in the air is 22%, which is similar to that of the Earth, but the content of carbon dioxide is much higher, and nitrogen is not the main component. Preliminary conclusion: poisonous. Wearing armor and looking around, Tony muttered something, and then saw a golden light flashing around him. Wang Hao wrapped himself, the three of them, in a golden transparent sphere. The air smells a bit stinky. Wang Hao's face was not very good looking. Not only him, Chanter and Anna also looked disgusted. Sometimes the divine body is not so omnipotent. At times like this, it is troublesome to wear armor, but if you don't wear it, you have to smell the stench. Not only that, it's okay if the air smells bad. Wang Hao and the others can do without breathing, but the continuous rainy weather and the gusts of damp wind made him very uncomfortable. So he simply created a barrier to isolate himself from the outside world. The so-called alien exploration suddenly made him lose a lot of interest. He also thought of it at this time. The explorer is actually just looking glamorous. The role of the explorer portrayed in movies, TV series, or novels is almost omnipotent and omniscient. But in reality, the life of an explorer is more miserable than that of the other. After all, only when they're in a dangerous situation is it called an adventure, and those dangerous situations are all complicated terrain and harsh environment. A disheveled face, cold steam buns, and cold water are the normal state of an explorer, and that kind of life is obviously not what Wang Hao wants. Just like this Morag planet, not to mention exploring, if you don't put up a barrier, even the air is so smelly. How can you have the mood to stay here? Forget it, get the power gem, and leave as soon as possible. When he reached the entrance of the temple, Wang Hao had already made up his mind. Even if the temple wasn't the one where the power gem was placed, he was going to open the game to find something and leave. Sitting in the spaceship feels pretty good, but I didn't know it looked like this when it came out. Hey, this door is locked. Suddenly, Tony, who was walking in front, let out a scream. While talking, he stretched out his hand and pushed, and even used the thrusters of the battle armor, trying to push the door open with brute force. No, there's something behind it, and I feel like we might have found a place. Morag has been dilapidated for a long time. After such a long time, the function of this temple can still operate. Even if it is not a power gem, it may be an extremely precious treasure. Thinking of this, Tony suddenly got excited and started to study the door lock while lying on the door. So, it was a hole in the door, and it seemed that some kind of key could be inserted into it to open it. Tony stretched out his finger after studying for a while, and a layer of nanoparticles separated from his hand and penetrated into the lock cylinder. Well, wait, it'll be fine soon. I found a way, as long as this turn around to the left. Tony was in high spirits, and the plot of solving the puzzle and opening the key finally gave him some sense of adventure. Boom! Okay, open it. Oh, Tony was so excited that he turned his head to look at the door on the ground. Door panel. Looking at Tony, who looked at him with a doubtful expression on his life, Wang Hao withdrew his hand, and then motioned for the people behind to follow. Look at me go in. In this way, a group of people walked straight into the temple under the leadership of Wang Hao, while Tony watched every person who entered through the door that Wang Hao opened with a slap, and the fire in his eyes was about exploration, getting weaker and weaker. It's okay, King of Habits. Banner, who was at the back, patted Tony on the shoulder, and then hurriedly followed the large group. It's so old, and you're still exploring. Wouldn't it be nice to go home and make a villain with your mother-in-law if you have the time? Speaking of which, it's time for me to ask the boss to help solve Hulk's problem. Betty, I don't know if you're married or not. Everyone doesn't know Banner's heartfelt words, and there are more urgent things to deal with now. The temple is very simple. After the gate is opened, there's a hall, and then there's a stone platform in the middle of the hall. Some kind of energy sealing device seals a ball inside, and it may be dedicated to the family. Is it this one? Everyone looked at Wang Hao, waiting for his reply. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked at this thing and fell into deep thought. Is my luck really that good? Although he did know that the power gem was stored in such a place through the movie, but it didn't make sense to find it so easily. This is a planet bigger than the Earth. If you really search for it seriously, it won't be too much to search for a year or so. The fact that the Kree have searched for so long, but failed to find it is proof. But no matter what, this thing is in front of you now, so there's no need to worry about luck or anything. Looking at the stone platform in front of him that was banned by the energy seal 977, Wang Hao stretched out his hand directly. The turbulent energy position was enough to burn Xing Yun's powerful mechanical body, but facing Wang Hao's body, this energy was like a stream, generally soft. Holding the cosmic spirit ball and pulling it out of the seal, the stone platform lost its core, and its energy disappeared immediately. Ignoring these changes, Wang Hao looked at the sphere in his hand and counted 5 fingers. Click! The crisp sound surprised everyone, especially the purple energy that swarmed and leaked out, making everyone present have the illusion of facing a peerless beast. But as the golden light flashed, the purple energy was directly restrained back, and then a purple gemstone appeared in Wang Hao's hands. That's right, it's the power gem. Playing with the small stone in his hand, Wang Hao waved his hand, Space Gem and Mind Gem appeared together, and he collected all 3 infinite gems. Forget it. Don't think about collecting all 6 gems. It's meaningless, and I don't want to lose Channer for just one soul gem. Putting the 3 gems away again, Wang Hao no longer thought about the powerful power he felt at the beginning that in fact, it's not that powerful. He can't be killed if he collects all 6 gems. At most, he can't be beaten. It's really unnecessary to force him to collect all 6 gems. At most, I will take the reality gem by the way when I go back. As for the soul gem, I will leave it to Thanos as a thought. Okay, the treasure hunt is over. Let's go back. Before the last sound disappeared in the air, Wang Hao suddenly raised his head and looked into the sky. At the same time, the communication linking to the spacecraft radar on Tony's armor began to alarm frantically, indicating the arrival of the attack. Why do you like courting death so much? Wang Hao shook his head and sighed, feeling unworthy of some people's lives. In the next instant, the light on this planet was activated, photons were transmitted, and the figure of Wang Hao appeared above the temple. And in the clouds, huge amounts of carry warships are still slowly approaching. Since you want to court death, let's use you to try how powerful this thing is. The purple gemstone of power appeared in the palm of his hand. Wang Hao clenched his hands. Suddenly, all the forces in the universe appeared in front of his eyes. The 4 basic forces became musical scores, allowing him to pluck the string. Scatter. As soon as the thought came, the world turned upside down, the concentrated ion energy cannon lost its cohesive power in an instant. The electromagnetic force lost its effect at this instant, and all the energy dissipated in an instant, turning into a blue meteor. The gigantic battleship had just revealed a corner, but it suddenly began to fall. The anti-gravity system lost its effect, and the gravity exerted by the planet doubled at the moment. Amidst the ear-piercing whistling sound, the flagship, which was like a city in the air, hit the ground, and the steel skeleton could hardly support such a torque. Under the extremely rapid change of strength, the entire warship groaned in pain, and this was the case for a warship made of steel, not to mention the passengers inside. From Wang Hao's perspective, the dense flames of life in this Kree battleship are rapidly extinguishing, and before it hits the ground, the sudden change in motion and the strong acceleration of gravity alone caused a large number of lives to die. Perish. But the demise of these lives does not make Wang Hao feel compassion. If you want to show mercy to your own enemies, then you can only say that Wang Hao should not be the sun god, but the god of cerebral palsy. So, falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters under the blessing of dozens of times the acceleration of gravity. But these are not enough to destroy a battleship of famous and powerful civilization in the universe. So Wang Hao added fuel to the fire. At the moment of the fall, the huge impact generated by the collision between the Carry battleship and the Morag ground was converted into kinetic energy and began to spread around. However, with a flick of Wang Hao's fingers, the impact force that should have been spreading around changed its direction. 1.5 as a motion vector, shockwave should have spread from the inside out, from the point of impact to the surroundings. However, Wang Hao, who holds the power gem, can clearly see the route of all power, so it is not difficult to turn around. There are no explosions, no sparks, not even waves. At the moment of the collision, all the forces that should spread outward turned inward, and this led to an extremely strange collapse, at least equivalent to the impact force of hundreds of mushroom bomb explosions, all concentrated inward to one point. This time, even the sound could not escape, and the entire Carry warship disappeared strangely after this strange collision. At least the Shield helicarrier, which is more than 100 times larger than the Carry battleship, fell from an altitude of 10,000 meters under the action of tens of times the acceleration of gravity induced by Wang Hao. Such huge potential energy is transformed into kinetic energy, which is powerful enough to shake the continental shelf of the continent where Wang Hao is located. However, due to Wang Hao's twist, all the impact force that should spread out is shrunk inward, so the entire Kree battleship seems to have a singularity in the center, creating a black hole. So, when Wang Hao came to the place where the warship crashed, the only thing he found was a deep pit. The pit is not big, with a diameter of about 10 meters. Looking down, it is a strange, spherical object. Such a large battleship, probably more than hundreds of thousands of tons, has been compressed to such a large size that the pressure is so strong that the Earth's crust will be pierced. Looking at the pit, Wang Hao didn't find any breath of life, including the powerful breath on the battleship that was comparable to Hulk when he saw the battleship before. 18 therefore, Wang Hao didn't bother to continue to pay attention to it, and because of this, he didn't know that the one he shot to death was Ronan, the villain who prompted the formation of Guardians of the Galaxy. Definitely, the 2 members of the Silver Guard, Groot and Rocket, have become Wang Hao's younger brothers, and the Silver Guard will naturally cease to exist. The sad Ronan originally wanted to make 2 tricks with Wang Hao, but he was just pretentious. He who wanted to revitalize the Kree Empire probably never dreamed of it. He didn't even have a chance to brag to Wang Hao before belching. Let's go home, this poor place is enough. When the waves came out, Wang Hao looked at the terrible environment of Morag and felt bored in his heart. By the way, it's an abandoned planet anyway, so let's recycle it. Wang Hao suddenly thought of something. A smile appeared on his unhappy face, and with this smile, Wang Hao returned to the temple. Let's go. The problem has been solved, the treasure has been found, it's time to leave. Hearing what he said, except for Tony, everyone in Yin's family looked like they could finally leave. Not talking nonsense at the moment, the group quickly returned to the spaceship and took off. It was not until they had entered space and were about to start the space jump that Wang Hao stopped the spaceship for a while and then flew out alone. What is he doing? I don't know. Didn't the problem be solved? Tony sat in the passenger seat and talked to Rocket, but suddenly, both of them shut up and stopped talking because their jaws couldn't close anymore. In the dark universe, only the stars in the distance illuminate this place. And in front of them is an abandoned planet that is dark all day long. But suddenly, a ray of light bloomed, and the purple ray seemed to be grasped by a manipulative hand on Morag. Afterwards, this planet, which was much larger than the Earth, began to disintegrate and crack. Under the incomparably powerful force, this planet was decomposed into the most primitive structure. Soil, metal, water, organic matter, inorganic matter. Life is washed, pure elements are extracted, and then turned into a long river, sinking into a big bottomless mouth. The kingdom of God opened up, and a large piece of soil and matter suddenly appeared in the empty kingdom of God, bringing something different to this space. Well, forget about the planet, just make a continent. It's easy to operate. A circular continent was squeezed out by Wang Hao, receiving the brilliance of the sun under his body golden crow. This continent is extremely huge and extremely empty. Although Wang Hao made Hao Yin randomly generate some mountains and hills, as well as basins and valleys, the most important things are still missing here. Life. But there is no need to worry about this. There's light, water, organic, and inorganic substances. All the elements for the birth of life are already available, and the rest is time. Hao Yin, speed up the passage of time in the kingdom of God. In addition, use your will to create some life seeds, and put them in. The empty kingdom of God soon came alive, but Wang Hao didn't pay attention anymore. It has taken billions of years for the Earth's civilization to develop to the present level. Even if Wang Hao shortened this process many times, it is not enough to see the birth of life in the blink of an eye. Where do we go next? Seeing Wang Hao return to the spaceship and look at the vanished Morag planet outside, Tony's tone suddenly became more respectful. Although it is not the first time to see Wang Hao perform a real miracle, but it is the first time to see such a spectacular miracle. It turns out that what Wang Hao said, that the Earth in his hands is almost the same as a marble toy in the hands of a child, is 040 true. Go back to Earth directly. I want to eat skewers. The time flies, and after a few jumps, the rainbow spacecraft appears in the outer space of the Earth. Looking at the familiar blue water polo, Tony, who had been away from home for a while, felt a little excited. That's Earth. Oh no, I know. Rocket said impatiently that he had never been home, so he couldn't understand Tony's eagerness to go home. So, why are you in such a hurry to come back? A few hours later, looking at Tony, who was being chased around by a human woman named Pepper, Rocket asked suspiciously, "You still know that when you come back, you are so weak, throwing everything at me, and running out of play by yourself? My mother will resign." "This is family, little raccoon. You will understand one day. There are creatures like you on the Earth. Maybe I can take you to the zoo to pick a partner." Tony, who was hit by an unknown object, screamed and quickly put on the armor, but the anger accumulated for a long time by the woman behind him was not so easy to dispel, so he could only continue to run for his life. On a sunny afternoon, by the Seine River, Wang Hao, who accompanied Chaner to admire the fallen leaves of the champs, was smiling and enjoying the beauty of life. "Hey, what's the matter?" The call from the other side of the Atlantic brought Wang Hao back from his idle time, and on the other end of the phone, that hasty and excited voice was shouting excitedly, "I made it. What succeeded, your side? It's still morning. You haven't slept all night." Looking at the time, Wang Hao's expression was slightly surprised. But then it was a relief to think that the guy was a workaholic and a scientist in addition to being a playboy and a superhero. "Sleep? Who can sleep at a time like this? I've finished the thing you asked me to do. Where are you now? Come back and have a look." After hanging up the phone, Wang Hao stretched his waist, then looked at Chaner, who was holding a book next to him, and stretched out his hand to close the book. "Stop pretending. You want to go out and play too." You found out." Chaner put down the book, then stood up in the armchair, held hands with Wang Hao, and disappeared into the light together. It has been almost a month since Wang Hao and others came back from space. For more than a month, Wang Hao has basically been shopping and eating, and accompanied Chaner to travel around the mountains and rivers all day long, feeling the customs of various places. During the period, he took time to go to hell, and when he promised to help Tony bring his parents back to life, Wang Hao naturally had to realize it. But to his surprise, he did find the souls of Howard Stark and Maria Stark, but the other party was unwilling to return to the human world. So he could only ask Tony to chat with them, which was to settle his thoughts. After this incident, Wang Hao had a whim and asked Tony to help him develop a device. The phone call just now was Tony notifying Wang Hao that the delivery was ready in a certain building on the outskirts of New York. The figures of Wang Hao and Chaner suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Yes, people, this is the new Avengers Alliance base. Definitely, after participating in the final battle, everyone agrees with Wang Hao's statement. Revenge seemed too humble and a failure. Only after others have caused harm can you retaliate against your opponent. No matter how you look at it, this kind of behavior seems so pale and powerless. Ever since, the Avengers were disbanded and replaced by a new organization, the Overwatch. The world needs heroes. And here is the Watchman base, sponsored by Tony. "Why are you here?" Seeing the captain and others gathered here, Wang Hao was a little surprised. He had been here a few times before, but they seemed to be quite busy. Basically, except for the Banner couple who stayed behind, everyone else was busy outside. As for Banner's wife, Wang Hao found it by himself after helping him solve the problem of Hulk strength. Dr. Betty Ross, the daughter of General Ross, a woman who is nearly 40 years old and has not yet married, just to wait for her Bruce Banner. Now the two of them had a happy ending. He told us to come back. "By the way, do you know what's under the Atlantic Ocean? I was investigating a missing ship recently. The report said that there were signs of unknown biological activity on the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean." The captain looked dusty, but it was rare to see Wang Hao. He was worried too much and quickly asked about the things that bothered him recently. "Atlantic? Are you sure it's the bottom of the ocean?" The captain nodded. Since the development of human civilization, there are very few places on Earth that humans have not set foot on. But the seabed of the ocean is such an area. In any case, the seabed tens of thousands of meters deep is temporarily closed to humans. "Atlantis?" Wang Hao gave his own answer. "What? That legendary ancient civilization?" Everyone in the room opened their mouths wide open. Some couldn't believe that the legend had become a reality. How can there be so many groundless things in this world? Just like Asgard's myths and legends, Atlantis is also real. Wang Hao looked at the only Thor in the room who didn't show any surprise. This guy has a lot of headaches recently. Loki defeated him and became the king of Asgard. A loser, can only end up on the Earth as a superhero. Yes, Atlantis was a very powerful ancient kingdom on the Earth more than 5,000 years ago, and Asgard has records about them. After being confirmed by Thor, everyone nodded and accepted the information. Do they really live at the bottom of the sea all the time? How do I know? If you have the ability, you can ask them to go. If you want to know, go to T'Challa yourself. Wakanda is only a few hours away from Atlantis. Curious baby Tony Stark came over again, but Wong Hao didn't know about this matter. Regarding the Atlantis movie, Marvel plans to make it, but hasn't made it yet, just buried a good foreshadowing in the Avengers Alliance. In the comics, Aquaman Namor is mutant. Although as a member of the Illuminati, he is a key figure in the main universe of the comics. The copyright of Mutant was not in the hands of Marvel at the beginning, and he was with X-Men on 20th Century Fox, so the Marvel movie universe couldn't do Namor in the first place. It even made this genuine Aquaman robbed of its title by the Aquaman next door. That's right, Namor is Aquaman, and Arthur Curry from Junglian next door cannot be called Aquaman, because Arthur plagiarized the character created by Namor, just like Deadpool plagiarized the Death Knell. But the fact is, Wong Hao doesn't know what the situation of Atlantis is in this world that is more biased towards the movie universe. He doesn't even know if the king of Atlantis in this world is Aquaman. Wakanda, I will go to see it when I have time. I heard that the technology there is very advanced, and I also have some needs for vibranium. Tony shrugged, accepted Wong Hao's impatience, and then led everyone to another room. Some time ago, to be precise, after we came back from Morag, our sun god commissioned me to make such a device. The originally spacious laboratory is not spacious now, and a not so small instrument occupies most of the entire space. Don't be a fool, just say it. Seeing Tony's smug look, even the captain couldn't stand it anymore, and directly interrupted his singing. Hey, this is a hyperspace-time quantum communication device. It is based on the upgrade of the space-time beacon I made, and with a special detector, I can use it to link to other universes. Tony started to demonstrate while talking. Connect the energy, turn on the device, and after a round of complicated operations, a projection screen unfolds in front of everyone. Hey, why are you guys? I saw someone calling, wait, have you traveled through time again? The one who appeared on the projected screen was none other than old Tony holding the cute little Morgan Stark. No, we 373 have not passed away. We are still on Earth 1. Tony walked to the front excitedly, looked at the little Morgan on the screen, and greeted her warmly. Hello, cutie. Hello, Stark Uncle. The last time Tony and Morgan met on Earth 2, the two Tonys explained to her that they were twins, as for the parallel universe. When she grows up, she will naturally understand. But Tony's words caught his attention on Earth 2. You're still on Earth 1, but you can call me again. Oh, I see. You have upgraded my space-time beacon technology. Good job. The two Tonys gave each other a thumbs up and praised each other for their wit. And this demonstration also made the current Watchmen understand the principle and function of this machine. For a moment, everyone was attracted, and they called themselves or other people on Earth 2 to harass them. Although we didn't get along for a long time before, it must be the easiest thing to have a common topic with yourself. So the relationship between the two teams of Avengers is actually quite good. And after everyone had tried it, Wong Hao asked, so have other worlds been tested? Don't tell me that you really build a phone. What I want is to explore other universes. The multi-universe is boundless, not to mention the parallel universes of each universe. In Marvel's list, there are too many numbered universes, and this is the purpose of the main collection. Marvel Movie Universe, MCU for short, number 99,999. The main Marvel comic universe, numbered 616. In that world, Nick Fury is a white man, Ancient One is a man, and there are more than 2,000 superheroes in the entire New York City, and there's a 3-second silence for the villains and ordinary people there. Wong Hao asked Tony to make this machine, and even opened Hao Yan's computing authority to him, not just for a phone. Don't worry, the function you need is also ready. Tony smiled confidently. And I'm also curious, the theory of parallel universes has been proved by us, but what does the multi-universe look like? Start operating the machine again, but this time, the displayed screen is different. For the sake of convenience, all I'm looking for are worlds with modern civilization. At least there must be a network. Then the detectors I put in can invade the local network to search for relevant information. If you want to know whether a world is the world you want to find, invading the network is the most convenient and direct means. Naturally, it is impossible for Tony to create a device that can know everything about the world in an instant, but internet news can tell him and open most of the world situation. For example, the composition of countries, ethnic groups, time and age, the average level of science and technology, big, and so on. On the screen, pictures downloaded from the internet began to appear one by one that the black president of the United States took office, the female president took office, the captain president who did not die in World War II, a female Tony Stark, aliens in red cloaks and underwear, humans and talking animals live in peace. All kinds of strange pictures make everyone dizzy, as if they're in a fairy tale or a horror story. These worlds are real. The captain opened his mouth wide, and then he seemed to see something that shocked him, so he couldn't help but ask. Definitely, there is no limit to the multi-universe. In our view, the possibility may be a real world, such as the world where the Nazis won World War II. Following the captain's gaze, Tony immediately understood why he was so shocked. World War II was just a story to him, but to this 90-year-old man, it was nothing more than something he had experienced a few years ago. If you really want to say Nazis and aliens, I'm afraid he should be more familiar with neo-Nazis. Hey, wait, lock that world. Wong Hao, who was also looking at the screen, stopped Tony and stopped the flashing images. This one? What's special about this one? Following Wong Hao's instructions, Tony zoomed in on the screen, and an article appeared in everyone's eyes. A breakthrough has been made in clinical trials on mutant gene inhibition. Mutant, what's that? That's a very interesting race. You can understand that the entire race is a superpower, and the powerful individuals among them even have power no less than mine. Wang Hao rubbed his chin with a very interested smile on his face. Mutant does have someone as strong as him, definitely. Not Phoenix, nor the Scarlet Witch Wanda Maximoff. Wang Hao refers to Franklin, the son of the boss of the Fantastic Four and the Invisible Woman. He is the strongest fighter in the true sense of mutant. He was able to create a miniature universe at the age of 5, and he is the destined creator and savior. But what Wang Hao is very curious about is whether he is so powerful because of the X gene, the source of mutant's ability, or because of his destiny. The identity of the creator, God, and savior that this multi-universe created for itself. That's all. Let's go to this world and confirm the specific coordinates. Wang Hao's words surprised everyone, and they realized that Wang Hao asked Tony to make this machine for traveling to other universes. Exploring the universe is neither comfortable nor much fun. Wang Hao is not satisfied with eating, drinking, and having fun, so Wang Hao can only go to other worlds. At least, there are delicious food in those worlds, and different worlds have different stories. It can be called the best of both worlds. Up. The coordinates have been determined, and every world where the picture appears as corresponding space-time coordinates. But do you really want to go? And you left. What should we, because of sneaking away to play last time? Tony was chased and beaten for 3 streets by Pepper after he came back, and vowed never to do this kind of behavior of leaving everything behind and running around. So this time Tony could only watch Wang Hao helplessly as he went to play. And he can't even leave, let alone the others. Now the Earth is troubled. The invasion of aliens has caused huge amounts of impact on the whole world. The general public finally knows that human beings are not alone in the universe. And this has triggered unprecedented social changes. Definitely, among them, the changes in Manhwa are still the most huge amounts of not only the problem of aliens, but also the influence of the main body, the true God, on Manhwa. The combination of the Sun God sect and the May government has made this country very busy now, and it is not easy for them to find time to gather here to catch up with each other. Naturally, it is impossible for them to have time to follow Wang Hao to other worlds to play. If the world is destroyed after I leave, then I think it's better to destroy it. And, did you forget the rule of the shuttle? I'll be back in 5 seconds. After finishing speaking, Wang Hao held Channer's hand and was about to set off, but before he could move, Tony, who suddenly realized it, let out an exclamation. That's right, no matter how long we go, we will come back in 5 seconds. This is not traveling to the universe. It is going to a different time and space. After the words fell, a pair of pitiful and excited eyes were fixed on Wang Hao's face. And it seemed that he knew that Wang Hao disliked him for being talkative, so he also turned his attention to other people, signaling for everyone to form a group together. How about we go together? The captain didn't know what he was thinking, but after seeing Tony's gaze, he actually spoke. If we're back in 5 seconds, I'm fine with that. Natasha Romanoff raised her hand to indicate that she wanted to follow, and then all eyes turned to Thor again. It's the same whether I come back or not. Anyway, this world doesn't need me, so I'm going. Thor, who was in the decadent period of his life, said indifferently. There are many super ability users in that world, right? Then I want to see it too. Hawkeye said quickly. In fact, he didn't say what was in his heart. He wanted to see if he could give himself a super ability. After all, the entire Avengers, no, it is the Overwatch League now, and he is just an ordinary person in the entire alliance. Even Natasha Romanoff, she used to be a strengthening warrior and had been injected with some kind of genetic strengthening drug, but now, she who became a best friend with Channer actually learned magic. There is no way. The moon is the representative of mysticism and magic, no matter in the East or the West. The East needs to absorb the power of moonlight to practice magic, while the West simply relies on the moon to transform into something. So my aunt is also the god of occultism and magic. As her best friend, Channer naturally did not hesitate to share some strength with her, and this also made the 2 weakest in the team become the weakest so much so that Hawkeye wanted to play the idea of mutant ability. Then the only one who hasn't spoken yet is Banner, who is honestly making soy sauce on the side. Don't look at me. I'm tired of fighting and killing, and besides, I've given the power of the Hulk to others. I'm just an ordinary doctor with 7 degrees. The honest man Bruce Banner showed a simple and honest smile. Definitely, if he didn't say the last sentence, everyone might think that he is really a good person. But now, is my PhD a big deal? Look down on the average level of education here. A junior high school graduate? Tony stepped aside silently, not standing with those scumbags who were injured by 7 doctorates. But the team is determined. As he said, he asked Wong how to transfer the power of Hulk to others. It was none other than a man named Steve Rogers. Yes, you read that right. The man with the shield in his left hand and the hammer in his right can now transform into clothes. And adhering to the inherent law that everyone except Bruce Banner, who has the power of Hulk, can preserve their complete consciousness, the captain can perfectly control the powerful power of Hulk. Coupled with the battle suit woven by the thunder power, he is still majestic after transforming. Alright then, let's go. After determining the space-time coordinates, there's no need for too many operations. There's no need for quantum tunnels and the like, but everyone stands together, and then Wong Hao stretches out his hand to tear the barriers of space-time. Passage through. After holding the time-space gem and the experience of holding the full version of the Infinity Gauntlet, Wong has already mastered the power of time-space proficiently. In fact, the sun is originally a symbol of time and space. The word time has the existence of the sun, and the sun is inseparable from the up and down and things in the spatial orientation. Therefore, Wong Hao's familiarity with the power of time and space is actually no worse than that of light and fire, but the time for him to acquire the ability is too short, so he learned it relatively late. It's still a familiar taste, a familiar way of traveling. Crossing a portal, there are 2 universes, 2 worlds. And for the watchman who suddenly appeared on the street, the residents of this new world also expressed their most kind greetings to them. It's mutant. Burn those damn monsters to death. Call the police. The location where Wong Hao and others appeared was not in the middle of the road, but on the lawn of the roadside green belt near the road. So, in a way they didn't bother anyone, they just came out a little too cool. But the way the people on the street greeted them still took everyone by surprise. Did we do anything? The captain looked around suspiciously. Maybe they trampled on the lawn of the green belt, but it's just a lawn. Why do these people look like they're facing a big enemy, and their eyes are like killing their father and enemy? 217. The parents guarded the child behind them. The man's eyes were vigilant, and the youth's eyes were full of longing and fear. Definitely, what caught their attention the most was that the two street policemen in the distance had directly drawn their pistols at their waists. Naturally, with the captain's eyesight, he couldn't see that the two patrolmen had opened the safety of the firearms in their hands. And that means he's always ready to fire. Kneel on the ground, put your head in your hands, you bloody mutant bastards, stand up now. The patrolman shouted loudly, aiming the gun in his hand at the heads of the crowd, and finally locked on the leader of the crowd. Invisible's secret magic power was activated, and Connor, who had always maintained the image of the girl next door, was extremely terrifying when she got angry. The people in the whole street felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot in an instant, and then the patrolman screamed and flew up, his legs struggling feebly, and the fear in his eyes revealed the depth of his heart. How dare you disrespect Wong Wu, big brother? For Chanter, Wong Hao is everything, let alone a policeman. Even if the opponent is the whole world, she will not frown. However, her behavior did not make the situation better. Instead, there were more and more exclamations around her. Dreadful mutant, why don't you monsters die? Get out of our world. Get out of this country. Let go of that poor fellow, you demons in human skin. The cold little hand was held. Wong Hao prevented Channer from punishing this guy. It's just an ignorant person. Don't be angry about him. Let's go. Familiar with how mutants are treated in certain worlds, Wong Hao is too lazy to argue with these people. Because there is no result in the debate, their thinking has been brainwashed by politicians and the media. There's a high probability that the result of talking nonsense with them is that Wong Hao will slap them all to death in the end. But would he be comfortable that way? I am afraid that the politicians and vested interests in this world are more comfortable because they use Wong Hao to confirm the harmful and dangerous theory of mutant, and then more people will support them. The light flashed, and the figures of Wong Hao and others disappeared before the eyes of everyone on the street. But in fact, they were still here, but they just disappeared. What's going on in this world? After standing on the side of the road and observing for a while, when they found that Wong Hao and others had disappeared and left, everyone seemed to have pressed the reset button, and their lives returned to their original state. In the eyes of the captain and others, their state is no different from normal people. However, the previous crazy performance let them know that they are not normal. Or is it normal for them to look like this in this world? Someone can't help but think. Since you are here, you're not in a hurry to go back in a while, so why not take some time to understand the situation in this world? Compared with other people's doubts, Wong Hao understands the problem of mutant better, but it is difficult for them to understand directly, so let them see and listen for themselves. So, not long after I came to this world, the whole team disbanded on the spot. Wong Hao and Channer were naturally in a group, and Natasha Romanoff, the one who was the best at blending in, took the person who was the most difficult to blend in with her. Thor. The remaining captains and Hawkeye formed a small team, while Tony chose to act alone. Because of the principle of everyone going out together to take care of each other, definitely, I mainly take care of you. There are many strange abilities in this world, so I have to put a mark on you, lest you die in a foreign land, and I will not be able to explain it when I go back. Before leaving, Wong Hao asked Hao Ian to mark everyone. Definitely, in fact, he had other ideas, and then he smiled and waved amid the thanks of everyone, while he hid aside and started the live broadcast. Yes, the real purpose of Ugly Nose is to see what these travelers from different time and space will do in this world. This feeling is the same as playing a 0.7 real-life simulation game, which has a different kind of fun. The so-called marking is just to let Hao Ian control a certain spell so that he can hear the instant sound. As for the image, he is the Lord of Light. All the lights and shadows are at his disposal, shooting at 360 degrees without dead ends. The first one, let's choose Natasha Romanoff. I think it will be very interesting to choose Thor as a fool. After choosing a target, the screen unfolded, and Wong Hao and Chanter lay on a special cloud bed, taking the most comfortable position. Hey, why don't you go shopping and buy clothes as soon as she came up? Or underwear? Looking at Natasha Romanoff, who got into the fitting room, Wong Hao had an embarrassed smile on his face. But just as he was about to switch the camera and turn the screen to someone else, he saw Channer reaching out to stop him, her little face full of excitement. Wow, Sister Natasha Romanoff changes clothes? I haven't seen it yet. This waist, these legs, wow, she's bigger than me. Channer pursed her mouth, showing a trace of dissatisfaction on her face. You obviously like the big one. Why didn't you make mine bigger? It's not good to be too big. Your figure is a little smaller than hers. This shape is the most suitable. Wong Hao laughed twice, but his gaze stayed on Natasha Romanoff for a while. Oh, you are still pretty, Chanter. But when she turned her head, she saw the half-smile expression on Chanter's face. Okay, you tricked me. I don't mind. Why are you so shy? Chanter said that she was 18, so Wong Hao naturally didn't hide her secrets, and the two of them got together to watch Natasha Romanoff dress-up show. Speaking of it, Natasha Romanoff is also a weirdo. When I arrived in Otherworld, I didn't want to inquire about intelligence or anything, but went to a luxury store for a meal. As for money, in the eyes of a super agent who is proficient in 8 languages and is good at various infiltration skills and espionage skills, will money be a problem? Although Natasha Romanoff has a good figure, there's nothing to say, but after watching the big show for a while, I get tired of watching it. But for a while, Wong Hao didn't know who to watch, so he simply set up a split screen, and each team had a screen to show their actions. Well, Tony is surfing the internet in a coffee shop, searching for real-time information about the world, and the captain and Hawkeye are wandering the streets, trying to get some information from the streets. But I'm curious how this team will get money for food. After all, the two of them, but a pure combatant, and the captain probably can't do anything like Natasha Romanoff's empty-handed behavior. As for Tony, Wong Hao naturally wouldn't be so idle that he would be short of money. Although this is not his world, there is no Stark group in this world, but his brain is there. At his level of knowledge, Knowledge is wealth is not empty talk, and any idea sold to some technology group is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Hey, they're in trouble, Chandra suddenly said cheerfully. Wang Hao immediately looked up and saw that it wasn't Tony, the troublesome guy, but the captain and Hawkeye who looked harmless to humans and animals. There was no way. The two of them didn't know whether they had watched too many movies or something, so they really went to the street to inquire about the news. They said they were inquiring, but they were just wandering around there, and naturally, they attracted the attention of the gangs in that area. So a group of people surrounded the two of them. A bunch of normal people, but what did they do with it? Enlarge the screens of the team captain and Hawkeye, and connect the sound at the same time, and the deluxe version of the home theater begins. Hey, you two, what the hell are you doing? Tall and muscular body, although the face is a little white and tender, but the lumpy flesh is still solid. Even if the captain didn't speak, just standing there was very bluffing, so that the few who surrounded him didn't know if they were gangsters or real gangsters. They all maintained their superficial politeness. We're just wandering around. What's the matter? Are there any private places here that we can't? The captain and Hawkeye looked at each other, and the latter spread his hands, expressing that he didn't understand how this kind of street conversation should be carried out. Leave quickly. This is not the place for you to come. The person who asked the question was obviously unwilling to have a conflict with the two captains. Since the captain said that he was just wandering around, he simply let the two of them go away. But the captain didn't know which tenant was wrong. He felt that something was wrong here, or there should be some special news in this mixed place. So he actually stopped the group of people who turned around and were about to leave. Hey, we're new here, just want to ask if there is anyone here that we can't mess with so that we can know, so as to avoid collisions in the future. The captain's reluctance made this group of people furious. Who the hell has the time to tell you this or that? Who do you think you are? Maze fact to labor and management. A black metal object was pulled out from the waist. The familiar shape and metallic feeling were no strangers to the captain and Hawkeye. Then in the next second, he stretched out his hand to hold it down, pushed and pulled, and the murder weapon in the violent man's hand became a child's toy. The spring, casing, and the bullet in the chamber all appeared in the captain's hands. Hey, if you have something to say, we just want to ask 737 for some news. The captain returned the parts in his hand to the other party, with a warm smile on his face. But it's a pity that the captain's intentional operation was deliberately provocative in the eyes of this group of people, or they felt that there was someone behind them. So facing the captain's smile, they responded with 5 black muzzles. Captain, can you stand it? I don't have any equipment. It's nothing to be pointed at by 5 guns. Hawkeye said that it's okay to be pointed at by alien cannons. But the problem is at that time, he had a guy in his hand and a battle suit on his body. But now he didn't bring anything, and when he went out with a physical body, he would still die if he was shot. Well, even if he knew that Wang Hao would save him, he wouldn't necessarily die. But wouldn't it hurt if the bullet hit the flesh? Why are they so angry? Compared with Hawkeye's little panic, the captain seemed much calmer. There were just a few punks. Although the muzzle of the gun was about to be pointed at his face, he wasn't afraid yet. It's not Yasuo who's going back and forth in the hail of bullets, but his captain Steve Rogers. Boom! The gunshot rang out, but the captain who had just moved looked behind him in surprise. It wasn't the people in front of him who fired, but the sound of gunfire on the road not far from him. Excuse me, let's go. Pulling a Hawkeye, ignoring those guys with unfriendly faces, the captain came and went quickly and ran directly towards the place where the gunshot sounded. It's just because it's not just gunshots that sounded there, but also the sound of vehicle collisions, screeching brakes, screams of the crowd, and all kinds of intensive gunshots that followed. A fierce road battle is going on. Who the hell is interested in playing with the punks? Bang, bang, bang. Crackling. The sound of a single shot was very obvious. Even if it was mixed with the sound of many overturned vehicles and various submachine guns, it could still be distinguished. This is the effect of a powerful and large caliber pistol. As for the so-called large caliber and high power pistols, if you dare to use this kind of thing, you must not only have thick and strong arms, but you must not be afraid of death. And obviously, this time the user is absolutely not afraid of death. Francis, where are you? 7. Hey, you guys know why I go out in red? Because then my opponent can't see me bleeding. 6. 5. In the horrific scene of a car accident, a jumping voice kept ringing out. Between the clearly visible gunshots, his redundant words were like a Timo, full of taunting skills, making people want to sew his mouth shut. Definitely, in the end, he must be beaten to death, dismembered, and crushed to pieces. Ah, damn it, the shot hit the bull's eye. The legs shrank, and the voice suddenly became much louder, as if someone had directly hit the chrysanthemum with a bullet, causing the whole house to glow. 4. 3. 2-inch dash. The red figure is tightly wrapped from head to toe. The battle suit full of bullet holes and the double knives on the back make this figure look full of embarrassment and some kind of threat at this moment. The red figure looked to the other side. The last 3 were there, but he only had 1 bullet left. Enough. Deadpool's year-end show. Boom. A beautiful jump, twist. This is good for a large caliber firearm. It is powerful. Even the hardest skull in a human body can penetrate 2 people, and it has enough power to hit the 3rd person. Wow. That's a neat move, but it's weird why he's still alive after taking so many shots. Behind a certain overturned car, the captain and Hawkeye who had just arrived saw the end, so they made some comments on someone's wonderful operation. Hey, it's neat. I'm at the top level. However, what Hawkeye who spoke did not expect was that the killer in the red tights over there heard his voice. Who are you two? Oh my god. Human Torch? No, it's Captain Manhwa. Deadpool, who ran to the side of the car, saw the figure appearing in front of him, covered his mouth in surprise, and couldn't believe what he saw. But his performance surprised the 2 captains even more. You know me? No, there's also Captain Manhwa in your world. Oh, this world of yours? Huh. If someone else hears about it, they will definitely send you to a mental hospital to be friends with me. Travel through time and space. Parallel universe. Who would believe it? Deadpool's words became more and more confused and exaggerated, which made the captain and Hawkeye unsure. They suspected that Deadpool was also a time traveler, but they couldn't confirm Deadpool's true identity. Coincidentally at this moment, the 3rd person who had been shot and killed 3 times by Deadpool got up. It turned out that the impact force of the bullet was not enough after penetrating the skulls of the first two people. It only knocked him out briefly on the forehead, but it didn't penetrate the skull. Ever since, the remaining guy got up and drew his gun again while Deadpool was talking to the three captains. "Oh no, I'm out of bullets. Where's your shield? Take it out and use it," Deadpool said with a look of panic, and even ran directly behind the captain to hide. But the captain naturally won't let him succeed. He doesn't know Deadpool at all. He doesn't know what kind of person he is, so naturally he won't block bullets for him. Definitely, if he knew, he probably wouldn't be able to block it. With a light and small grab, he caught Deadpool behind him, and then the captain turned around and stepped aside with Hawkeye. "Oh, Steve, you're murdering like that." Deadpool, who was pushed away, had a sorrowful tone, and then rushed towards the survivor who was rushing towards him without hesitation. Puff. The sound of the sharp knife piercing the flesh was very obvious. Looking at Deadpool, who had already stabbed the other party to death, but was still pausing there, Hawkeye turned to look at the captain. "Steve, you did murder." "Definitely." Hawkeye refers to the guy who was stabbed to death. In this regard, the captain couldn't help but sighed. It's only been less than a minute since we met each other, and he already has a deep understanding of Deadpool's difficulty. God, who the hell is this guy? And what's going on here? The captain's question is destined to be unanswered, but Deadpool over there has made a new move. After stabbing Qian Haojiao with 2 knives out of the scabbard, the last person was killed, and he began to look around for his target, an arms dealer named Francie. It's just that what others sell are guns and ammunition, but what he sells are mutant slaves. The ear-piercing sound of motorcycles sounded, and the three of them turned their heads in unison. A man in black with a submachine gun in one hand and wearing a motorcycle helmet passed by, shooting at the three of them as he drove by. Damn it. Seeing that the two of them were also being targeted, the captain couldn't help but swear, and then pulled Hawkeye behind him, blocking the flying bullets for him. As for himself, a ray of green light flashed onto the clothes, and a few small-caliber submachine gun bullets slid down against the skin. With the power of the Hulk, which can be controlled by anyone except Bruce Banner, it is very easy to block a bullet. The Black Knight galloped past from behind, but Deadpool naturally wouldn't give him a chance to escape. As soon as he jumped up, although the gun in his hand was out of bullets, but he had a sharp blade in his hand, why use a gun? With precise throwing, the steel knife flew out, inserted into the front wheel of the motorcycle under the Black Knight. Clicked, the sudden resistance caused the Black Knight to lose control of his figure, flew straight up high, and then hit hard on the in-an-accident car ahead. Seeing the Black Knight flying out at an unknown speed per hour, Hawkeye exclaimed, "This impact, if it was an ordinary person, I am afraid that it would have been completely dead." But it is obvious that the Black Knight is not an ordinary person, and the one who just fell is already struggling to get up. "Oh, what the hell are these guys? Earth is where we came from." Hawkeye and the captain looked at each other with deep doubts in their eyes. It's not normal for two random people fighting on the street to have strength far beyond ordinary people. Is this what they call mutant? What did the captain think of? When they first appeared, they were pointed at and scolded by those civilians, and they kept saying mutant 250 times. Could be these people? The one in the red dress has a recovery ability that surpasses ordinary people. Well, at least he's not afraid of gun attacks. The gun hole on his arm has recovered to half. So fast. After observing for a while, the captain suddenly exclaimed. He didn't even notice that the bullet hole on Deadpool's arm grew half in just 1 minute. His strength is also very strong, but according to his attack method, it is an explosive technique mastered after receiving very outstanding training. If it is an ordinary person, such an explosion will cause physical damage, but he just doesn't need to worry about this. So it appears more explosive and powerful. After the captain was injected with the super soldier serum, he went through all kinds of training, and after waking up, S.H.I.E.L.D. also provided him with all kinds of training conditions. Coupled with the improved aptitude ability of BID, the captain can be called a fighting master. Because of this, he can see the sharpness of Deadpool's movements and the secrets hidden in his various operations. Because he is not afraid of injury, he provides an upper limit of operation, and the protection mechanism of the human body is not applicable to him. As for that guy, after watching Deadpool, the captain looked at the Black Knight who was being unilaterally ravaged by Deadpool. Pain relief. There is also an increase in nerve response speed and enhancement of physical function. As a super soldier, the captain's eyesight made him quickly notice various details. No matter how Deadpool beat him, the knight named Francis, whose helmet was removed, did not show any change in expression. And this is impossible. You can hold back the pain, but you can't ignore the damage. Even a well-trained fighter can't go against the body's reaction. However, Francis's expression seemed to be that his body was not his own, so there was only one answer. There was a problem with his nervous system, and the perception of pain was eliminated. The captain is no stranger to this kind of situation. At the beginning, Hydra had such painless fighters because they could not feel pain, so once they appeared on the battlefield, they would have only one ending, death in battle. If you don't know the pain, you won't be afraid, and naturally you won't shrink back. When Francis faced Deadpool's attack, even though he was unwell and had difficulty dodging, those small movements still show that he predicted Deadpool's movement, but his body could not dodge. They're all monsters. Whether it's the regenerative healing factor or the painless warrior, they're all monsters to ordinary people, and the captain suddenly understands why those ordinary people hate mutants so much. Looking at this scene, the scale of this fight is much larger than those ordinary robbers made. "Hey, Captain," Hawkeye said suddenly. The captain raised his head and was about to ask what happened, but there was no need to ask. The plane that was landing in the sky had already explained everything. Very advanced technology. This fighter seems to be more advanced than S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet. Quinjet is a rare vertical takeoff and landing jet aircraft, but Quinjet is actually a trick. It uses rotor engines on its wings, which also makes it unable to fly at high speed and enlarge. But the fighter plane that landed in front of me at this moment is a real vertical takeoff and landing jet plane. It has no rotors, only a few jet ports that can rotate freely, and with that unique streamlined design, it can be imagined that its speed must be very fast. Wow, I didn't think of that. If the matter about the plane only surprised the two captains, then the person who got off the plane really shocked them. A little boy. He should be about 14 or 15 years old, but on closer inspection, he is a girl who has just developed. But the point is the hunk next to her. With a silver-gray body, even the eyes and hair are completely metallic, plus the ground tremors caused by walking on the road. This is a real titan. Steel titan. He'll know what mutant means. Hawkeye nodded emphatically, and this sentence didn't help except for making the captain give him a blank look. After seeing such a steel titan, what else do we need to guess? However, according to what they said, it seems that the mutant situation is not an exception like the transcendents in our world, but a specific race. The captain touched his chin, and after a while there were 3, maybe 4. Although the little girl didn't look like anything special, she might have some kind of super ability. Then, in a short period of time, 4 special people with super abilities appeared in one place. It seems that the number of mutants is quite a lot, at least much more than those extremely rare individuals in their world. If this is the case, mutant will indeed have huge amounts of impact on the lives of ordinary people. The appearance of 1 or 2 people with super abilities is an exception, under the control of the government. It is very likely that ordinary people may not be able to know their existence. But if a group is formed and happens frequently, then the problem will be big. SHIELD manages and controls emergencies in the global region, and naturally, there is no lack of incidents about the awakening of a super ability. And the information about super ability awakening in SHIELD's archives clearly records that every super ability awakening is basically a disaster. The kind of awakening that has not affected the surroundings after awakening is only an extremely rare example. There are too many unsatisfactory human beings in real life, and human beings are a weak-willed race. When a person suddenly gains great power and has the ability to surpass the surrounding groups, it is difficult for him not to do something that violates the law and moral thing. For example, if a student is bullied by the campus and then awakening his super ability, his self-confidence will swell at that moment when he was originally weak, and the situation is very likely to get out of control. Flames, toxins, electric current, these are the most common super abilities, but just imagine, what kind of things will a child who loses control of his emotions do in the school when he is angry? I can now understand the fear and hatred of those people. The captain sighed heavily. As long as the similar campus awakening appears once or twice, the mutant will inevitably be attacked by all parties. And no one wants their child to live with a monster who will destroy everyone around him at every turn. From the attitudes of those people, it is conceivable that the mutant awakening in this world may not be as simple as just 1 or 2 times. And densely populated areas are not just schools, shopping malls, residential areas, or hospitals, etc. The damage and losses that an out-of-control superhuman can cause are simply immeasurable. It is reasonable to be attacked by groups. Wait, he seems to be interfering with that guy's behavior, but it doesn't seem to be related to the guy on the ground, some kind of organization, specialized in dealing with mutant problems. If mutant is really a global, racial problem, as the captain thinks, then such an institution exists. Just like the SHIELD of their world, it specializes in dealing with some peculiar problems that ordinary law enforcement personnel cannot handle. As we all know, this kind of department often hides a lot of secrets and also has all kinds of information. So the captain immediately decided to deal with that big metal guy. Signaling Hawkeye to follow, the captain cautiously walked towards the metal hunk, although he felt that there would be no danger. After all, he even brought out children, but there was no guarantee that there would be no problems. Asked for flowers. But he was soon relieved because what the big metal man said made him understand that this guy and the organization behind him are definitely on the side of justice. Wade, you can't abuse your super ability like this. Our ability is to let us do good things and make the world a better place, instead of killing innocent people and making the world worse. Bala Bala. Hey, Colossus. Number 1, these guys are definitely not innocent. It's him who made me like this, and he's still selling mutant slaves. Number 2, I've never been a nice guy. Your way doesn't work for me. Deadpool shrugged, and then his eyes fell on the girl Warhead, who followed Colossus. Hey, cutie, whose family are you from? Oh, you have a bad temper. She clicked on the nose of the Warhead, and then she opened her hand in embarrassment. Deadpool continued. Charles Xavier abused child labor like this, and no one cares? Hey, someone here violated the employment law. The police, I want to call the police. Or you can't afford other X-Men. Why are you the only 2 dispatched? Professor, and they're all busy with other things, Wade. You have to go back with me to meet the professor. I can't let you continue to misbehave outside. Hearing the familiar address, Deadpool tilted his head suspiciously. Professor? Is it Stewart's version or McAvoy's version? Oh, the timeline has been a bit confusing lately. Hey, Captain, how are the Avengers doing? Compared to this heavily sexist X-Men, I want to join your Avengers. It sounds bloody. I am an Avenger now. Team leader, Colossus turned his gaze to the captain and Hawkeye, who were approaching. Are you Wade's companion? Although it is strange why Deadpool would know about the Avengers, the captain is obviously unwilling to get too involved with this bloodthirsty killer. He wants to have a good relationship with Colossus at this moment, so as to learn more about this world and about Mutant. No, I don't know him. In fact, I even learned that his name is Wade from you. As for the captain, that's my nickname. I'm also very surprised why he knows. Looking at Deadpool, who turned his head to ravage Francis again, the captain shook his head and then showed a relatively warm smile. 960-inch, by the way, you are X-Men. The captain just heard the conversation between Deadpool and Colossus, so the organization that Colossus belongs to should be called X-Men, and their leader seems to be a professor? Yes, we are the X-Men, and the situation here is under control, so you don't have to worry. All right, Wade, let's go. Mistaking the 2 captains for passersby, Colossus took out a pair of handcuffs from his waist and directly grabbed Deadpool's arm with one hand. In a sense, an ability like Colossus is the absolute nemesis of a skilled fighter like Deadpool. But seeing that they were about to leave, how could the captain let go of such an opportunity? So he quickly stopped Colossus and said with a distressed face, Hey, since you're X-Men, I hope you can help me. Actually, I'm also a mutant. After all, the captain clenched his fist and a green light surged from his fist, making one of his arms bigger. Not to mention, the power brought by the muscle expansion was also full of shock. Oh my god, it wasn't Colossus who was surprised. After all, he had seen too many fellow mutants begging for help. It was Deadpool who exclaimed. Seeing the captain use Hulk's ability, this neuropathy who can see through the dimensional wall went down instantly. Hulk, what's wrong with you? I didn't expect you to be such a captain. You actually ate Hulk, my fat green. You died so badly. Deadpool's extremely fake and exaggerated acting skills left everyone speechless for a while, but everyone now understands that this guy must have a problem with his brain, so no one intends to care about such a psychopath like him. A hand dart was shot from the sleeve, and the precise technique interrupted someone's thoughts of escaping and made everyone turn their eyes away. Oh, Francis, why are you so dishonest? Pop. He kicked Francis hard in the face, who was still sneering over there, and Deadpool turned his head to look at Hawkeye, who had just shot just in time. Okay, I'm going to bet you on your matchup with Green Arrow. Who is Green Arrow? The captain turned to Hawkeye and asked, how do I know? Isn't it the brand of chewing gum? Hawkeye froze for a moment, then frowned and replied. He just interrupted Deadpool, by the way, when he said that the guy on the ground was a slave trader, and that guy really didn't feel like a good person to him. But no matter what, the farce can be ended. Deadpool, who captured Francis, finally failed to escape the ruthless hands of Colossus, and was caught by him one by one and boarded the Thunderbird fighter. As for the two captains, they were also invited by Colossus to go to the academy for a visit. Your plane is very good. I don't quite understand. This was designed by Hank. He is the smartest person in our school. I heard that he seems to be one of the top scientists in the world, and he even won the Nobel Prize. Colossus replied while driving the fighter jet into the sky. This made the captain and Hawkeye nod secretly. It is true that only people with high IQs of this level can design such a fighter with outstanding performance, and a team similar to the Avengers really needs scientific masters like Tony and Banner. Logistical support. By the way, what are you studying? Seeing that Colossus is big and rough, but he always speaks in the same way, and even the captain feels a little ashamed when he talks about the truth, so the captain is very curious about his profession. Oh, I'm an art student. Pete is an art teacher in our college, and his paintings have also held a personal exhibition. Sitting on the seat and chewing gum with Deadpool's big-eyed bullet. And these words made the captain and Hawkeye almost suspicious of life. Colossus is at least 2 meters tall, a little shorter than Hulk, but with his powerful steel body, no one will doubt him if you say he's a brick mover or a bodybuilder. But such a big guy actually learn to paint? Isn't the paintbrush the same as a toothpick in his hand? While everyone was chatting, the fighter plane had passed the city of New York in this world and came to Westchester County outside the suburb of 5.1. In less than 10 minutes, the fighter plane landed slowly on the basketball court of a manor. Let's go. I'll take you to meet the professor. Park the fighter plane, take the elevator from the hangar to the first floor, turn a corner, and a group of people came to a large office on the southeast side of the manor. Before approaching, the captain and Hawkeye heard a familiar and hearty laughter. While they were wondering, the door was pushed open by Colossus, and in the room, a young scholar sitting in a wheelchair was facing them, and in front of them, a young man with a bright and sunny smile was chatting and laughing happily. You guys are here. Wong Hao turned his head, looked at the surprised-looking captain and Hawkeye, and motioned them to sit down. This is Professor Charles X. Xavier, the principal of this academy, and the leader and founder of X-Men. And this is Steve Rogers, the captain and founder of the Overwatch League. The world that Wong Hao first went to, Earth 1, there is no mutant there. Maybe there will be in the future. After all, Mickey Mouse bought 20th Century Fox, and the copyright of X-Men returned to Marvel. But at least not yet. So Wong Hao has always felt quite regretful. It is a pity that he cannot see more superheroes appearing under the same sky. He managed to travel through time, but in the end he could only see those few people from the Avengers Alliance. That would be too boring. So after returning from Earth 2, he asked Tony and Banner to upgrade the space-time beacon in order to explore other possibilities in the multi-universe. This is not his imagination. In the comics, there are many similar devices. The boss of the Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic 18, has made similar devices so that he can contact himself in all parallel universes. Because he feels that other people are too stupid and only discussing research with himself can benefit technological progress. In addition, there's also a cable whose world is still in the future for the time being, and its time travel device is also known day by day. Even made a lot of big events. So Wong Hao asked Tony and Banner to try, and he found it. You know, X-Men was released before Iron Man in the Marvel movie universe. For Wong Hao, Wolverine's role is as deep as that of Tony Stark, who dangles around him every day. As for Fascia and Kazumi, it can be regarded as a relatively well-known point in the restarted X-Men. Well, the Magic Shark Magneto hasn't seen it yet, but the professor in front of him is indeed a US version. That is to say, this is the X-Men world restarted by reversing the future, not the one in the old trilogy. Please sit down. After listening to Wong Hao's introduction, the professor asked the captain to sit down with a smile on his face. He didn't know what kind of organization the so-called Overwatch Alliance was, and out of politeness, he didn't try to find out what the captain was thinking. Definitely, this is mainly because Wong Hao is next to him. He had just gone to the CIA to meet an old acquaintance. On the way back, he met Wong Hao greeting him. That smile made the professor not have any negative impression, and he soon became friends with Wong Hao and invited him to the school for a discussion. During the conversation, he also learned the identity of Wong Hao, a powerful god. Although subjectively speaking, he thinks that the theory of the gods is just a joke. Based on his knowledge reserve, all the gods in their world are actually ancient mutant awakening. He even saw the prototype of the devil with his own eyes, the red devil that has survived for thousands of years. His image is almost exactly the same as the devil in myths and legends, but he is not a real devil, just a muta-NT. So the answer is obvious, that people in ancient times described him as a mythical creature. In the same way, subjectively speaking, the professor also thinks that when Wong Hao says he is a god, what he really means is that he is a powerful mutant. But for some reason, when Wong Hao said so, the professor believed it. He really thinks Wong Hao is a god, not a mutant. Is this a kind of spiritual suggestion or spiritual pollution? As the most powerful psychic on Earth, he can control all human beings in the world at the same time. The professor was surprised to find that his spirit was invaded by Wang Hao. Definitely not active, but passive. It's like a kind of halo. As long as you get close, you'll be affected, just like the sun. As long as you get close, you can feel his warmth and brilliance. And the influence of Wang Hao reflects the professor's unreasonable trust. Now, I also think subjectively that he's a great god. After all, I am afraid that only gods can do this kind of thing. When he found out what had happened to him, the professor thought to himself. Then his attitude towards Wang Hao became more respectful. And when the captain and Hawkeye appeared, he suppressed his curiosity and did not explore the hearts of the captain and others. Because he knew that once he did it, he would definitely not be able to hide it from Wang Hao. And the result would be offense and conflict. No one wants the secrets in their hearts to be seen by others, not even the closest lover. What's more, it's just a stranger meeting for the first time. However, although he didn't go to see the captain in Hawkeye's heart, another visitor was at the disposal of the professor. Looking at the pervert in the red tights in front of him, well, according to Colossus' description of him, the professor summed up Deadpool as such a person. Although Colossus is highly recommended, whether this person can join the X-Men, Professor still intends to take a look for himself. Well, Professor, I suggest you better not do that. Seeing the professor habitually raise his fingers and place them near his temples, Wang Hao suddenly made a sound. His thinking is a little confused because of the relationship between cancer and ability conflict. In professional terms, he is a mental patient. Hey, who are you? You are slandering me. My mind is normal. Oh, the sun on your body is so dazzling. Did you turn on special lighting effects? Wang Hao's voice made Deadpool very dissatisfied, but his speech made the professor frown, and then looked at Wang Hao, who was sitting there peacefully. It's normal and not annoying at all, and this also made him pay attention to Wang Hao's rhetoric. Psychiatric patient. Then he should stop watching. The mental world of a mental patient is extremely chaotic and noisy. Although he has a powerful mental ability, it is very dangerous for him to rashly enter the mental world of a mental patient. Seeing that the professor dispelled this idea, Wang Hao was slightly relieved. Let him read what Deadpool saw slowly, but Wang Hao remembers it very clearly. There is a Marvel comic that clearly records the consequences of the professor watching Deadpool's memory. He couldn't accept the fact that he was living in the comics and was a fiction, so he had a nervous breakdown on the spot and committed suicide. There's no way to check Deadpool's spirit, but the professor can't just let him join the X-Men so easily. After all, there is no precedent for this. So far, all members of X-Men have been transformed from non-combatants. If a mercenary like Deadpool with blood on his hands joins them, the changes brought about by this team will be extraordinarily huge. Therefore, the professor can only wait and see. After letting Colossus take him down, the professor chatted with Wang Hao and the captain. Now, the captain has achieved his goal. In Wang Hao's introduction, he learned that the professor is one of the most powerful mutants in the world, and he is also the leader of the mutant Dove faction. The best way to communicate. So the captain directly stated that he and the others were time travelers, and the professor was also very calm, accepting this point very casually. On the contrary, Beast Hank, as a person with a high IQ comparable to Tony and Banner's IQ, is more interested in time travel. In fact, it's normal for the professor to disapprove. What kind of ability doesn't exist in mutant? Traveling through time and space couldn't be more common. The professor's spiritual consciousness can travel through the stars, and in the future, his spirit will indeed be able to travel through time and space. In the animated version of Reversal of the Future, it was he who sent the spirit back to the past through the brainwave machine to contact Wolverine and other X-Men to deal with Sentry. Dakin, the professor's future son, is also a mutant who directly masters the ability to travel through time and space. In a parallel world, he also traveled to the professor when he was young. He wanted to help the professor kill Magneto, but accidentally killed the professor. A big event for the X-Men. By the way, do you have an address for Magnet in 2? Seeing that the team leader and the professor suddenly had a chat, Wang Hao suddenly felt a little bored. Mainly there are a bunch of little kids in the college now, few of whom Wang Hao is familiar with. Wolverine wasn't there either. Phoenix glanced at her just now. She was a teenage yellow-haired girl who didn't look like an intellectual royal sister at all. Storm hasn't seen it yet. It seems that the time has not come yet. Cyclops. Wang Hao is not interested in him at all. So Wang Hao decided to meet the young Magneto. The Magneto played by the man who was called a magic shark by the audience because of his huge grin. But for Wang Hao's question, the professor shook his head. He doesn't have a good relationship with Magneto now, and he is angry that he abducted his adopted Smurf. The two haven't been in touch for a long time. Forget it. I'll look for it myself. Seeing the professor shaking his head, Wang Hao stopped bothering him and directly called Hao Yin to control the light around the world and start searching for Magneto. After a while, Wu Tian's voice came. Target found. Okay, see you next time. Waving at the professor, Wang Hao disappeared in front of everyone. And in the next second, his figure appeared in a country in Eastern Europe that was famous for the first blitzkrieg by the head of state. Waves. Oh, what a coincidence. Wang Hao, who used light to teleport, appeared right next to Magneto. And when he left the Mutant Academy, a woman who could freely change her shape happened to walk into the gate of the academy. Therefore, the scene he saw at this moment was that Magneto was kneeling on the ground with ashes on his face, and the corpses of the waves patrolling fell all around him. In Magneto's arms, there were two corpses, one large and one small, still warm. Whoosh! Driven by the metal chain, the exquisite pendant flew towards Wang Hao at high speed. But the moment it approached him, the same force blocked the chain, making it unable to move. Who are you? Magneto, whose wife and daughter died tragically in his arms, looked at Wang Hao, who appeared in front of him in grief, but he also understood that Wang Hao was also a mutant and not with those patrolmen. Who am I? Well, you can call me a god. The brilliance flowed, and strange streams of light took the corpses of Magneto's wife and daughter out of his arms. Magneto just wanted to fight back, wanted to take them back, but he soon realized something and casually looked at Nuo Li Hao. Wang Hao expectantly. And since Wang Hao made a move, he naturally did not disappoint him. In fact, these streamers were just putting on a show, telling Lao Fong that he was saving them. The power of life poured in, the wounds were healed, their hearts were activated, and their consciousness was awakened. It was as simple as that. The two women, one big and one small, were resurrected with full blood on the spot. Wang Hao came just in time. From a medical point of view, the two women are actually not dead yet. It was just being shot with an arrow. How could it be so easy to die? Judging from a professional medical point of view, no heartbeat, no pulse, and no breathing are considered death. Only when the brain stops activity can it be counted, and the brain must stop activity for more than half an hour. So this cannot be regarded as resurrection. At most, it is just a cure. Wang Hao, who cured Magneto's wife and daughter without any hassle, felt a great sense of accomplishment when he saw the family of three hugging each other and crying. When I watched this episode before, I felt that Magneto was quite miserable. When I was a child, my parents died, and then I was imprisoned in a concentration camp and was experimented every day and was forced to develop ability. Revenge is revenge when I grow up, but my compatriots are shouted and killed again, and the result of helping mankind is abandoned and targeted by mankind. Now it's hard to have a family. The result is good. The wife and daughter died suddenly. No one can bear to take revenge on the society. So Wang Hao doesn't mind spreading his brilliance as the sun god and giving Magneto a little warmth. Definitely. He knew Magneto would definitely pay off. Magneto is a showman, and the showman will definitely give you a lot of face in doing things. For the kindness of saving Magneto's wife and daughter, he will definitely repay it like a cow and a horse. Sure enough, Magneto came to Wang Hao after hugging each other and staged an emotional scene. First he bowed and saluted, and then asked with a grumpy face, "What do you need me to do for you?" The person he loved the most was killed in front of him, and the reason was that he helped others. At this moment, Magneto was furious in his heart. He has already thought about it. Even if Wang Hao now wants him to assassinate the president again and attack the White House again, he will absolutely say nothing, just copy the guy and fuck him. But if Wang Hao wants to do that kind of thing, he still needs Magneto to do it? Cough, what are you doing? I haven't figured out yet. As he said that, Wang Hao's eyes suddenly turned to the little girl over there, Magneto's daughter Nina. It is definitely not Wang Hao who has thoughts about her, but Wang Hao suddenly remembered Magneto's other two daughters, Scarlet Witch Wanda and Polaris Lorna. I haven't seen Wanda on Earth 1 yet. I don't know if there is Elizabeth's explosive figure. As for Lorna, she should be the future daughter of Magneto in this world. Wang Hao doesn't know whether the drama of extraordinary ability is the timeline of this world. Wang Hao asked Hao Yin to calculate it, and the result is whether it is. Sentinel has been put into practical use in the extraordinary ability, and in the X-Men series of movies, Sentinel is different in terms of power and timing. In addition, the timeline of the X-Men series and Deadpool is connected. The timeline is more like being in the same world as Wolverine ill. Hao Yin sorted out all the information in Wang Hao's memory and came up with the result, which also made Wang Hao lose his thoughts about the Magneto daughters in this world. Wanda and Miss Polaris Lorna are still very good. At least they can be predicted when they grow up. Definitely, the most important thing is that they each have their own unique charm and personality traits. Good-looking skins are the same. Wang Hao can easily create a bunch of so-called once-in-a-thousand-year beauties. Interesting soul is the key. Soul is not so simple for him to pinch. What are you going to do next? Although he said that he had nothing to do, it was okay to watch Magneto make a big scene, and Wang Hao obviously had an idea when he saw Magneto's angry face. Bitch, teach humanity a lesson. And Magneto's answer is simple and straightforward. Could you please take care of them for me? Looking at his wife and daughter, Magneto chose to believe in the mysterious and powerful Wang after all. Without Wang Hao, his wife and daughter are almost completely cold now. Go. I will take care of your wife. Don't worry about it. Although he didn't know what Wang Hao was talking about, Magneto still understood that Wang Hao agreed to his request. So after talking to his wife and daughter, he resolutely turned his head and left regardless of his persuasion. Big brother, thank you for saving us. Seeing her father leaving, Nina walked up to Wang Hao. From her father's mouth, she already knew who her savior was, and she was kind-hearted by nature, so she also had a natural affection for Wang Hao. And Wang Hao, who had some thoughts about the little girl's sister, also responded with a smile after seeing her. Have you eaten yet? My wife is asking me to eat. Do you want to go together? Hao Yin, who received a certain message, reminded Wang Hao, and Wang Hao was embarrassed to leave these two weak girls here. After they nodded, a light flashed, and the three of them appeared in a developed country in Europe. Street. This sudden scene change amazed Nina and her mother. They all knew that Magneto was a mutant. Nina also had the super ability to communicate with other creatures, but they had never seen an ability like Wang Hao. Definitely, it wasn't just the two of them who were surprised. There was also a woman who was also surprised. Why did you go out? And there are two more women by your side. After Wang Hao went to Mutant Academy, Chanter, who was walking around the street, squatted down and looked at Nina, who was obviously immature. After knowing that she was not Wang Hao's favorite, she looked at Nina's mother. Well, wife, Wang Hao doesn't have this kind of preference. Definitely. What she said was just a joke. Knowing Wang Hao deeply, she knew that this could not be Wang Hao's concubine, because if it was, Wang Hao would definitely ask her to inform her in advance, just like at the same time. Wang Hao took Magneto's wife and daughter to dinner, but Magneto encountered some small problems. He wanted to take revenge on those workers who were rescued by him, but he notified the police and almost killed his wife and daughter. Definitely, originally he might have planned to crush them all into pieces, but now his thoughts are a little gentler, and it is enough for one person to break one leg. He felt that he should be kinder. Maybe it was because of his good deeds that Wang Hao was saved from despair. Otherwise, with his temper, it's really not a big problem to kill a bloody river. But the key point is that when he arrived at the factory, a purple-skinned weirdo appeared with a half-grown kid. Then the weird man waved his hand, and all the workers in the steel factory belched. Looking at the dead workers, Magneto was dumbfounded on the spot. He didn't want to kill them. After all, this time, his wife and daughter were not dead, so he still wanted to live on. Well now, these people are dead, and they will all be counted on his head, so he is still living a fart, and the whole world will want him again. Are you ill? The place where Magneto works in seclusion is a steel factory, that is to say, this is his home field. Suddenly, the steel everywhere was summoned instantly, and a layer of invisible magnetic field affected the metal particles to form a solid defense around Magneto's body. And then, countless metal blades aimed at the Apocalypse, 4 who had just run over. That's right, it was Apocalypse and others who just ran over. Because of a certain female CIA agent who was not helping her, Wei-Chi, who was awake, started to make troubles everywhere. And the first thing he has to do is follow his obsessive-compulsive disorder and find 4 bodyguards for himself. Angel, Storm, and Psylocke are the first 3 people Apocalypse found. And the 4th one he is looking for is Magneto, the scene man who takes care of the whole scene. But he never expected that because of Wong Hao's intervention, this Magneto did not fall into despair because of losing everything. On the contrary, he has just been given hope by Wong Hao, and the good life of his wife and children can continue. Ever since the appeal of Apocalypse hit a wall directly. You are all my children. Follow my call. Who are you fooling when calling on your uncle? On Hiroto, I am your ancestor. Would Magneto, who specialized in abducting mutant second-year teenagers to engage in terrorist activities, be fooled by these words? Originally, he followed Apocalypse just to push the boat along the way and want to take revenge on the world. Well now, Apocalypse caused him to be wanted by the whole world again. Mother, don't be disrespectful to your master. Magneto repeatedly rejected and humiliated Apocalypse, making the Apocalypse Knight behind him furious. Angel walked out directly, the steel wings spread out, and then a sharp wing flew out directly, stabbing at Magneto. Go away, brat. With a thought, the steel wings flew back in the direction they flew from, and the speed was even faster. Angel quickly folded his wings together and turned into a shield to stand in front of him. Clang! After Magneto's control, the power of this wing is stronger than that shot by Angel himself, and it hit him, making him feel very depressed. Join me, child, and I will reveal the ultimate power to you, and show you the true power of God. Seeing that his knight was frustrated, Apocalypse was not angry, but became more interested in Lao Fan. After Angel's catalysis, his strength has reached his peak, and he is already an extremely extraordinary existence. The steel wings can attack and defend, and they are proficient in melee and long-distance combat. Angel's physical functions have also been greatly improved. In terms of strength and physique, he is far superior to ordinary people, and he also has a special healing ability. All of these are very qualified as a fighter. But Magneto just repelled it casually. This is not due to Angel's deficiency, but because Magneto is too powerful. And this kind of power made Apocalypse very coveted, and wanted to bring it under its command more and more. But Magneto had had enough of his beeps, and with the metal blades around him, Magneto was about to turn around and leave. He is not interested in fighting these people, which in a sense is revenge for those workers. And he was even less interested in recruiting that weirdo, so he just left to find his wife and children. Clang. However, Magneto's ignorance was not enough to make Apocalypse give up. After being verbally rejected, he planned to use force directly. Show off your fists first, and then let you decide whether to hang out with Zhao and Heo or not, and that's it. But Magneto is naturally not easy to bully. As soon as Apocalypse makes a move, he reacts, and the magnetic field defense is immediately formed, surrounding him. Get out of here. Infinite metal particles turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Apocalypse and his knights. Psylocke directly turned his psychic energy into a shield in front of him, while Angel still folded his wings, and Storm was protected by Apocalypse behind him. Boom! The purple sharp blade slashed out, powerful, and fell on the top of Magneto's head, and then a metal wing attacked again. Not only that, thunder rumbled in the sky, dark clouds were densely covered, and then a bolt of lightning was pulled towards Magneto and smashed towards Magneto's face under the traction of Storm. Although the thunder of Storm's messenger is not as powerful as Thor's thunder, it is lightning after all, and it is something that mortals will die if they touch it. However, the circle around Magneto's body is a strong magnetic field, and his magnetic field is the most powerful defense in the world. You know, when scientists conduct nuclear fusion experiments, they rely on magnetic fields to restrain the hundreds of millions of degrees of high-temperature fusion impact. In this kind of defense, how can Storm's mere lightning can break it? Magneto Eric Lyncher, who was attacked again, raised his eyes and looked forward. His eyes became more and more cold. The entanglement of Apocalypse and others made Eric, who was anxious to go home and reunite with his wife and children, become more and more impatient. If he was still concerned about these people being his compatriots before, so he was not willing to deal with cruelty, then now, this scruple, it's already starting to wane. Buzz! Magneto clenched his fists tightly, and the entire iron and steel plant roared. Not only the steel and mineral materials everywhere, but the entire structure of the plant trembled and groaned. L said, 330, get the hell out of here. However, what responded to him was the continued attack of the 3 Apocalypse Knights. Angel rotated her wings, using her wings as blades, turning into a metal storm to cut the magnetic field in front of Eric. Storm gave up the lightning, and gusts of wind surrounded her, and then rolled everything around Magneto, wearing down Magneto's defenses. That grinding sound was unbearable, and it brought Magneto's anger to the extreme. Over the past 10 years, because of his seclusion, Eric has not engaged in a big scene for a long time. In the past, he made big scenes to intimidate his opponents and human beings. And these years, because of the hidden relationship, he has no chance to display his ability instinct. However, under this depression, he developed ability into a new field. In the past, whether he was destroying bridges or moving stadiums, it was the power of big, bitty, on a macro scale, and what he pursued was big, strong, and spectacular. But now, what he is looking at is the microcosmic field, which is fine. Laugh. Several steel ingots were silently turned into metal particles under Eric's control, and then those extremely fine metal particles turned into a stream of light and surrounded him. When he appeared in front of everyone again, a layer of armor covered Eric. Not only that, but a metal throne appeared under his feet. Since you want to play, then I will accompany you to have fun. The ferocious smile made Apocalypse's heart skip a beat. He had been watching the battle, but he didn't make a move, and he suddenly realized that he seemed to have done something that shouldn't be done. It turns out he did. Although in that movie he died by Phoenix Force, that's not the case in other worlds. In other worlds, he died at the hands of the king of magnetism in front of him. This Magneto is enough to tear him apart without the help of others. Boom! Before Apocalypse made up his mind to do it himself, Magneto over there didn't want to wait any longer. He has lived in seclusion for more than 10 years, and his daughter is almost ready to marry. These 10 years are the golden period when mutant strength has improved the most. And he is no exception. 20 years ago, he helped Charles build a brainwave machine. Although the drawings were provided by Beast, he is also a senior engineer himself. So he is not following the gourd. He really understands how the brainwave machine works. Then he thought of putting this way of increasing his ability. And here comes the result. Metal Throne. This is his brainwave machine, but what is amplified is not his mental power, but his magnetic field. The violent roar interrupted the attack of the Apocalypse Knights. They stopped their movements and felt the tremor of the ground, and looked at everything around them with amazed eyes. All metal creations floated up under the control of an invisible big hand, not just those steel ingots, those iron objects. The entire factory, including its underground foundation, the surrounding ore, and everything related to iron, all began to move as if they had gained life. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of metal collisions was endless, and Magneto's figure flew up under the weight of the throne, and those metals had all been turned into the most basic materials, surrounding him, constantly colliding and intersecting, and then became part of a huge fortress. Welcome to my kingdom. In other worlds, Magneto built Kyo Island, Mutant Kingdom Kenosha, and a small planet. Mastering one of the 4 basic forces, the electromagnetic force, he was born a master architect and the best engineer. For ordinary engineers, the most important and basic building mechanics is something that he can see with his own eyes. In this metal fortress, a hollow battle fortress floating in the air with a diameter of hundreds of meters, is the most perfect work created by combining his own ability and knowledge. And at this moment, he is no longer the king of magnetism, but the god of magnetism. As long as he thinks, the rotation of the entire Earth will be changed because of him. Just like now, all the metal substances underground in the entire steel plant are under his call. The scene people are making a big scene. Charles, we have received news that there's an abnormal fluctuation in the magnetic field on the other side of the waves. Hank, who hurried into the office, turned on the TV while talking. And there is such a thing in the sky. Huge amounts of metal fortresses lie across the sky, and countless metals surround it flight, as if satellites surround the Earth. El said, he's in trouble, and we're in trouble. Mystique Raven looked at his big brother. Although he was not close, he did spend his childhood with this guy. Well, it seems that we have to go to the waves. Captain, I'm sorry that I can't continue our conversation. It doesn't matter, but listening to you, you seem to need help. If the professor needs it, I think I can hear what the captain said. Charles's eyes lit up, and he immediately said gratefully, "That's a big thank you. To be honest, there's been no one in the academy who can lead a new team. Pete's character is too weak to be the captain. Hank's way of dealing with problems is immature. The other children have not grown up. Stand up." The professor didn't pretend to be reserved. He really needs help now. The current college is in the period of 2 generations of X-Men changing, and the talent pool is scarce. And the most important thing is not the fighter with super ability, but the leader. People with super abilities are very rare in other worlds, but not in this world. For the mutant group, there's never a shortage of powerful fighters, especially for the X-Men. The professor casually connected the brainwave machine, and all the mutants in the world were in his field of vision, and then it was just a matter of fooling around. So combat power is not the key. The leader is the key. He doesn't have to have a powerful super ability. Even an ordinary person is fine, as long as he has the ability to integrate team members together and can make judgments and command the situation. Definitely does not necessarily mean the judgment during the battle. When encountering various things, he must be able to stand up and take responsibility for the team members. The reason why the future professor entrusts the college to Wolverine is actually because Wolverine has experienced the vicissitudes of the years and has experienced 2 world wars and various wars. He is mature enough to lead the students in the college. And Steve Rogers is undoubtedly such a captain with outstanding personality and leadership ability. This does not require the professor to read minds. After such a half-day conversation, the captain's words and deeds can already make the professor make such a judgment. Definitely, this is also because of Wong Hao's face. If before today, the most powerful person the professor has ever met was his student Chingale, then now, this title can be transferred to Wong Hao. In the professor's super powerful telepathy, the majestic and boundless power is hard to match even the piano. At the moment, he didn't know the existence of Phoenix Force. If he knew, he would understand the gap. After all, the body of the piano is just a piece of Phoenix Force. If it is a complete Phoenix Force, let alone a piano, the whole universe will be broken apart. "Hey, Captain, do you think I'm going?" Walking in the corridor, behind him were a few people from the academy whom he just met. Hawkeye leaned over to the captain and whispered, "Oh, don't have nano armor this time." Hawkeye hinted slightly. He came to this world this time to see if he could get himself a super ability or something, but now he hasn't got the super ability yet, so he's about to participate in this kind of super war. To be honest, he was a little panicked. However, facing his worry, the captain smiled slightly, and then took out a familiar small piece of iron from his bosom. Don't worry, I'm prepared. I still need you to help me take care of them. As he said that, the captain handed the small iron block to Hawkeye under surprised eyes. After Hawkeye took over his nano armor, he looked back at Hank, who looked more like a technical geek than a warrior, and Raven, who was hot and handsome. Don't worry, I promise to take good care of you. The Thunderbirds were ready, and suddenly a hole opened in the basketball court in the academy, revealing the hangar underneath. Amidst the roar, the fighter took off under the control of Beast Hank, and Hawkeye sat on the co-pilot as the co-pilot. There is basically no difference in the operation of aircraft in the two worlds, so Hawkeye is not difficult to operate. After reaching the stratosphere, the plane entered the autopilot mode, and it was not until then that everyone had a chance to chat and get acquainted with each other. What's your super ability and nickname? The first to speak was Beast, who hadn't participated in a battle for a long time. At this moment, he is elegant and easygoing in the image of an ordinary person, and the object of questioning is Hawkeye, who is his co-pilot. My nickname is Hawkeye, and I don't have super abilities. Hawkeye was a little speechless, and finally said aggrievely. But he immediately looked at Hank with a refined face, and, after careful scrutiny, he still didn't see anything special about him. Just like the support staff in S.H.I.E.L.D., they are dumb, talking about various scientific terms that others don't understand all day long. And you? My nickname is Beast, super ability. That's what this nickname means. Hank smiled sheepishly. He didn't like to be like that. After all, he wouldn't be able to pick up girls that way. He was in his 30s and still single, hanging out with his good friend Professor all day long. It's not that he doesn't want to find a girl. The main reason is that, like Banner, he has low self-esteem and is afraid that after finally finding someone he likes, others will be afraid of his other appearance. Beast, you seem the most civilized of us. Hawkeye glanced at Colossus in the back seat. The guy was holding a poetry anthology and reading it with great enthusiasm. 893. But the book was no bigger than his palm, and if he was painted green, Hawkeye would definitely think he was Hulk's brother. You'll have a chance to see that, and to be honest, I kind of miss you that way, Hank. Mystique in the back seat heard the conversation between the two, couldn't help interjecting, and then looked at the captain again. In your world, is there really no mutant? A world without mutants seemed incredible to her, but she couldn't help but imagine that if she lived in such a world, maybe she would have a happy childhood instead of being abandoned by your parents and being treated as a monster by others. In our world, there are also special people with super abilities, but they're just special people. Their abilities come from many sources, such as experimental accidents, genetic mutations, etc., but they are much less than mutant in terms of scale and frequency of occurrence. That's why you two humans will help us, not stand against us. Raven said with a self-mockery. The captain had nothing to say about this. He tried to think for a while. If there's S.H.I.E.L.D. in this world, then he might indeed target mutant on behalf of ordinary people. The ass decides the head, and he is an ordinary human being, so he must fight for the benefit of human beings. What's your ability? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to violate your privacy on purpose, but I need to know the ability of my companion so that it is convenient for battle command. Mystique, as for my ability, Raven didn't say anything, but directly showed it to the captain. So the captain saw himself appearing on the opposite side. Okay, I probably got it. By the way, if you copy someone else's appearance, can you copy there if it is possible to copy other people's appearance while also copying their ability? Then this ability is undoubtedly extremely powerful. And Mystique is naturally not so powerful. Although Sentinel used her genes as the basis to successfully create the mutant destroyer of kaleidoscopic shapeshift, but as the provider of that shapeshifting gene, she did not develop the ability to that extent. Mystique's answer made the captain understand, and he also understood that, except for Colossus, who was studying seriously, the other two people might not be able to help him. Beast. What kind of beast can shake such a steel fortress? Or is there any beast more ferocious than Hulk? The speed of the Thunderbird fighter is very fast, and it only took a short time to cross the Atlantic Ocean to Europe onto the supersonic flight. And when the captain and others arrived, the situation here had already attracted the attention of the whole world. Boom! Boom! Thunderstorms all over the sky gathered above the waves. This was not a storm summoned by storm, but a celestial change caused by an abnormal geomagnetic field. The change in the sky was only secondary. When the fighter plane barely landed near the incident site, they realized that this place was no longer recognizable as a small town. The ground of the entire town has been flying up, and countless huge stones are suspended in mid-air, forming a chain. Everything around here floated up, and under the influence of this weird magnetic field, the metal in the soil lifted everything up, making them obey the call of the god of magnetism. What a big scene. Seeing all this, Hawkeye couldn't help but marvel, and then quickly pressed the small iron block to his chest to activate the nano armor. Only in this way can he feel some peace of mind. Bow. An arrow. Fuck the bow and arrow. Whoever mentions the bow and arrow Hawkeye is in a hurry with whoever. Familiar feeling, this is indeed something Eric can do. From pulling submarines, controlling countless missiles to pulling out stadiums, demolishing bridges and railways, etc., Magneto scenes are getting bigger and bigger every time. It can be said that Hank and others have watched how Magneto has become the person of the scene step by step. Then the question is, how do we get in? Mystique looked at the small town shattered into 5.6 pieces floating above the whole town and felt a sense of powerlessness in her heart. She was the one who came to save Magneto, but now it seems that Magneto is not the one who needs to be saved. Just wait here, the three of us can go in and have a look. Looking at such a big scene, even the captain couldn't help but feel apprehensive. But when he thought of the scene when he fought against the Thanos Legion, the scene of the flagship firing a salvo, he mustered up his courage again. But wait a minute. After all, the scene was a bit big, so the captain still stretched out his right hand and pointed it at the direction they came from. What is he doing? The action of the captain stretching out his hand made everyone stunned for a moment, and they couldn't help asking. Sometimes it does take a while. Hawkeye looked enviously at the captain over there, and then looked in the direction of America, where they appeared in this world. As early as when they crossed together, the captain put the hammer there, and no one could take away anyway. Whoosh! When the satellites of all countries were pointing at the waves, their satellites also detected an extremely abnormal flight object flying from the Americas to the waves at extremely high speed. And the speed of this flight object is so fast that it even exceeds their fastest supersonic aircraft. Boom! Deafening thunder suddenly sounded. Although there were constant thunderstorms in the sky, the distance from the ground was actually not bad. And the sudden thunder made several people in the X-Men startled, not knowing what happened to 18. No, get out of the way. Hank, who had been fiddling with an instrument, let out a cry. His instruments detected a sudden surge of energy above their heads, and as his shout fell, a thunderbolt as thick as an arm fell. Thunder struck straight in their direction, and Hank rushed towards Mystique Raven without saying a word, trying to push her away. But no matter how fast he was, it couldn't be as fast as lightning. After an explosion, the thunderbolt landed on the captain's body precisely, and at the same time, a hammer that pierced through the air appeared in his hand. The thunder surged and disappeared without falling, and then the silver light shone, and the mighty and extraordinary armor appeared on the captain's body little by little. Sailor Moon, Steve Rogers transform. This sudden scene naturally made the three of the X-Men's eyes widen. They had seen a lot of super ability. They can transform themselves too. Mystique can transform into whoever she wants. But this is the first time they have seen the way of looking for Thunderbolt, and then changing into a set of shiny armor after Thunderbolt, and even changing their hairstyle. What kind of miraculous operation is this? It turns out that there are no mutants in your world. But is there such a strange thing? Mystique and the others didn't know where to start the countless complaints in their hearts. But after seeing the captain transforming with a small hammer, thunder began to flash in his eyes, and then he waved his hand. Let's go. The little hammer flew up, and then violated Newton's first law, Newton's second law, and Newton's third law in Newton's classical mechanics. It kicked over the urn of Newton's ashes, which was actually cremated, and he flew away. Stand up. Driven by his swinging hammer, the captain flew up. Hank, as a high IQ scientific talent not inferior to Tony and Banner, almost got angry when he saw this scene. But the captain had already flown into the town under the pull of the hammer, and Hawkeye and Colossus followed closely behind, but one of them flew in midair with the armor, and the other relied on the strength brought by the body of steel. The power runs fast on the ground. The gorgeously transformed captain is coming quickly, and in the center of the town, Magneto, who is getting bigger and bigger, has also encountered the strongest opponent he has ever encountered since his debut. Yes, Inchi couldn't hold back after all. After repeated attacks by his three knights, they were unable to shake Magneto, but Magneto's magnetic field became stronger and stronger under the boost of the metal throne, and gradually formed such a field around him. Apocalypse finally found out that if he let Magneto go on like this, it seemed that he couldn't contain Magneto's power. In the movie, after recruiting the four knights, he will increase their ability, which is actually not considered an increase. It can only be regarded as awakening. Awaken ahead of time the abilities they may develop in the future, but only for Magneto. Apocalypse did not increase or awaken his power. He just let Magneto feel the geomagnetism in advance. Give Magneto early access to Earth's magnetic field. And in this world, because of Deadpool, the timeline is very chaotic. It seems that what is being undertaken is a timeline that reverses the future, but in fact, it is the 21st century. In the old version of the X-Men trilogy, at this time, Wolverine has already started to contact X-Men, and Jean Grey and Cyclops have already grown up. But there is no way, in a world where Deadpool exists, chaos is the norm. In fact, except for Wong Hao, who discovered this, 073, no one else is aware of it all. Apocalypse also didn't know this, so he didn't know that in another very similar world, he would be afraid of Magneto, who was recruited as his knight, and he didn't even dare to tap his inner potential. But in this world, he has come to the opposite of this Magneto, Eric Lyncher. Normally, if he wins Magneto, and it is a big victory, then he may still have a chance to continue to gain Magneto's allegiance. But Apocalypse's method is nothing more than coercion and lure. But in this world, Magneto's most cherished wife and daughter are now guests at Wong Hao's place for dinner. No matter whether it is coercion or lure, it is useless. Also holding the Apocalypse that subdued Magneto for his own use, he made a bold move. After thousands of years of reincarnation, Apocalypse has accumulated countless super abilities, which can even be described as omnipotent. But in the same way, there's a saying that one trick is eaten everywhere. Fighting is not based on who has more abilities, but who has stronger abilities. Whatever your abilities are, Magneto said that I only have one trick which can defeat your supernatural powers. The colorful glare spewed out, and the energy that could easily smash the building into powder was useless in front of the strong magnetic field. Then Apocalypse changed its method again. The violent electric currents surged, electric snakes danced, golden dragons went out, and the whole battlefield was lit up like someone lit a 100 million watt LED lamp. However, electromagnetic force, electricity, and magnetism have always been inseparable. Under the action of the magnetic field, Apocalypse's purple electricity fluttered, and thousands of thunders turned into invisible. Being beaten twice, Magneto will naturally not sit there and get beaten in vain. Boom! Magneto's retaliated metal jet hit Apocalypse's purple shield. The same powerful attack was enough to instantly annihilate the entire building, but there seemed to be no waves when it hit the purple shield. Yes, the landmark buildings of modern human civilization, high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete, have unfortunately become units of measurement here. And this also vividly shows how terrifying these two mutants are compared to ordinary people. In their eyes, human habitations are just toys that can be destroyed at will, just like building blocks in children's hands. They can be pushed down as soon as they are pushed. So it is no wonder that Apocalypse, an old monster, would have the idea of being above all living beings and trying to become the god of all living beings. Because he is too powerful, so powerful that he can treat all living beings like ants. But now he has to face another god of magnetism. After changing various attack methods, Apocalypse has no way to break Magneto's magnetic field protection. Indeed, for Magneto, who can mobilize the entire Earth's magnetic field, his own magnetic field strength is still higher than that of the Earth. To break through his defense, the Nungwang needed is nothing. For the calculation method, just use how many big mushrooms to describe the calculation. Apocalypse soon discovered this, and he also found that his own shield might not be as strong as Magneto's defense. But it doesn't matter, Magneto's magnetic field defense is indeed strong, but unfortunately, it cannot defend against all attacks. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding earth and rocks began to decertify and turned into dust. A large amount of earth and rock, attracted by Magneto's magnetic field, flew into the sky, and the fragments of soil in the sky were broken down into particles under the control of the elements. Then, under the guidance of powerful psychokinesis, layer after layer of shells formed, and outside Magneto's fortress, a whole new shell was being assembled. You want to trap me here? Magneto discovered Apocalypse's intentions immediately. Yes, the magnetic field defense can resist shocks, insulate temperature, and repel electric fields. But the problem is that he is immortal, and his body is a mortal body, which means that he needs something that humans also need. If Apocalypse traps him in this eggshell, even if he can endure prolonged hunger, the air will eventually dry up. Magneto, aware of Apocalypse's intentions, naturally would not sit still. The metal fortress began to disintegrate, and apart from the platform carrying his throne, the surrounding fragments quickly turned into pieces of sharp blades and began to fly. Driven by the magnetic field, the sharp blades fly extremely fast, and each sharp blade has the power close to that of an electromagnetic cannon projectile. The eggshells gathered around were instantly smashed to pieces. But when it comes to manipulation, how could the Een layer lose to him? The sand and dust shattered and mixed into the metal storm, and the dust and sand were everywhere. Although Magneto maintained its own magnetic field defense, it was not so subtle about the outside situation. And those sand and dust began to plunder and erode, and after a while, those flying sharp blades became riddled with holes and fragile. Magneto, who discovered that something was wrong in time, immediately began to control the metal elements again and gathered them back. But unfortunately, because of the lack of that momentary control, his defense had already appeared loopholes. The dust all over the sky surrounded and moved up again, surrounding the outside of the smaller metal fortress. A large amount of dust and elemental substances surrounded the fortress and completely blocked it, and Lao Feng's eyes fell into complete darkness. The magnetic field crosses, and an aurora lights up in the eggshell, making Magneto see light, but being trapped in a cage has become a fact. Boom! Driven by the magnetic field, a metal projectile hits forward at an unimaginable speed. However, after the layers of sand and dust are constantly reduced, the power of the projectile is getting weaker and weaker. From the outside, it seems that the outside of the eggshell bulges out, and then it returns to its original state. Yes, the eggshell, which should have been hard, turned soft under the skillful control of Apocalypse. Zhao Zhao, Magneto's uninterrupted attack, all kinds of shells, drills, all through, but this eggshell made of sand and gravel particles is like a rubber ball which you can round and flatten, but you just can't tear a hole. Surrender to me, child, and let me show you true greatness. Outside of the eggshell, Apocalypse, who thought he had a sure chance of winning, started to soothe again. After being reincarnated for so many years, this is the first time he has encountered such a powerful mutant as Magneto. Compared with his previous subordinates, Magneto is undoubtedly the most exciting companion for him. Do you really think you've won? Inside the eggshell, upon hearing Apocalypse's call, the corner of Magneto's mouth suddenly raised, and then he took out a big baby from his bosom. Hey, dear! In a certain restaurant on the banks of the Seine, Magneto's wife, who was watching her daughter happily eating dessert and talking and laughing with the young man in front of her, took out her mobile phone from her pocket. This is 2017, not the 1970s. What happened to his cell phone? Are you guys okay? Sitting on his throne, Yuan Fong was on the phone with his wife indifferently. Although he seems to be in prison, he's someone who has seen big scenes, so he doesn't care about such small things. He actually talked to his wife and children casually like this, and he was chatting on the phone inside. In the eyes of outsiders, his behavior was stubborn resistance. But Apocalypse is not in a hurry. The last reincarnation, he has obtained the most critical super ability, immortality. So he has a lot of time now, and some time is spent slowly here with Magneto. But the two of them are exhausted, others don't think so. Less than 100 meters away from Li Tianqi and Magneto, behind a boulder magnetically suspended in the air. The captain in shining armor, Hawkeye in battle armor, and Colossus, the three of them gathered together to discuss. At present, the Magneto will not be dangerous in a short time, but it's hard to say. As for the purple weirdo, it's strange. Why do these people like to be purple? The captain said something suspicious. Thanos is purple. Apocalypse is purple too? Is purple their lucky color? Kalinte, I need you to help me attract attention. He still has 3 subordinates, right? Find out where they are, and then draw them away with Pete. In the captain's view, the goal of this operation is rescue rather than bloody battle. The intention of that purple guy is unknown. There's no need to fight him to the end. Their goal is to rescue Magneto. So the captain quickly formulated a battle plan, and he personally faced Apocalypse. The action begins. With a sharp whistle, the silvery arrow pierced through layers of rubble and pointed directly at Apocalypse's face. Boom! The sharp arrow pierced through the air and hit Apocalypse's purple shield, causing a powerful explosion. Go and finish them off. After Apocalypse glanced sideways, he ignored it, and behind him, Angel spread his wings and headed towards the place where the arrow came from. With Magneto, he has little power to fight back, and he just needs someone to vent his anger. Captain, that Birdman has already left. I'll take him for a walk first. Putting away the bow and arrow transformed from nanomaterials, Hawkeye looked at Angel flying towards him, started the engine, and began to shuttle among the chaotic rocks. On the ground, a tall and strong figure was running fast, with silver-gray skin and a body made of steel, possessing an incomparably tyrannical strength. What? Colossus Pete picked up a boulder and threw it viciously at Apocalypse. Laugh. The purple light blade split the boulder in half, and Psylocke, who was holding a knife in one hand and gushing out a purple energy blade, looked at Pete, who looked like an Iron Man, and suddenly frowned. Can you shock him? Psylocke handed her opponent over to Storm. Metal conducts electricity. This is common sense. It would be more convenient for her to strike with lightning, wouldn't it? But Psylocke's idea of soy sauce didn't work. Storm summoned lightning, as she said, and it did hit Pete. But the problem is, the electric current that ordinary people touch and die is not powerful enough for Pete, and it just makes him numb and even a little bit refreshed when hit on the body. So a giant Iron Man with sparks and lightning started to chase Psylocke there again. The sound of footsteps sounded like heavy drums, and the extremely oppressive body made the two of Psylocke's mood collapse. All three knights are drawn and drawn away, and finally, Apocalypse is left alone outside the eggshell. Seeing this, the captain didn't hide anymore, waved Mjolnir, and charged directly while driving the lightning bolt. Little bug. Apocalypse clearly sensed that the captain was not a mutant, which made his attitude very cold, not as patient as he was with Magneto. A stream of purple energy spurted out and collided with the thunder summoned by the captain, but it was just a feint. The captain is best at melee combat. Under the glaring light, the captain appeared in front of Apocalypse in a flash, and a small hammer directly hit Apocalypse's chest, and at the same time punched and kicked out, not giving Apocalypse a chance to react. The captain's idea is very simple. As long as Apocalypse has no time and energy to keep restraining Magneto, then Magneto can rush out by himself. At that time, Magneto, who rushes out, cooperates with himself and others, and Apocalypse will naturally have to retreat. So when he came up, he used an extremely oppressive style of play. The power of the small hammer was boundless, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and the captain's body strength, which was full of thunder power, was as powerful as Thor's fist. Hammer sparks. Heavy hammer. Then heavy hammer. The captain completely treated Apocalypse as a piece of scrap iron and forged a hammer there, smashing his head and face. A series of attacks perfectly reflected the characteristics of Thunderbolt, short and fast. It arrives in a flash, and when it touches the minute, it will never be muddled, and it will never be lingering. The purple light shield kept flickering. Although Tianqi's defense was very powerful, it was equivalent to a blow from Thor's heavy hammer or Hulk's fist to Lao Tai. With such an attack strength, no matter how powerful it was, there are always times when a shield is difficult to maintain. After all, there must be a gap in your energy output, and there must be a process. This is the advantage of melee combat. The rhythm is faster, and it is more difficult to resist, rather than who has a louder voice against bow at a distance. No, who has more energy reserves. But once the melee combat starts, it will be faster and more violent than anyone else. And Captain Lewin, who is using the power of Thor, is definitely fast enough and fierce enough. 303. Even between fists and kicks, wisps of green light were about to move under his skin. It was Hulk's power to feel the battle. L can't wait. But it's not time for the Hulk to strike. The captain's continuous attack made it difficult for Apocalypse to parry. He couldn't help showing surprise, looking at the captain, who in his eyes is not a mutant, but an ordinary existence of ordinary people. But he didn't know that compared to him, the captain possessed the power of Thor and was more worthy of the title of God. The gods are not something that can be done by being powerful. If that's the case, wouldn't Mie be more qualified than most gods? God represents a personality. It is only out of ignorance that mortals regard powerful creatures as gods. The real gods are all powers bestowed by heaven and earth, and are decrees given by the universe. To be more specific, it is after death. In addition to the powerful power of the gods in the Marvel world, the biggest feature is that they enjoy privileges after death. Mortals will enter the kingdom of death and reincarnation, but gods will not. The captain who holds Mjolnir has the power of Thor, but he has not obtained the godhead of Thor. No matter how generous Odin is, he will not give up his son's godhead. But it is undeniable that if the captain dies in battle while holding Mjolnir, he will not enter the kingdom of the dead. His soul will be led to the Soul Castle in Asgard and become a heroic spirit enjoying another kind of eternal life, just waiting to be summoned one day in the future, endowed with divine power, and continue to fight. This is the real purpose of Odin throwing the hammer around. This is a profitable business for him. In addition to training his son, he can also harvest a powerful and heroic warrior for Asgard. At the moment, Apocalypse, who was bombarded by Thor's force, could no longer remain calm, and his defensive shield was in jeopardy. Once he showed his flaws, the eggshell that imprisoned Magneto would also shatter. Ants, you are challenging your god. Accompanied by a roar with a special sound effect, Apocalypse's body was full of purple light, and he forced the captain back. Afterwards, the surrounding yellow sand turned into a sharp blade and cut directly at the captain's throat, but such a crude attack could hurt ordinary people. So how could it hurt the captain? Sorry, the only god I believe in is the sun god. He can't be you. The shiny silver battle armor was cut wildly by the sand blade, but the captain was unscathed. On the contrary, he was beaming when he saw Apocalypse's anger rising, because he knew Apocalypse couldn't keep calm anymore. Then let's get angry. The captain thought so, and then held up the small hammer. The flashing lightning in his eyes suddenly changed color. Then in the eyes of Apocalypse, this elegant and handsome human being suddenly began to look ferocious and violent. After the green light, the figure skyrocketed, and the muscles swelled as if they were inflated. In 2 or 3 seconds, the captain's size went from 1.9 meters to about 2.4 meters, and his size became even bigger. If it wasn't for the armor that he was wearing now that was transformed by the divine power of thunder, he would have exploded long ago. Hulk! Green light and electric light flickered in his eyes, and Hulk appeared with the power of thunder. Boom! With huge amounts of kicking the sole of the foot on the ground, a deep pit was instantly sunken in the ground, and the cracked ground showed the power of this foot. And such a powerful force pushed the captain's body forward, and the air swayed a circle of ripples, which was the trace of sonic boom. His power at this moment was even faster and more terrifying than a cannonball. Boom! Almost in an instant, Apocalypse was knocked out by the captain holding the hammer. The purple shield sank deeply, but it was still less than an inch away from Itianchi's face. But the captain has already attacked again. The hammer was the first, and it hit 3.4 out with one hammer. The captain hit his head and feet, and then flipped over, chopping down heavily with his thick right leg. The overtaken Apocalypse hit the ground directly before he could breathe. A larger, deep pit appeared here, and in the sky, the eggshells outside the steel fortress wrapped in layers also burst. Apocalypse's defenses were breached. The roaring thunder and the noisy battle outside poured into the steel fortress. Magneto, who was still on the phone with his family, looked up in doubt, and his wife's inquiry followed on the phone. Eric, what's going on with you? Are you fighting someone else? Not me, my battle is over. Strange, who are they? The layer of eggshell that surrounded him had been completely peeled off. Magneto looked outside, and amidst the flashing lightning, a green titan swung a small hammer, hitting the purple weirdo one after another. That kind of anger made Magneto feel very terrified when he saw it. Is this the enemy who came to seek revenge? At first, Magneto also thought that he was here to save himself, but the captain's angry and violent way of attacking. At first glance, it seems that there's some deep hatred between him and Apocalypse. But no matter what, his predicament has been solved, although he didn't think that he was trapped. He is Magneto, and he still has many means. The reason why he stopped is just to give Apocalypse an illusion. On the banks of the Seine, Wang Hao, who had finished his lunch and was enjoying a peaceful nap in the afternoon sun, suddenly got up. In the air in front of him, the light and shadow changed, and the things in Magneto's perspective suddenly appeared in his eyes. 18. Why did the captain go there? Oh, I see. The professor probably asked him for help. As for that purple guy, Apocalypse. And at this time, Wang Hao remembered again. It seems that Tianho really appeared when Lao Fong went back to seek revenge from his workers. Hey, I actually forgot this one. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Wang Hao. He always comes out of play as he pleases, and he never cares about the plot. After all, it will lose a lot of fun. It felt like watching a movie all over again. In addition, the timeline of this world is not the one in that movie. It is just a parallel world of that world, just like the relationship between Earth 1 and Earth 2. So Wang Hao didn't think of it for a while. Apocalypse, I feel like I'm not qualified to fight. If it was before fighting Thanos, Wang Hao might have fought a few fights with Apocalypse, this big boss, that big boss, but after fighting the Emperor Thanos, he discovered a very serious problem. He is too strong. Emperor Thanos is already a peerless powerhouse running across the universe. The Emperor Thanos in the comics killed all the superheroes on the Earth, leaving only one surrendered Ghost Rider. Countless powerful forces in the universe, including the Nova Corps, the Shia Empire, the Spartacus Empire, the Kree, and the Skrulls, basically all the powerful civilizations and forces in the Marvel Universe were wiped out by Thanos. Compared with him, Apocalypse is not ranked at all. As for the performance in the movie, it's just a matter of special effects. Anyone who is really familiar with Marvel knows that purple sweet potato essence is far above Apocalypse. But the result is that in the heyday, the most powerful purple sweet potato essence was played by Wang Hao until he committed suicide, and he had to do his best to resist any shot of the Holy Sword. So how can a mere Apocalypse make Wang Hao interested in fighting? The next one that will let me make a move, Uncle Duh, Darkseid might be able to do it. It can't be duplication. The duplication projection can't even beat the crazy super. You need the main body. Wang Hao, who was not interested in Apocalypse, gave up his plan to make a move. The screen was still on, and he regarded it as an after-dinner movie watching event. But the situation over there changed suddenly. Not long after Wang Hao opened it to watch, Apocalypse, who changed his body into a fighting form and fought with the captain there, suddenly opened a portal and disappeared in place. This is run away? Wang Hao frowned, then understood. I am afraid that Apocalypse saw that Magneto was out of trouble, thinking that he could not deal with Magneto and the captain at the same time. So he gave up this recruitment. Apocalypse's sudden departure caused the captain to punch the empty space, but although he was angry, he still had reason and looked around. Then I saw Angel, who was constantly fighting with Hawkeye in the sky, was engulfed by a purple light, and then disappeared into the air. Meanwhile, the same light appears around Storm and Psylocke and takes them away. Hawkeye looked at the captain, then at Colossus on the ground. The three of them stared at each other for a while, and then determined that Apocalypse had run away. But this is also good, even if their task is completed. As a result, the captain, whose body changed from Hulk form back to normal, flew towards Magneto's steel fortress. However, what surprised him was that when he approached the fort, a sharp metal blade flew out of the air and landed in front of him. Hey, what are you doing? Hawkeye, who came over, found that Magneto had shot at the captain, and was immediately annoyed. However, Magneto didn't care about his anger. He could tell that Hawkeye was just an ordinary person, and he only relied on the armor on his body instead of some mutant super ability. And he doesn't like dealing with humans. Who are you? Magneto looked down at the two captains, but was amazed in his heart. He saw the process of the captain transforming from that big man back into a human form. In this change, the armor on his body can also change accordingly, which is really a bit miraculous. Eric Lyncher, we were invited by Charles to rescue you. We learned of your loss and experience. He hopes you can return to the academy with us. With the manipulation of Magneto, the strange magnetic field around him began to diminish, and a fragmented ore and various sandstones that were magnetically suspended in the air began to fall. But Magneto shook his head at the captain's invitation. Tell Charles, I'm fine. The gentleman gave me hope out of desperation. I don't have time to go to him. My wife and daughter are still waiting for me. Although Charles Xavier is a good friend, although he said that he was in danger, he immediately thought of finding someone to save him. Although I also missed the days when I got along with him very much, I played chess every day, talked about life, and talked about ideals. There was no intrigue, no intrigue. However, a good gay friend is a fart in front of mother-in-law. I have a house, a car, a wife, and a cute and well-behaved girl. What do you Charles have? So the invitation conveyed by the captain didn't appeal to Magneto at all. He just wanted to fly to the Seine River to have dinner and watch a movie with his wife and baby. However, because he reduced the magnetic field, the natural obstacles were gone. Mystique and Beast, who were waiting outside and could only hear the sound of fighting, ran in. Even for the sake of safety, these two people even changed their bodies. Whoa, what are these two? Hawkeye, who saw Beast and Mystique for the first time, almost fell out of the sky. Even the captain was quite frightened when he saw that the Smurf and a human-sized blue plush toy came alive. Hey, qu'est-ce que vous colinde? It's us. Hank greeted shyly. The familiar voice and shyness made Hawkeye recognize that the blue plush toy in front of him was indeed the elegant and easygoing homeboy Hank McCoy. Wow. So you can transform, that's why you're called Beast, huh? Forget it, I've even seen a talking raccoon. It's not a big surprise. Hawkeye waved his hand. He could see that Hank was actually very inferior to his appearance. So he quickly acted like he was too sensitive. And this attitude not only made Hank feel grateful, but the old fawn who was a little angry at his surprised appearance also nodded. Raven, did you bring them? The two old friends looked at each other and wanted to say something, but they didn't know where to start. After all, the last time the two parted, Magneto wanted to kill Mystique to bankrupt the Sentry Project, and Mystique shot Magneto back, saving the president from him. So the relationship between the two is actually quite complicated. Eric, I know you have lost a lot and it is very painful, but you still have us. Come back with us. We will help you through this difficult time. However, hearing the sentence again made Magneto look very strange. What did you hear that something happened to my family? A telepathy there. Mystique rushed to the academy for help after learning of the murder of his wife and child from Psylocke. In addition to being able to summon the Mind Blade, Psylocke also has the telepathy ability, definitely, and she only has the sensing ability, although the sensing range is quite large. But she didn't know what happened to Wong Hao, and she didn't know that Eric's wife and child were saved after she informed Mystique of the news. This is the reason for the current misunderstanding. Listen, there is something wrong with your news. My family is fine. One? What's the name of that gentleman? Only then did Magneto realize that he didn't even know Wong Hao's name. Well, anyway, a gentleman who is as warm as the sun saved me. So go back if you have nothing to do. Mystique and the others are here to help him. Magneto is not so ignorant. So although he wants to find his wife and children quickly, he still patiently explained to them here. Saved? A gentleman as warm as sunshine. Now Mystique looks weird. What is this? As soon as she heard the news, she let the teleporting Nightcrawler take her all the way to the academy for help. But the result is superfluous? But this passage sounded different to the ears of the other three. It's our sun god. That's right. The captain and Hawkeye looked at each other, nodding their heads. The only one who can be described as warm as the sun and has the ability to revive decedents is their sun god. And it happened that Wong Hao just left at that time, so the timing was right. Even Hank on the ground thought so. At that time, Wong Hao specially said something to find Magneto. Although Hank didn't know Wong Hao's ability, the Magneto's description of him was almost exactly the same as Hank's impression of Wong Hao. Raven, let's go back. Hank looked at his goddess. He couldn't help it. After being an otaku for so many years, the one who got along, well, with him most closely was this Smurf. But the level of intimacy is only talking in a laboratory together, giving the poor tech nerd some unrealistic fantasies. Why Hank hates that guy in the sky so much, isn't it because he abducted the Smurfs with just a few words? It is said that men are not bad and women don't love. The world's most wanted criminal. Who else can be worse than Magneto? TSK, this plot. Leaning on the deck chair by the river, Wong Hao embraced Chonner, feeling deeply moved. This is the typical I love you, but you love him, but he only cares about his ultimate invincible dog, blood drama. This means that Charles is not present. Otherwise, how many women would have screamed and trembled in that scene? In the end, Magneto did not leave with Mystique and the others, but flew all the way along the telephone line. Mobile phone signals are transmitted in the form of electromagnetic waves, and electromagnetic waves are as clear to Magneto as light is to Wong Hao's eyes. So he can really hit people along the network cable. And when Eric, who flew over Europe following the mobile phone signal, came to the Seine River, Wong Hao's afternoon nap was almost over. Because after the captain stopped fighting with Magneto, Wong Hao changed the channel, and the watchman on this trip is not only the captain alone, but with their temperament and ability, it is only normal for them to make something happen. For example, Natasha Romanoff took Thor for a walk after the Big Change show, and then she was watched. The reason is simple, Natasha Romanoff's face. I have to say that a beautiful woman can cause trouble everywhere, and Natasha Romanoff didn't try to hide it. Or she originally planned to use this method to attract attention, so that no matter whether the people who came to find her were black or white, she could quickly get in touch with the upper class of this world. This is the professionalism of top agents. 370, that's why she started shopping and changing clothes as soon as she came to this world, and then dressed herself up beautifully. Sure enough, a few guys who didn't look like a good person brought her in front of a certain boss who looked awesome. And then, Natasha Romanoff's part of torture to extract a confession. When she was alone with that big boss, familiar routines and familiar formulas. After some knocking, the character who looked like a big boss knew everything he could say. This is her common method. Do you really think that you can get information by selling your lust? That method is time-consuming and labor-intensive, and it is not practical. After all, men love the new and dislike the old. Once they succeed, no matter how beautiful you are, you'll be quickly abandoned. But this kind of time when he wants to be alone with the two of them and do some shameful things, directly push him down in reverse, and then tie him up, whip him, prick his eyes with needles, etc., and the information will naturally be obtained. But what Natasha Romanoff didn't think of is that this boss is really a boss. After walking away from him, Natasha Romanoff was quickly approached. A red, boiled shrimp-like guy with a small tail behind it. There's also a person who is not a good person at first sight and looks at people's growth with squinted eyes. Looking at the two guys who have already started fighting with Natasha Romanoff in the picture, Wang Hao was slightly surprised. These two people in this world are not dead. Looking at their familiar dress and appearance, Wang Hao couldn't recognize them as the red devil huffing MO of Hellfire Club. But in this world where the first battle is underway and the future is reversed, shouldn't these two people be dead? But the timeline is so chaotic, it is normal to not die. After all, strictly speaking, this is not the world of X-Men, but the world of Deadpool. However, these two people made a move, which means that it is already confirmed that it is the Hellfire Club who is going to trouble Natasha Romanoff. Are these two very powerful? Seeing Wang Hao's doubts, Chonner moved her little head closer, and in the picture, the Red Devil was already in close combat with Natasha Romanoff. But in terms of fighting ability, Natasha Romanoff is not inferior to him, so that the Red Devil quickly used his super ability. Teleport. In fact, the principle of his ability is not teleportation, but the visual effect seems to be so. This ability is very troublesome. Even an agent like Natasha Romanoff, who has experienced many battles, was caught off guard and was almost injured by him several times. But soon, Natasha Romanoff grasped the rhythm of his attack, guessed where the Red Devil appeared after disappearing, and then turned around and hit him with a kick. Oh, it hurts. Seeing the part where the Red Devil was kicked, Wang Hao gritted his teeth. That is not any other place. It is the lifeblood of a man. Even if the Red Devil is a mutant, if he was kicked there, he would just curl up and fall to the ground. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's wonderful kick, Channer was even more excited than Natasha Romanoff and couldn't help cheering her from the air. Don't learn, this trick is too rude. However, when Wang Hao saw it, he turned her little head over and said to her seriously and seriously, not only rude, but also very cruel. You are the goddess of the moon. Do you want a lady to know that? The little head held by Wang Hao straightened up, but the crescent-shaped eyes showed Chonner's unconcealable smile. But seeing Chonner nodding, Wang Hao took her into his arms again and continued to watch this Black Widow's wonderful operation. Although they were facing the powerful mutant, neither of them was worried about Natasha Romanoff. Because there is no need. Natasha Romanoff is not acting alone. Thor is not far from her, and with Thor's strength, any world is enough to run amok. Don't underestimate the strength of a quasi-god king. Although Stormbreaker has been taken back by Odin, Thor is the god, and the artifact is an increase, but it is not the source of his power. Thor, who is no artifact, is still a warrior who can fight against Hulk, and a thunder magician who can control thunder and lightning. That a mere Hellfire Club may not be enough for Thor alone. Azatso. In the picture, seeing his companion clutching his crotch and twitching on the ground, besides the astonishment on Feng Mo's face, there's also a trace of weird pain that a man can empathize with, and this also made him understand that Natasha Romanoff is not easy to mess with, and he needs to show his real skills. The defeat of his companions did not make Feng Mo back down. Unlike the Red Devil who can only fight in close combat, the attacks he is good at do not require close combat. That's wind. In Natasha Romanoff's eyes, two invisible and colorless cyclones began to form in Feng Mo's hands, and the speed was extremely fast. If the cyclone hadn't rolled the dust and made its trajectory appear gray, she might not have been able to see it. And these two cyclones just formed and then expanded quickly, which is reflected in the fact that just getting close, Natasha Romanoff felt that she was facing a 10th level gale. Ah, the ability of these people is disgusting. The haircut I just had. Natasha Romanoff, whose focus was obviously different, screamed and ran to the side, which made Feng Mo a little stunned. The brave female warrior just now suddenly became a fled chick, which was a bit abnormal. But soon Feng Mo knew why. Just because from the other side of the street, a tall and burly blonde man was walking towards him. The long blonde hair was flying in the strong wind, but the man's body remained motionless, as stable as a mountain. At the same time, arcs flashed in the air one after another, and the charred smell that is unique to the air penetrated by a wisp of high-voltage electricity permeated the air. Compatriots, Feng Mo was stunned for a moment. He was inexplicably shocked by the abnormal behavior of the man in front of him, and the lightning flashed in the man's eyes further verified his thoughts. Boom! The thunder exploded, Thor disappeared in place, and his big fist hit the face of Feng Mo, and the violent gust was instantly torn apart. He is no longer the god of thunder. He is the god of storm. Thor, blood sprayed, Feng Mo's body swirled and fell in the sky, and landed on the ground with a snap. His limbs spread like a dead fish. Ah, so weak. Looking at the wind demon, who can only twitch from time to time, Thor glanced at his fist. To be honest, he has been frustrated since he arrived on the Earth, which made him really not confident. In fact, his strength has gone through several rounds of growth, with his own guidance in the future, and the accumulation of battles with Thanos and Loki. He's actually much stronger than before, but he didn't realize that the people around him improved faster. Didn't I ask you to give him breath? Now how can he take us to that mysterious organization that is so mysterious at first sight? Looking at Feng Mo, who looked like a dead fish, Natasha Romanoff walked over with her waist twisted while arranging her hair. Isn't there another one? Besides, I didn't expect to be so unstoppable. After waving his fist twice, Thor looked a little innocent, who let the wind demon make the scene quite big with the howling wind. But he died with one punch. Can you blame him? Certainly not. And looking at the Red Devil who was lying on the ground, clutching his balls and unable to get up, Natasha Romanoff seemed a little helpless, but the matter was over, and there was no other way. See Natasha Romanoff and Thor there waiting for the Red Devils to wake up before taking them to the Hellfire Club. Wang Hao looked at it and changed the channel again. Look at The Last Watchman, classmate Tony Stark. To be honest, it was Tony who surprised you how the most this time. As the #1 troublemaker, Tony Stark, who likes to make big news everywhere, turned out to be the smallest of them all. Even, he didn't cause any waves. Definitely, he also achieved his goal. The captain started on the street, met Deadpool by chance, and entered the academy. This kind of experience has some elements of luck. And Natasha Romanoff's method is good, which is the embodiment of the professionalism of a top agent. But if you are not careful, the situation just now will appear. Blood splattered on the spot. To be honest, it's not quite in line with the principle of low-key conduct. As for Tony, after everyone else started to move, he found a coffee shop, surfed the internet, and worked there. Wang Hao let Hao Ian invade his network, so what he did, Wang Hao also knows. As for flowers, he's definitely not looking at some kind of action movie that's different between the two worlds. He is publishing a paper. Yes, he first forged an identity for himself, and there was absolutely no way to find out any wrong identity. Then, after researching various papers and documents of mutant on the internet, he began to publish his own paper. This is the real top student, the real boss. You can find the entry point by just reading a few other people's articles and then hand code a high-level and high-quality paper on the spot. After some publicity from his little head, he published it on several scientific forums and websites to create momentum. Not long after, someone contacted him. A private company called Strucco Industries contacted him and invited him to be part of the project. Sentry Plan, awesome, Stark, the captain, and the others are fighting for life and death there. You might as well just steal the house. Look at the two teams of Captain and Natasha, and then look at Tony. Wang Hao made judgment for the captain and Natasha Romanoff respectively. Brave, mortal wisdom. There is no way. Tony's methods are too clever. If Wang Hao didn't know Tony like the back of his hand, he might think that this guy is a time traveler who knows the direction of the plot. Definitely, the Traverser is not at fault, but he definitely doesn't know the plot. However, based on the relevant articles on the internet and the description of the paper, he judged that someone had already started to design a special weapon for mutant and then published a paper with absolute professional guidance ability. This IQ crushed the captain and Natasha Romanoff. Definitely, only he can do this kind of thing. If it were the captain and the others, there would be nothing they could do if they wanted to do so. Not enough knowledge. After all, what can you ask a junior high school graduate 70 years ago to impress a research team that everyone started with a PhD? Meg was buttocks or 9. Tony's conditions are unique. He was originally a master in the field of electronics and mechanics and a master in the field of artificial intelligence. With his knowledge reserve, it is not difficult to get a few more doctorates. Not to mention that he made a fortune from making weapons before, and he knows how to design a weapon too well. And don't forget, he had studied on Xander for a long time before, and he also copied and packaged a lot of basic knowledge that is bad for cosmic civilization, but for Earth civilization, it is really high in content. The Nova Corps is already the group that stands at the pinnacle of cosmic civilization. The accumulation of tens of thousands of years has made Tony open to learning, and he can't finish it in 100 years. 003. But as long as you learn it, you will definitely gain something. And the average level of technology in this world is not much ahead of Earth 1. Even after experiencing the Chitauri invasion, Earth I's technology level has entered a period of explosion and is about to enter the interstellar era. So Tony can definitely guide scientists and researchers in this world. As such, Strucker Industries, the company founded by the little man Bolivar Strucker, the man behind the Sentry Project and former boss of Wilhelm Stryker. When this kind of research was in trouble, they discovered a genius figure they had never noticed before, a top scholar. So, they immediately sent out an invitation letter with the highest conditions, just to hire Tony to their company and join the research team. And Tony was naturally blunt. First he made a few small requests, and then joined in. When a shot of Wang Hao was cut to him from Natasha Romanoff, he had already come to the research room of Steric Industries and started to learn the relevant parts of the Sentry Plan in order to cooperate with the team in the future. But Wang Hao knew in his heart that this move by Steric's management was undoubtedly sending a sheep into the mouth of a tiger. They asked Tony to help improve the Sentinel shape-shifting conversion and the automatic intelligence part. And the paper published by Tony is also related to this aspect. But Tony is frantically absorbing the relevant research materials on the mutant gene and the technology related to Sentinel ability transformation that Steric Industry has accumulated for decades. Definitely, in response to that sentence, what's yours is mine, and what's mine is his. Anyway, Tony was having fun stealing there, and so was Wang Hao. After Hao Ian discovered the database of Straker Industries, he directly packaged it all into his own database. Cooperating with the construction ability of the will, he can even directly endow others with a mutant ability or create a mutant with a certain ability. In this case, then Apocalypse can be collected. He has obtained so many abilities. It feels like collecting his gene pool will add a lot to the X-gene database. Wang Hao suddenly thought of this matter. He had a genetic warrior plan before. Now it seems that Mutant's X-gene has undoubtedly allowed this plan to be further developed. Originally, his genetic warriors might only have the simplest abilities, such as physique and energy after strengthening, surviving in a vacuum, attracting cosmic radiation, flight, etc. These are the standard equipment for super soldiers. But now it's different. With Mutant's X-gene pool, he can also equip super soldiers with other special abilities. It is even more convenient to directly inject all the genetic information into according to the importance of different situations and then activate them one by one. For example, if you want to fight in the ice and snow, you will become an Iceman, and if you fight in a storm, you will become an Electric Man. In the face of enemies with high attack speed and low damage, it becomes a Metal Man, and in the face of enemies with high damage and low speed, it can become Agile. It seems to be similar to Sentry. It's just that Sentry is a robot, and mine is a genetic soldier. But the effect is definitely better for genetic soldiers. After all, combat experience cannot be compared with computer calculations. The genes of Mutant are not enough. Since we want to do it, we should do our best. It seems that after this trip, we will go to the next door. The next door to Marvel is naturally DC, and Hao Ian has been coveting the genetic data of Kryptonians for a long time. But there's still a while to go there, and things here are not finished yet. Starting from the morning to the evening, the day in this new world is considered to be over. Wang Hao lived a leisurely life, met Charles, had a meal with Magneto's family, and other members of the Watchmen also had their own things for them. It was somewhat novel experience. At least it was easier than dealing with those politicians and the media on Earth 1. By the way, Eric, do you know that you actually have a son? It must be very happy to be a spoiler party. When the person being spoiled wants to strangle the other party, the crazy expression can be said to be the favorite of the spoiler party. It wasn't Magneto who made the surprise sound, but his wife, Carlo Lynn. And Magneto, who was holding the baby, looked at Wong Hao with a little embarrassment and surprise. He really didn't know such a thing. It's the guy who rescued you from prison 10 years ago, the one who ran so fast. Picking up a piece of melon from the table, Wong Hao looked innocently at Magneto and his wife. Eric Lyncher, I need an explanation. Honey, listen to my explanation. Oh, don't listen. Although, I just narrowly escaped death during the day, even though my family was almost separated, but when encountering such a thing, a woman is still a woman, so I will definitely not reason with you. This is real. Seeing his mother-in-law turned away angrily, and even the baby in his arms looked at him with displeasure, Magneto suddenly became big and big. He hurried over and asked in a low voice, and kept making eye contact with Wong Hao, hoping that he would cover it up even if it was true. Why are you blinking at me? Did you get sand in your eyes? Nina, blow out your father's eyes. As for this matter, it must be true. It's no good for me to lie to you. There is no benefit, but there's a good show to watch. Sure enough, upon hearing Wong Hao's reconfirmation, Magneto's daughter-in-law, Carlo Lynn, stood up angrily and snatched the baby from Magneto's arms. Nina, let's go. Mom will sleep with you today. Where does Daddy sleep? Let him sleep on the floor. The departure of his wife and daughter made Magneto smile bitterly, and he no longer doubted the authenticity of Wong Hao's words. Just like what Wong Hao said, what good is lying to him? But are my sons that old? Magneto recalled. It was that big 10 years ago. Looking back, isn't that the seed he left behind 30 years ago? However, mutant has a huge amount of advantage over ordinary humans. That is, it ages more slowly and has a longer average lifespan. Although Magneto looks like a middle-aged man now, he is actually in his 70s and 80s. He had looked forward to concentration camps during World War II. Nina and her mother left together to rest in the upstairs room of the hotel. Although Connor was not tired, she was not interested in participating in the conversations between men, so they went up together to chat with Nina. Although Wong Hao is interested in Nina's two younger sisters who have not been seen yet, Chana thinks that the younger sisters can wait, and this little sister may have to wait too. Being young is not a problem at all. Time is the least valuable thing for gods like them. Seeing the women leaving one after another, Magneto, who was drinking wine with Wong Hao under the moonlight, suddenly asked, "May I ask, in fact, it is time to ask, who are you? And why are you helping me?" Wong Hao definitely can't say that he has a crush on his two daughters who don't know if they will be born. There's a high probability that the sister flower of Witch and Polaris will not appear in this world. At least the Quicksilver of this world doesn't have a sibling or younger sister, and Polaris' storyline is obviously not connected to this world. I am the sun god. Giving others hope and light is what I am best at. Wong Hao smiled slightly, adding some persuasiveness to his words. The sun god? Sorry, in my understanding, the gods, or the various existences in those myths, are actually nothing but ancient mutants. This kind of thinking is the normal thinking of this world. After all, who made the history of this world be like this? I didn't say I was from this world. Didn't the captain tell you we came from another world? Oh, the one with the hammer. The matter of traveling through time and space is still very novel to Magneto, but with Wolverine's previous reversal of the future, the time travel between different universes is not so difficult to accept. In fact, this is not the world of X-Men. This is the world of Deadpool, where strange things have happened. When Deadpool went to Cable to fight, there were aliens from another world among his teammates. So you're really a god? That's right, that kind of god. Magneto made a gesture and drew a circle in the air with his right hand, which meant greatness and grandeur. That's right, but it's a little bit more powerful than you might imagine. Wong Hao nodded, then fixed his eyes on Magneto. Are you interested in experiencing immortality? Wong Hao's expression at the moment was the same as asking if you were interested in buying a house, and Magneto's expression was obviously shocked when he heard his words. Yes, not only you, but also your wife and children. The foxtail is exposed. Although the child Nina does not appear in other worlds, the children in the official version of Magneto are only the Quicksilver, Witch, and Polaris. However, Nina is a potential stock, and her priesthood, Wong Hao has already thought about it. The goddess of life. She can talk to small animals, and Wong Hao gave her 983 the ability to communicate with plants and control life energy, and everything will come together. In the future, she will be the boss of Groot and the Rockets. As for how long it will be in the future, it will be 3 or 4 years later, and it will be fine when she becomes an adult. Wong Hao has no black heart to the extent of employing child labor and exploiting underage labor. As for things other than working for Wong Hao, those are all other things. How could Wong Hao think about something? Regarding Wong Hao's invitation, Magneto said that it must be a lie if he was not impressed. He believed what Wong Hao said, and that meant a peaceful life for their family from now on. What can I do to help you? Tired of worldly strife. Magneto, now, just wants to live in seclusion and live a little life when he has no place to find himself. It's just that in this world, this small wish has become a bit extravagant. What he did before was so shocking that where to hide became a huge amount of question. But if he goes to another world, no one will know him. As for immortality, that's the next best thing. What can you do for me? For this problem, Wong Hao is also very entangled. After all, it would be too much to tell him to have more beautiful daughters. Ah, I thought of it. You can help me build a house. Wong Hao's expression was extremely sincere because he really thought so. Magneto is a master builder and has the ability to controlling magnetic field. For him, building steel buildings is his forte. Definitely, it doesn't have to be a steel building. A planet is also fine. The inner core of the planet, such as the Earth, is basically metal because only the inner core of the metal can have a strong enough gravitational force to give the Earth and rocks to the adsorbent outside. But Wong Hao's kingdom of God is empty, and it is really necessary to build some small planets for decoration. So Magneto is not without work. About the knowledge in this area, you can learn it. Take your time. I'm not in a hurry, let alone a few years or decades. It's the same, even if it's hundreds of years or thousands of years. If you have nothing to do, just give me two. After introducing Magneto about his work, and then looking at his dumbfounded expression, Wang Hao continued. The work system here is very humane. There is no such thing as 9 to 5, 996, etc. Everyone works according to their mood. If you are happy, you can go to work, or rush to work if you need it, don't worry. There is no way. Wang Hao himself is a slacker. After all, it is simply unrealistic to expect a god who has no future life to do this in a hurry all day long. So naturally, his requirements for his employees also became very low. It is enough to remember your own work. As for when you think about it, just do it again. On second thought, Wang Hao suddenly felt that he was really the most generous boss in the world. He thought so in his heart, but Magneto felt a little strange. Pinching the little planet is also a planet. A small star doesn't say anything else. At least you can't feel that it is a ball when you walk on it. And at least you can see it as a flat ground at a glance. Otherwise, what kind of planet is that? Isn't that a meteorite? And how big does such a small planet have to be? The diameter of the Earth is 12,756 kilometers, which is about 13 kilometers. Although Magneto pinches the core, the scale is too large, and the project volume is too vast. That's not a car bead, although it seems that all the beads are produced, but this bead has to be on the car for an unknown number of years. So Magneto gradually understood Wang Hao's job requirements. So it's not up to you to do it according to your mood. What do you do if you don't? Work all day long. At least there is an assembly line in the factory, and there are a few workers chatting, and they have to get off work at 12 o'clock at noon to have a meal for others. But even if he worked tirelessly on this iron bead, Magneto couldn't handle one within a year or so. If you don't do this kind of work according to your mood, then it's fine. Magneto will go crazy if you get two. Then after finishing one, I went home and saw Nina holding a baby and asking her to call her grandpa. That's not crazy. It's possible to go straight to heaven. The recruiting activity was over. After a short chat, Nina, who had just washed her feet and changed into the pajamas that Connor brought her in the afternoon, ran down and called Magneto to go back to sleep. The husband and wife quarreled, at the head of the bed and at the end of the bed. Definitely, it was also possible that Carlo Lynn was getting more and more angry, so she called the old Fong up to prepare for an interrogation. While Magneto went upstairs to sleep, Wang Hao also got up and returned to the room to wash his white clothes, and then hugged Connor and got into bed. After becoming a god for so long, he still can't get rid of the habit of sleeping. The main thing is that I won't have insomnia, I won't sleep in the cold and sweat in the heat, and I won't have nightmares. The key is that there's a soft and cute girl who can be hugged in my arms. The one who sleeps is called a sweet boom boom boom. Clang 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 clang. Just when everyone in the hotel was falling asleep, a sudden shock woke everyone up again. What's the situation? It's unreasonable not to let the sun sleep and rest at night. Not long after falling asleep, Wang Hao was suddenly awakened, and Wang Hao was inevitably a little angry, but after a closer look, it seemed that it was not someone else's problem. The whole room, no, the whole building was shaking, and the bright vision looked out, and it wasn't just this building, but the whole land was shaking. Outside the corridor, there was the sound of panicked passengers yelling and running away. Although Wang Hao didn't want to pay attention to it, and even wanted to apply a sound shield to continue sleeping. But the problem is that the scale of the earthquake seems to be a bit large, and it is visible to the naked eye, and the walls in the room where he slept have begun to crack. Oh, annoying. The building is about to collapse, and I really can't sleep if I want to sleep. Picking up the drowsy Channer from the bed, the two of them got dressed, and when Wang Hao walked out of the room, he saw AI Reishu Shijiatsi also running out of the room. How is this going? The expressions of the Magneto family were quite calm. Plus Wang Hao, their expressions were in stark contrast to the panic of the people around them. And hearing Magneto's inquiry, Wang Hao frowned slightly. The earthquake came suddenly without any warning, and Wang Hao felt a little strange. Hao Yin, check the source of vibe. After the words fell, Hao Yin started to work. Under his induction, the force field has nothing to hide, and everything under the whole Earth is undoubtedly revealed. Soon he followed the propagation direction of the Earth vibe to find the central source of the earthquake. There's the Nile. Which city? But soon the answer appeared. The light and shadow projected, and 3 pyramids appeared in front of Wang Hao's eyes. But importantly, at the moment, the 4th huge amount of pyramids is being formed. But the ancient city that stood on the banks of the Nile for thousands of years is disappearing. Everything on the surface of the Earth is undergoing huge amounts of change. Millions of lives are being taken away, and countless homes are being destroyed. And all this is just to satisfy the delusion and desire of a certain tyrant, a certain evil god. Well, the mother and daughter Carlo Lynn's face was full of shock, and they couldn't help covering their mouths to prevent themselves from making a sound. And even Magneto, who had killed countless people, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. He could do it in a similar situation, and he even thought about more extreme things, such as a nuclear war. But the problem is, no matter how he says mutant is different from human 390, we all live under the same sky after all. Everyone bathes in the same sunshine and feels the same warmth. He was born as a human, and becoming a mutant is a later thing. Apart from the super ability part, he is no different from a human being. So he has undergone hesitation several times, so it is difficult for him to make a decision. The one who slaughtered 1 million is the male among the males. The person who said this has actually never killed a chicken, and he is just purely brainstorming that if he were to be placed in a Shura field with blood and stumps everywhere, I am afraid that he would not be able to rule the roost and become the king, but he would have to find a pair of trousers first to be serious. Wang Hao also saw the corners of his eyes twitching. The main reason is that his fight was too noisy, and if a holy sword goes down, there will be no bones left, or the world will collapse. But on the banks of the Nile at this moment, death is advancing and spreading, and this perception is quite different. Stop swearing. A finger as white as jade was pressed on Wang Hao's lips. Chanter stared at Wang Hao's with bright eyes, and then smiled. Seeing her smile, Wang Hao couldn't help but smile too. You still understand me. It's time to show God's mercy, Wang Hao said with a smile, and then stepped forward with honor. Take one step, and the stars will change, and Wang Hao and his wife, who are far away on the banks of the Seine River in Europe, appear on the banks of the Nile River. In this not-so-quiet night, the stars and the moon are dark, but the sun is rising. The warm light shines everywhere, illuminates the night sky, and illuminates people's hearts. In the place under the jurisdiction of the most famous sun god, although there have been no followers of him for a long time, the most belief here is the only Allah. However, when the sun rose in the sky, everyone thought of the bird-faced god with human body carved in the rock temple that they have forgotten. Sun god La. Wang Hao didn't care too much about being wronged, because he had discovered a very important thing long ago. As he became more and more powerful, he gradually realized the authority from other sun gods, and also felt beef, the thinking of other sun gods. In other words, when he appeared, all the suns became him, and naturally, all the sun gods, whether it is Ra, Tijun, Tai Chi, Apollo, Helios, or Balder. All these sun gods, gods of light, became part of him. He is the sun, and the sun was born because of him. No matter where he appears in any time and space, the sun Shindu of that time and space will be him. So La, it's just a duplication of him. Why should he care about his duplication? In other words, when these people chanted Ra's name, they were actually chanting him. Because he is Ra, he is Balder, Apollo, Helios, and Tai Jun Tai. You have forgotten the real God. And now, this evil God is bullying you, drinking your blood, plundering your life, and destroying your homeland. Stand up, my people. With the light and generosity, a voice is sounding in the hearts of countless refugees below, and then these believers who have contributed their beliefs and their piety suddenly find that a powerful force gushed out from his body. Evil God die. The passage opened, and a mighty man wearing golden armor stepped out. The holy fist descended, and Apocalypse was about to usher in its own trial. On the other side, Apocalypse, who was building his own pyramids, looked at the sun in the sky, and then at the holy fist warrior who suddenly appeared. The expression on his face fully reflected the two words. Stupid. Who are you guys? The supreme sun god Hao Ian's envoy Hans. Under the call of Wang Hao, Hans, the leader of the Templar warriors, came across to help the other world's fellow believers. And after answering his name, he didn't say any more. He was willing to give his name because he was already taciturn. It was just to promote the name of my god. The holy boxing technique was activated. Golden brilliance enveloped the whole body. The strength increased, the speed increased, and a golden holy sword appeared in Han's hands. Execute. The golden warrior in front of him is majestic. The light and flames on his body are so blazing, but Apocalypse can't feel the mutant gene in him. This is the first time in his life that he has mastered extraordinary powers, but is not a mutant. The golden sword fell, and a pair of steel and silver wings stood in front of Apocalypse. Then, with a scream, the extremely hard steel wings sank downward, and the rescued Angel flew upside down, hitting Apocalypse behind. Seeing Angel shooting towards him like a cannonball, Apocalypse made a move with his small hand, throwing him aside. I'm very interested in your power. For the first time in thousands of years, Apocalypse encountered something that he didn't understand. Instead of being afraid, Apocalypse was a little excited. He is not a believer. Although he saw the rising sun, he could not hear the divine voice and did not know the existence of Wang Hao. But Hans, who fell in front of him, and the Templars who were running around the city to rescue the believers made him very concerned. After all, who doesn't like an army with great strength and extraordinary abilities? Hans has no interest in Apocalypse's small thoughts. He just wants to chop up the evil god in front of him, who has polluted the sun's brilliance, according to the oracle. A sword slashed Angel, and Hans stepped forward. For nearly a year, he was nourished by the rich life force, and his body functions were greatly strengthened. Coupled with the use of Shengquan Gong, his speed and strength at this moment have all reached an unimaginable level. Come out, my knight. But Apocalypse has more than Angel on its side. A titan with big strides rushed out from the side. If Hans was said to be shining like light and charged like lightning, then this figure was as strong as flames and as painful as thunder. Boom! The holy sword made of light collided with the figure's fist. Terrifying kinetic energy collided with the divine power shield, and the power exploded, instantly throwing Hans away. A titan with a height of at least 2 meters and 4 stands in front of Apocalypse wearing a red armor and a full-face helmet. Good job, Juggernaut. Even Apocalypse cannot help admiring the power of this man. In thousands of years of reincarnation, this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful warrior. Even when his potential was not aroused by him, he had a body no less than that of the Green Titan who controlled thunder yesterday, and after Apocalypse awakened his deeper power, he really became the unstoppable Juggernaut. He was able to beat Hans into the air. Is this person so strong? In the sky, Chan, who was by Wang Hao's side, watched the battle on the ground with a little surprise. Wang Hao on the side nodded after looking at it for a while. Under normal conditions, he has the strength comparable to Hulk. I remember that after he activates his ability, he can't even pierce adamantium, but now his potential has been stimulated by Apocalypse. Hans looked like he was going to suffer a bit. But it's just a bit of suffering. As Wang Hao's envoy, the leader of the Holy Fist Warrior, equivalent to a church's paladin Grand Knight leader, Hans' strength will not lose to this muscular barbarian. Sure enough, on the ground, Hans, who was knocked out by Juggernaut's surprise attack, flipped in the air and stood there firmly when he landed. Looking at the huge and powerful Juggernaut, Hans didn't change his face, but silently looked up at the shining sun in the sky. My God! Feeling Wang Hao's gaze, Hans calmed down, and the golden holy sword in his hand dissipated into the air. Rah! The collision just now has proved that even a sharp sword that can cut through special alloys can't break through his defense, so it's time to change the operation method. The divine power shield was turned on, and all 3 offensive and defensive skills were turned on. In an instant, hot golden flames began to erupt from Hans' side, and his body, his will also came to the best condition. The unparalleled explosive power made Hans disappear in front of everyone's eyes. After a second, the sonic boom sounded as the air was torn apart. At this time, Hans had already crossed hundreds of meters. Came in front of Juggernaut. One punch is blasted out, that is to go all out. With the backing of the infinite divine power linked to Hao Yin, the Templar who practiced holy boxing never needed to worry about lack of energy. And obviously already a master of fighting, Hans, who had learned countless fighting skills in the past year, abandoned all the skills at this moment and just displayed his strength to his heart's content. After all, what skills are needed to face such a living target as Juggernaut? The fists fell like raindrops and never stopped from the beginning. Hans didn't give Juggernaut a chance to launch at all. Since you can't stop your launch, then you won't be allowed to launch it. Definitely, Hans didn't know the Juggernaut's ability. It was just a mistake, but the effect is remarkable. But Hans, who was surrounded by flames and turned into a hammer machine, looked to Wang Hao in the sky, but he couldn't help but laugh. Akira Toriyama won't ask me for copyright fees, right? With this look, if Hans grows long hair and dyes it blonde, it will be a super game. And why do I have a desire to dub his attack impulsive? Wang Hao really wanted to say a few words about Ola, 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 or Muda, Muda, Muda. After all, this picture is exactly like this. Moreover, Juggernaut, who was completely unresponsive on the ground, had already been hammered to the ground. Yes, he didn't realize Hans' speed at all. Then he fell to the ground with one punch, and the subsequent attacks hit him and acted on the ground, directly hammering him all the way from the surface to a depth of more than 10 meters underground, and continued to fall, and Juggernaut has been completely stunned by the hammer. But he is still alive. His body is too strong. Even a body of steel like Colossus can be rounded and flattened by him at will, let alone being turned on for strengthening now. 667 is Juggernaut's current state, and the single-handedly normal Hulk plus the former Thor are probably just sprinkling water, which is very easy. Definitely, the green fat man's strength will continue to improve after his anger erupts, and Thor has improved a lot now. But no matter what, Hans' old punch lasted for a long time. Although Juggernaut was a little confused and felt quite painful, the injury he suffered was not serious. And after adapting to Hans' attacking rhythm, Juggernaut has already started to control his body hard and tried to counterattack. To be honest, Hans was just an ordinary person a year ago. Although becoming an envoy gave him extraordinary power, he was not a mutation like Mutant and suddenly possessed unparalleled ability. His process of progress is more like a practitioner. In the process of feeling Wang Hao's divine power, he is constantly nourished by the power of life, and his body gradually becomes stronger. The advantage of this is that there is no need to worry about the power being out of control, and there is huge room for improvement, which is stable and sustainable. But the downside is probably that it takes time to grow. In fact, Hans has grown at an astonishing rate. In any world of practice, his growth rate is amazing enough. In less than a year, growing from an ordinary person to an existence capable of confronting fighters like Hulk and Thor sounds like a fairy tale. While Hans was fighting, the situation in the city had stabilized. Most of the city has been destroyed, and the pyramids of Apocalypse have been repaired. But this is Wang Hao's territory. On the banks of the Nile River is the territory of Ra. That is the territory of Wang Hao. He is the Lord of the Sky and the God of the Sun, Ra. This behavior of Apocalypse is a serious provocation. So while sending Templars to help save those believers, Wang Hao's light has already protected everything on the earth. Apocalypse's ability could no longer control even a single stone, and now it was time for him to kill this humble person who dared to provoke him. Sinner, when a round of sun appeared in front of his eyes, to be honest, Apocalypse was a little flustered. Wang Hao's majesty and greatness made him feel that he could only look up to him from the bottom of his heart, and Wang Hao's judgmental words made him feel ashamed and made him think about his own mistakes. But fortunately, he is also a bastard who has lived for thousands of years. After silently saying a few words that I am the best, Apocalypse finally plucked up the courage to look up at Wang Hao in the light. You don't know the power of the gods, you don't know the number of days, and you harm all living beings. You are guilty. Hong Zhong Dalu's voice echoed in Apocalypse's mind, dissipating the courage he had just summoned up again, and he almost fell to his knees directly. But the arrogance he once had made him straighten his spine, and he looked at Wang Hao with a hint of murderousness in his eyes. I am a god, I am immortal. I control everything. Human beings are like ants in front of me, and mountains and rivers can only bow down to me. I am a god, and any crimes can only be determined by after saying this. Apocalypse relaxed all over. This is what he mustered all his energy to say. Wang Hao's divine power was turned on. That kind of coercion was the difference between an ant and a dragon. At least an ant could still see the whole picture of a dragon. But when you stand in front of the sun, all you can see is your own insignificance that in fact, after saying those words, Apocalypse had already lost the ability to resist, and her whole body seemed to be emptied. Not the loss of physical strength, but the loss of spirit. Immortality? Controlling everything. Wang Hao's sneer hit Apocalypse's chest hard. In an instant, deprived of vitality, Apocalypse's indestructible body that can heal all injuries suddenly decayed and turned into ashes. Wang Hao, who controls the power of life and death, wants to kill a person too easily. If Apocalypse has the magic and occult level of Thanos, if his spirit is strong enough, he may be able to survive without the body and replenish himself with vitality. But Apocalypse, all he possesses is a super ability. He relies on his body, even though his soul has become extremely powerful after thousands of years of reincarnation. But without his body, this kind of strength appears extremely fragile and false. 0.2. Resurrection. But Wang Hao didn't just kill Apocalypse, but let him experience a moment of death, and then reincarnated him again. As time passed, his body that had turned into ashes returned to its former state, and a rich vitality was injected, and then his soul. In the blink of an eye, Apocalypse returned to the human world again. Is this what you call immortality? Looking at his own hands, Apocalypse's body trembled when he returned to the human world. At that moment, He really experienced death, not some horrible illusion and mind control. Only then did he understand how weak his own strength was, and how pathetic and ridiculous his arrogance were. Show your strength, your so-called mastery. The game is not over yet, so naturally Wang Hao will not stop there. After hearing his words, Apocalypse remained silent, just stretched out his hands, and the surrounding sand, stone, soil, and elements gathered under his control. But suddenly, it was as if a pair of hands stopped all of this. No matter how he pushed his ability, those elemental substances that were originally like arms and fingers stopped moving. Then, those elemental substances that were originally under his control began to move again, but it was not according to his will. If the electromagnetic force manipulated by Magneto penetrates the unified field theory, it can cover all four fundamental forces. In other words, he can control the force. But the unified field theory is a worldwide problem, and Einstein spent half his life not solving it. All his achievements were achieved in the first half of his life, but in the second half of his life, he did not have any famous achievements for 18 generations. Mr. Yang Zhening is also known as the living Einstein, the last hall-level physicist of the 21st century, because he completed 3/4 of the unified field theory. But this stuff is very clear to Wang Hao. From gravitation to the four fundamental forces, Wang Hao, or Hao Qian, used the power gem to easily solve the unified field theory that has plagued scientists such as Einstein for a century in the main episode. What is reflected outside is the stars shifting on the macro level, and the atom decomposition on the micro level to the splitting and combination of neutrons and protons. Apocalypse can control the elements of matter, reduce them to basic particles, and then decompose and recombine them. But this can only reach the atomic level at most. But Wang Hao's control is more subtle and precise. Even for strange substances like vibranium and adamantium, he can directly synthesize them from ordinary sand and stone after understanding their structure. Regardless of matter, wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and light, these physical phenomena are all the effect of force, and all of these are moved by Wang Hao's will, without the addition of special forces. Then these physical phenomena are all under Tian Hao's control. This is the true mastery of everything. As long as that universe follows the basic principles of the four fundamental forces controlling everything. It's not a magical world, a fantasy world, rules are all kinds of strange things, or there are other things besides the four basic forces, such as the speed force and the like. Then, just relying on this kind of ability is enough to run rampant in the universe and call it a god. Apocalypse doesn't understand science, but he can definitely find a gap between himself and Wang Hao. If he can control ice, then Wang Hao can control every water molecule, and the gap is obvious enough to make him despair. Is this the true god? With both knees bent, Apocalypse fell to her knees with a plop, her head bowed. Only now did he realize how ignorant he was, how weak and humble he was. He claims to be a god, but the greatness of the real god is beyond his reach. He tarnished the name of the gods and denounced those immovable stone statues carved as false gods. But in the end, he was the false thing. He was the forger. His faith crumbled. What he believes in is himself, and he believes that he is the only true god in the world, the master who is destined to rule everything. But when the true god appeared, his faith also collapsed. But then, a new belief was quickly established in Apocalypse's heart. Before becoming Apocalypse, Saban he was a child adopted by nomads. No way, he was abandoned because of his ugly appearance. Judging from this, Thanos' childhood was a bit better, all purple dolls. Thanos' parents didn't throw him away anyway, and raised him well. However, Saban who was adopted, was instilled in her childhood with the idea of survival of the fittest and the strongest being king. So much so that when he met Pharaoh later, he found that he was just an old and weak waste. So he killed him without saying a word, and became God himself. In the thousands of years that followed, he continued to reincarnate, and also practiced his own philosophy. The strong is king. And he has always been the strongest one, which swelled his self-confidence to the extreme, so he proclaimed himself a god, and denounced all other beliefs as false gods. But today, his faith collapsed, not because he was too weak, but because Wang Hao was too strong. So after he failed, he immediately chose to convert. Change self-confidence to belief in the true God in front of you. Moreover, his paranoia and his self-confidence allowed him to reach the highest level of belief after he changed his belief. He has regarded Wang Hao as everything, regarded Wang Hao as the highest, and is willing to give everything for it, including his own life. Because in his view, Wang Hao is the truth of the universe, the answer to everything, and the ultimate goal he pursues and pursues. So the best way for a fanatic to be born is to steal someone else's? After the belief collapses, the newly established belief is stronger. What's the reason for this? Wang Hao, who has never studied psychology, doesn't quite understand this issue, but he vaguely feels that it has something to do with Stockholm Syndrome and his own experiences and beliefs. But it also created new problems. This is a bit difficult. I wanted to kill you, but now you're my most loyal little brother. This is indeed difficult. But at the end of the day, Wang Hao has nothing against Apocalypse. The matter of waking him up to sleep just hit him. But arrogating himself as a god collided with his divine power. This he made up for with his own penitence and piety. As for the massacre of his believers, there are no believers on the banks of the Nile River now, because the real gods and people are all dead. Now, this is the world of what kind of digital people and green religion, and the bearded man in the Middle East believe in a family that united with those countries to fight jihad with that Jewish boudoir. Therefore, apart from the few believers who appeared when Wang Hao performed the miracle just now, there are no people who believe in the sun god, or RA, in worthy money. Therefore, there is no conflict between Apocalypse and Wang Hao in the first place, and Wang Hao originally wanted to kill him only as a part of advocating miracles. Slay the evil. But now, what is the purpose of punishing the evil and persuading people to be good? It is also a miracle to turn a demon into a demon. Forget it, what is this called? hey no, your identity is still useful. It's still the same old saying, come and come. Since he showed a miracle, he didn't mind showing it again. This world needs his light and the blessing of the gods. The glory of the sun god needs to spread in this world. Well, Sabanur, right? This name means the first person, although you're not actually the first mutant. But it doesn't matter, some people call you Apocalypse. Then, as the enlightener of gods will go spread my message glory. As the saying goes, make the best use of everything, and take in a loyal younger brother, then find him some work. Apocalypse's ability and strength are still good, especially his influence on mutant. He can heal and catalyze the mutant's ability to make the mutants in this world united and stronger than ever. Under his leadership, with the help of the Sun God sect, Wang Hao hopes to let him build a mutant kingdom, and then control the world, and lead the world on the right track instead of mutants coexist peacefully with ordinary people. After a few years, the X gene of mutants spread to all human beings. At that time, everyone will become carriers of the X gene. The only difference is whether it is awakening or not. As for the purpose, it is definitely to add information to Wang Hao's genetic warrior database. At the same time, this is also the first world that Wang Hao intends to fully control as a pilot world. Anyway, if this world doesn't care, I am afraid that it will not escape the fate of destruction in the end. Because that's the way it is in a world where mutants exist. Without the intervention of external forces, human beings and mutants fight to the death. Either Sentry destroys the world, or a certain mutant destroys the world. The results are similar. My God, how do I do it? Hearing Wang Hao's instructions, Apocalypse got up quickly and looked at him respectfully. First, let's fix your face first. It's too ugly. It's detrimental to the average face value of my teacher. You're all handsome guys and pretty girls. Your face is easy to scare children. It's not that Wang Hao hates it. It's that it's naive and ugly. But he actually has the ability to change his appearance. Although it is not the same as Mystique, it is still very easy to change his face and appearance. By the way, you can change your appearance. Why do you make such an ugly appearance? Aren't you afraid you won't find a wife? I think this look is very special. It can make others afraid of me. In human terms, it's very cool. Wang Hao's expression froze immediately. He thought it had something to do with the strange ancient etiquette above. After all, the ruler of the ancient Nile River was a pharaoh, a person who possessed both Wang Quan and theocracy, and it was normal to have some strange religious customs. But it turned out to be because of this. You are a big villain. How can you still think like those bastards in the school who don't study well? Wang Hao shook his head when he heard that, quite a bit of hating iron for being weak. The promised big devil, the big boss who destroys the world. Where is the force? But this can't be blamed on others. After all, it is an old antique thousands of years ago, and some old thinking can be understood. But for now on, we must be positive, face the sun, study hard, and be a good person. So your first task is to learn. Wang Hao paused. This sentence is too general, and the learning speed of Apocalypse, which can invade the network with thinking, is no worse than the speed of computer copying. So he described it in detail. I am a supreme God, and the teachings I preach are light in the future. You must turn your heart to the light, and your heart to the future. There is something wrong with your ruling method. It is not as simple as knowledge, but thinking. Apocalypse does not lack knowledge, but his thinking has problems, and the guiding principles leading his ability are wrong, and the more he does, the more mistakes he makes. So Li Zhaohao, what we need to do now is not let him learn scientific and cultural knowledge that belongs to practical things. What he has to do is to understand human beings and mutants, understand human social structure, understand social contradictions, and understand economic fundamentals. In fact, it's not just him. Magneto and Charles are lacking in this aspect. They are scholars and mentors, but not thinkers and revolutionaries. In this way, you know the Mesopotamia in the East, go there, learn advanced ideas, keep a low profile, go to all walks of life, and understand what the world needs from the perspective of ordinary people. Don't just look at the negative to see things in the positive energy zone. The most positive energy in the universe is the sun. As Wang Hao's younger brother, Apocalypse naturally has to get rid of bad habits. Thought and philosophy are fundamental, leading the development of human behavior and social change patterns. This is true of Marxism-Leninism and the series of thoughts behind it, because this thing will show you what the future development of human beings will look like, which is very important. Confucianism in ancient times paid attention to the great harmony of the world. The most classic passage is that the old are dependent, the young are raised, and the strong are returned. This is a social model. And what Apocalypse envisioned, he envisioned using mind control to make everyone listen to him. But he didn't think about listening to him. Then what? Enshrine him, give him good food and drink. And then what kind of life do others live? These are things they didn't consider or didn't care about and ignored. But this is the most important thing. If this is arranged properly, those people may not betray him for thousands of years. For example, if he uses material manipulation to improve the soil, change the climate, and change the water quality so that everyone can have enough food and drink, then those people will regard him as a real god. Because the gods they believe in may not be as good as 077. The so-called survival of the fittest and the strongest is king is a lie to fools. Humans evolved from beast to intelligent creatures, not to return to the jungle. It is impossible for the law of the jungle to apply in human society, and it is the same in any era. Apocalypse was directly dismissed by Wang Hao, and he started his journey again after being assigned a learning task, going to a real ancient civilization to study further. Learn how to rule, learn how to bring a brighter future to humanity and mutant. And the so-called four horsemen of Apocalypse were also liberated by him, and Juggernaut was dug out from the depths of the ground by him. Han's almost inexhaustible physical strength was still too much to take advantage of. Even if Juggernaut's physical body is so strong that it can hardly be defeated, he still has no power to fight back. And Storm, Angel and Psylocke were called by Apocalypse to Wang Hao. Beta, it's so fierce. When Psylocke appeared in a purple tights, Wang Hao couldn't help but like it. She is from Japan, and she's been trained as a ninja. And, as we all know, female ninjas have always been associated with coquettishness. Use exposure and special skills to lure the enemy or attract the enemy's attention through subtle or explicit actions in battle. This is the signature skill of female ninjas. In another world, a certain famous female ninja, the originator of Ruyao culture and the heir of Shiranui Lu said so. So it makes sense that Psylocke's clothes look like this. But as a mutant with spiritual abilities, is it really necessary to learn the so-called ninja skills? This is not the world of Hokage. The so-called ninjutsu in this world is really just a means to confuse the enemy. But Psylocke is a psychic ability. She can sense the mutant thousands of miles away, and she can also perceive other people's thoughts. Although she can't control other people's thinking like Charles, she also has the ability that Charles doesn't have. She can channel her psychic powers into a weapon, the purple lightsaber in her hand. And as a spiritual ability person, what skills to confuse others still need to be learned? But perhaps because of this, Psylocke did not really lure the target into bed like her female ninja predecessors. Just like Natasha Romanoff, selling her lust does not mean selling her body. Other women have no other means to get information and resources by communicating in bed, but they can defeat 99% of their competitors in terms of ability. Why should they be reduced to using this last trick? Okay, Psylocke checks it out. Storm checks it out. It's not the Harry Berry version. It's not good looking, so skip it. There are 2 left. Skip it. Wang Hao is such a real god. After calling Hans over, the 4 Apocalypse Knights were handed over to him, and then Wang Hao recruited Luo Cheng in pajamas. Here, open a branch for me. By the way, all of you sun gods can be understood as my duplications, so I'm just pulling. You can take advantage of this. Under the leadership of Luo Cheng, the sun god sect on Earth 1 is still very popular, and it is quite promising. The point is that for the first time in human history, it is not the pursuit of the afterlife, or the illusory religion. The one in the Garden of Eden advocated that everything exists because of him, and all meanings are in him, and people are just lambs. Needless to say, Buddhism talks about reincarnation of cause and effect. Although it has the function of guiding people to be good, what they pursue is to live a better life in the afterlife. Taoism, believe it or not, don't hinder me from cultivating immortals. This thing is too far away from the public. Other religions have more or less flaws of one kind or another. But only the sun god sect pays attention to the present and pursues the future. What they want is light, and what they want is hope. This can be regarded as a very representative progress made on the spiritual path of mankind. Human beings have finally begun to look forward, look upward, and look to the good side. So since the development on Earth 1 is so smooth, let this guy Luo Cheng do it. By the way, you can contact the captain and the others. They have been active here for the past 2 days and have obtained some information. By the way, you can also ask for their help. There's also this person. Wang Hao introduced Apocalypse to Luo Cheng. After all, Luo Cheng is a person from Earth 1. So this world, named by Wang Hao as the world of Earth X, is planned to be handed over to Apocalypse by Wang Hao as the future manager. But now the main task of Apocalypse is to change your mind and learn real thoughts and philosophies, but you still have to hand over it to Luo Cheng in the future. When this step is completed, the affairs here are basically over. Wang Hao looked up at the sky, outer space, and countless satellites are pointing at this place. With such backward technology, what can they see? The world is about to undergo drastic changes, but the poor ones don't know anything about it. Seeing Wang Hao go through the air, Luo Cheng nodded toward Apocalypse. After sizing up Luo Cheng, the latter's appearance suddenly changed, turning into a young man with black hair and yellow skin. Then also opened a portal and disappeared in place. That's right. Can anyone tell me what's going on here now? The boss of the family has become the hands-off shopkeeper again, although Luo Cheng is used to it, but he is still wearing pajamas dash. Hans, what is the matter? Silence as always. Luo Cheng sighed and gave up hope for his companion. The light changed, and the divine power deconstructed it. Luo Cheng's clothes became a set of moon, white robes that he often wore, dotted with gold threads and cloud patterns. As the chief executive of the Sun God sect, his status is similar to that of the Pope. In terms of divine power control, he is stronger than Hans and Anna combined. And when he came to the riddled city below, he soon saw the refugees gathered by the Templars. And in his field of vision, those believers who ignited the light of faith were extremely eye-catching, which made him more or less relieved. It's good to have a foundation, and it will be much easier to promote and manage in this way. As the capital, as the economic center, if this city becomes like this, then basically this country is almost over. What is needed now is that he leads these people to rebuild a new era. Use the faith of the sun. Use the name of R.A. Luo Cheng's organization and control of refugees was basically not obstructed. Internally, Apocalypse's previous behavior has already reduced the population of this city to 10%, and most of the people who could stand up and lead the people disappeared in the disaster and became part of the newly established pyramids. As for the outside world, countries are still not daring to enter this region. Whether it's Apocalypse's act of destroying the city or the land, or the scene of the sun shining and miracles appearing later, it has a great impact on the heads of state of the world, because they found that they had no way to prevent this kind of disaster from happening to them. If Apocalypse was doing this kind of behavior in New York, Peanutton, DC, they would just turn into dust and wait for the light to come. So this makes them dare not act at all. However, Stark Industries, which was hidden by Tony Stark, ushered in the largest capital injection and support in history. Overnight, Tony found that a large number of professionals poured into the place where he worked. Experts in various fields. If Tony hadn't been excellent, his position as team leader would have been taken away. The Century Plan has started an unprecedented speed-up Shiki's Hong because the destruction of the city is as simple as eating and drinking. Asking for flowers? What did that shiny gold guy do? Look at the picture of the sun shining on the news and saving the gongs. Tony has his hands in his hands, and his head is full of bags. He has only been here for a day, and the technology here is far from being stolen, and Sentinel's technology is also very useful to him. In particular, matching the super ability technology with the machine solves a problem that has troubled him for a long time. Before that, even the technology of the nano armor was obtained from Tony on Earth 2, and even upgraded to the vibranium version. But the problem is that so far his means and methods of attack are still limited to enemies on the technological side. But he learned earlier than Tony on Earth 2 that technology is not the only thing in this world. He learned about the existence of magic 8 years before that Tony. He had seen Wang Hao bring his parents' spirits here. He had seen super abilities. He had seen many stranger things. Therefore, the technology and his nano armor still have good combat ability and application ability, but the problem is that it is not enough to deal with all situations and all opponents. But if he can load the Sentinel on his armor using the super ability method, then the situation will be different. He is no longer Iron Man Tony Stark, but Tony Stark. Forget it. Apply for Hao Yan's permission. Tony is also a believer, and since Wang Hao helped him meet Howard Soul that time, he has become a strong believer. In his heart, Wang Hao and what he represents are as much as Pepper means to him. Unless he also gave birth to a little Morgan, there's basically no one who is more important than Wang Hao in his mind. Strong followers of Wang Hao can listen to divine voices. In fact, their prayers will be received and heard by Hao Yan. And if Hao Yan judges that this prayer can be answered, believers can get feedback. This is also a very important reason why the Sun God religion spread so quickly. After all, it is unique to be able to really respond to one's God. As for Tony, he knew more clearly what the voice he heard and the existence of Hao Yan was. And compared to other people, the time he spends with Wang Hao makes the angels feel inferior. Because of this, Tony also has the authority to link Hao Yan 017, but to use Hao Yan's computing ability, it needs to apply, and it can only be transferred after Hao Yan's review. And now this situation is undoubtedly the time when Hao Yan's help is needed. The theft of intelligence and those research materials is still secondary, because many of these technologies are inherently imperfect. Otherwise, the Sentinel would have already started to mobilize and pay off the mutant. What Tony needs is to let Hao Yan assist him to obtain these materials and improve them at the same time. It's a pity that I'm not a biologist. It would be great if Banner was here. We can even try to crack the secret of mutant's X gene. Mutant super ability comes entirely from the X gene, but even Charles, a professor of genetics who has studied mutants all his life, only knows that the X gene brings the super ability. But why the abilities are so strange and different, and why the X gene can have such a miraculous ability that is beyond the scope of his comprehension. Not just him, everyone didn't know why. El suddenly had an idea. Tony, who was buried in his work, suddenly raised his head and said to himself, my quantum space hyperspace communication device can contact people in other worlds, so if I find the top scientists in the world and brainstorm together. The 20th century was the fastest and most prosperous period for the development of science and technology. Basically, all the top scientific theories and achievements of mankind so far were born in that ER8.IT is not only the accumulation of technology, but also the birth of geniuses like Einstein and Yang Zheng. More importantly, geniuses were born in an era. Einstein, Bohr, Planck, Yang Zheng, Marie Curie, Schrödinger, Heisenberg, etc. Countless scientific masters lived in the same era, which belonged to the prosperous age of science. Any one of them is the pinnacle of human wisdom, but such a group of people gather together, can discuss together, promote, and improve each other. And what Tony has to do now is to use his own technology to do the same thing. One person counts as short. He has limited wisdom of a Tony Stark, so find a few more. 10 Tony Starks to study together. If Tony Stark is not enough because of the different professions involved, then find more scientists to study together. Tony, who made a joke about himself, was very excited, but he knew that now was not the time, and he had to get busy with the things at hand first. The situation on Tony's side has accelerated due to changes in the world situation, while Natasha Romanoff on the other side has not been affected. When such a thing happened in North Africa, she and Thor were also led by the Red Devil who regained their sanity to outside a special building. Why is this place so close to that holy place? Although the supreme holy place does not exist in this time and space, Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but look to the side when she came to the same street. Yes, the headquarters of the Hellfire Club is located less than 200 meters away from the holy place in New York. How do we get in? Do we call in or knock on the door? Looking at the house in front of him, Thor looked at Natasha Romanoff. He was just here to play soy sauce, and the commander of this operation was Natasha Romanoff. Definitely it's knocking. Looking at the Red Devil being held by him with a chain of arcane energy, Natasha Romanoff beckoned him to knock on the door. In this mysterious organization, the internal reality is unknown. Although the Red Devil has been interrogated by her, the authenticity of the information has yet to be confirmed. In this case, it is better to be safe. The door was opened, and a guy who looked like an English housekeeper welcomed the three of them in, and then brought them into a living room with huge amounts of them. Welcome, my guest. On the sofa was a blonde woman in a white mink coat. Although I haven't seen the front face yet, just the profile and back are enough to make people conclude that this is a beauty. For point 8, the exquisite figure, graceful curves, and the intellectual atmosphere brought by the maturity and profound wisdom accumulated over the years add a bit of charm. Especially that unique temperament made Natasha Romanoff feel a little dazed. It's as if she's my closest boudoir friend, my best friend for celebrations. Humph. A moonlight-like coolness lifted Natasha Romanoff's spirits. Her expression suddenly changed, and then anger surged up, and the invisible chain of secret art in her hand tightened suddenly. Then I saw the Red Devil in a decent suit suddenly knelt down on the ground, his face twisted, and a piercing scream came from his mouth. She provoked you. Why did you hit me? Struggling weakly on the ground, Asazo's eyes showed confusion and incomprehension. He honestly didn't do anything. Why should he be teased? It's unreasonable. Fortunately, Natasha Romanoff, as punishment, didn't last long, or because she also found out that her actions didn't disturb the woman in white, so she let the red devil Asazuo go. Hello, my name is Emma Foster, and I'm the director of this club, or you can call me White Queen. Emma stood up and came over to look at Natasha Romanoff and the two of them. Afterwards, the two women exclaimed in unison in their hearts. Natasha Romanoff marveled at Emma's appearance, and the graceful, bumpy figure was even more exaggerated and seductive. Coupled with her diamond-like pure temperament and vaguely ethereal aura, even without relying on others, this appearance alone is enough to convince 90% of the men in this world. And Emma was equally amazed. Needless to say, Natasha Romanoff's 18-year-old beauty is outstanding, but the key is her ever-changing temperament. Her charm is natural, and she has learned 10 hands of secret magic from Chanur. Changed from a melee fighter to a witch who mixes with the moon god, does Natasha Romanoff have a mysterious aura now, and people can't help but feel the desire to explore. And Chanur will naturally not treat her good sister badly. Natasha Romanoff's scars from those years of fighting and various hidden injuries have long been repaired. Natasha Romanoff's changes can be described as reborn and reinvented. Even a membrane that was shed due to training during the Black Widow's inaugural training has fully recovered. So, if the previous Natasha Romanoff was at most an alluring beauty, now she definitely has the alluring level. What a beautiful woman. This is the feeling from the heart when the two women met for the first time. Then, the direction of the plot developed rapidly in Thor's dumbfounded expression. He never thought that the two women who met for the first time would become good friends within a few minutes, because the other was beautiful and could be compared with him. Even if they're superficially good friends, didn't you two just about to fight? Thor naturally felt that Emma wanted to implement mind control on them just now. If the opponent was a man, Thor estimated that he would have to turn on the power at 100,000 volts. But how can Natasha Romanoff just sit down and talk and laugh with each other? From cosmetics, luxury goods, to controlling men's minds to fashion, and then to the world situation and power control. There is even a leisurely chat about business management. Your relationship is developing too fast, hey. Sitting on the sofa, drinking the beer brought by the old butler, Thor looked at the two women sitting on the sofa, over there chatting more and more vigorously, full of complaints. Natasha Romanoff, or join our club and be our Black Queen, Emma said with a smile, and sent an invitation letter to Natasha Romanoff. The Black Queen. Yes, the members of the Hellfire Club are the most powerful and wealthy people in the world, and the core of the club is us extraordinary people. Emma smiled confidently. The core members are clearly divided into levels, divided into kings, queens, bishops, and knights. However, the previous Black King Shao died, and the White King withdrew, so my White Queen is the biggest. Natasha Romanoff's smile remains the same. She's a 1,000-year-old fox. It's useless to play tricks on her. But recently those people are dissatisfied with my existence, and want to elect a new Black King to divide my rights and restrict my behavior. Emma didn't hide anything. She knew that Natasha Romanoff, like her, was a smart person, and when talking to smart people, don't hide it. It's enough to explain the stakes. Well, so you want me to become the Black Queen, so that even if there's one more Black King, 2 against 1, we can still control the situation? But what good will I gain by doing this? Although they chatted happily, they were not acting. Natasha Romanoff and Emma knew each other well, and now it's time to negotiate terms. Natasha Romanoff's ability and Thor's strength make Emma very eager. Although she is a mental ability user, the 943 worlds have mutant ability limiters and mental shielding devices. So her ability does not allow her to do whatever she wants. She is able to maintain her current status, not by mind control ability, but by her own outstanding talent. She is a rich woman with a net worth of tens of billions, managing and operating a private company with a huge market value. She was able to join the Hellfire Club because of this, not some super ability. A pure ability player like the Red Devil Hifengmo only exists as a thug when he joins the club. He is said to be a core member, but he is actually a bodyguard. But Natasha Romanoff is different. During the conversation with her, Emma found that her wisdom and talent are comparable to her own, and when Natasha Romanoff and Thor are combined, they are indeed strong enough. Ordinary people's mutants can only be thugs, but if your strength is strong enough to make everyone fear, then it is not impossible to be the boss. And now, it's time for Emma to make an offer. Wealth, power, personal connections, technical reserves, special intelligence, whatever you want, Hellfire can give you. Emma smiled confidently. Hellfire Club was originally an upper-class social club organized by a group of elites in Europe, and it was only later that Mutant joined. But the foundation is still those dignitaries who hold a lot of wealth and resources in human society. This is both Emma's trouble now and the value of Hellfire Club. In some worlds where Mutant and Avengers Alliance coexist, Tony's father, Green Goblin, Norfolk Osborn, and others have all been invited to join the Hellfire Club. In other words, only those who reach their level are eligible to be invited. Therefore, it is conceivable that Hellfire Club possesses abundant resources. If you don't have your own property yet, I can personally contribute interest-free loans backed by the resources of the club, and within a year, your name can appear on the Forbes list. If you want to attend in a few years, you can leave a fortune for your descendants that can be enjoyed for generations. Natasha Romanoff was a little startled by such a high price. The size of this Hellfire Club was bigger than she imagined. I am afraid that only the group of Hydra can compare with it. Sounds good, but I don't like Black King. It sounds like I'm his wife. Natasha Romanoff smiled and moved a little closer to Emma. You said if there's only the Queen, is it okay? 7. Natasha Romanoff's flawless face was close to Emma's face. Her mouth was slightly opened, and the scent of orchid and musk deer was breathed on Emma's cheeks. This too intimate action made her face blush. It might be a little hard, but it sure sounds good. The sparkle in Emma's eyes seemed to hide a spring of water. Thor, sit here for a while. Emma and I will go somewhere else. The Black Queen got up and pulled her own White Queen, then turned her head and said to the former Thor who was staring out the window in a daze. But there was no echo. I don't know if he heard it or not. Natasha Romanoff didn't care about him. Anyway, he couldn't be out of the group anyway. She took Emma's arm and clasped her fingers tightly, as intimate as sisters. Then he leaned into Emma's ear and exhaled slightly. Where's your room? I want a drink. The two youthful women left by themselves, leaving only one foolishly sitting there watching the scenery outside the window. But he didn't know that he had missed the most beautiful scenery. With a crisp snap, Thor slapped his thigh violently. Asgard doesn't need me. There's always a place that needs me. I have only lived a few thousand years. My life is still very long. Why am I so decadent? I haven't even gone through the whole universe, let alone change it now universe. Talking to himself, Thor stood up suddenly, full of fighting spirit and passion. Hey, Natasha Romanoff, where did that woman go? Forget it. Never mind. What did that sentence say? The Overwatch League. This world needs heroes. This world needs Thor. Because he was hammered by Loki in the duel with Loki, well, it was actually baked into a barbecue by Wong Hao's fortune oven. The defeat this time is not just as simple as Thor's failure, but more importantly, the entire Asgard has become Loki's, and he's become the new king of gods and the master of Asgard. The problem is for the past few thousand years, for most of Thor's life, he has been regarded as the heir of Asgard, as the son of Odin, as the future god king of Asgard, the Asgardian of the Nine Realms. This is what Thor has been around for millennia, and that all changed after Loki defeated him. He has no purpose in life, no meaning in life. He has lived with this belief for thousands of years, and then suddenly one day, someone told him that it's nothing to do with you. This is not just as simple as physical pain. So in the past period of time, Thor sank, decadent, and lost himself. If it wasn't for his position in the Overwatch League, which allowed him to find a little sense of existence, he might have collapsed. But now, after a long period of self-thinking and self-digging, he suddenly found a new goal and a new meaning. And once I found this goal and established my new life direction, the fighting spirit and energy I had accumulated for several months came back. Norths. Let me go out and see if anyone needs help. Thor strode forward and walked outside the club, and no one dared to stop him along the way. Then he came to the street and looked around. Everyone is living good life. Gwatai Minen. There's not even a grandmother who needs to be helped across the street. Woo, woo. A police car roared past, and the harsh siren made Thor's expression startled. I'll remember that car was dispatched, as if it represented a crime committed by a bad person. I'm here, Thor. How can I wait for you to indulge yourself? With long blonde hair thrown back, a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and flip-flops, Thor followed the police car in stride. Hello, viewers. I'm Eileen from Wit's News Department, and we're doing a live broadcast at the Mutant Rehab Center in Essex. This time the accident was caused by a mutant boy. Outside the building, police cars gathered, there were media interview helicopters in the sky, and reporters and onlookers were everywhere around. And in the focus center of everyone's eyes is a teenage boy whose body is developing more horizontally than vertically. Stay away from me. Get out of here. With a red hooded coat on his body, the boy let out a roar, and a raging flame and heat energy ignited on his hands. Then he waved his palm, and the materialized heat energy flew out of the body directly, turning into an energy shell and rushing forward, directly piercing a police car from the middle. What? There was a burst of screaming from the crowd, and even the policemen with weapons were frightened by such a powerful attack. But at this moment, countless cameras are aimed at them, and rashly shooting a minor child will only put them in jail as well. Damn it, why aren't the X-Men here yet? The sheriff shouted loudly, asking his deputy. There was another fire punch, and a certain news broadcast vehicle was damaged, and the scene became further chaotic. But the crowd still surrounded the place, and although the muzzle of the police T did not fire, it kept aiming at the panicked boy. And behind him, in front of this institution called Essex Mutant Rehabilitation Center, a group of tall, burly, and fierce-looking employees led by the dean watched all this with a smile. Even the dean didn't forget to brush up his presence and shouted at the media and police T. Don't shoot. Every child has a chance to be saved. This is our fault, but please give him more confidence. We have a chance to heal him. It is called a rehabilitation center, but it is actually just a persecution of mutant teenagers organized by taking advantage of the ignorance of ignorant parents and social people and using their fear of mutant ability. The so-called treatment is nothing more than the use of electric shocks, torture, and other means to force the children to no longer use the mutant ability, to return to the good children in the eyes of their parents, and to return to normal people in the eyes of others. After all, mutant super ability, this is much more serious than internet addiction. Internet addiction can be regarded as a disease, and it can be forcibly quit in this way. So why can't mutant diseases? Russell, you are finished. When they catch you back, I will treat you well. A stern-looking employee spoke to the boy in front of him in a corner that the camera couldn't see, in a voice that others couldn't hear. And his words seemed to touch some kind of memory in the heart of this little fat man named Russell, which made his huge body tremble, and his expression became more and more crazy. Take me away. Send me to Icebox Prison. A mass of huge amounts of heat energy was quickly formed in the hands of the little fat man. From the beginning to the end, the little fat, bib, man who only destroyed vehicles and attacked the ground to intimidate the onlookers finally couldn't help but intend to hurt people. Just because, then he can escape from here, even if he is greeted by a prison that countless mutants have heard of. But in his heart, at least there would be no such devils in such a place. Boom! The huge red thermal energy condensed into a group and flew towards the array of police cars in front of it. That kind of power alone is enough to make people terrified. But a person with such terrifying power is so afraid of the buildings behind him that he would tremble all over just thinking about it. Little devil, this is not acceptable. A tall figure suddenly rushed out from the side of the road and stopped in front of the red energy group. The long golden hair is scattered behind the head, wild and wanton. The beard on the face looked a little messy, but it's a little more uninhibited. The tall torso, with muscles all over the body, is like pouring steel. A pair of lightning blue eyes, cold and daring. Boom! The red energy cluster was crushed by a punch, which could directly smash a van into pieces, but was defeated by a pair of flesh fists. And after the smoke cleared, what appeared in front of everyone was a blonde, homeless man wearing a white t-shirt, denim shorts, and flip-flops. That's right, this outfit, as well as that slovenly appearance, are definitely no different from a tramp. Little ghost, this is not acceptable. Bullying the weak and hurting the innocent is not what you should do. Thor, whose hands are not even broken, looked at the dumbfounded little fat man in front of him and shook his head slightly at him. He didn't know what happened, why the child acted in this way, but he could tell that it was not out of his original intention, but because he was forced to do so. Another mutant. A voice suddenly appeared in the crowd, and Jing Cha, who was originally thankful for being rescued, also looked surprised and looked at Thor suddenly full of vigilance. Sir, please show your ID, put your head in your hands, and accept our inspection. The sheriff looked at Thor, who suddenly appeared, and shouted after his complexion changed a few times. And everyone's guns were aimed at him. See, if you become a mutant, then you can only be a tramp like him in the future. A mother was holding her child who was a few years old, standing in the crowd and pointing at Thor. And Thor, who has sensitive ears, naturally heard this sentence. He first looked at his clothes, and then looked at the crowd around him. Isn't that uncomfortable to wear? Also, why are you being so mean to that, a mutant? The strange behavior of the people around made Thor, who had been disconnected at the beginning of the time travel, very puzzled. Whether it's an Asgard or Earth One, super ability users don't seem to be the object of attack by the whole people, but the object of pursuit. Even in the universe, those alien races, those alien civilizations. People with extraordinary abilities and special abilities should always receive preferential treatment and be sought after as stars by everyone. I see jealousy. Thor is not illiterate, but rarely uses his brain. Having lived for thousands of years, even if he is an imbecile, the experience of thousands of years has given him extraordinary experience. Not to mention that he has received the best education and training since he was a child. And Loki is not the only one who has read the countless books in the Asgard library. Thor can understand Groot's Treant language. So he's a pure brute? You are jealous of their ability, jealous of their ability, jealous of their ability to gain more power than you without hard work, and jealous of their potential that is greater than yours. There was silence at the scene, and in the mouth of a blonde homeless man, some words that no one had ever said and no one had dared to say were being broadcast live. In front of the cameras of countless news media, Thor talked eloquently, using his thousands of years of experience and knowledge, and continued to analyze it from the perspective of being detached from the human beings on Earth. You don't hate mutant, you hate. Why is it not you who became mutant? The pupils of several employees in the rehabilitation center shrank slightly, as if recalling the discomfort they felt when they saw those children with special abilities. What you hate is not mutant. What you hate is the reality that you are ordinary and boring, but you have to bow your head. Why can they fly high in the sky? Why can they knock down your boss and guards with one punch? Thor's eyes turned around, and many people in suits and leather shoes in the crowd were caught by his eyes and immediately dodged their eyes. That's right, none of them would have thought that, after being yelled at by their stupid boss, they suddenly awakened their own super ability and punched him into Momo. Or when facing unsatisfactory reality, imagine that you have a pair of wings and fly to the free sky. Strength, talent, the ability to break the rules, the ability to let you escape reality. Why are they and not you? Striding up to the dazed little fat man, Thor opened his collar and looked at the skin under his neck. The scorch marks on it caused by the electric shock were very eye-catching. When he opened his sleeves, the shocking bruises and welt marks on his arms made his eyes flicker. Not tears, but thunder. Jealousy, it really is the original sin. Thor, who has read all the classics of the gods next door, said suddenly, "My first mission, save you, save you." On the window of the building behind the little fat man, countless pairs of small eyes, full of desire for freedom and sunshine, are staring at him closely. Thor's chest was blocked, but then thunder roared. Boom! Ask for flowers. It was not the sound of thunder, but the sound of gunshots, and as soon as the air was cut, the little fat man's head was hanging away. Light soul! Thor's reaction was so quick, he grabbed out his left hand, took the little fat man aside, looked to the left, and then rushed away. Boom! Ball-Eye punched the shooter fiercely, but a metal arm that suddenly appeared stopped the punch. Definitely, Thor's fist could be blocked by anyone. The metal barely supported it for a while, then flew upside down, and the whole person hit the big tree behind him, making the gunman's eyes glow with gold stars and the corners of his mouth bleed. He's just a kid. Why would you do that? Grabbing the gunman with one hand, the gunman looks very strange to others, which is nothing to Thor. He has seen too many lives that are half mechanical and half human. He killed my family. You're lying. He wasn't bloodied. I can't tell. Thor yelled angrily. There's a difference in temperament between those who have killed people and those who have not. Thor is a veteran of the battlefield who has fought for thousands of years, and the lives killed by him range from millions to hundreds of thousands. In terms of murderous intent and decisiveness in battle, no one on the entire earth is more determined than him. In the future, 30 years later, my wife and daughter will be burned alive by him, Russell. Thor was extremely angry, but unexpectedly, the gunman in front of him was even more angry than him, and what he said about the future made Thor's expression stunned. Boom! A fierce explosion sounded suddenly, and a special one-way impact grenade directly blasted Thor into the air, and then the cable climbed directly from the tree trunk, and the modified future firearm in his hand quickly aimed at the fat little Russell. Go to hell, monster loss! Buzz buzz! In order not to be obstructed, Cable directly turned on the highest output mode. The violent energy poured into the muzzle of the gun from the magazine, and then turned into a flame that scorched the air and rushed towards the obese Latino boy who was only a little in the second grade. Be careful! Thor, who was flying in the air, shouted loudly, but Russell, a second-year middle school boy, was already frightened by the upheaval in front of him. Not to mention running away, he only felt that his legs were filled with lead, and he couldn't move at all. Monkey Rachette. Not far away, on a silver plane that had just landed, someone wearing a red tights and a yellow overalls just stepped down and happened to witness the scene in front of 090. But the surprise was far from over. A ray of light suddenly appeared in front of the little fat man, and a guy also wearing a red tights got out of the ray and directly took the full fire blow of the cable. The red figure spun around and flew into the distance, but the change stopped, and another figure walked out of the light, and the blazing flame had already ignited. Where is this place? Russell. Seeing the figure coming out of the light, Dian Sua's eyes widened. It was none other than his wife, killing enemy Russell. In other words, he is the future of the little fat boy who grew up. Oh my god, I see myself. On the side of the plane, Deadpool covered his mouth through his mask and slapped Colossus next to him. If he was not mistaken, the one who ran out of the light and took the blow from the cable was none other than Deadpool himself. Wait, one space-time, two Deadpools. Some wonderful ideas suddenly popped out of his ruined brain. Goodbye, Colossus. I'm leaving a little earlier. As soon as the voice fell, Deadpool ran towards the direction he was flying with little feet and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Wait, you're still on probation. However, Deadpool, who has found a new companion, will naturally not look back, and Colossus' cry has become futile. And over there, Dian Saw, who was extremely jealous when meeting his enemy, had already abandoned the second-year boy and handed over all his anger and firepower to the uncle version of Hua Fist in front of him. Ah, familiar place. The uncle version of Russell with a beard and a hood looked at the building that should have been burned to ashes by himself long ago, with a nostalgic expression on his face. Then, a group of blazing fireballs rose from his hands. Boom! The gunshot sounded, and the cable shot was fired, and the movement was like thunder. Although he was carrying a high-tech weapon, his energy was limited, and his melee combat was not bad. Cable. The energy in his body blocked the bullet, and the middle-aged Russell looked at the cable rushing towards him, and also shouted loudly. The battle between the two mutants has officially begun. On the side of the road, Thor, who was dressed casually, stood up from the ground, his face darkened by cable grenade, and the surrounding crowd, reporters and police officers who fled around, made his face even uglier. Boom! The sky quickly darkened, and the sudden cloud made the atmosphere tense. The battle between the cyborg and the Fire Fist was just a small fight, and the thunder came was the beginning of sublimation of the scene. You guys be honest with me. When the thunder sounded, Thor's figure disappeared in place, and people could only see a burnt slipper left in the air. In the blink of an eye, Thor appeared in front of Cable, and after taking a powerful blow from the mechanical arm with his chest, Thor didn't change his face and directly pushed Cable to the ground. The electric light flickered in the eyes, the 5 fingers were spread apart, the electric light surged, and the Uncle Russell's Fire Fist blasted out. The fiery energy reminded Thor of the experience of being treated as a barbecue, and suddenly became more angry. Get me down! The electric energy was like a tide, drowning the Fire Fist in an instant. The mere Fire Fist is still too far behind Vulcan and Thor. Even in the future era, Russell, who has grown into an uncle, is already a well-known villain, but his strength is still very weak compared to Thor. The raging heat can't hurt Thor's divine body at all, and the powerful fist is nothing in front of Thor. With one move, the two crazy guys were directly pushed to the ground by Thor, unable to move. Who are you? Fire Fist Luo Quality, whose eyes were full of madness and surliness, asked. In the future world, he will run rampant, and no one has ever dared to treat him like this. He is used to the feeling of being superior and oppressing everything. But now being pressed on the head by someone and eating ashes on the ground 3.6, this kind of humiliation made him extremely angry. Shut up. I'll talk about your question later. However, Thor was not interested in paying attention to him at all, but looked over there and was still struggling wildly, and stared at the enemy's cable less than 1 meter away from him. You just said that you are from the future? Listen, I don't know what you think, but as far as I know, killing this child will not change your future. This is against Prince Kang's theory. Anyway, he played the game of reversing time and saving the world, and Thor also heard about it from Tony. After all, he had the idea of why not kill baby Thanos before too. Taking what Tony and the others had said, shortening it and saying it, Thor looked at the cable on the ground with a serious expression. But he overlooked one thing. This is not Earth 1 and Earth 2. Idiot, who told you? The future can be changed because the changes caused by everything we do will directly overwrite my original future. Instead of generating parallel universes, Cable looked at Thor, and the undisguised mockery in his eyes made Thor frown. Well, he is a soldier. Although he has learned a lot of knowledge, he is still not a scientist or a scholar. He has heard this stuff once, but it is impossible for you to ask him to explain it clearly. So he didn't know that the rules of different time and space are different. Time irreversibility is only a rule of Earth 1, but in this world, time can be reversed and modified. Definitely, this belongs to Thor's knowledge blind spot, so he doesn't intend to continue arguing, but he still can't accept sacrificing a child's life, just for the future of 18 possibilities. If it is a deterministic future, he might consider it. He is not the captain. He was trained as a king, and he's been mentally prepared for this since he was a child. Choose when you have to choose, instead of never giving up like the captain. Hey, listen to me. Sometimes there is no need to use killing to solve the problem. I think that brat looks like he needs to be beaten, and he looks like he needs to be beaten, but I think he is still hidden. Finally, I established my new life goal, to become a real superhero, to be an Asgardian. Because of this, Thor couldn't allow his first appearance to end with the death of a child. And like he said, he did think the kid could be saved. No matter how bad that little fat boy is, can he be as bad as Loki? And after living for thousands of years, Thor, among other things, has absolutely no problem with people's eyes. Children's education is not good. That's the wrong way, and it's too much to mess with the dead man's house. The shabby you pressed is the guy from the future. Do you still think he can be saved? Although he was full of resentment, Thor didn't loosen his pressure at all, so the cable could only roar helplessly after struggling for a long time. And hearing what he said, Thor glanced at the guy with his left hand on the ground again. Did you recognize the wrong person? This kid has lost weight so successfully, and his skin color is different. I'm afraid you're kidding me. Thor stood up, one hand in each hand, pinched the neck of the cable and the uncle version of Russell, and compared it with Russell in front of him who was so scared that he almost peed his pants. You must be kidding me. Hell just did a tan. I heard it's cool. Besides, who knew that being a villain would make you hungry? Every time I go to eat, there will be a bunch of police tea around, or even the chef will be scared when he sees us. Scared off. Russell, who was caught by Thor's neck, said helplessly that he would be electrified once he gathered heat energy again. He was losing weight, he was starving and skinny. It's very majestic to say it. You can kill whoever you want, but what does it mean that you don't even have to eat? Why didn't anyone tell him about this before he joined the job? In that case, he might quit the job, and after taking revenge, he would honestly find a place to return to life. But it's too late to say anything now. He can't turn back. Brother, help. I'm a bit confused here. A device similar to the one on Cable's wrist was activated suddenly, and the light flashed randomly. Along with sparks and lightning, 10 tall figures walked out of the light. Fact, where did you get the teleportation device? From you guys. You're always chasing me. I'm not a fool. I'll definitely investigate. After killing your wife and children, I'll go after your colleagues. I've just had a few of these things. If it wasn't for that pervert in red tights, I might already rule the world. Ha ha ha. The sudden electric current rushed across Russell's body, causing him to twitch nonstop. You're hopeless, I'm sure. You wait, my elder brother is here, you're dead. Although he was receiving electrotherapy, Russell didn't hesitate and looked at Thor viciously, and at the same time looked at the tall figure who came out of the light with hopeful eyes. Glancing at the old Russell, who was vicious from the inside to the outside, and looking at the second-year middle school boy Russell, who was stunned, Thor shook his head, still unable to believe that these two were the same person. But now I can't handle that much anymore. Then let me see what kind of existence your elder brother is. Thor, who hadn't tried his best for a long time, looked at the huge figure that appeared in front of him with a fighting spirit in his chest. And as his fighting spirit was aroused, thunder and lightning had already begun in the sky, and the wind blew violently. But at the moment when his fist was about to be swung out, the fist filled with strong lightning and carrying unparalleled kinetic energy abruptly stopped in place. Just because the person who appeared in front of him was none other than a figure he was very familiar with. Walter Falker. A brand new Cable appeared in front of his eyes, and that so-called tall figure was just an exoskeleton armor he was riding on. You guys are twin brothers. Before Thor turned around and asked about the cable that he had rubbed on the ground just now, the cable on the armor suddenly opened fire. A laser beam of energy directly pierced through the previous cable and the old version of Russell. Let these two guys die on the spot. At the same time, behind the cable on the battle armor, a person who looks exactly like the old Russell, or a new Russell, came out. These two-time remnants are resolved. Damn it, that Deadpool guy, when I catch him, I'll have to seal him in a concrete pillar. The cable in the battle armor cursed bitterly. Today was originally his vacation. He should go home to spend time with his wife and children, but who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Calm down, you're not the only one who wants to kill that guy. But he's the elder. Yes, wait. Is Thor standing over there? Looking at Thor, who stared at the two of them with wide eyes in front of him, Russell said with a little surprise. Ah, Watchman Thor. Cable in the armor had a serious expression, exactly the same as the self that was smashed by him. So, we have to explain, otherwise it may be difficult to leave. Russell sighed, looked at the stupid young man over there, and then at Thor standing beside him. He knew that he didn't have this memory because he hadn't gone back yet, so the past didn't cover reality. But why was the timing of their appearance so coincidental? It happened to coincide with Thor's appearance, so that their plans were also disrupted. Hey, don't rush your hands, relax. Let us give you a stroke, feel the surrounding low pressure, the dark clouds in the sky, and the abnormal electricity around. Russell quickly waved his hand and said, we are not bad people. We are from the future, just like them. It's just that their future has disappeared, so they become time remnants. Do you understand what I mean? He slapped the boy with his big head straight on his head, and then patted his head again. Russell said angrily, hurry up and lose weight, fuck. Do you know how long it took me to get out of the order because of this figure? There are beautiful girls all over the street. I wasted my most youthful years with my own hands. You idiot, fat pig. Looking at himself in the past, Russell's face was full of hatred. Look at his current appearance. He can't see his little brother, even when he takes off his clothes and looks down. How to pick up girls. How to pick up girls. How to complete the task of spreading genetic information arranged in the human gene sequence. From a lump of fat to the old bacon. It was hard to cook Mela with the fat, but when he went to find a little girl, she told him that he didn't like the uncle's money. What a painful realization. Lose weight. Lose weight. If you don't lose weight, I'll kill you. Hey, if you kill me, you're gone. Friendly reminder to his companions. Cable walked out of the armor and then played a video for Thor to watch. Hey, you're familiar with it, right? The image is none other than the statue of Wong Hao. A statue of Wong Hao stands in the center of the square with huge amounts of it. Because of your arrival, the history of this world has undergone huge amounts of changes. But when you changed everything, that is, I came to the present time at the same time. The first Cable comes from the original future of this world, and the time of his arrival coincides with the time when the main episode and others come. This led to the appearance of Wong Hao, whether it was Apocalypse, or Juggernaut, or Magneto, or even the transformation of the whole world. These are all causing great changes in the future. So the future of the first Cable disappeared, and he should also disappear, but because he has not returned to the future, the power of time has not yet applied to him. He is still alive, but will eventually disappear. This is what remains of time, a time that shouldn't exist, Ghost, a special existence that neither belongs to the past nor to the future. But the first Cable, including Russell who appeared here for other reasons, all have time shuttle devices, which gives them unprecedented destructive power. The destructive power of time and space. Then in order to protect the integrity of his own time and space, the second Cable came across, and the purpose was to kill himself. I said that, do you understand? Cable explained while watching Thor nod slowly over there. Do not understand at all, Thor said bluntly. But he asked again, but when you came good time, did you have our skin? Cable, who was annoyed by Thor, took a deep breath. No, you have already returned to your own world, but the influence you left behind is still there. Mutants and humans can coexist peacefully and even gradually integrate. Your Overwatch alliance has made great contributions. You should recognize my armor as stark industrial technology. Cable didn't go into detail. In fact, he only said so much to Thor, because if he didn't explain, there would be no way to get out. The two of them didn't think they could beat Thor. After all, they are very clear about the horror of Sentinel, and the Sentry plan that almost caused a catastrophe was smashed into scum by the man in front of him. Actually, the greatest impact you have had on this world is that you have invited the Sun God to this world. Praise the Sun. After talking about the influence of Thor and others, Dien Suo suddenly added a sentence. After all, compared to the Overwatch League, the Sun God is the most influential existence in this world. And in a sense, these Watchmen are also the apostles of the Sun God, not only his believers, but also his servants. Wait, that Hao Qian? What did he do? Captain and Tony are both Wang Hao's disciples, but Thor is not. Moreover, he himself is a true god with a godhead. After falling, his soul will not enter the kingdom of the dead, will not enter reincarnation, and will be personally greeted by death, the supreme god of the universe. If we really want to talk about faith, Thor also believes in Odin, but that can't be called faith. It's just the sun's worship and admiration for his old father. The sun god has done everything. Everything is related to him. The gods, the future. Well, I can't say more. That will destroy the continuity of time and space. While talking, Cable took out a certain device from his pocket and swept it around, and then put away the gun that he had dropped in the grass that he had blasted to pieces. Actually, if it wasn't because you are Thor, I'm afraid I wouldn't even say these things. If Tony Stark heard those words just now, the timeline of this world would be a big problem. After finishing speaking, Dinso looked at Thor without changing his face. Wait, I suddenly found that you look a lot like someone. Where did I see it? Looking at Cable's face, Thor suddenly seemed to have discovered something remarkable and pointed at him in surprise. Let me think about where I saw you. It's normal for parallel universes to have similar-looking people. Bye. Cable was very disapproving of this, but Thor suddenly screamed. Ah, haha, I thought of it. Thanos, you look so much like that purple sweet potato, not only in appearance but also in voice. At the gate of the Avengers Alliance base on Earth 2, Thor and Thanos also met face-to-face and heard the declaration of the 100-year-old second Demon King. But now it seems that except for the different file size and color of the face and the different chin, Thanos and Cable are similar to the same person in other facial contour details, as well as the expression and tone of speech. Oh, that person is the king of the universe. Thor, who didn't feel any sense after talking about the scientific theory to Cable for a long time, was immersed in the amazement of his great discovery. Having found his purpose in life again, he finally regained his previous cheerfulness and silliness. Forget it, let's go. As for Silly Han In, Dien Suo is not interested in continuing to talk, and there's a pervert in a red tights fleeing outside. So hurry up and catch him back. The light flickered, riding on his armor. Ree and Uncle Russell disappeared in front of Thor. Until then, another Steel Titan, who was looking for the red tights to no avail, came over with a depressed expression on his face. I seem to be late. Colossus scratched his head. Just now he saw the fight here, and the crowd dispersed and went to chase Deadpool. He has seen many similar situations, and the most troublesome thing after this kind of situation will never be the mutant who caused the trouble, but the idiots watching around. People are fighting each other. The house is demolished piece by piece. You guys are running away. Like that Russell. He originally wanted to escape from this rehabilitation center, but a group of people surrounded him, which made him even more emotional, and he was blocked. Colossus, who has dealt with this situation many times, knows very well not to be too aggressive sometimes. Whether it is the mutant that caused the problem or the people around, trying to get along with each other is the best way to solve the problem. Just like paints, what individual colors can describe is always limited. Only when they're mixed together, the whole drawing board will be colorful. This is the experience of an old artist. No, although he came late and didn't do anything, it seemed that the situation was resolved, and no one was killed, no one was injured, only a few police cars were lost, a wall, and the pavement was in need of minor repairs. Well, he didn't see the scene where two people were blasted to pieces. If he saw that shot, he would definitely think of the clash of colors in the Impressionist painting exhibition he saw some time ago. Sir, can you tell me who you are? I'm not law enforcement, but we do have a partnership with them on social issues related to mutant. Colossus doesn't know Thor, and Thor doesn't know him. However, the images of both of them are able to give people a good impression at the first time. To put it bluntly, they are a Tai Han In and a Silly Han In. So without a few words, the two chatted and let Colossus figure out the situation here, and also knew that Thor and the captain were together. Are Rogers and Kalinte with you? Oh, you see my Mjolnir? No, it's his now. Thor, who was originally elated, suddenly became depressed again. The goal of life belongs to the goal of life. And the old buddy who has been with me for thousands of years has become someone else's old buddy, which is hard for anyone to accept. The sudden change of Thor's mood made Colossus not know how to comfort him for a while. But fortunately, Thor lost quickly, but also recovered quickly. What are you going to do about it? Although all the people around ran away, the policemen and reporters were slowly approaching, especially after the storm subsided. More and more people approached. These things can be handed over to those police officers. We can only do this. Colossus glanced at the little fat man next to him, and then said in a deep voice, the existence of the Xavier Ability Children's College was originally a compromise between Charles and the government. Help them deal with some mutant issues while they can keep this so-called mutant sanctuary that holds great power. They helped as many mutant children as possible, but not all children were able to help. Did you see the scars on this kid? Regarding Colossus' words, Thor suddenly shouted. The scorched marks on his neck and the bruises on his arms were not injuries he should bear at his age. A child who is supposed to study in school and decide his future life can only stay here and be ravaged by others, spend his life with the shadow in his heart, and even disappear. But people in any civilized country will not allow this kind of thing to happen, because it is a blasphemy against civilization. The reason why civilization is called civilization is because the strong will feel pity for the weak, otherwise it is not called civilization, but beast. The old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled can only wait to die under the natural ecology. Life without self-supporting ability, except for young children. In nature, these lives must leave the group and wait for death. And one of the most important signs of the establishment of civilization is that these vulnerable groups will be protected and supported by the ethnic group, thus forming a benign morality from selfishness to selflessness. This is the biggest difference between humans or other intelligent creatures and animals. Although Russell has a super ability and looks powerful, his heart is still a child. His heart is still fragile. And not only him, Thor can imagine the gazes in this building. Some of those children are probably more vulnerable than Russell because he still knows how to resist and escape. But what about those who are younger and more immature than him? Feel sorry. However, Gang Litian could only say sorry for all these things. They really can't help everyone. The college is so big and the funds are so much, and even if they can afford it, the government will not be willing and agree. The number of students in the school is limited, and it is impossible for professors to recruit as many as they want. That is undoubtedly a direct declaration of war on the hexagon. Colossus' answer made, Thor nodded his head. Boy, tell me, who is the boss here? Turning around, Thor looked at the stupid little fat boy and then asked aloud. X-Men can't help. Let him, Thor, help. Like it was said when the Overwatch League was founded. This world needs heroes. It's him. The little fat boy seemed to realize something and pointed his thick fingers towards a bald head protruding from a building behind. He also caused the injury on your body. Thor looked at the bald man with flickering eyes, and a burnt smell began to appear in the air. Yes, not only him, but also his accomplices. Russell gritted his teeth and looked at those guys in employee uniforms. Heat energy surged on their arms, and what was covered under the flames was the pain and torture day after day, the sins that these scum couldn't wash away. Very well, then it is clear. The dark clouds gathered in the sky again. The rumbling thunder sounded, and the strong wind blew up. Thor, what are you doing? Colossus looked in surprise at the Thor who was harmless to humans and animals a second ago. He didn't expect that this man who looked like a tramp turned out to be such a powerful mutant. Do what others can't. Thor, whose eyes were full of lightning, looked back at Colossus and then shouted. A lightning bolt fell into his hand, and then he was thrown out, turning into a spear in the air. Odidons, Gungnir. Colossus Pete roared feebly, but how could he stop the lightning? So in the eyes of everyone, in the sight of the returning people, a thunderbolt turned into a spear, piercing through the dean, assistants, and nurses gathered at the gate of the rehabilitation center in an instant. The tall body jumped up suddenly and rushed towards Thor. In this case, if Colossus does not want a group of soldiers to surround the academy tomorrow, he must arrest the culprit Thor and hand it over to the police. But facing the attack of the Steel Titan, Thor laughed loudly, and then he didn't back down even half a step. Clang! The body of flesh and blood collided head-on with the body of steel, and a violent impact spread around. A battle that has nothing to do with justice and evil, and a battle that has nothing to do with right or wrong unfolds. Two fighters stand on the side of justice, but because of their different views on justice, they are in different positions. Fists and feet face down. The sound of hammering iron was endless. If someone said before that how flesh and blood can compare with steel, then after seeing this scene, you might understand. Thor is already relatively burly and majestic. With a height of 1.9 meters and a strong body, there are few men as strong as him, even in basketball and football, which are known for their muscularity and strength. But Colossus is taller and stronger than him. With a height of 2.4 meters, just standing there gives people a very strong sense of oppression. His silver gray, special metal body makes him even more powerful. This special metal is not just the skin 427. His body is made of metal from the inside to the outside, including internal organs, tissues and organs, even eyeballs and blood. This gave him extremely powerful strength. Under normal conditions, the Jerk can reach 100 tons of terrifying data, making him look like a humanoid bulldozer. Not only that, but his speed is not slow either. With such a powerful force propelling him, his explosive speed will only be faster than that of ordinary people, instead of being clumsy because of his huge stature. Not to mention his amazing stamina. Because of the metal construction, he can even go months without food or drink, and whether he needs air is also a question. It's not steel, but a body made of a special metal that gives him terrifying temperature tolerance. The high temperature of thousands of degrees Celsius can't melt him, and the temperature close to absolute zero can hardly make this metal lose its performance. As for electricity, the thunder flashed, and with every punch and kick, Thor's whole body was entangled with powerful electric energy. Wong hadn't given the nickname of Pikachu, but these electric energies fall on Colossus. Although the energy is abundant and powerful, whoever said that metals that conduct electricity will be destroyed by the electric current? If you want to destroy the metal, you have to short circuit, and that part of the metal conductor has to be overheated and blown because the electric current passing through it in a short period of time is too strong due to the short circuit of the electric current. But if this is not possible, the effect of the electric current is just to make the metal hotter and hotter. Go away, big man. I don't want to hurt you. Thor, your behavior is too much. It is not up to you to judge their behavior. Even if they are heinous, there are police and laws. For Thor's words, Colossus is equally plausible. What the academic mutant needs is to coexist with human beings, and in that way, they must abide by the laws of human society. This is their code of conduct, Or in other words, this is also one of the necessary conditions for the government to allow them to survive. But Thor scoffed at this. I'm not from Earth, and your laws are useless to me. My judgment is only based on my thoughts. I'll say it again, get the hell out of here. The thunder roared, and Thor, who had been beating the iron with his fist for a long time, kicked Colossus away with a heavy kick, and the thunder light became more and more dense in the cloudy clouds. Colossus is already very powerful, but he is Thor. Even in the world where the Avengers Alliance and Mutant coexist, he is also the combat power card among the superheroes on Earth. I don't care where you are from. This is the Earth. You must abide by the laws and rules of the Earth. However, although the old artist Colossus has a soft heart and loves art, he will never back down when fighting. In life, he is a good mentor, a good friend, and an excellent painter. But in battle, he is a good comrade, in arms who can let everyone rest assured to leave their backs to him. The fist of steel stretched out, and the lightning surged in front of him. Enough! While shielding, a small hammer fell from the sky and stopped between the iron fist and the thunder. The thunder light melted, the iron fist was blocked, and the man holding the shield and the hammer looked at his two friends with complete helplessness on his face. Steve, seeing Mjolnir standing in front of him, Thor's aura gradually dissipated, and the iron fist slammed on the vibranium shield. And then Colossus, whose strength was silently weakened, listened to the familiar voice and put away his fighting spirit. Captain, although he is your friend, his behavior still violates the law. I can't just sit idly by. Thor killed the director of the rehabilitation center and so many employees in front of him, in front of countless media and police officers. This incident inevitably needs an explanation. Or someone will go to the academy for an explanation. Steve, if this embarrasses you, then get out. These kids are my responsibility. The captain in the middle of the two looked left and right. I couldn't help but take 2.40 breath. If he hadn't sensed the fluctuation of Thor's power here and saw Thor's appearance on news, I'm afraid these two people would really fight to the death. Thor, I'm glad you were able to recover, but your responsibility? How are you going to take care of so many children in the midst of the hunt? The captain, who probably knew what happened, glanced at Thor and said. After finishing speaking, he didn't wait for Thor to reply and looked at Colossus next to him. Peter, I will take over this matter now. You go back to the academy first. The professor has something to tell you. Out of trust in the captain, Colossus turned and left. He believes that the captain is not the kind of person who would cover up others because of private affairs. Definitely, that's because he didn't know there was a man named Bucky. But after Colossus left, looking at the police and reporters who had regrouped around, although Thor didn't care about these, he still asked, what are you going to do? However, the captain ignored him and just took out his mobile phone and dialed a certain number. Okay, I'll send you the location. Yes, this may also be an opportunity. There are quite a lot of mutant orphans here, and there should be many similar places. You can operate it. After a long time, when the call was over, the captain turned his head and looked at Thor again. Let's go in and have a look. As for this place, just leave it to them. Thor's face was full of confusion, but then he knew who they were. Under the shining of the sun, figures emerged from the light one by one. They were different clothes, but they were neat and simple. Most of them were white and gold, and most importantly, they all had a special logo on their clothes. The logo of the sunbird. And the meaning of this symbol is also clear to Thor. The city of New York on Earth 1 is full of these people. Followers of the sun god cult. Oh, did that one bring them too? The social problems in this world are much more serious than ours. At least we will not self-destruct because of internal conflicts. Our doomsday comes from Thanos, the overlord of the universe. But this world. The captain didn't go on, but Thor understood what he meant, which was either bad or very bad. If they did not appear, the human civilization in this world would most likely perish by itself, extinguishing the fire of civilization. As for whether to return to the primitive society or reborn intelligent creatures, it depends on how ruthless they are. From this point of view, the intervention of the Sun God sect is indeed one of the few vitality of human civilization in this world. The two walked towards the rehabilitation center building while talking. After stepping through the gate full of charred bones and ashes, the first thing they saw was a very dark corridor. On both sides of the corridor are cramped rooms. Through the windows, they can see children with dull eyes, yellow and emaciated faces, or frightened fawns. Why do you humans do this kind of thing? Harm your own young children. This is something that the cruelest animals will not do. Tiger poison doesn't eat children. What kind of scum would torture and ravage a group of ignorant children? Because they may not be human beings, but animals in human skin. The captain glanced back at the pile of corpses at the gate, and the previous sympathy was gone. Although the building looked better, the expressions and states of the children inside were the same as those he'd seen in concentration camps in Europe. And he naively thought the war was over. With the Nazis gone, mankind will move towards the light. I was really naive before. The captain couldn't help sighing. Is this the only world he won in exchange for the World War II? After looking around the entire so-called mutant rehabilitation center, the captain's expression never changed. No disappointment, no anger, no sadness, just a firmer will for the future. Outside the building, Luo Cheng's disciples had already negotiated with the police and reporters. Everyone has heard about what happened on the banks of the Nile before. The mutant at the level of destroying the country appears, and then the true god descends, and the sun god, Ra, shines the light on the earth again. How could they not know such sensational news? It's just that they, who are ordinary people, don't know that in a short period of time after that, Luo Cheng will blackmail the leaders of the world's major powers, and no one would not give him face. After all, he appeared directly in front of every leader. The power of God far exceeds their cognition. No matter how unwilling they are, when facing an unmatched opponent, they can only choose to compromise. The Sun God sect has become a special agency for countries all over the world, and an emergency department to deal with extraordinary emergencies. In exchange, countries must not only allow the spread of the Sun God sect and allow others to believe freely, but also contribute funds to help the Sun God sect establish organizations in these 247 worlds. So with the scene just now, the X-Men can be laid off. From now on, similar mutant accidents will be dealt with by the followers of the Sun God sect. As for how long this organization can change and dominate the entire world, it depends on when Apocalypse returns from school and becomes a qualified leader. After all, even if it is the space-time travel rule, the time when Luo Chung goes back is not long after the time when he left, but he still has to go back after all. Wang Hao's going back too. I'll just hope that my God's pace is a little slower, otherwise I don't think I have time to solve my life's major issues. Luo Chung, who was dealing with the aftermath of the city, stretched and sighed while bowing his head in front of the table in a certain remnant building on the banks of the Nile. Even if he is as expensive as the Pope, even if Luo Chung is ridiculously handsome, with a sunny smile and boundless power, but he is so busy that he doesn't even have time to fall in love. He is still a single man, which shows how much Wang Hao is the main god. Easy. In fact, Wang Hao is not easy. He is also busy dealing with the rich and powerful in this world, making some interpersonal contacts with these people. I cannot make it. Some kind of muscle spasm caused by strenuous exercise makes its muscles tense, causing the body to bend into a magical arc. Emma Foster fell to the ground weakly. Her smooth and white skin was flushed. It was normal for her face to blush and sweat after such intense exercise. Beside her, fitness instructor Wang Hao looked at her students with hatred. Only 10 sets of push-ups, 1,000 reps each, 5 sets of squats, 300 reps each, mixed with chest expansion, masseter muscle expansion, sphincter stretching, and so on. Is it enough to exercise so little? This physical quality is simply useless. But looking at Natasha Romanoff, whose muscles were still sore and unable to move, Wang Hao could only hold back his endless energy. Pick up one of them, stimulate blood circulation by massaging the body's excess fat globule structure, and give them recovery after strenuous exercise. Recovery training after intense exercise is very important, otherwise it will easily lead to cramps, poor blood flow, and even muscle necrosis in severe cases. There are not many caring coaches like Wang Hao who care about their students. Wang Hao couldn't help but recall how he appeared here. It was yesterday afternoon. Chana accompanied Nina and Magneto's family to New York. Magneto just learned that he has a son, so he wanted to meet him. Wang Hao also wanted to see the excitement, see how Magneto handles the Shura field. But when he was about to leave, he received a private message. Are you there? What? Dry. This communication channel is supported by Wang Hao to the Overwatch Alliance. As long as there is light in the world, through Hao Ian, they can realize instant communication. It's mostly a small gift for them to adopt the name of their Overwatch League. But in the end, it became a tool for this woman to chat with Wang Hao through private messages every day. Does my dressing show look good? Then the communication channel sent a picture. Yes, produced by Hao Ian, it must be a high-quality product. As a person who is proficient in using a certain queue, the instant messaging software requested by Wang Hao naturally cannot only have a function of making calls. In addition to chatting, there are many functions such as taking pictures and screenshots, transferring files, and chatting with multiple people. Looking at the black lace in the picture, Wang Hao felt slightly embarrassed and also had a headache. There's no need to ask. Chandler must have secretly photographed it while he was not paying attention and passed it on. Cough. What? The weather is fine today. It was indeed good. Even if there was a violent storm for a second in a place with him, as long as he appeared, it would immediately turn into a clear sky. However, Natasha Romanoff didn't seem to blame him, but just sent another picture. A photo of a black lace translucent wrapping the lower half and the round and plump vastus lateralis, and a white lace translucent wrapping the slightly slender and white vastus lateralis next to it. Come here, I'll show you something. Under the clear sky, little Nina raised her little hand. It seems to be getting hot all of a sudden. Wang Hao looked down at Nina, then said with a smile, yeah, the sun's yang energy is a little strong today. So what? You guys go first, I have something to deal with. Then he walked to Chanter. The electric light that looked at her was full of helplessness. And Chanter just sneered, but before leaving, she whispered in his ear, be careful, it's her first time. Wang Hao was surprised. What is the black widow that removes the symbol of a woman in order to prevent accidental having children? It's true, I can feel the unique girl's breath on her body, and I have repaired the defect on her body long ago. As for why this happened, she said that it is because she has never encountered that kind of method to get rid of it. The information obtained by torture. Chana noted seriously. Sister Natasha Romanoff. All the men she has met so far have been defeated by her fist, not by the pomegranate skirt. Except you. Chana laughed very happily, which made Wang Hao even more dumbfounded. Did I hope that Chanter would be more active than me in this regard? This seems to be the case. After all, which man would not want his woman not to be jealous, but to take the initiative to make trouble for him? And Chanter is another piece of the puzzle that fits perfectly with all her water chestnuts. Then Wang Hao appeared beside Natasha Romanoff following the light. In a bathroom. If he hadn't turned into a god body, Wang Hao estimated that he would squirt blood. For the specific picture, you can refer to Qian Nu Heo 2 years later when he came back from the monster country and saw the mountain jig of the young lady. There's no way. The scene in front of me is so exciting. 2 stunningly beautiful women, one with white hair like snow, one with long black hair, the same curly and sleek, and then they pretended to be Phoenix. Waste things. Don't you know that there are many men out there who can't find wives? Are you wasteful in precious resources here, worthy of the country and the people? It seems that I can't do well if I don't teach you well today. Oh, what a great evil. As the saying goes, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? This kind of evil will definitely be handed over to me, the sun god, to purify it. Demon girl, good tricks. My 100 birds, Chow Huang spear technique can resist it. Eat me again. I have a 7-stroke pan snake spear technique. So, you actually became the Black Queen? Caressing Emma's silky white hair, who was nestled next to him, Wang Hao looked at Natasha Romanoff, whose face was full of pride, and realized that he was busy teaching Apocalypse to be a good baby. When he was a good student, this Black Widow actually did something amazing. No, how can it be called Black Widow? Isn't that cursing me to die? Although I can't die at all. Well, the Black Queen is very good, and you the White Queen. Emma, who has been bowing her head and actively learning what it means to be eloquent, heard Wang Hao call her name and immediately raised her head, but was then pressed down by Wang Hao. Yes, you have a good idea, Black Queen and White Queen. You really don't need a Black King and a White King. You only need one emperor. The sun is also the representative of imperial power. For example, in the ancient Persian Empire, the country where Comrade Chuan Zhangwo raised the red flag representing revenge after 1,400 years, the sun is the symbol of the emperor. In fact, except for the country that uses dragons as totems, most imperial civilizations use the sun to represent the supreme imperial power. After all, in nature, the greatest thing humans can recognize is the sun. Okay, let me help you get rid of the obstacles. If this club is under control, it can save the church a lot of time. Hey, with Emma's efforts, Wang Hao finally handed over the seeds that represent life. The hot weather outside the city suddenly cools down for a second. Wang Hao returned the clothes to Emma so that she would not catch a cold, then stood up and looked around. Just the two of you in such a big club? While looking at Natasha Romanoff resentfully while getting dressed, Emma looked at Wang Hao with complicated eyes. It was this man who took away her heart that had been cherished for more than 20 years. But there was resentment, admiration, and hesitation in her eyes, but there was no hatred. After all, even ancient one can't resist that kind of strange charm. Although Emma has a powerful spiritual ability comparable to Charles, Shin can't stop this kind of attraction. Her heart has been completely attached to Wang Hao. That's why she willingly made those strange postures and unspeakable behaviors. Only the core circle can be reached here, but the previous core circle has been cleaned up by me, and the rest of them hugged those people and wanted to fight me. Looking at her torn dress, Emma sighed. So naturally they won't appear here. Well, then I have to go find them. It's a bit too troublesome. How about it? Let me mention you too. Emma, who was thinking about what clothes to change in her closet, was a little confused by Wang Hao's words. She still doesn't know who Wang Hao is. She was playing some girlfriend's games with Natasha Romanoff when Wang Hao popped up and joined them forcefully. At that time, she was naturally very angry, but who knew that Natasha Romanoff actually controlled her in turn? And her mind control didn't work on Wang Hao and Natasha Romanoff. So she could only watch Kai Shun and Natasha Romanoff perform some kind of educational film about human reproduction. But then she got lost, biff, in Wang Hao's divine charm. How do I improve my ability? To be honest, I'm already considered the most powerful existence of mutant. According to my research, mutant can be divided into 5 different levels according to the integrity of the X gene. The first level mutant is a serious defect of the X gene, and the ability is in a semi-awakening state, and only in special circumstances will there be a little difference. As for the second level mutants, the lack of the X gene is more obvious. Most of the mutants in this state have different appearances, and their abilities are not effective at all times, which will not only hurt others, but also hurt themselves. As for the third level mutant, the X gene is almost complete, but it is still defective, and the ability cannot be controlled freely, but it can already be used normally. For example, Wolverine and Beast are typical third level mutants. If Beast does not use drugs to control his appearance, he cannot change back to human form. But his Beast form ability can be used freely. As for Wolverine, his self-healing ability is uncontrollable, a passive skill rather than an active skill, which is not a good thing. After all, just imagine that many men need to undergo a small operation to remove some excessively long skin tissue. But Wolverine couldn't do the surgery. In fact, he can't do many surgeries. Can't cut appendix, can't get tattoos. These are the influences that ability can't control freely. And Wolverine's son, Daken, can control it freely. In his solo film Wolverine #2, he actually has a child with that Japanese woman Mariko. Daken's ability is exactly the same as his, but the difference is that Daken is a level 4 mutant. The X gene is intact. Ability can be controlled freely, without any side effects and hidden dangers in appearance. As for the 5th level mutant, I discovered during my research that the X gene is not in a fixed form. It can develop toward a level full of possibilities. I call it Omega, which means infinite and supreme. A slight smile appeared on Emma's face. And I am an Omega mutant. I know. Wang Hao blinked and stroked Emma's hair. He does know that. After all, there are only a few famous Omega mutants, excluding the ones who disappear in a flash in some small clips, and the Omega mutants that have occupied chapters in the main story of X-Men are actually quite few. White Queen Emma, Iceman, Daken, Franklin, Magneto, Jean Grey, Messiah's protagonist Hope, and more. Definitely, there are actually more than that, but most of the others belong to the pits dug by Marvel. Just to mention it, for example, the younger brother of Cyclops and Shockwave. Yes, Cyclops is actually the best one in the Summers family, and his brothers are stronger than him. There's also Storm. God knows why she was officially named Omega. Obviously, no one said it from the beginning to the end. Definitely, Wang Hao knows the details and more. For example, Jean Grey did not become an Omega because of the Phoenix Force. On the contrary, it is because she is an Omega-level mutant that the Phoenix Force resides on her. Otherwise, other people would have been blasted by Phoenix Force long ago. So after losing the Phoenix Force, Jean Grey is still strong, and she can even control her own ability freely than when she was the host of the Phoenix before. Another example is Wanda, one of the misunderstandings of many people. Scarlet, which is not an Omega mutant, she mainly plays origin magic power, and her super ability to distort reality comes from a certain evil god. So strictly speaking, she can't even be called a mutant. Wang Hao's expression made Emma a little puzzled, but she believed that Wang Hao really knew what he was talking about. Then you should know that Omega mutant is already the most powerful existence, and my mental ability is not inferior to that of Charles Xavier. Emma said in a low voice. No, but I didn't say it was to improve your mutant ability. Although the professor has always claimed to be the most powerful brain on Earth, but that is a special issue of X-Men. And this is actually an inherent impression. The professor's spiritual power has long been surpassed by many people. Like Emma, such as the professor's son Dakin, Quintanal, Messianic daughter Hope, Franklin, and many more. This is still only the part of mutant. In the real Marvel family, there are more spiritual powers that surpass the professor. After all, Magneto is an Omega, but the professor is only an alpha mutant. Well, it suddenly occurred to me that there is one thing in this world that suits you very well. Wong Hao touched his chin. He was never mean to his own people. One in each hand, pulling Emma and Natasha Romanoff. Wong Hao's figure disappeared on the earth. In a vast cosmic space, a ball of fire-like light is burning, turning into a phoenix, devouring one planet after another, plundering their vitality, and devouring everything about them. Found it! Before they could wake up to Emma, who suddenly appeared in the universe, the figures of Wong Hao and the three disappeared again. This kind of distance, using light as a medium to move, is no longer realistic. The space is reversed, and it appears again, which is already far away from the Earth and the solar system by an unknown number of light years. Well, what's that? Emma asked in surprise. Then she discovered that she could speak even though the universe was a vacuum. That's the Phoenix Force. Wong Hao replied with a smile, but then he frowned again. Shards. The Phoenix Force is the connection point between the infinite multi-universe creature consciousness and spiritual power, and the Phoenix Force in its complete state is an existence of the omnipotent level. This omnipotence is true omnipotence, not the omnipotence of Infinity Gauntlet in a small range and within a certain area. For example, Infinity Gauntlet cannot resurrect Gamora and Natasha Romanoff who were sacrificed, but Phoenix Force can directly resurrect them instead of recreating one like Wong Hao. And even the fragments in front of them are so powerful that it is unimaginable, but still too weak. Strange, not so. Although the scene of the Phoenix Force devouring the planet in front of me is very spectacular, but to be honest, this scene is not worthy of the name of the Phoenix Force. Even in pieces, the flaming red in front of my eyes is already the mighty power of the universe in the eyes of others. The planet on which countless lives depend is being devoured bit by bit. A planet that is much larger than the Earth, with species richness comparable to the Earth. Life is very prosperous, and intelligent life exceeds tens of billions. Then after being touched by this fiery red energy, the entire planet began to disintegrate, and all life breath was melted away. This is an extremely spectacular and grand scene, enough to amaze any civilization and make people bow their heads. But that is the perspective of ordinary people. In Wong Hao's eyes, this magnificence is a bit inconsistent. The power of the Phoenix fragments can also be compared to the Infinity Gauntlet in the single universe. And this scene of devouring the planet is spectacular, but it is not easy. If Wong Hao were to do it, he would devour a planet in the same way, and he would not burp if he swallowed it in one gulp. And this Phoenix's devouring is slow. The speed and process of digestion seem a bit procrastinated. In the comics he has read, it takes only a split second for the Phoenix Force to sweep across the universe, and it only takes a moment to open a mouth to swallow a galaxy as large as the Milky Way. Unless, there is zero problem with this Phoenix Force. Infinite multi-universe. Anything can happen. Phoenix Force is not invincible in all worlds. It seems that in some worlds Wanda is a mutant, while in other worlds, Wanda plays magic or the super ability endowed by Mind Gem. For another example, in some worlds, Apocalypse's demise happened in the 1980s, but in this world, it's 2017. Interesting. Surrounding the outside of this strange planet, Wong Hao kept looking at the Phoenix Force in front of him. Phoenix Force has its own consciousness, because she is originally a collection of life, consciousness, and spiritual power in the endless multi-universe. 403. According to this setting, then the Phoenix Force of this universe should be the collection of consciousness and spiritual power of creatures in this universe. The full version of Phoenix Force is an existence beyond the Infinity Gauntlet by an unknown number of levels, but if that thing appears, the entire multi-universe will explode. But although the force in front of him was powerful, it didn't give Wong Hao the feeling that it could destroy everything. Oh, on that planet, have life. Suddenly, Emma pulled Wong Hao's clothes with a pale face. The powerful telepathy let her hear those voices. On the planet under their feet, countless lives are ushering in their own end and their own doomsday. And the grief before their disappearance, the madness before their demise, were all felt by Emma, the spiritual master. A ray of light appeared in Wong Hao's palm, soothing Emma's spirit and making her pain lessen. Life has its own number. I am the sun god, not the savior. Some people I can save, but some. Wong Hao shook his head. The universe is so big, and there are too many people suffering, he is not so capable to save everyone. Is it possible to let him kill death so that no one will die in the entire universe? He is willing to save people on Earth, because he is also a person on Earth, and he still likes to stay on Earth. But this planet can only be said to be devoured by the Phoenix Force, and it is their destiny to become the food for her growth. Wait, grow up. Wong Hao's thoughts seemed to touch something, and his eyes looked down at the Phoenix Force again. Sure enough, with her devouring, the melting of life, and the disintegration of the planet, her size became bigger and bigger. Although this change cannot be seen from the perspective of human beings, just like the human beings on the Earth cannot see that their own sun is actually getting smaller every day. But in Wong Hao's field of vision, this Phoenix Force is truly long-lasting. Seeing this, Wong Hao couldn't help stretching out his hand, and majestic divine power merged with the Phoenix Force in front of him, caressing her like a kitten. It turned out to be a cub. Bah, you're the cub. A childish voice appeared in Wong Hao's mind, and then, a delicate and lovely little girl in red appeared in his spiritual world. Damn it, why are you peeping at people eating? The little girl in red had a puffy face, and her cute appearance like a porcelain doll didn't give Wong Hao the slightest bit of viciousness. You can eat, but you kill a lot of lives. Wong Hao in the spiritual world suddenly appeared in front of Xiaofeng Wang, then squatted down, gently pinched her fair face with both hands, and then stretched them. Snapped. Little Phoenix glared at Wang Hao angrily before speaking. They invited me over for dinner. I don't usually eat planet. It's so big, I can't get enough. The delicate and straight little nose wrinkled, and Xiao Feng Huang said proudly with her hips on her hips, how can a mere planet provide the energy for her growth? She usually grows by absorbing the energy of fixed star. One fixed star is enough for the current her to absorb for many years, but this time it appears here, it is entirely the problem of the people on this planet. It was not her fault that they summoned her here through some kind of ceremony. Is that so? Naturally, Wang Hao would not think that Xiao Feng Huang was lying, and she couldn't afford to lie for such a thing. Billions of intelligent beings, hundreds of billions of creatures seem to be an incomparably huge number, but for a multi-universe life like the Phoenix, it is really too small. However, Wang Hao still took a look at the memories of the people on this planet, not to prove anything but to see how they died. Okay, well done. As a result, after searching the memory and mobilizing some space-time data, Wang Hao clapped his hands and laughed. It's another group of bastards 0.8 who want to control power beyond their imagination. This is really self-defeating, trying to control the Phoenix Force, and then recruiting Phoenix, but can't even communicate. After all, the consciousness of these mortals is vastly different from that of Little Phoenix. As Thor told the Guardians of Galaxy, the God King's weapon cannot withstand the impact of mortals with their consciousness and body. The difference between the God King weapon and Phoenix Force is even further. Naturally, these people couldn't withstand the impact of the Phoenix Force. Otherwise, why would the Phoenix Force find Chingri? It is because she is an Omega mutant, potential level universe powerhouse, and only she can withstand that kind of power. I remembered, there's an alien group in Dark Phoenix. They're the only ones. As the last part of the X-Men series before returning to the Marvel Universe, Dark Phoenix is only released for release. After all, Marvel's X-Men has nothing to do with them. So that one was basically bad from the plot to the characters, which also made Wang Hao's impression of it quite deep. And it mentioned the background that the alien group tried to control the Phoenix Force, and the whole planet was swallowed up as a result. So it's such a plot. Wang Hao has an idea in his mind, but now how to deal with Xiao Feng Huang has become a problem. Originally, Wang Hao planned to make Emma the host. After all, in the comics, Emma is the person who has Phoenix Force for the longest time besides Sheen. But now, Little Phoenix is 18 cubs, and Emma may not be able to provide the energy needed for her growth. Follow me. After touching Little Phoenix's head, Wang Hao unfolded her divinity, and a god as great as Phoenix Force appeared in her eyes. The connection point of all light, all warmth, and all hope, the original light, the source of life, that is a sun. In the spiritual space, a phoenix formed by the condensed light of countless souls spread its wings, and in front of her was the golden crow emitting endless light and heat. You are the cub. You are not as big as me. Little Phoenix, who had turned into a little girl again, said with a chuckle. Indeed, as God's time, Wang Hao is really not as big as Little Phoenix, but Wang Hao is a mature body when he was born, while Little Phoenix is just a juvenile. Throwing into Wang Hao's arms, a very familiar and warm feeling surrounded Little Phoenix. No way, in the past countless years, she was accompanied by one fixed star after another, and Wang Hao is a fixed star, and each fixed star is a part of him. Warm energy poured into Little Phoenix's body, filling her hunger. In the outside world, the fiery red light completely enveloped the planet, digested it, then condensed it, shrank it, and finally turned it into a real delicate girl in a small red dress. In the eyes of Emma and Natasha Romanoff, this scene naturally became a magical blockbuster. They couldn't see the things in the spiritual world, they only knew that Wang Hao stretched his hand forward, and after a while there was such a change. This is the fire. Wang Hao pointed to the Little Phoenix who jumped and ran over, and then threw himself in his arms and said, I originally wanted her to live in your body. In that case, you would have invincible power, but I didn't expect that she's still young and has to eat every day. No one can afford it except me. Even though Little Phoenix is harmless to humans and animals now, it is Wang Hao who stands with her, and is sending her more energy than all the nuclear power plants on Earth combined in a year to eat. Most people really can't afford to keep this doll, so Wang Hao the sun god can bear it. Forget it. Let's go back first. I'll think about what to do with the promotion. A portal opened, and everyone returned to Earth in the blink of an eye. But this time, there was a delicate and cute little phoenix beside Wang Hao. But the problem still needs to be solved. If Wang Hao doesn't want to always be by Emma's side, it is necessary to help her improve her strength. Earth X is different from Earth 1. Although they're both Marvel worlds, there are traces of strong players that can appear on Earth 1. It's nothing more than technological variation, such as the case of Hulk and Spider-Man. If you're playing hard technology, like Tony, it is even more difficult. Not to mention the thick scientific background, it requires extremely huge financial support. Therefore, it is unlikely that Earth 1 will suddenly emerge a strong man who can beat everything. But Earth X might, because there are mutants here, and mutants are the group with the most potential powerhouses in the Marvel Universe. Even after M-Day, 99% of the mutants in the world lost their abilities because of Wanda's words that there should be no more mutants. However, there are still 198 mutants that are powerful enough to ignore the influence of Wanda's ability and retain their own ability. For example, Jean Grey and Magneto, etc. In other words, even if these 198 mutants are not Omega level, most of them are powerful enough to run rampant, extraordinary, and powerful. And in this world 020, although 198 is a bit exaggerated, Wang Hao can't guarantee whether he would try to hide a powerful mutant he is not familiar with at a certain angle, or even in a different dimension. There's so many Marvel comics, 70 years of accumulation. How could he have read them all? It's only normal to have 1 or 2 monster-level players who compete with Apocalypse. Even Juggernaut is not something Emma can deal with. Juggernaut's body is so strong that it can torture Colossus to death. Even if Emma turns into a diamond, she will probably be hammered to pieces. As for mind control, Juggernaut specially built a mind-shielding helmet similar to Magneto to deal with his brother. Yes, his brother is Charles Xavier. These two people are half-brothers, and their parents brought the two of them to reorganize their families. Although they're not related by blood, they are really brothers. And since his helmet can withstand the professor's telepathy, it's no problem for Emma. Forget it if you think about it so much. Let's confer a priesthood. It will be done sooner or later. After thinking for a long time, Wang Hao couldn't think of any other good way. If the body is strengthening, Emma can turn into a diamond, and the body needs life force to strengthen bit by bit. Otherwise, the body may collapse directly. That is time-consuming. Needless to say, Emma's spirit ability is also strong enough. Her potential is even greater than Charles, and in the comics, she also defeated the old bald head in the spiritual field head-on. As for other super abilities, although Hao-Yan's database has a lot of X genes, it will take time to master new abilities. The more powerful the ability, the longer it will take to develop and master it. In that case, it would be better if Wang Hao directly cultivated it with life force for decades, turning Emma's body into an existence stronger than the chlorines. So after thinking about it, it is still the most reliable to confer priesthood. Anyway, it will be sealed in the future. After all, my own woman will definitely follow me in the future. Only after conferring a priesthood can you be with yourself forever, eternally immortal. You can become a diamond, and you can perceive other people's emotions. Why not use purification? Sunshine can purify evil, no matter it is east or west. The best way to deal with ghosts is always sunshine. Vampires, werewolves, devils, and the like will all die at the sight of the light. What kind of zombies, ghosts, and goblins will be out of their wits as soon as they are exposed to the sun? And Emma can turn into a diamond, which represents purity, and her telepathy can perceive evil. So the priesthood of purification is very suitable for her. In this way, although the Phoenix Force was lost, Emma became a goddess. Master the world, cleaning karma fire and holy light. Karmic fire, which burns karma, but if there are some sins, it will burn people clean, and the mutant ability is not good for this thing. And the holy light can destroy evil. And it can also save lives and heal the wounded. As long as it is that kind of eerie and weird thing, it will be wiped out when the holy light passes by. The key is that this thing also has a healing effect, and when it is illuminated by this light, the wound heals faster than Wolverine Deadpool. Definitely, the most important thing is that Emma will not die after being granted the title of God. Because her soul became a godhead, now a diamond hanging in the sky of Wang Hao's kingdom of God. Shine bright under the light of Wang Hao. Unless she is stronger than Wang Hao and able to break through the kingdom of God and crush this diamond. Even if Emma's external body withers, she can be restored by Wang Hao at any time. Well, now you can rest easy and go about it, my white queen. After explaining to Emma, Wang Hao looked relieved. For a lazy cancer patient, it is not easy to do such a thing. Lying in bed and chasing dramas is his current pursuit. But then a voice sounded beside him. What about your black queen? Natasha Romanoff blinked and stared at Wang Hao and asked. It is recommended not to speak with your mouth in this situation. Emma, who has gained a new powerful force, is going to drastically clean up her Hellfire Club. Before leaving, she looked at Wang Hao with a bewildered expression and whispered in his ear in the end. Emma, with her head on his shoulder, even bit Wang Hao's ear, which made him tremble all over and almost got angry and wanted to punish him on the spot. Why did she bite your ear? Are your ears delicious? After Emma left, Little Phoenix bit her index finger, looked at the place where Wang Hao had been bitten, and asked inexplicably. Go, children ask so many questions. You are the child. I already have 746 million hail. The time of existence is not equal to your actual age. It can only be said that it takes too long for you to grow up. According to the human algorithm, you are now a child. Being interrupted like this, Wang Hao lost all interest, so he had to squat down and educate Little Phoenix. You don't need to say, I already know, I can see all your memories and thoughts, but what does it mean to tease you emotionally? Although, as a collection of cosmic creature consciousness and spiritual power, Phoenix Force is the most powerful spiritual ability in the universe, even surpassing the ability of Mind Gem. But Little Phoenix can't understand the meaning of certain words. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to be deflated sometimes. Natasha Romanoff watched happily from the side, but after looking at the Little Phoenix for a while, a unique light suddenly appeared in her eyes. Maternity word. How do you think about explaining to Qian Zhao, Channer, that after leaving the house, there will be an extra daughter? Natasha Romanoff walked over and hugged Xiao Feng Wang, and Xiao Feng Wang did not resist. She could feel the kindness and malice of others. Natasha Romanoff wanted to get close to her, and this feeling did not allow her to plan. She is not a big devil who likes to destroy everything. Dark Phoenix, that's just one side of her personality. She is a collection of all creatures and spiritual powers in the infinite universe. So good thoughts and evil thoughts coexist in her heart. The side of Dark Phoenix represents destruction, symbolizing the destructive desire of intelligent creatures. But she also has a compassionate White Phoenix form, which can create all things and represents the side of intelligent creatures pursuing beauty. And he won't make unreasonable troubles. It's you, curved to save the country. Your trick is very slippery. At the beginning, Wang Hao explicitly rejected Natasha Romanoff because Natasha Romanoff approached him as an agent at that time. Later, even though Natasha Romanoff was no longer in S.H.I.E.L.D. and became the first sister of the official Overwatch League, Wang Hao had seldom been promiscuous outside at that time. After all, with Channer, the lovely little saint, and the group of maids, he can barely satisfy certain desires. But Natasha Romanoff continued to attack, but in a way he didn't expect. But since Channer didn't care and agreed, then Wang Hao would naturally not be polite. From character to appearance, from the inside to the outside, Natasha Romanoff is the best choice. There is no reason to be Lu Xiaohui. He is the god of pure yang, the god of ultimate yang, and yin and yang are also his vocations. For Wang Hao's teasing, Natasha Romanoff didn't care. She wiped it all out, and she was so shy. Just hugging the little phoenix who was as cute as a porcelain doll. The maternal radiance in Natasha Romanoff's eyes became more and more intense. Her body defect was cured by Chana long ago, so she regained the ability to become a mother long ago. This made her even more eager to get that share of glory that belonged to women. If you really like it, then work hard and try to make one for us. Don't hug this one. She is much bigger than you. Snatching little Phoenix from Natasha Romanoff's arms, the originally quiet little Phoenix burst into a smile, lying in his arms, with her little head leaning against his neck. Then fully absorbed the strong energy of fixed star. This kind of thing doesn't look at me. You have so many women. Who knows if you are free? Seeing Xiao Fenghuang's two completely different attitudes towards herself and Wang Hao, Natasha Romanoff suddenly felt a little bit pissed. Besides, you should have a baby with Chana first. Bitch, that won't work. I haven't played enough. Eternal life has just begun. Wang Hao is not so stupid to be tortured by small things so soon. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Have you ever eaten candied haas? Have you ever eaten Suzhou-style dim sum? By the way, Hellfire Club isn't a bunch of dignitaries. Let Emma give our daughter and me a few pastries for illness. Seeing Wang Hao happily leave with little Phoenix in his arms, a smile appeared on Natasha Romanoff's face. It's because you don't like children, but don't you hold her as a daughter? You'll be a good father. Father is a very great word. He always pays in obscurity, supporting a family with a calm and strong figure. Definitely, the forest is so big that there are all kinds of birds. So it is inevitable that some unreliable fathers will do some unreliable things. Cub, it's not that dad doesn't want you. It's that dad really can't support you. So there's a way. In an endless cloud of clouds, a strange spaceship parked in the middle, and the man in the strange armor looked at the baby in front of him, with tears in his eyes, and then made up his mind. He patted the egg in front of him lightly, and then the middle-aged man closed the launch chamber. The set inside was exactly the same as his own spaceship and battle armor, but the equipment was one size smaller. He took his cubs and flew to the far reaches of the universe. Smelly old man, I hate you. In the purple eggshell, an ethereal and clear female voice resounded, cut through the sky, and disappeared here in the wormhole tunnel. But at this moment, a wormhole suddenly opened in the outer space of Earth 1, and the purple eggshell fell towards the Earth under the leadership of the spaceship. One day later, in a small European country, Sokovia, countless people fled out one after another. The spaceship glowing with purple light is suspended in the sky, swallowing all the energy that can be touched. And a certain device went deep into the ground through the spaceship and began to excavate some kind of substance existing inside the planet. The eyes of the surrounding powers quickly gathered, but after some contact, they did not get any effective information except that all energy systems, whether electricity or fossil energy, would be lost after approaching. L suggests destroying it directly. This kind of behavior can already be regarded as an invasion. According to intelligence, some changes are taking place in the underground of Sokovia, and we don't know it. But once the changes are completed, I'm afraid it will be too late. That's too late. The proposal was quickly passed, and the missile was launched into the air, but surprisingly, even the missile failed to detonate after hitting it. All the energy is completely absorbed at the moment of explosion. Emission. New missiles continue to launch into the sky, and the ultimate weapon of mankind is launched, vowing to solve the alien invader. Mushrooms appeared, and the mushroom bombs that were detonated in advance outside a certain range from the spaceship finally detonated successfully. But when the smoke and dust dissipated, the spaceship was still suspended in mid-air intact. Let the religion deal with it. Human beings have lost their way, so they can only leave it to their gods to deal with. But the problem is the god disappeared, and even the few managers who led the god religion left. If Dr. Banner of the Overwatch League hadn't come forward to inform something, a panic like no one had ever seen would happen. It can't be my fault. I didn't know that the time and space rules of these two worlds are different. Before I went to Earth 2 and Earth 1, they are parallel universes and the time and space rules are exactly the same. After receiving Banner's call for help, Tony replied helplessly. According to their original thinking, no matter how long they stayed here, it would be a few seconds after they left when they went back. But when he received a call from Banner using the device, he realized that 3 days had passed since Earth 1. Fortunately, it's only 3 days. We've been here for almost a month. Tony and Banner saw the magic of multi-universe for the first time. Time, the most basic composition of the universe, unexpectedly presents completely different modes of operation in different universes. But fortunately, nothing happened. It seems that the world can't turn around without us. When Tony started to contact his teammates using the Watcher special channel, he said so. Stark, next time you should improve your technique a bit more. Fortunately, nothing major happened. Although Tony is optimistic, the captain doesn't see it that way, because it's a very troublesome thing. They originally thought that they could go back at any time. So after discovering the problems in this world, the captain, Luo, Chenghans, and others all planned to stay here for a while, help the world get on the right track. But now, the conflict between mutants and humans has not been greatly alleviated, and the promotion of the sun god religion has only stayed on the banks of the Nile River, and has not had time to expand to the whole world. But now, they had to go back early. Well, my fault. Tony, who has been buried in the laboratory for a month, doesn't know what happened to the outside world, and his appearance at the bank of the Luo River is already his last impression of the outside world. But now it seems that the world is much more complicated. 3 days and 30 days, the difference in flow rate is about 10 times, which is interesting. After listening for a while, Wang Hao let go of his mind and felt it for himself. Sure enough, I didn't feel it when I was in it before, but now I consciously explore the area, and I can feel the time law of the two worlds is different. Are you going with me? Looking at the little phoenix hanging around his neck like a koala, Wang Hao asked. But the result, needless to say, Xiao Fenghuang's little head straightened, and he didn't have the slightest intention to let go. So one day later, all the watchmen from Earth 1 assembled and returned under the leadership of Wang Hao. At this time, the problem has developed to a very serious level. Our personnel inspection report came out. The matter absorbed by that spaceship will lead to the destruction of the Earth. Seeing his teammates appearing in front of him, Banner looked serious. It's not the destruction of human beings, it's the entire planet that will turn into a dead star from now. Banner then showed the specific data to everyone. Although it is not clear what that substance is, it is indeed an important evidence that the planet can exist. This discovery opened a new chapter in the birth of life for human beings. It turns out that the birth of life on the Earth is not only due to light, water, and organic matter, etc., but also related to these substances. But the problem is that this discovery is an ultimatum to mankind. If it is not dealt with, the people on Earth will become history. Let me be healthy. Wang Hao leaned in front of the screen, and everyone quickly moved away. At this time, there's probably nothing that can save everything. Human technological weapons have absolutely no effect on that spaceship. Even mushroom bombs can resist damage without damage. It is definitely unreliable to count on other weapons that AS from magic. Ordinary humans don't know the existence of this crop at all. Is this an egg? Looking at the photo of the spaceship on the screen, Wang Hao and Xiao Feng Wang exchanged glances, and the latter nodded his head. It's just an egg. As for other scientific terms, Wang Hao didn't quite understand them either, so he simply looked at them from his own perspective, and this discovery surprised him even more. It's not an alien yet, it's a god. A level universe god. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Hao's figure disappeared directly into the base. If the gods of the universe were involved, it was not something the watchers could handle. Wang Hao's figure then appeared at the scene of the incident. Sokovia. It has a very strong divine aura, the same as the two of us. But it's an egg, it can't be wrong, and it's also a cub. After pinching little Phoenix's nose, the two greatest gods in the universe laughed together. While they were laughing happily, a portal suddenly appeared, and a bald, ancient one, wearing a yellow robe, walked over through the portal. Obviously, she had noticed the situation here long ago, but the opponent was a cosmic god, an existence at the same level as the magic god she believed in, the Trinity god of Waishandi. Naturally, it wasn't something she could deal with casually. You're finally back. If you don't come back, I might go to that world to find you. Holding a wooden folding fan in his hand, Ancient One had a relaxed smile on his face, but after Wang Hao glanced at her, his eyes turned to a girl who appeared with her behind her. Not to mention a proud figure. Zishi is also a girl with an outstanding appearance. A new apprentice? Wang Hao could feel the girl's weak magical cultivation, and Ancient One didn't hide it. Wanda is very capable of esoteric magic. When I came here a few days ago, I saved her and her brother. However, the only thing that attracted Wang Hao's attention was that name. Wanda? Is your brother's name Pietro? The name Wanda is still rare, especially since Ancient One found her in Sokovia. So, Shiheo was even more concerned. You know my brother? Not only do I know your brother, I also know your father from another time in space. Definitely. This sentence Wang Hao didn't say 507, so as not to be regarded as crazy by her. But what he didn't expect was that although the two Wanda brothers and sisters of Earth One did not become the experimental subject of HYDRA, they became the disciples of Ancient One. But he knows that Wanda has magic ability, so it's not surprising. You don't want Strange anymore? Definitely. Strange is my successor in multiple time and space, but the Supreme Holy Place doesn't just need a magician. Besides, Wanda may not become the Sorcerer Supreme either. Having said that, Ancient One looked at Wang Hao's face for a while, and then couldn't help but a blush appeared on his face. The goddamn guy. That weird fascination turned on after seeing Wanda. But it wasn't a day or two since Wang Hao had a thick skin, and he didn't care if he was ridiculed secretly by Guri. Then what is this? This is again which cosmic god? Cubs. Little Phoenix leaned against Wang Hao's arms and giggled. Yes, you Phoenix cub. Ancient One was just about to answer Wang Hao's question, but suddenly she noticed the little Phoenix in Wang Hao's arms, and when she took a closer look, a pair of ancient well-free eyes suddenly revealed a shock. This is Phoenix Force. Of course, there are records about Phoenix Force in Kamartaj collection. The supreme god of the universe even surpasses the existence of eternal and infinite creation gods. In the records of Kamartaj, it is only written that the power is infinite and has more powerful power than infinite gems. But this was the first time that Ancient One had seen the Phoenix itself, so the Supreme City couldn't help showing a surprised expression on his face. The little guy who hasn't grown up yet is not the complete Phoenix. Wang Hao smiled and looked at the little girl in his arms, telling Ancient One not to worry. Take care of her, otherwise you know the consequences. In this regard, Ancient One can only do its best to exhort it. Once the Phoenix is out of control, will be destroyed is not as simple as a mere Earth. The key is this kind of power, and there is no existence in the universe that can control it. Because she does not belong to a certain universe. She is the collection of all life, consciousness, and spiritual power in the infinite multi-universe. Even in this young state, she is still a great god at the same level as Wang Hao, the supreme god like eternal infinity. After talking about the little Phoenix, he looked at the purple spaceship and eggs floating in the air. That existence, I don't know who she is, but her power, according to Kamartaj records, should come from Galen, the devourer of the planet. Planet Devourer? One of the creator gods. Yes, that power is exactly the same as Garland's, and her method of grabbing the Earth's life substance, Duan Yi, is indeed the same as in the records. The words of Ancient One made Wang Hao frown slightly. Why is he always the god of the universe? Forget about little Phoenix. Wang Hao found it by himself, but Uncle Tun came out anyway. Wait, you used her just now? Wang Hao suddenly discovered that Ancient One always used her instead of him when describing the egg. This difference in wording made the master suddenly think of a person. Ghana Tower. Fans affectionately call Planet Eater Uncle Tun, but in fact, Planet Eater has no gender. Maybe in the last cosmic epoch, that is, the last universe where the planet Devourer really lived, he had sex. But when the last universe was destroyed, he was sucked into an egg together with the spaceship that his civilization made with all its might. Then when this universe was born, he was ejected at the same time as the Big Bang of the universe. But at that time, he'd been transformed into another life by the mighty power of the universe. A space bug, and the purple egg in front of him, if nothing else happens, is probably his daughter, Janata, born from asexual reproduction. So Thanos, the second-ranked demon king, really worries too much. The universe will not perish because of too much life. Otherwise, why do we need the devourer of the planet? Seeing Nada in front of him, Wang Hao couldn't help complaining. The 0.0 universe has its own means of balance. As one of the 5 creator gods of the universe, the devourer of planets is responsible for maintaining the balance of life and resources in the universe. No need for Thanos to worry about this and that. So Thanos is just a pure secondary demon king, definitely limited to this world, this universe, and in other universes, he is naturally easy to kill, and he is bewitched by death to do so. So, it is not as the pot is gone. But knowing that the egg in front of me is Janata, I have to find a way to solve it. After all, if Janata eats it like this, Lord Earth will really be finished. In that case, there will be no more delicious Soviet-style dim sum and candied haws. After learning that the egg in front of him was Janata, Wang Hao hugged the little phoenix, spread out a pair of light wings behind his back, and slowly flew towards her. Since the incident here, the eyes of the whole world have been focused on this place, and all countries in the world are helpless against Janata and her spaceship. The whole world, the Earth, desperately needs a god to come, and a savior to appear. Look, the satellites of various countries have already aimed their cameras at this place, and on the periphery of Sokovia, the outermost edge of the influence range of the Gonata spacecraft, teams from all over the world are also gathered here. But suddenly someone shouted, and then the exclamation was like a tsunami, from a little bit to a big wave, sweeping up. Those who can see look ahead and stare at the dazzling light, while those who cannot see crowd in front of the screen, admiring the peerless demeanor of a real god in this world. It has been more than a year since the true god descended, and everyone still remembers that weird day on the 18th day of the 1,000 miles clear sky. Since then, this true god has brought too many changes to the world. The invasion of aliens, the complete reorganization of Manhwa, the world's largest country, and the aftermath of Manhwa's transformation from federal state have not yet ended. Not only that, after that, the fall of Hydra's conspiracy and the reshuffle of the world's top power and money classes are all inseparable from this man. Among them, definitely the emergence of the Sun God sect is indispensable. No matter how stubborn and firm the believer in the cross is, it's just a cross, well, there's a villain engraved on it. But the problem is what you see now is a true God, the Sun God who has boundless power and rules everything. In front of the true God, how can the old brother who can't show up and was engraved on the cross compare with him? The once world's #1 religion has gone through a very difficult time. After all, from the personality to the teachings, the Sun God sect has perfectly crushed this ancient, conservative, and unprogressive sect. How can a religion that asks you to abstinence, asks you to confess your guilt, asks you to admit that you are a lamb, and asks you to forge ahead with only light in the future? I believe that I am guilty, and then I can go to heaven if I repent every day. I believe in the light and work hard to create a better future for myself in this world. The gap between the two has already been reflected. Not to mention that belief in the Sun God can improve beauty. Ordinary believers can occasionally enjoy the nourishment of life force, and senior believers can participate in assemblies similar to Mass after they truly become religious. Well, let's bask in the sun together. But this time, you don't need to apply sunscreen, and you don't need to worry about getting dark. This kind of sunbathing can strengthen your body, beautify your skin, and protect your skin under the auspices of the believers who have been endowed with magical powers by Luo Chung. So the women are naturally crazy. Then there are the sick and the elderly. As a result, within 1 year, less than 20% of the followers of the world's #1 religion still insisted that their God was the only one. A God who sent them into a new era similar to Angel. Definitely no one dares to say that Wang Hao is evil God. Templar is no joke. Those fanatics of the first religion were immediately dealt with after denouncing the Sun God as an evil God, and the rest changed their words to say that the Sun God was actually sent by that one, so they still have to believe in that one. Praise the sun. At the same time, from all over the world, in different languages and with various moods, countless people chant this sentence together. Their God saved them once again. Feeling the huge aspirations from all over the world coming out of nowhere, actually appearing out of nowhere, Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. This time the appearance is not too embarrassing. The effect is very significant. However, how to open this thing? Standing on top of the spaceship and looking at the egg in front of him, Wang Hao was slightly puzzled. Is it possible to ask him to knock open directly? But what if there is egg white in it? I'm afraid Uncle Tun is trying to find himself desperately. Cough. With a light cough, the light was shining brightly. Wang Hao didn't want people outside to see him like this. Button. Hello, is anyone home? That's right, 180. Wang Hao chose the very traditional and most polite way, knocking on the door. And as he knocked, the huge egg trembled slightly, as if responding. But Wang Hao let go of his consciousness, but he didn't feel what the soul inside said. But Button, wake up, let the sun bask in your ass. Hearing Wang Hao's knock on the door, Xiao Fengwang glanced back at her little, but wondering why she had to get up when the sun was drying her butt. Moreover, Wang Hao is holding her, and his hands are naturally resting on the bottom. So if it is calculated in this way, is it also considered sunbathing? After all, Wang Hao is the sun. Wang Hao, who didn't know that little Phoenix was thinking of something strange, looked at the egg in front of him. The vibration of the eggshell was more obvious, but there was no response. Put your hand on the eggshell, touch it, and pat it twice, like patting a watermelon. Then Wang Hao slapped his head, as if thinking of something. His eyes on the big egg in front of him suddenly changed a few degrees. According to what he knows, eggshells are not actually airtight because eggs also need to breathe. When the life in the egg takes shape, it needs air, and the nutrition that the egg white can provide has disappeared after the life in the egg is formed. Therefore, the surface of the eggshell generally has various small holes that cannot be distinguished by the naked eye, so it is actually permeable to light like an egg. Definitely, that is an egg on the earth, and this egg was laid by Uncle Tun, or Aunt Tun, but Wang Hao is not an ordinary light, but a light of everything. Let me know if there's something good in it. Wang Hao had a snickering smile on his face, and put his whole face close to the eggshell, and then calmed down. The spectrum of the universe was fully unfolded in his eyes, and the layers of screening were screened, and the last ray of light entered through the eggshell that isolated the inside and outside. Go inside. Wang Hao said that he definitely didn't do it on purpose. It's really not that he has voyeurism or something. He just wanted to see if the Janata inside had taken shape, so that he could decide how to wake her up. But to his surprise, inside the eggshell, shrouded in light, was a young girl curled up inside, surrounded and protected by a mass of purple cosmic energy. Definitely. That's not the point. The point is, she's naked. TSK. I don't look very old, but this curve is evil. So evil. A pair of small hands were clinging to Wang Hao's neck, and his small head was tilted up, trying to follow Wang Hao's gaze to look inside. But the little phoenix without this ability obviously couldn't see what Wang Hao saw. Wang Hao, on the other hand, looked at it with enthusiasm and kept commenting in his mouth and didn't care about little phoenix. And this made her even more curious, but she couldn't see it, and suddenly a pair of little hands started to pat on the eggshell in a hurry. Bang bang. The immature little hand looks weak, but it is actually a great cosmic god. Little Phoenix's beating did not have Wang Hao's previous politeness, and immediately made the whole egg vibrate violently. Oh, I hate it. I don't let people sleep. A clear sound like raindrops falling on a mirror sounded. In Wang Hao's eyes, the pretty purple-haired girl stretched her waist and sat up. Suddenly, all the secrets were exposed in his eyes. Silently applauding Xiao Feng Huang's divine assist, Wang Hao retracted his gaze and took a step back. And the egg in front of him began to shrink and fade after the violent shock, and gradually became smaller and lighter, gradually becoming the image of a girl. Oh, no wonder. The eggshells are her clothes. Seeing the eggshell shrinking on Janata's body little by little, wrapping her, and then turning into a strangely styled dress with unique style and charm, Wang Hao suddenly realized. Who are you? Being forcibly woken up from sleep, Janata was not in a very good mood. To put it bluntly, she was a little angry when she woke up. Do you know who you are? Wang Hao asked suddenly. He didn't quite know whether Janata was just born, or was born a long time ago, and just appeared on Earth in this way. This determines the way he communicates later. After all, sensible and ignorant people still have to use different methods to communicate. I am Janata. My father is Garan, the great devourer of planets, you Phoenix Force, and you light, fire, heat, fixed star, you are a sun god. Just like Wang Hao can feel the divine aura on Janata, Janata can also sense the powerful divine aura on Wang Hao, who is not concealed. This is the best way to greet gods, and it only takes one glance to tell whether they're qualified for dialogue. Just like the current Janata, her attitude has suddenly become much gentler, because the two in front of her are existences who can talk to her father on an equal footing. It's good to know your origin and life experience. This shows that you already have the knowledge given by Uncle Tan, and you can have a normal conversation. Wang Hao said with a smile, and then withdrew the surrounding light, showing the face of the Earth to Janata. As you can see, this is a planet with a lot of life, and your arrival, your spaceship automatically grabs resources to supply you, and this planet is facing a catastrophe. If it were someone else, the Lord must drive people out first and then reason. But on the one hand, Janata is a beautiful girl, and this incident was unintentional. On the other hand, she still had to care about Uncle Tun's face. Although Uncle Tun is always used as a background board, and no matter who it is, they like to use Uncle Tun as a flag before making big news. But at any rate, he is the god of creation, so it's not too much to save face. After hearing what Wang Hao said, Janata noticed her position, but carefully looked around, those human gazes and the satellites in the sky. She suddenly tilted her head and looked at Wang Hao with puzzled eyes. Is there any problem with this? Is there any difference between the life planet and other planets? Even if I don't eat this planet, those life will also die. It's just a matter of time. It is an exception in the universe for people like Wang Hao to transform from a human into a cosmic god. Janata and Little Phoenix, born cosmic gods, view life differently from Wang Hao. For them, for all the gods of the universe, whether they are human beings or other creatures, their lives are too short. Even existences like Thor and Odin will fall into deep sleep, let alone mortals. As for Little Phoenix and the others, tens of thousands of years will pass by once they sleep. No matter how magnificent the civilization is, no matter how powerful the life is, if it cannot reach this level, then you really don't need to care about it. Just like what Janata said, even if she doesn't eat, humans on Earth can only live for so long. As for what they can do with such a long life, what does Wang Bailing have to do with her? So she didn't understand why a planet with life was any different from a planet without life. Is that what she thinks? Tell Wang how about the idea of Ganata that I have perceived, and the Little Phoenix's little head straightened up. Then you think so too? Wang Hao's gaze was still looking at Little Phoenix, and the little guy put his index finger to his mouth, thought for a while, and nodded without any hesitation. All right, I got it. Wang Hao sighed, dared to feel that he is the abnormal one. In fact, why doesn't he have this idea? The reason why he is still willing to stay on the Earth, is still willing to play here, and is also willing to help mankind. In fact, it's just because there are food, games, music, animation, or other things he likes on the Earth. He also has a sense of nostalgia as a human being. But one can think about it. After thousands of years, after tens of millions of years, this feeling will eventually fade away, and I'm afraid he will become like this by then. But you still have to take care of it now. After all, he's still on Earth, isn't he? Change another planet. This planet is not good. As compensation, I will take you to eat something delicious. Delicious? A while later, under Wang Hao's persuasion, Janata, who changed into casual clothes, came to Yushur and sat in one of the most authentic and famous local hot pot restaurants. And on this square table, sitting opposite is Wang Hao, who still misses the graceful figure of Janata, who didn't shy away from changing her costume just now. Next to him is Little Phoenix holding chopsticks and looking at Janata's-chan. Is this what you said was delicious? There was an aroma of pepper and some pungent smells in the air. And on their table, a pot of butter pot full of spiciness was gurgling, and it was about to boil. Some animal fats, various plant tissues, and a mixture of water and salt, etc., are very low in calories and low in nutritional value. Janata analyzed the ingredients in the butter pot in front of her, but there was nothing special about it. It was the smell in the air that made her feel even hungrier. Okay, I can eat something hot and start it. To be honest, I don't have to worry about the chrysanthemum residue and swollen mouth the next day, and no matter how much I eat, I won't feel full. It's so cool. Wang Hao grinned and poured down a plate of fat beef directly. A second later, the hot butter pan cooked the top fat beef as thin as snowflakes. The meat can be quickly picked up by Quicksilver's hands with a speed that makes Quicksilver feel ashamed, and then distributed to everyone's plate. Wang Hao smiled mysteriously. A little girl who has only eaten energy, the hot pot that has developed the taste experience to the peak, is not enough for you? Eat it, demonstrated to Little Phoenix and Janata, and Chanter beside him couldn't hold back and started. She often haunts various gourmet restaurants with Wang Hao, and of course she can't do without sweeping hot pot restaurants. Well, at the entrance of the meat slices, all kinds of tastes rushed in for a while, impacting the taste cells of the diners, and then turned into electrical signals and flooded into their brains, making the brains madly secrete dopamine, which represents happiness and excitement. In an instant, the whole person was satisfied. Almost at the same time, the eyes of Little Phoenix and Janata lit up, and while their mouths kept moving, their faces were filled with happy smiles. This is the power of gourmet food. In other words, I suddenly want to visit those gourmet worlds, which are only made of ordinary ingredients, and those worlds, such as gourmet captives, are made of ingredients with amazing catch levels. How delicious is it? Seeing that Janata and Little Phoenix in front of him had started to cook other ingredients by themselves without a teacher, Wang Hao also began to think about it. But don't worry, there's plenty of time, and there are plenty of opportunities to report slowly. It would be outrageous to eat what is in the bowl and think about what is in the pot farther away. Wang Hao quickly put those messy thoughts behind him and only thought about it later when he got tired of the world. After Wang Hao immersed himself in eating, the combat power at the dinner table increased a lot again. These four are all gods, and meals are not counted by bowls, but by a few planets. After a while, the ingredients on the table are eaten clean. 2.8, but Wang Hao had already prepared for it, and asked people to prepare more fresh ingredients in advance. So another table of ingredients was brought up, and the soup should be added. It takes several hours to eat a meal, and the ingredients consumed are enough for Wen's family to keep for a few days before it is over. Come back next time. Don't keep eating if you like it. You can't get enough. A dense mass of energy was condensed in his hand, and he turned it into a lollipop and handed it to Janata, letting her stick out her small tongue to lick it bit by bit. Naturally, these things can't make her full, and even just arouse her appetite. If you really want to fill her stomach, you can only rely on Wang Hao. Anyway, there's already a Little Phoenix, and it doesn't make much difference to raise another one. Ask, what should you do when you have endless energy and can't spend it all? The answer is to raise a few girls who can eat. A Little Phoenix hanging around his neck like a koala, a Janata who always chases him for lollipops, and the moon goddess who is inseparable from him. This is Wang Hao's current family situation. See, I'm very busy, so if I have anything to say, I'll take them to dinner. The girls in a room are more beautiful than each other, and according to Wang Hao's introduction, each girl is more terrifying than the other. If Janata can't get enough to eat, she will eat the earth. Little Phoenix can't be angry. The whole universe will be in danger if angry. Seeing Wang Hao working so hard to take care of the girls, although it seems very inconsistent, Nick Fury really doesn't know what to say. When the words of gratitude come to my lips, I can't always say 18 out of my mouth. Why bringing a baby and having a girl is enough to save the world? Is the world changing so fast that he, the former head of S.H.I.E.L.D., can't keep up with the times? Actually, there's nothing wrong with it. But our first Sun Plaza has been completed, so I hope you can come forward to cut the ribbon at that time. The country of May is now a country where politics and religion are united. After more than a year of turmoil, with the reshuffle of Hydra and those behind-the-scenes dignitaries, the power class in this country has been completely subverted. The rule of the big plutocrats in the past has come to an end very thoroughly. In the current May country, the presidential palace headed by Nick Fury and the Sun God sect headed by Luo Chung are jointly governed. In fact, the basic governance model has not changed, but the previous separation of 3 powers has become the current 4 powers. In addition to judicial power, executive power, and legislative power, there is another divine power. But theocracy is superior to the first 3 rights. It's not that Wang Hao said he wanted to be above, he didn't have time to spare, it was made by those people voting themselves. After experiencing Hydra and the reshuffle, the people lost their trust in the old system, so they handed over the supreme power directly to Wang Hao and to the church led by Luo Chung. Definitely, this is not bad. It just gives Wang Hao and the church a reason to intervene when they really need to. For example, next time, if an organization similar to Hydra appears within them, they can directly take action to rectify it in the interests of the people. And now that the government and the church are united, Wang Hao has become the supreme leader in the sense of Megwa's spirit, and the lady holding the Declaration of Independence is honorably off work. In this case, some formalism is needed. The first Sun Plaza came into being. A newly built square stands in the capital of Peanut Ton. In order to commemorate the great sun god, the god of light, the god of hope, and the god of the future, people built this square to express that they have established a connection with the gods. You guys are really busy. Okay, I will go there. Well, it's not very good for the true god to show up. I will give a signal. After getting Wang Hao's affirmative answer, Nick Fury was slightly relieved. After all, Wang Hao has performed miracles many times. If they took the initiative to build a square to commemorate Wang Hao, but Wang Hao did not come, it would be a blow to them to some extent. Some might even feel that Wang Hao doesn't approve of their actions. The world is getting more and more troublesome. I like the feeling of doing things, but this kind of serious atmosphere is meaningless. Yes, after many changes, the Earth has entered an era of great development. The development of human beings encountered bottlenecks before, the Earth's resources were limited, and there was no major breakthrough in aerospace technology, which led to increasingly tense regional situations and the like. But after the alien invasion, all that changed. With the reorganization of Manhwa and the explosion of science and technology, the first joint long-distance space fleet is about to set off in the middle of the year. It is foreseeable that in the next few years, human beings on Earth will enter the interstellar era. In this case, the original so-called plot has long been destroyed. Are you leaving again? The matter on Earth X has not been resolved yet. Tony 613 in a laboratory shouted at the top of his voice. After he came back, he was busy integrating the sentinel technology he obtained from Steric Industries into his armor. The black armor behind him, with a constantly fluctuating surface, was the prototype of that thing. Things over there not too much trouble. I left someone there. Wang Hao said, don't worry, although the watchman left, but not all of Wang Hao's people left. The branch of the Sun God sect has already been established there, and Luo Chung often visits through the quantum space-time tunnel, and there's the leader Apocalypse over there. Don't worry about going to the inherent ending. Okay, but we'd better find a space-time data that is close to our world, so that we won't have trouble controlling the time to leave like last time. However, after hearing his words, Wang Hao gave him a very strange look. I want to make a call to Pepper. Tony Stark, you're addicted. What is this world bad? Can't you keep you? Oh, boss, my god. Angkor, please, take me with you. Travel through time and space. How can you not take me with you for such a fun thing? I can still provide you with service. See, for you I have studied Chinese. How do you use this idiom? A 40-year-old man, with a scruffy beard on his face, babbled in a tone so greasy that even his wife couldn't stand it. Stop. Don't disgust me. Just go if you want to, I can still stop you. In fact, what Wang Hao said is true. The quantum communication device was made by Tony, and he himself has mastered the technology of the quantum space-time tunnel. If he really wants to travel in time and space, he can go anywhere, and no one can stop him. But the problem is that other time and space are uncertain and full of dangers. It is very likely that there is nothing special on the surface, but there's a big devil who can destroy the world hidden behind his back. Take Earth X, for example. Tony can search for some information on the internet, but will that information tell him that the world is open? Even if he knows that there are powerful mutants like Charles and Magneto, how strong they are, and whether his technology can handle them, these things cannot be told by the network information. He wanted to play, not die. He hadn't created his own Little Morgan yet, so naturally he didn't want to die in a different time and space like this. So far, he has only dared to travel with Wang Hao. After all, with the presence of the great god Wang Hao, his life is still guaranteed. Then when will we leave? Wait and see. I have to go somewhere. The quantum communication device has been in operation, but it has been taken over by Hao Yin. The information of countless time and space has been screened and classified according to Wang Hao's memory and impression under the records of his supercomputer. So there's no need to spend extra time looking for the world. Wang Hao already has a goal. Kamartage, on the snow for thousands of years. A beautiful figure is comprehending the mysteries of nature and magic in the cold wind. The extraordinary magical ability made her study here extremely fast, where she was exploring her own potential. When comprehending nature, a special figure suddenly appeared, and the girl's defense was immediately touched. Wanda turned her head suddenly, only to see a man as handsome as the sun standing behind her, looking at her with interest. Is life here still enjoyable? Where's your daughter? Why didn't you bring her here? Wanda stroked the hair around her ears. Her face was calm, but she couldn't hide the slight joy in her eyes. Little Phoenix is not my daughter. Did Ancient One say something bad about me to you? Wang Hao, who was hit by the soul crit, seemed a little helpless, and Xiao Feng Huang's entanglement really made him look like his daughter. Among other things, it took a lot of effort to get her off her neck when I went out today. The condition is that you have to hug her when you sleep tonight, so that she can absorb the thick and warm solar energy. Ms. Ancient One is a good person. She won't speak ill of others. Wanda snorted softly, turned around, and began to flex her muscles. Kamartaj Magician seems to have learned from Tofu, and he is obviously a magician who releases waves, but he likes to turn into two knives to chop people up. My lord, times have changed. But watching a beautiful girl in a red magician gown stretch her body and then shake her fists and feet is also a different kind of visual enjoyment. What are you doing here? At some point, Ancient One appeared behind Wang Hao. Seeing him staring at his proud disciple intently, Ancient One became out of breath. I'm here to find you. Wang Hao, who was awakened, replied without changing his face, although he has been standing outside for more than an hour. What's the situation on Dormammu's side? I have to go out recently. If necessary, I'll talk to him first, so as to save the earth from being destroyed when I go out. Home. Drinking the tea hand-baked by Ancient One, Wang Hao asked nonchalantly, looking at the sweaty practicing girl outside from time to time. I have never worried about Dormammu's problem, and the fact that you're sitting on the earth has already spread throughout the multi-universe space, and those evil gods dare not make mistakes. Besides, I still have a time gem. Those cosmic evil gods seem majestic, but compared with Wang Hao, they're still a lot worse. Dormammu is known as the monarch of the Dark Universe, but in fact, he is just a lord of the Dark Universe. He is not the only one who has mastered the power of the Dark Universe. Ancient One has been able to resist him for so many years with the time gem, which shows that his testosterone is not as exaggerated as Nuos. Then it's no problem. The power gem, mind gem, and space gem are all here. The reality gem has not yet appeared, and the time gem is with you. The soul gem has no effect on its own, but is only a stabilizer for coordinating the power of other gems. Then don't worry about Thanos' problems. In fact, when Wang Hao went to Xander last time, he could have killed Thanos, by the way. But that expedition experience was not pleasant, and there was a huge gap between reality and ideals, so Wang Hao ran back without stopping. But now that I think about it, without infinite gems, Thanos can't even beat Odin, so it's not a threat, so there's no need to take care of it. That's it. Since there are no problems, I'll go first. Hey, don't worry. Seeing that Wang Hao turned around and was about to leave, Ancient One held him back. Take Wanda with you. What? Wang Hao looked at Ancient One in surprise, not understanding what she meant. However, Ancient One's expression remained unchanged, and he just said lightly, Wanda's ability is extraordinary, even surpassing me in strange. But at the same time, while her extraordinary ability allows her to quickly master magic, it will also be easier to be attracted by certain factors. I worry that she will be attracted by evil gods, bewitched by the power, or discovered by them, induced to become a vessel for their arrival. Musha Yulin foam must be destroyed. Magic ability is an extremely rare attribute. Doctor Strange's ability is already very high. If not for Ancient One's overt and covert protection and care, he would have been ruined by evil gods long ago. And Wanda's ability is even stronger than Strange, the so-called strongest sorcerer supreme in history. This makes Ancient One unavoidably worried. Magicians are exposed to forces that ordinary people cannot see, and because of this, they are more likely to be seduced by those forces. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. When magicians grab the magic power of different dimensions, they will inevitably be noticed by the evil gods and demons in those time and space. Being seduced by Wang Hao is nothing in comparison. Hey, you said it yourself. What happens later is none of my business. Wang Hao teased with a rascal smile on his face, causing another turmoil in Ancient One's calm state of mind, and couldn't help but give him a blank look. It's as if you'll be spared if you are here. After finishing speaking, Ancient One called Wanda in. Wanda, who had just finished exercising, had a blushing complexion, fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and a girlish and healthy glow all over her body. Master. After spit out two not-so-standard words, Wanda bowed to Ancient One, and then, biff, looked up at Ancient One and Wang Hao. Wanda, start practicing with the sun god from today on. Wanda was shocked by Ancient One's words. Although Sokovia has returned to the past because of Janata's departure, Wanda has long regarded Ancient One as a relative and truly regarded her as her master. But now, Ancient One wants to let her go. Immediately, Wanda's eyes were filled with mist and turned red, and she even turned her head to stare fiercely at Wang Hao. She thinks that Wang Hao asked Ancient One to do so. You man, if you don't speak clearly, you act like I'm a big villain. After waving his hand, a gust of warm air blew away, taking away the sweat and dirt from Wanda's body. And then Wang Hao stretched out his hand to wipe away the teardrops from the corners of her eyes. And only then did Ancient One explain. Wanda, don't get me wrong, he just asked you to practice with him. The door of Kamar Taj is still open to you. The relationship is complicated. You just need to know that it's for your own good. Knowing that she was not expelled from the school, Wanda's mood improved a lot, and her gaze at Wang Hao changed back to the original one. Then there was a reminiscence between the master and the apprentice. Although Ancient One is hundreds of years old and has sent off many apprentices and friends, this is Kamar Taj, and she is the most honorable and noble sorcerer supreme. It is serious and careful. Wanda, a 17-year-old girl, came here, but her mood became much more active. Definitely, it may also be caused by some unscrupulous sun god using some means to tease. It took an afternoon to reminisce, but Wang Hao had nothing to do. He just played in Kamar Taj for a day, and after they finished talking, he left with Wanda, who packed up his things. Can I go home first? After coming down from the snow mountain, Wanda looked at the familiar modern street and said suddenly. Wang Hao naturally had no objection to this, and took her hand and appeared directly at Wanda's home in Sokovia. Wanda, a teenager's voice sounded, and a young boy ran over with surprise when he saw the two people who suddenly appeared. Pietro. Wanda was also happy to see her brother, the first time she had been away from him for so long. Who is he? Your boyfriend. Then Pietro's eyes turned to Wang Hao. He is not surprised by the way the two suddenly appeared, because the last time Ancient One took Wanda away and disappeared suddenly like this, during which Wanda learned to draw circles for the first time and came back once. So Pietro automatically classified this situation into the category of magic. As for what he said, Wanda blushed immediately after hearing what he said, and looked back secretly, only to find that Wang Hao didn't explain, and she was even more ashamed while secretly delighted. Wang Hao has opened up his special charm since the first time he saw her, and Xiao Nizi's heart has long been fallen. And Wang Hao looked at Pietro in front of him with a smile, feeling that the young man could speak. If that's the case, give him some luck. Scarlet, which has it all. How can Quicksilver not have it? Moreover, the world he plans to go to this time happens to have an ability that is especially suitable for him, and it doesn't count as being a treat to my brother-in-law, if I say it. So, when Wang Hao returned to the Watchman base, there were two more people beside him. Tony Stark. The two siblings suddenly yelled loudly when they saw a guy with his head buried in front of the table. What? Who's calling me? Tony, who was still busy perfecting his sentry armor, looked up, only to see two men and women the size of high school students staring at him. Who are you two? Do I know you? Wait, don't tell me you were my mistake in the flower field 18 years ago. Tony, who was learning Chinese recently, listened to a lot of Chinese songs and suddenly said something casually. You bloody bastard, arms dealer to hell. However, someone's nonsense did not ease the atmosphere. Pietro ran to Tony angrily, but he couldn't shake his fist because of the rage in his heart. After all, this hatred was only imposed on Tony on Stark Industries, and he was not the kind of person who would kill for hatred. But after listening to his words, Tony took a careful look at him. Listen, boy, I have long since stopped being an arms dealer. I am now an energy dealer, the kind that changes the world. There is no right or wrong weapon. I'm sorry for your loss. I cannot change the past, but I believe in the sun. I will create a better future. It sounded like a sophistry, but Tony's sincere tone made the anger on Pietro's face gradually fade away. Sokovia was in civil strife until the world turned upside down, before Tony was Iron Man. That's when Wanda and Pietro's parents were killed by Stark Industries weapons, and even the two of them were almost killed by a Stark Industries missile. But like Tony said, he makes weapons, but he doesn't decide who uses them and who uses them. There is no right or wrong with weapons, only those who wield them. And, as Tony said, he's always working to create a better future. And this is the best way to deal with the past. That's right, who taught you? Patting Pietro on the shoulder, Wang Hao looked at Tony's face and joked. I'll often attend our church's gatherings, and I usually serve as the keynote speaker. After all, even your archbishop doesn't have as many opportunities as me to meet you. Tony said that he is a devout Christian, and this shamelessness and cheekiness are naturally related to the sun theology he believes in. I'll call Luo Chung right now and ask him to expel you from the church. Wang Hao smiled coldly, wanting to disgust him. There is no such thing as an old on my OG. If he could be disgusted by this novice guy, then he would be in vain. And teacher Tony, who was lore, took a deep look at Wang Hao and then returned to his seat with an unhappy expression on his face. Although the knot has not been completely untied, but it is finally said, the rest is only a matter of time. The Wanda siblings waited in the base, while Wang Hao went to arrest them. No way, if Wang hadn't take those guys with him, they might cut the earth into 8 pieces and eat them with soy sauce and vinegar if they were crazy hungry. Packing 3 roast ducks in a world-renowned roast duck restaurant, and then carrying 2 foodies, one big and one small, plus a little moon watching them. Wang Hao's family is considered complete. I'm going. Why are you here again? But when Wang Hao returned to the base, he found several familiar figures appeared here again. Teacher Tony, don't ask me, I don't know anything. Tony, who was fiddling with a large piece of ulu metal on the table, had his head cocked, indicating that some scruffy bearded guy in pajamas, flip-flops, and sunglasses must not have come here because of his tipster. Oh, just want to see the trendy brands and new underwear in that world. I heard that you like the black hollow style. Natasha Romanoff whispered in Wang Hao's ear. Well, this reason can also be accepted. But Wang Hao looked at a weak chicken who was wiping the bow, an arrow in his hand again. Do you know who Green Arrow is? Wang Hao narrowed his eyes, suddenly laughed, and nodded at him. You can join now. Green Arrow versus Hawkeye. This is the big show of the year, better than Iron Man versus Batman or something. After all, although many people in the Avengers Alliance and Zhonglian correspond to each other, the only ones who are completely consistent in terms of skills and strength are Green Arrow and Hawkeye. For other people, they are actually not the same at all. For example, Tony and Bruce Wayne are only similar in economic strength, but the fighting methods of the two are very different. In fact, Tony should be compared with Cyborg. Master Wayne should fight with the Captain. Both are representatives of the pinnacle of human beings, proficient in various fighting techniques, and both are commanders in the team. Just like the cooperation between Marvel and DC, the Avengers Alliance fights Zhonglian. That is, Thor fights the Superstar, the Master fights the Captain, and then Wonder Woman fights Captain Marvel. Green Arrow versus Hawkeye. Interesting, but where did you hear the name Green Arrow? That red tights pervert. In this way, a new team was formed again, but this time there was one less captain, but 2 more siblings and 2 foodies. As for the goal, Wang Hao is also determined. Even if Hawkeye doesn't say it, he actually wants to go to that world. And now that Hawkeye has spoken, the target of the search can be determined a little more. Hao Ian, lock the world, target DC Universe, number, whatever, the one closest to the current era, don't make me the 70s, the guy in the cloak is still wearing underwear, hot eyes. Just that's at 4. Boom. The simple and honest Gotham City is covered with clouds as usual, but today it seems to be raining heavily, and the rumbling thunder makes many people who are busy outside can't help speeding up their actions, wanting to go home early. Gotham City Police Station, on the roof, a huge amount of searchlight is placed here, and a strange bat-like patch is placed in the middle to block the light so that it can form a unique pattern when projected out. Suddenly, an unusual airflow appeared on the roof. A transparent space vortex slowly formed. A gap opened, and several figures appeared here through the gap. Hey, it's pitch black. Why can't you see anything? The gloomy sky made the night come much earlier. Looking at the time, it was clearly not until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. 3:40. This city has always been like this, with a unique climate, very similar to that of London. There are 365 days in a year, and the sun cannot be seen for 360 days. Looking at the thick dark clouds in the sky, Wang Hao suddenly frowned. It's not okay to not see the sun. Psychologists have long conducted research to prove that people's psychology tends to be darker and negative energy will gradually accumulate. That's why this city is so simple and honest. Even without deliberately listening, Wang Hao can still hear the grief, the neighing, and the screaming everywhere in the city. This crime rate is really the folk customs of Gotham City. Scatter. With his eyes wide open, Wang Hao looked towards the sky, and the thick dark clouds shattered under a powerful and inexplicable force. The torrential rain poured down, the thunder was loud, and the evil power accumulated for countless years dissipated under the power of the sun god, leaving only pure water vapor. And as the torrential rain fell, the dark clouds lifted little by little, and then the evening sun slanted into every corner of the city. The rainbow hangs in the sky. The warm sunlight is projected into the windows of every household, and a kind of shade that has been deposited for a long time gradually dissipates. Beep, 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 beep. In a cave where no sunlight can be seen, the special protection system monitoring the city began to emit intense sirens. Alfred, what's the matter? A middle-aged man in his 40s walked over quickly. His strong and sturdy body makes him look mighty and extraordinary, and the sharpness and lightness of his movements show that he's been trained for a long time and is extremely flexible. The wisdom and perseverance between the eyebrows are also somewhat inconsistent with the rumored playboy image from the outside world. And looking at the various furnishings in the cave, if it is a resident of Gotham City, it will immediately scream out, Batman. Master Wayne, it's strange. The system detected a strong energy fluctuation. The source seems to be the police station, but our satellite didn't find any special magnetic field. What is the goal of the energy? What are the consequences? Bruce Wayne sat in his seat and began to adjust the data, while beside him, an old British man with white beard and hair meticulously checked the screen in front of him. That's what's weird about me. Alfred passed the data to the screen in front of Bruce. It's aimed at the sky, and it turns out, sir, the sun is out in Gotham. There was a smile on Ah Fu's face. The last time he saw the sun in Gotham City was when he was young. At that time, the Gotham City government purchased a large number of shells with the help of Wayne Enterprises, trying to smash the dark clouds in the sky and return the citizens to a bright and clear sky. It's a pity that the shattering was shattering, but within a few days, the layers of dense clouds gathered again contrary to scientific theory. Hearing Ah Fu's answer, Bruce was a little dazed. He turned on a news channel, which was supposed to be an evening news program, and now it was broadcasting a reporter standing on the street of the port, and in the camera was the sun that had not yet set in the sky. It's beautiful, isn't it? Ah Fu was amazed by the beauty of the sunset, but Bruce frowned after a nod of approval. We need to re-examine. Such a strong energy fluctuation cannot be just to disperse the dark clouds. The data in the instrument shows that this energy is no less than several mushroom bombs. If it falls in Gotham City, the consequences will be disastrous. Bruce Wayne, who is suspicious by nature, doesn't even trust his comrades who fought side by side. He has to create special files to target their weaknesses and formulate combat plans. At the moment, he didn't believe that such a good thing would appear out of thin air, and the haze in the sky of Gotham City would be swept away. Call out the satellite image. Call up the surveillance video of the Gotham Police Station. Elle didn't know you monitored the Gotham Police Department. Affy was a little surprised to see Bruce's skillful operation. The Gotham Police Department is their old buddy Gordon's territory. But Bruce still didn't trust them and even secretly monitored the police station. That's not the point. The point is this. Bruce called up a video from the top of the building, just before the violent energy fluctuation occurred. That is the space energy gap, the representation of Einstein-Rosen bridge. There are 10 people in total, and our protagonist is this person. In the picture, Wang Hao looked at the sky. A ray of light in his eyes rushed towards the sky. The picture fluctuated for a while, and after this scene, all 10 people suddenly disappeared. Just relying on the eyes can burst out the energy equivalent to several mushroom bombs. Fu, we are in trouble. Master Wayne, I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. He just made Gotham City rain and remove the haze, didn't he? Ah Fu looked at Bruce, who was frowning tightly, and didn't agree with his statement, and even sang the opposite tune. He definitely didn't think Wang Hao was a threat. It was just that he didn't want Bruce to get involved. With just a blink of his eyes, he possesses such terrifying power. This kind of person is not comparable to those criminals in Gotham City. They're dealing with the Joker, the Penguin, the Scarecrow psychos, not a megalopolis that can easily destroy a million people. God. Gotham City, New York City, seems to have had this nickname before, and this geographical location corresponds to New York City. After leaving the roof of the police station, Wang Hao and his group did not disband on the spot like they did on Earth X this time. The last time they disbanded in place was mainly because they were sprayed by people as soon as they appeared, which made them curious about Mutant. But in this world, they didn't have that kind of situation. It also gave them time to sit quietly and discuss. In a cafe that was about to enter the night business hours, 10 people almost surrounded the space inside, but the few people with different images did not cause any disturbance. Because Wang Hao was too lazy to care about any accidents, he directly asked Wanda to cast a small spell to block their presence. Strange, there are more than 18. It should be that the combination of these two cities corresponds to our New York. More information was obtained, and the projection screen in Tony's palm displayed another city across the river from Gotham City. The name Metropolis. There was a strange look in Tony's eyes. What kind of city would name itself Metropolis? It fits the description well, though. After casually searching the economic indicators and various people's livelihood data of the Metropolis, Tony was surprised to find that the Metropolis is more like their New York City in terms of economic development. There are actually two cities on the East Coast that are comparable in size to New York. The key is that they're on both sides of a river. Although there's no difference in the shape of the entire North America, the geographical environment of many details is different. For example, the Hudson River runs across New York, and in this world, a larger river takes the place of the Hudson River, separating Metropolis from Gotham City. Hey, look, it's you. Hawkeye at the side suddenly pointed to a certain figure on the screen. Inheriting the family business, worth billions, a famous playboy, but he is much more pleasing to the eye than you. Tony narrowed his eyes, then curled his lips. It's just a useless playboy. Have you forgotten that we can appear here now is the result of my research? Tony has a lot of disdain for the man on screen named Bruce Wayne, who is an entrepreneur, inventor, and superhero. Playboy? That was just a side job. He still has many titles. However, Wang Hao, who also saw Bruce, clicked on more news and then checked. Why, you're also interested in him. Think he is more powerful than me. Wang Hao's strange behavior made Tony and others a little puzzled. After all, the person who can make Wang Hao notice may really be a bit extraordinary. In terms of technological invention, you are better than him, and in all other aspects, he beats you. Wang Hao said softly. The photos on the screen are from a few years ago, when Bruce Wayne rarely appeared in public view, and the stubbled, decadent, and vicissitudes of the face on the screen all showed that this Bruce was young. Hey, even though you are the boss, you can't belittle me like this. Tell me, how is he better than me? Tony looked like a jealous man questioning his cheating wife. Although others like to make jokes about Tony, They actually know that Tony's ability is already the top among human beings. Even Thor admits in his heart that Tony is a comrade worthy of his respect. And now Wang Hao actually said that this Bruce Wayne beat Tony in all aspects except in the field of scientific research, which made them feel a little unbelievable. He is proficient in 127 fighting techniques, and he is also a weapon expert, proficient in all kinds of hidden weapons and cold weapons in the world. His physical fitness has been undergoing rigorous training and scientific management since he was 11 years old, so that he can even compete with previous captains against each other. Wang Hao paused, then continued. He's a master detective, a master tactician, a master of language. He's fluent in over 20 languages. He's an expert in interrogation, a master in disguise, a master in tracking. He's also an expert in stealth, an expert in sniping. No doubt, Natasha Romanoff. He is definitely better than you as an agent. Impossible. What you said is not a human being. That is a monster. Before Wang Hao could finish speaking, Hawkeye shook his head first. He was already considered to be in existence with extraordinary abilities among human beings. Normal people's bow and arrow skills can't be trained to his level. This is not something that can be achieved through hard work. Because of this, he understands how difficult it is to master so many skills and master them. People's energy is limited, and their ability is also limited. If the ability is not enough, no matter how hard you try, it will be useless. In fact, not only Hawkeye, but also Tony and Natasha Romanoff, including the Wanda siblings, did not quite believe what Wang Hao said. Actually, I haven't finished. Although his achievement in the field of scientific research is not as good as yours, it's just that he didn't focus on it. At the age of 26, he obtained at least a dozen different types of academic achievements through self-study. Degrees, ranging from biology and physical chemistry to forensic medicine and computer science. Wang Hao smiled like a self-proclaimed wall mural about the largest human wall mural in the history of comics. Superman claims to be the son of DC, and Master Wayne is the father of DC. This sentence is not for nothing. A certain Iron Man is said to be a mortal equal to a god after snapping his fingers. But remember, that phrase was originally used to describe Bruce Wayne Bateman. Although I don't quite believe what Wang Hao said. After all, as a human being, this kind of experience is still too exaggerated. But who is Wang Hao? How could they not believe what he said? Well, I still don't believe it. How about it? Are you interested in trying him? Tony looked at the other people, eager to try. Bruce Wayne is so powerful, so it wouldn't be a big deal to come to them to test it out, right? And they will act with discretion. It's just a prank at best. Stark, you're jealous. Hawkeye pierced Tony's mind mercilessly. Yes, you are jealous that he is more handsome than you. Natasha Romanoff glanced at pictures of Bruce Wayne, compared them to her teammates, and came to a crucial conclusion. Hey, I'm a #1 man in the National Women's Most Wanted Marriage list for 3 consecutive years. Tony knocked on the table, saying that no one would allow anyone to belittle his charm. That's because of your money. Hawkeye once again exposed the truth. Money is also a kind of charm, because money likes me. As long as I have money, it will always like. Tony glared at Hawkeye and said confidently. And this nonsense made Hawkeye and others have nothing to say. They could only roll their eyes and say that you are happy. How about it? Why don't you do it? Fighting master, super agent, proficient in various skills, then we will give him one by one. There's a certain evil smile on Tony's face, and Wang Hao didn't stop him seeing this, but was very happy to see that scene. Whether Tony stumbled or Master Wayne was really messed up by Tony, the picture will be pretty good to think about. He simply fanned the wind and lit a fire. Come on, it's opening, it's opening. Let's guess whether it's Tony Stark who proves that he's the strongest playboy, or Bruce Wayne who's going to give this bastard who offended him a lesson. Wang Hao's sudden behavior made everyone dumbfounded, but in the next second, except for Janata, who didn't quite understand their behavior, everyone, including Xiaofeng, raised their little hands excitedly. I'll bet Bruce Wayne. Hawkeye was the first to raise his hand. Seeing Tony stare at him, Hawkeye spread his hands. Sorry, Stark, the sun god won't lie to us. He's stronger than you. I really want to support you, but I still think he is stronger. Next time I'll bet on Green Arrow. Tony took a deep breath, then responded. Now, it was Hawkeye's turn to look dumbfounded. Crush Stark. Thor's thick voice sounded, and his arms were raised high. Thank you, Lebowski. You have always been the strongest watcher in my heart. Tony smiled, walked up to Thor, and gave him a fist bump. Only Natasha Romanoff did not rush to place a bet, but stared at Wang Hao's face with a pair of beautiful eyes. We haven't said what the stakes are yet. Speaking of this, everyone suddenly realized that they had been high for a long time, but they still haven't said what the bet is. Then what do you want to bet on? Wang Hao said that everything is fine, and the right to choose is given to everyone. And he's the bookmaker at the opening, so this kind of thing must be said by the bettors. It's a rare opportunity. The next time we have to wait until Hawkeye versus Green Arrow, so hurry up if you want something. Hearing this, everyone became even more excited, and the first to raise their hands was none other than contestant Tony. I can bet too. Definitely yes, but you can only pressure yourself, otherwise you deliberately lose to him. Wouldn't we all be cheated by you? How could I do that kind of thing? There was a trace of pity on Tony's face, and then he said happily, I want Hao Ian's computing authority once, and my sentry armor is almost finished, so then what did you lose? What did you pay? A bet definitely can't just be a winning part, and you have to pay a price if you lose. Although Wang Hao doesn't care about their small price. The game is the game, and the rules are the rules. Well, I don't think I'm going to lose. Everyone booed in unison, expressing serious dissatisfaction with Tony's narcissism. Although they have long been familiar with this guy's thick skin, but being familiar with it and accepting it are two different things. It's better like this. If you lose, we will decide the color of your armor. No, if you just change to a armor, wouldn't it be an advantage for you? Okay. Wang Hao stroked the non-existent beard on his chin, and then clapped his fists. I thought of it, and I don't ask too much. You must wear a full set of our dark armor. Everyone looked at Tony in unison, as if they were watching a good show, whether this arrogant man would dare to accept the bet. Just wear it. Sure enough, the megalomaniac was so excited, he immediately took the lead and expressed his challenge. I'm coming too. Well, I'll bet on Bruce Wayne. If I win, I want a set of armor of my own, or super ability for me. Hawkeye looked at Wong Hao pitifully. He had traveled through times several times, but he was still playing with a broken bow, playing a pavilion. Okay, no problem. But if you lose, hey, I want you to wear this battle suit for a month. With a wave of Wong Hao's palm, a set of Hao Ian extracted from the battle suit in his memory was projected. The tight purple style plus the two weird little horns on the head. The whole battle suit reveals a strange meaning. This is not something Wong Hao fabricated out of thin air, but in the comics, Hawkeye's battle suit. It's as shameful as Wanda's uniform in the manga. Seeing the appearance of that battle suit, Hawkeye's breathing stopped, and for a moment he wanted to say that if he was allowed to wear this battle suit, he might as well let him die. But after thinking about it, the long-awaited super ability is in front of him. Earth X, a place full of superpowers, failed to make him get what he wanted. Now the only chance may be Wong Hao himself. Okay, I bet. Hawkeye said through gritted teeth. Okay, Linte, you are a man. Tony gave a thumbs up. Hawkeye was not the only one who wanted to die in that kind of clothes, but Hawkeye was able to accept it. This courage was not as good as Tony Stark. 833 this is because he doesn't know what painting Wong Hao is going to give his armor. If he knew, he might choose to abstain on the spot. What about you? After Tony and Hawkeye finished speaking, Wong Hao looked at the others again. I'll bet on Stark, but I don't want anything, just a case of beer. If you lose, I'll change your hairstyle. Make a deal. Thor nodded to Wong Hao. Then Wong Hao looked at the Wanda siblings again. Are you going to participate? It was the first time to participate in this kind of group activity, and the siblings were somewhat different. Hearing Wong Hao's question, he shook his head and refused after hesitation. I want. Little Phoenix raised her hand and looked at Wong Hao excitedly. If I win, I will eat a lot of hot pot. Little Phoenix's pink tongue licked her lips, and the excitement and deliciousness of the hot pot made her miss it. Okay, but if you lose, how about you sleep well at night? Hearing these words, Little Phoenix immediately wrinkled his face, and his mouth also shrunk. In fact, she doesn't need to sleep, she just likes to hug Wong Hao and feel the warmth. Just one night, okay. The pitiful look of the little girl did not look like a big devil who could destroy the universe at all, which made Wong Hao feel distressed. But because of the little girl's clinginess, he hasn't done what adults should do with Chanter and the others for several days. 5 days. 3 days. Make a deal. 3 days is 3 days. Wong Hao sighed. Who let himself be this little devil? You haven't said who you're betting on. The bet is over, but who hasn't said the bet, which makes Tony couldn't help showing a trace of resentment on his face. Emotionally, he is just a tool man, and everyone doesn't care about his victory or defeat. Fortunately, he had been prepared for a long time, and a handful of candies suddenly appeared in his hand, which he asked for from the bar of the coffee shop just now. Sure enough, when Little Phoenix saw the candy in Tony's hand, her big Kazalan eyes suddenly became like crescent moons. Well, then I'll bet on you. Now, there were 3 bettors for Tony, and only Wong Hao and Hawkeye were bettors for Bruce Wayne. Wong Hao looked at Chanter. Unexpectedly, Chanter shook her head. She has nothing lacking, because she knows that if she wants anything, Wong Hao will satisfy her, even if it is the whole world. As for Janata, she still doesn't know what bet is. After Little Phoenix gave her a piece of candy, she just turned her ears off the window and tasted the delicious candy there. I'll bet Bruce Wayne. It was the last remaining Natasha Romanoff who spoke, but she didn't say her bet directly, but leaned into Wong Hao's ear, her seductive red lips parted slightly. If I win, I want you to do this and that. And if I lose, I want you to do this and that. The impure relationship between Natasha Romanoff and Wong Hao has long been hidden. Definitely, even Chanter didn't say anything. As outsiders, they naturally wouldn't feel that they could be beeping as messengers of justice. In fact, from their point of view, Wong Hao, as an ancient deity, has a much higher status than the ancient emperors. And even those emperors have 3,000 beauties in the harem, so Wong Hao's countless stars are nothing. Even Tony, the ones who had a lot of fun before, didn't have anything to say about him except those who wanted to hype themselves. Those who scolded him were just envious of him. As for the female fist, it was too late for the female fist to lick him. So how could they be willing to scold him? At this point, the bet is settled, and the bet officially begins. First of all, because they participated in the end, they can't help you, and all your actions have to be handled by yourself. In addition, judging the outcome of both of you is a problem. And I will also participate in the betting, so it depends on the two of you, and Caesar will admit defeat first. Wong Hao smiled mysteriously. Whether it is Tony or Bruce Wayne, they're the kind of people who refuse to bow their heads, expecting them to take the initiative to admit defeat. This may really spark a spark. The wind at night was a bit noisy, and a heavy rain during the day completely dissipated the dark clouds over Gotham City, and even the inexplicable power that had been lingering over Gotham City was also dispersed. Therefore, the dark clouds that were always able to gather again after so long have not shown signs of recovery, which made the citizens of Gotham City look at the brilliant starry sky for a long time. After the sunshine during the day, I saw the moonlight and the bright stars at night. Today's weather is really good. Master Wayne, I think we can go out and have a look. The starry night in Gotham City is rare. In the Batcave, looking at Bruce, who was still buried in the table, studying Wong Hao and his party, Ah Fu sighed. His persuasion obviously didn't have any effect. After identifying the threat of Wong Hao, Bruce devoted all his energy to it. This made Ah Fu even more worried. But after getting along for so many years, Bruce was the one he watched and grew up with, and he knew the character of this man too well. Beep beep. The sharp alarm sounded again, and Bruce, who was buried in front of the table, changed his expression slightly and immediately looked at the monitoring interface next to him. It's just that this time it's not Wong Hao who he thought made another move, but his Wayne group was invaded. What is this? In the picture, a strange humanoid creature is attached to the outer wall of the Wayne group building. Some kind of ray shot out of his palm and was cutting through the outer wall, tried to punch a hole for him to pass through. Because of this, he triggered the alarm system that Bruce had set up in the Wayne group. After all, most of his equipment and technical support still come from the R&D department within the Wayne Group. Moreover, the existence of the Wayne Group has provided him with a large amount of funds and official help for his actions, and he will not give up easily no matter what. Notify Commissioner Gordon? Afu immediately asked, but Bruce shook his head. I'm afraid it's too late, and the location where he cuts happens to be the Applied Science Department, and the weapons and equipment inside will cause huge amounts of losses if they go out. After finishing speaking, Bruce got up directly, and after a few steps, he came to the cabinet where the battle suit was placed, and in the pool below the cave, a platform was slowly floating up. The black Batmobile has been warmed up and started, just waiting for its master to drive it out. Boom! The ejected tail flame pushed the black land beast out of the cave, and then turned into an invisible mode. Under the cover of the night, the black Batmobile blended into it, like a wisp of smoke flying on the street. Why don't you come? This reaction speed is too slow. On the outer wall of the Wayne building, a certain Iron Man who was cutting the wall couldn't help but complain. Looking at the alarm system wiring in the wall, Tony sighed. Let him do this kind of stealthy deeds with a dignified Iron Man. If it weren't for the purpose of attracting the very powerful Bruce Wayne, he would not be able to do such a low-level thing if he was killed. The screen inside the visor suddenly turned red. The alarm was activated, and then the automatic defense system of the armor was activated directly, driving Tony's figure clinging to the outer wall to avoid it. A sharp arrow pierced through the air, and the flying arrow carrying some kind of electromagnetic interference device directly pierced where Tony was just now. Looking in the direction of the flying arrow, under the moonlight, a black figure squatting on the corner of the building next to him was watching Tony. JRVS, scan his battle suit for me. As early as Xander, Tony had already learned the micro-space storage technology. For him, the biggest advantage of this technology is that he can carry his large computer unit and smart housekeeper with him. In this way, he no longer has to worry about fighting in other places or being disconnected from the internet and unable to contact JRVS. Sir, the main body of the battle suit is Kevlar strengthening fiber, and the cape is made of special carbon fiber material, which seems to harden when charged, acting as a hang glider. Just a hang glider? That doesn't look like it can fly. There was a slight smile on the corner of Tony's mouth, facing an opponent who couldn't fly. Then his advantage was too great. After all, the steel battle armor was first produced for air combat, and the strategic significance brought about by its initial appearance is also because of its crushing air combat ability against traditional flight weapons. Basically, once you have it, you'll have air supremacy, but ground firepower and offense and defense are not so important. As a result, Tony immediately flew into the air, and while leaving the wall, came to the top of Bertman's head, looking down at him. The palm cannon began to gather energy. Although the battle armor that has been upgraded several times is now loaded with too many weapons, this time is just a test after all, and Tony will not make a deadly move. Otherwise, with the technological reserves he currently possesses, given him a certain amount of time, one person can form an army, and one person can fight against a big country. The sharp siren sounded crazily in Bruce's ears. Although the helmet of the Bat battlesuit didn't look as advanced as the steel armor, there were quite a few things it should have. All kinds of scanning and auxiliary combat systems are available. While Bruce was shocked by the high-energy reaction in front of him, he quickly made an evasive strategy. With the spread of the wings, the special cloth was instantly charged and straightened, and then pulled back under the drive of the night wind. The palm cannon immediately hit the empty space. And this is just the first trial of both sides. That's a set of individual exoskeleton armor. A dull voice sounded on the communication channel. In the Batcave, Afu looked at the scene in front of him. His hands were fast, and he quickly analyzed the opponent's equipment information. Yes, Master Wayne, and the technology content is quite high. The individual battle armor mastered by the Wayne Group is not as good as this set. To deal with different enemies, Bruce has a variety of supporting equipment. He also has individual exoskeleton armor, and the technical content is not low. Except for the lack of arc reactor technology, Bruce basically has no shortage of other supporting technologies. Alfred, I need a bat fighter. He can 043 fight in the air, and his helmet must have an infrared scanning function, which means that my conventional cover methods will be useless. Bruce used the rope gun to swing between the buildings, avoiding Tony's pursuit, while communicating with Afu. It's not like he hasn't encountered high-tech opponents before, and Frozen Man is one of them. However, in terms of technological level, the Wayne Group can indeed dominate the world. This is the power of money. It is the calendar. But the problem is, now he met another money ability player, and for the first time, he found that his skills were crushed. In fact, if it was a few years later, when Bruce got the mother box and got acquainted with Cyborg, Bruce's technical reserves would advance by leaps and bounds. Just like when Tony started to touch alien technology. But for now, the skills of the two are not on the same level. When Bruce applied for top up, Wani also found something wrong. He's stalling. Jarvis, give me a signal. Plug in. I want to see where his backup is. Long before the shot, Tony had learned about the details of the Wayne Group. Since Bruce is a money ability player like him, no matter how good and outstanding his personal ability is, this gold mine with a market value of hundreds of billions is definitely his huge reliance. Sure enough, when Tony searched and researched, he found that there were huge amounts of loopholes and vacancies in Wayne Group's funds. Although Tony is a hands-off shopkeeper, the period when Stark Group developed most rapidly was when he was in charge. In terms of group management ability, he is not bad at all, so he easily discovered the internal problems of Wayne Group. In turn, he found out about the Applied Technology Department of the Wayne Group, the real place that swallowed countless gold and built countless high-tech equipment for Bruce Wayne, Batman. But that couldn't have been done by Bruce alone. Even Tony's armor looks like he designed it himself. But is that possible? The weapons on the battle armor were directly modified by him from ready-made or weapons designed by others. The new technology of the armor is obtained from the new scientific research discoveries in the world. For example, nanotechnology comes from that Dr. Helen Zhao, neural sensing technology also comes from other scientists, and so on. He just made them part of his armor. He is a genius, but not a god. He has several doctorates, But there are more than 10,000 kinds of modern science. Because of this, Tony knew well that Bruce Wayne must have technical backup and team support behind him. In addition to technical support, there is also intelligence support. And that means Tony can discover his lair. Information capture, target locking. The technology that is several levels higher has allowed Tony to complete the technical crush. After all, he is already playing with the cosmic technology from Xander, just like Cyborg is using the Motherbox technology. After activation, the network protection on the entire Earth seems to him to be non-existent. Oh, look what I found. I'm actually under him. I'm a little confident. The signal of the Batcave was directly invaded. Tony was suspended in mid-air. Looking at everything in the Batcave, his face was full of joy. Jarvis cut off the communication between them. Sir, a fighter plane has already taken off and is coming here. Do you need me to intercept or hijack its Cygna I? One Tony's eyes lit up immediately, and then he said with a smile, hijack me, but don't reveal it. Wait for my signal before controlling it. By the way, don't cut off the communication immediately. Wait a while. In the night sky, flashing light cannons bursting out of the sky appear frequently like stars, and black figures swing back and forth between the buildings. Although in the night, the black painting combined with various vision shading techniques learned from the Shadow Warrior Alliance makes Batman seem like a ghost to ordinary people. But under the high-tech scanning, no matter how Bruce moved, 0.3 could not escape Tony's eyes. But Tony is now purely holding the mentality of playing cat and mouse, and it was only for gambling. So he just pressed Bruce, but he didn't really fight hard. And with the sound of rapidly passing the night sky, from a distance, a flat fighter plane also painted in black quickly entered the battlefield. Under Afu's remote control, tracer bullets and jammers were launched, forcing Tony's attack back and giving Bruce time to enter the fighter plane. Okay, the fight is on the same level, Afu said with a smile, and handed over the control of the fighter. Under the night sky, a black fighter plane looks like a bat galloping at the low altitude of the city, and behind the fighter plane, a golden and red humanoid metal creature is chasing its prey. Boom! A missile exploded on the left wing of the fighter plane, causing the fighter plane to shake, and it took a few seconds before it regained its balance. Afu, he is more flexible than me in the city. Do you have any good suggestions? Although boarded a fighter plane, the situation of Bruce being pursued has not changed. It's just that compared to the swinging around before, the range and space he can move about now is more limited. Because after getting on the fighter plane, he quickly discovered the biggest advantage of the Batfighter, the ability to fight at low altitudes in cities, and the ability to crush helicopters and various small fighter jets in terms of flexibility, which was completely blown away by Tony's steel armor. Master Wayne, I suggest you find an open place with relatively undulating terrain to deal with it, so that we may be able to take advantage of our stronger firepower. Afu's point of view is basically the same as Bruce's. The flexible armor means small, and small means insufficient firepower. This is common to any tech weapon. Although Tony's armor has displayed energy weapons since its appearance, the two of Bruce still don't think it can be folded after pressing. Even if it is an energy weapon, its energy supply core cannot provide too high energy output under this volume. This is not some fantasy theory. This is a very simple mass energy conservation. Definitely, they didn't know that Tony had mastered space compression. Although the compressed space carried by the core of the armor is less than 1,000 cubic meters, the supercomputer and energy core carried are much, much larger than before. Definitely, for now, Tony doesn't need to use these skills. He wants to prove that he is better than this guy, not that his skills are better. In fact, the conversation between Bruce and Afu has been monitored by Tony. This is not the crushing of alien technology, but the crushing of the technology mastered by Bruce by Tony, the artificial intelligence field. Empty place? Hee, it's just what I want. Bruce and Alfred finalized the battle plan, and then Bruce immediately turned around and flew towards the edge of Gotham City. There is an abandoned port. No one has lived for a long time. The terrain, there is absolutely open. Not to mention 2 people fighting, even 2 armies fighting here, is more than enough. The key point is that because it is a port and there are many factories, the terrain here is actually not simple, but quite complicated, which gives Bruce, who is familiar with the terrain, room to operate. The Black Bat fighter is in front, and the gold and red armor is behind. The big local tyrants from 2 different worlds soon came to their battlefield, ready to fuck the real guy. On the other side of the ocean, in a certain hot pot restaurant, Wang Hao had reserved the room and broadcast the live situation, and the rest of the people sat together, watching the battle while eating heartwarming hot pot. As for why I came here, it is definitely because a certain foodie can't help it. Shoot tracer rounds and interfere with his line of sight. Inside the fighter plane, Bruce pressed the button, and special missiles flew out from the tail of the fighter plane, making strong flashes and piercing whistles in the night sky. This is the most useful device for jammers or other flight targets. Sure enough, Tony's pursuit was blocked, giving Bruce a space to counterattack. The spray bullets were more dense than raindrops and shot towards Tony. The power and practicality of the 6-barreled airborne Vulcan cannon are so popular no matter which world. It was not Tony who exclaimed, but Wang Hao. Holding a piece of fat lamb roll with chopsticks in one hand, he looked at the bat fighter jetting out metal flames on the screen in a little shock, and a big hello popped up in his mind. You have a long life. The master is going to kill you. Xiao Feng Wang stood up from the stool and bit down the uneaten fat lamb roll that Wang Hao was carrying. If you don't eat it, the meat will be cold. For Little Phoenix, this is much more important than Bruce Wayne's 370 kills. But for someone like Wang Hao who knows something, Bruce Wayne is going to kill someone, it's the end of the world. Although Master Wayne has maimed countless Gotham citizens over the years, killing people is still his taboo. Hao Ian, check the data and information in the Batcave for me. We won't come to the Dark Universe, will we? The Dark Universe is a big event that DC is still going on before Wang Hao travels, and the first half is a dark metal event. It tells the story of the evil god Barbados collecting the 7 Batman in the Dark Universe, corresponding to the main universe, and then leading the Dark Army, to invade #universe. The most famous of these is the Laughing Bat. After killing Joker with his own hands, Bruce Wayne was infected with the Joker virus, and then turned into a Laughing Bat, killing the Bat family, leaving only Dalian, who was voluntarily infected with the Joker virus, and they killed Jolene together, and then the whole world. If it's a dark universe, then maybe it's going to be annihilated forever. The dark universe isn't scary, but it's disgusting. Wong Hao once looked up the birth of the Laughing Bat, and also learned about the setting of the dark universe. The dark universe exists as the opposite of the main universe, like the positive and negative sides of a coin. And the reason why it is called a dark universe is not because of its people, but because of problems in the whole world. Different from the main universe, which is dominated by positive energy, the dark universe is dominated by negative energy, which will guide the direction of the entire world in the dark. This means that no matter how hard others try, the direction of the group will always be towards the worst. For example, Bruce killed Joker, was infected by Joker, and then slaughtered the whole world. In the main universe, maybe Bruce would rather be killed by Joker than choose to kill Joker, or he could think of other solutions before he got to this point. Once it is confirmed that it is a dark universe, it means that this world will inevitably be destroyed and become a dead star. It sounds really bleak. Taking Little Phoenix off his chopsticks, Wong Hao thought while watching the battle on the screen. It's not that he can't save it, but that it's unnecessary. This is the operation law of the DC universe. Even if he saves this world, there may be another main universe that will be transformed into a dark universe correspondingly. As a god of the universe, it is very important to recognize the laws of the development of things and respect the laws. Although his power is strong enough to change everything, he was originally the one who created the rules. When he appears here, the fixed star of the entire universe shines because of him, and the light of the entire universe shines because of him. So why would he want to break other laws? Inquiry is over. After analysis, the possibility that this world is not a dark universe is 80%. A new piece of mutton has just been boiled, and Hao Ian's inquiry is over. With a shaking of his wrist, he stuffed the piece of meat into his mouth in an instant, then smiled at the little phoenix next to him, who was staring at his chopsticks even though his mouth was full of meat. Wong Hao opened the inquiry report, then nodded. According to the query report, combined with the information in Wong Hao's memory, this universe is still closer to the combination of the version of the Green Arrow universe. As for why Bruce Wayne's Batfighter is loaded with live ammunition instead of blanks, it also looks like he's going to kill you to Tony. Young Master is gone like that. According to the memory data, the image of Bruce Wayne in the movie Jolene universe, with a square face, extremely strong, and half-white hair, is because this version uses Bruce Wayne from the time when The Dark Knight returns. Hao Ian analyzed it to Wong Hao. Bruce in this period is falling into a period of confusion in his life because of various factors such as Robin's death and his disappointment with Gotham. Therefore, in this period, he not only started killing, but even killed a lot of people. Afterwards, Hao Qian showed Wong Hao several clips hidden in his memory, including comics, movies, and animations. In the movie part, the square-faced Bruce came to the warehouse to rescue Martha after telling him that Nima is also called Martha, and his moves against the group of Luthor's men were basically fatal. There is no room left. In fact, only in this period can he be so extreme and go to the irreversible opposition with Superman. That's good. Otherwise, if it's really Black and Bruce, if Tony is not careful, his life will be in jeopardy. This is not a question of technology leadership. Technology leaders can't help but have a different mentality. Tony is just going to test and challenge, and his methods will be restrained. But if Bruce Wayne wants to make trouble and play for real, it is really uncertain whether he will come up with some black technology. The investigation didn't take long, and the conversations between Wong Hao and Hao Ian were all through spirit. So on the screen, the battle between the two bankers is still going on, and it is evolving in a more intense direction. The open terrain is indeed more beneficial to the Batfighter. Without the shelter of the building, although the steel armor is still flexible, it can be aimed at any rate. The 6-barreled Vulcan cannon fired nonstop, forcing Tony to move, while various missiles were constantly thrown out, exploding into pieces in the night sky. On the other hand, Tony is not to be outdone. Micro-missiles flew out of the armor to bombard the Batfighter, while the palm cannon and other energy cannons didn't stop. They kept shooting Wongs towards Bruce Wayne. But in fact, from the perspective of Wong Hao and others, Tony is much calmer. Although I've been avoiding missiles, I have been moving nonstop. But the power of Tony's armor is far more than that. Open the protective cover, and under the condition of sufficient energy, this bombardment is not a problem at all. But Tony didn't want to expose his whole cards like this, or let the game end. So it looks like he is in a mess, but in fact he is still able to do a job with ease. But Bruce doesn't seem to know this. While the artillery is flying, his action intention is also very obvious. He wants to suppress Tony's movement space through this kind of firebombing. Alfred, are you ready? Alfred installed a special weapon on it when he summoned the Batfighter. Electromagnetic pulse weapons. Although it is said that there are very few high-tech criminals in Gotham City. After all, Wayne Group's technology is already the top in Gotham City and even the world. But for decades, Bruce and Alfred have always encountered similar opponents. Therefore, the electromagnetic pulse weapon, which can be called a magic weapon against the enemies of the precision electronic system, will naturally not be lacking. It's just that this thing is huge and troublesome to carry, so it can only be installed temporarily. At this moment, the Batfighter carries this thing. It's ready and fully charged, but Master Wayne, you have to pay attention. Once you use it, the Batfighter will also be affected, and it will take at least 5 minutes to restart. Naturally, the Batfighter is also equipped with various sophisticated electronic equipment. So once the electromagnetic pulse weapon is used, it will definitely hurt the enemy by 1,000 and self, damaged by 800. It's just that Bruce is confident that even without the 960 fighter, he is still a skilled fighter, which is enough to subdue this guy in the exoskeleton armor. In particular, exoskeleton armor is generally heavy and clumsy. If it is not driven by energy, it is impossible to act with the strength of the driver inside. This thing is much heavier than the plate armor worn by knights in the Middle Ages, and that thing, just a piece of breastplate, weighs dozens of kilograms, and it takes several people to assist to put it on. So Bruce is very clear that once the electromagnetic pulse spreads, this seemingly flexible and powerful armor will directly become an iron coffin for the people inside. With a deep dive, the bat fighter flew up from the bottom, and the steel armor was suppressed with full firepower. Then, with the scuffle between the fighter plane and the battle frame, the two of them directly approached the ground. Whether it is a steel battle frame or a bat fighter, they're both very suitable for fighting in low altitude and complex terrain, beta. Although the terrain became a lot more complicated when it was close to the ground, and there were many factories, but the two flight objects moved around without being hindered in the slightest. The last wave of jamming shells, attacking to his right side, a batch of missiles flashing red were launched, and then the bat fighter rolled and blocked Tony's left side. There was an explosion, and the dazzling flash and shock made Tony's armor tremble in the air. It's now. The electric current poured in, and the electromagnetic pulse waves spread suddenly around the bat fighter. In an instant, Bruce lost communication with Alfred, and all electronic circuits in the bat fighter failed. The engine shut down, and the bat fighter began to fall. But Bruce didn't panic. He pulled the buckle, opened the driver's seat. Bruce jumped up, spread his wings, gliding in the night sky, and flew towards Tony, who fell straight down there. Clang! There was a heavy landing sound, and the hard steel armor fell to the ground. All the original luminous parts of the body were dimmed at this moment, including the pair of eyes with both scanning and cameras. Let me see who you really are. Standing on Tony's body, Bruce stretched out his hand, intending to take off Tony's mask. Suddenly, a kind of intuition that has been trained for a long time and honed on the edge of life and death suddenly appeared, making Bruce jump up and hide directly as if a certain string in his body was touched. Then, in his surprised eyes, Tony, who was supposed to be lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, and the suit of armor that had become bleak also returned to normal. Originally, that arm was intended to catch him. But although he escaped the capture, Bruce still couldn't escape. Hey, I was going to play for a while, but I didn't expect you to do this directly. The mask opened, and Tony's cynical face appeared in front of Bruce's eyes. Bruce Wayne, stop pretending. I know it's you. With a wave of Tony's arm, the nano armor immediately began to expand, and a series of ion cannons stretched out from behind, aiming at Bruce, telling him that the reality is that there is no way out. Who are you? Although he was called to reveal his identity, even though he was aimed at by a weapon so powerful that he couldn't get out of the attack range, Bruce didn't seem to panic. He had already recognized that Tony was one of those people who had been on the roof of the Gotham police station. My name is Tony Stark. Seeing that Bruce didn't try to escape or resist, Tony opened his mouth and walked slowly towards him. Hey, doesn't that count as my win? He didn't fight ability anymore. Tony knew that Wong Hao could see his situation at the moment, and in his opinion, Bruce would definitely not be able to make a comeback in this situation, so he directly planned to declare his victory. He hasn't thrown in the towel yet. Wong Hao's voice suddenly rang in the ears of Bruce and Tony, which surprised Bruce and made Tony jump a little. You are making too much sense, and he can't even resist, so why don't you count me as the winner? However, Wong Hao, who saw the small movements in Bruce's palm through the screen, smiled slightly. Say this to me when you can come back. Why can't I go back? I'm clearly in control of the situation. Oh, I'm so dizzy. Pat. Tony's eyes went dark, and he fell to the ground. In Bruce's hand, he put away a special pill emitting a colorless and odorless gas. It's just that although Tony was overwhelmed, Bruce was not happy. On the contrary, his brows frowned even tighter, only because he realized that all his actions were actually being watched by others. There was a pair of eyes staring at him all the time, which shocked him and made him panic at the same time. Could it be that person? Bruce thought of the scene where Wong Hao stared at the roof of the police station and let the dark clouds clear. Looking down at his feet again, Tony, who was stunned by his props, was lying on the ground, but the nano armor on his body was not untied. On the contrary, under the control of Jarvis, Tony, who lost consciousness, was directly protected by the armor, and even the mask that was opened because of Tony's arrogant mentality was also closed. But the good news is that Bruce's drug is specially prepared by himself, and the drug is very powerful. Unless the antidote is used in advance like Bruce, once inhaled, you will be unconscious for at least a few minutes. And now Bruce is about to face a very serious problem. What to do with this turtle shell? Although he knew he was being watched, Bruce really couldn't give up and just let Tony go. He finally took advantage of Tony's arrogance to subdue him and obtain information on Wong Hao's group. This is probably the most favorable time for him. If Tony was let go this time, I'm afraid he would never have a chance to hear from him again. Even the electromagnetic pulse can't take effect on Tony's armor. He really can't think of any other means to defeat Tony. Master Wayne. 5 minutes later, the communication was restored again. Bruce, who was sitting in the bat fighter, looked at the lit screen, and with a heart broken, he directly drove the fighter, lowered the hook lock, and tied Tony directly. Then the fighter plane took off and swept across the night sky. Bruce galloped all the way, and after a few minutes, he returned to the Batcave. Master Wayne. Seeing Bruce rushing back, Alfred was very surprised. Especially after seeing Tony hanging under the fighter plane, he was even more puzzled. After the electromagnetic pulse erupted, the electronic equipment on Bruce's body temporarily failed. But Afu could see the situation at the scene through the satellite. Because of this, he could understand that Tony's battle armor was not affected at that time, but he lost carelessly and was subdued by Bruce with an inconspicuous thing like drugs. But he never expected that Bruce would bring Tony back to the Batcave King. He exposed his base camp and lair to the enemy. Alfred, prepare for me. I want to interrogate this guy. Also, immediately turn on the security system to the highest level. I suspect we're being monitored. Bruce kept walking, unloading Tony from under the fighter plane while preparing various things. Soon, Tony was put into a transparent glass jar, with various lines and weapons pointed at him. At the same time, a satellite hidden by Bruce that was launched last year by Wayne Group's rocket. The watchtower has been turned on at full power to scan everything in Gundam. Bruce will take the most drastic measures to deal with any attack and movement against the Batcave. Seeing Bruce's face as if he was facing an enemy, Alfred sighed. This is exactly what he was worried about. Bruce met an opponent he couldn't handle, and an existence that could destroy him. But he didn't know it, and he still wanted to bump into it head-on. Time passed bit by bit, and under the surveillance of the Watchtower, Gotham City, with its simple folk customs, was as quiet and peaceful as ever. On the outskirts of Wayne Manor, near the Batcave, there were no signs of life appearing close. And Bruce repeatedly checked the security system many times, but did not find any signs of intrusion. This didn't make him breathe a sigh of relief, but made him more nervous and anxious. Even panic. If something happened to him, he would still be able to accept it. But now he is not the only one exposed. And Afu. If something happened to Afu, he might really not be able to accept it. Inside the glass jar, Tony, who was entangled with various wires, finally woke up. A hangover-like feeling lingered in his head, making him dizzy and numb. "Sir, you are awake." The voice of Jarvis hit Tony's ears, jolting him up, but then he looked around. Well, he's already a captive. Don't try to struggle or resist, because what greets you is a high-voltage electric shock of 100,000 volts. Bruce pointed to the lines connected to the various joints of the armor and what looked like energy circulation. Although he couldn't get the nano armor off Tony's body, it didn't mean he couldn't kill Tony inside. "Tell me, what kind of people are you?" "I tried to move my body, but the dense wires wrapped around my body made it difficult for Tony to move." Only then did he look up at Bruce, who still hadn't taken off his mask in front of him, and the lighting and atmosphere in the entire cave were adjusted to a very dark and depressing atmosphere. Definitely, that wasn't the case in Tony's eyes. Although the ability to move is restricted, the function of the armor is not hindered. "You like blacks so much. It seems that your childhood was very miserable." "Oh, sorry, I just found out that you lost your parents when you were young, much earlier than me, and then disappeared for several years before returning. Your skills were learned at that time of." Although 757 was restrained, they were locked in a dark underground cave. But Tony's mentality was still very good, and he even asked Bruce in turn. "Tell me." The thick voice adjusted by the voice changer roared. While Bruce's suppressed voice made the atmosphere more terrifying, it also made Tony understand the fear in Bruce's heart. "Oh, are you worried about the safety of that old butler? Hey, calm down." Seeing that Bruce's hands trembled and he was about to press the button to give himself a high-voltage electrotherapy, Tony quickly stopped stimulating him. "Listen, I'm Jarvis, unplug him." "ZZ." The moment Bruce hesitated, Tony's voice suddenly changed, and it was too late when Bruce realized again. Jarvis, which had already hacked into Bruce's security system, cut off the power supply directly. Afterwards, there was only light flashing, and two sharp knives appeared in Tony's hands. With a few swings, all the wires wrapped around his body were cut off. "I've said it all. I'm sure I'll win. I don't understand why you guys still want to engage in such a boring game." The entire Batcave lost power and was instantly plunged into darkness. In the perspective of Tony's infrared camera, two figures are moving and running quickly. And after Tony, who was wearing steel armor, broke free from the shackles in this narrow terrain, the Batfighter couldn't start. Relying on Bruce's two small fists, it can't be won his opponent. "Wayne, come out. I've seen you. Why are you hiding? Listen, I didn't intend to hurt you. You just need to admit defeat now." A palm bombarded Bruce's fleeing position in the field of vision, causing his figure to move a bit. "Who are you? What is your purpose? Are you going to admit defeat? Listen, we are travelers from other worlds. Come here for fun. You should be able to see that I am similar to you in my world." He is a rich and skilled local tyrant. The word Taheo was also learned by Tony when he was learning Chinese, but he doesn't think it's a derogatory term. On the contrary, he thinks it's more satisfying than a simple rich man. "Other worlds are all 10 of you? But who is the one who dispelled the dark clouds?" "That's right, we are all. Did you see the surveillance of the police station? As for that one, that is our sun god." Tony stood in the Batcave with a very reckless expression. After all, in his opinion, he really won. How could this situation be reversed? It's useless to give Bruce a chance to activate the Batfighter again, even now, because Jarvis can seize the remote control authority of the Batfighter in an instant. It's technically crushing, though Bruce is more than Tony knows, more comprehensive and more expansive. But they're all top talents, but Tony is specialized in playing technology. He is already a master-level expert in these areas, especially in the field of artificial intelligence and computers. Even Bruce's level in this area is not weak. Back to Tony is a top genius who hacked into the network center of the Hexagon building at the age of 13. There are battle armors for melee combat. Long-range firepower is crushed, and technical support is controlled by Tony. From the current point of view, Bruce really has no room for manipulation. God? Is he a god? Yes, a true god. I know what you're thinking. The so-called god is just some powerful super ability. No, our sun god is a real god. After the voice fell, Tony suddenly turned his head and looked back, just because he suddenly heard some other movements. "I see. Thank you very much." Bruce's voice suddenly appeared behind Tony. At some point, Bruce, who had already put on a thick and unique protective 5.0 suit, was facing Tony with a strange gun. Blue rays shot out from the muzzle of the gun, and the temperature in the Batcave instantly dropped several degrees, making Ah Fu, who was holding a voice changer, shudder. Back then, Frozen Man's freezing gun almost froze the entire Gotham City under full power, but now it is only used to freeze a mere Iron Man. It's just black technology, so you're only allowed to have black technology in Marvel when I get to DC for free. "Tony Stark, your intelligence is very important, but unfortunately, it's time for you to admit defeat now." "Yeah." Hawkeye was eating hot pot and drinking ice-cold beer. Seeing that Tony was tricked by Bruce for the second time, not only did he give all the information, but he was also caught. He wanted to jump up for joy. "Be careful, Kalinte, you will make us think that you have a personal enmity with Stark." Thor patted the overjoyed Hawkeye. Comparatively speaking, he didn't care so much about winning or losing this contest. After all, he just changed his hairstyle when he lost, and now he is willing to accept all kinds of changes. But in the Batcave, it was instantly frozen by the freezing gun, and it was directly smashed into an ice sculpture by the ultra-low temperature infinitely close to absolute zero. But he's still conscious. The protection of the battle armor did not hurt him, and the temperature created by the freezing gun was so low that the body functions of the frozen person would not be damaged. In this state, if the operation is done properly and the technology allows, it is even possible to restore the person completely. To put it bluntly, this is the legendary cryonics technology. 18, the original frozen man, was originally a scientist who studied human body freezing technology because his wife was terminally ill and the current medical technology could not treat it. So he froze her, and he himself had an accident while operating this immature technology and finally became a cold-blooded person. As for his crime, it was to earn medical expenses for his wife's treatment. That's why Bruce used this weapon against Tony, because he knew it wasn't going to kill Tony, it was just trapping him. Crack. The delicate hammer tapped lightly on Tony's body. Due to the influence of the ultra-low temperature, even the nano armor was frozen and could not work normally. In fact, under normal circumstances, if Tony is fully prepared, this kind of attack is of course useless, but this is not a normal situation after all. Tony is similar to before, also without any defense. This is the most advantageous point for Bruce against him, the psychological advantage. Tony was careless everywhere because his technology was too far ahead. He was bullied by Bruce once, and he just wanted to put on a mask. Unexpectedly, Bruce turned around and took out a freezing gun, which directly froze him into a popsicle. The nano armors were broken little by little and then packed into special boxes to inhibit their work. In the end, only Tony in a black suit was revealed in front of the two of Bruce. Thaw him out. With the red ray gun out, Alfred walked into Tony, ready to melt him down. Suddenly, Tony, who should have been frozen, quickly reached out and grabbed the gray-haired Alfred. Damn it. Bruce heard the movement behind him, turned his head without saying a word, and punched Tony directly in the face. But to his surprise, Tony didn't really shoot at Alfred. He just frightened him and then rushed towards Bruce. Clap, clap. There was a gust of contact, and Tony's movements were swift and quick, showing no sign of being frozen. He's a believer of the Sun God sect, and the vitality of the person who was healed by Wong Hao himself is much stronger than that of normal people. Coupled with the protection of the battle armor, the freezing gun just freezes the battle armor, but to him, at most, it is equivalent to an ordinary person falling into icy water in winter. As for his boxing skills, since becoming Iron Man, Tony has already started to exercise his fighting ability before joining the Avengers Alliance. Later, he got to know Wong Hao and the Captain Hulk. Facing these hand-to-hand fighters, Tony deeply realized that fighting skills are also a very important knowledge. So for such a long time, he has never relaxed himself, and he has never been ambiguous when it is time to exercise that, in particular, there is vigorous vitality in his body, which greatly promotes his exercise. So even if he was facing a fighting master who could be called the pinnacle of human beings, Tony had an inseparable fight with Bruce for a while. Simple and capable stark boxing, boxing like the wind, like rain. The Fierce and Fierce Wayne's comprehensive fighting technique combines the essence of various boxing techniques and years of actual combat experience. In the small space of the Batcave, two people come and go, fighting with great joy. Alfred held a weapon in his hand and stopped the fighting between the two of them. Sir, I advise you not to continue, otherwise I'm not sure I'll make a hole in you. Afu's face is not ugly. He has already seen that Tony has never killed or caused real and effective damage from the beginning to the end. As he said, he was just trying to test Bruce. So Afu just aimed at Tony but didn't shoot. That's not okay. He hasn't conceded yet, but I made a bet. Tony and Bruce stood facing each other, arms folded, wrestling with each other. Jarvis, can you hear me? Give me a new set of armor. Although the nano armor was smashed into pieces and put into a special box and couldn't be summoned, the core of Tony's chest was connected to a compressed space. In addition to a super large arc reactor in Jarvis' host, there's also his armor library. Then suddenly, under the shocked gazes of Bruce and Afu, a brand new set of battle armor suddenly appeared. Zizizi. The sudden electric current made Tony's body tremble. The black smoke above his head shows Tony's attitude, and Bruce casually puts a hand on his neck and then throws aside a piece of electric shock flying darts of the same style as Natasha Romanoff. Elle said, "You are the one who should admit defeat." Although his battle armor was on the side, ready to fire at any time, Tony, who had already been strangled by Bruce, obviously had no room to fight back. "Are you Doryman? Why are there so many strange things on you?" Facing his current fate, Tony couldn't help but speak. "Who is Doryman?" Bruce asked suspiciously, not letting go at all, but he soon realized that it was probably someone from Otherworld. There are never too many means to deal with the enemy. If you want to see it, I can tell you that I still have a lot of gadgets on my body. Batman is different from Iron Man. Iron Man basically relies on a set of armor to fight. But Batman's battlesuit is equipped with all kinds of weird props. Rope guns, stun guns, drugs, smoke bombs, flying darts for all sorts of different uses. Compared with Bruce, 007 seems to have scarce equipment. This is also the point where Tony suffers again and again. In terms of strength on paper, Tony of the moment is indeed far ahead of Bruce. Bruce, who has never been in contact with Kryptonians and who has not obtained the Mother Box, is technically only the top of the Earth, unlike Tony who has already taken off. But strength on paper is never real strength. No matter how strong Tony is on paper, it is not as strong as Wong Hao. Even if he stands there still, a person like Thanos cannot hurt him to the extent that he shares. Instead, Tony thought he was strong on paper and underestimated the enemy several times, giving Bruce a chance to make a move. I am afraid that only Wong Hao had foreseen this point in advance. He is very aware of Tony's ego, especially after Wong Hao said that Bruce is outstanding. He is even more eager to prove that he is better than Bruce. And he also knows that Bruce is a player who plays tactics and psychology. To put it bluntly, he is an old silver coin player. Unlike the captain who is really just a spiritual leader in the Avengers Alliance, Bruce is not a soy sauce in Zhonglian. Even, except for Superman, he's the most likely and breakthrough member. Because of this, Wong Hao bet directly on Bruce from the very beginning. Admit defeat 1. The nano armor is locked in a special box and cannot be summoned at all. The newly summoned armor is an old armor. Although it can be controlled remotely, it is obviously impossible to save Bruce before he knocks himself out. And now, even if Jarvis cuts off the power, it's useless. Looking into Bruce's face, Tony let out a long sigh. Okay, I give up, James Bond. Let me go now. After the words fell, Bruce let go of his hand and let Tony go. By now, not only Ah Fu could see that Tony hadn't been serious from beginning to end, Bruce could also see this. Besides, he still hadn't found the man who was spying on him, nor had he found out how Tony had hacked into the security system in his Batcave. In other words, at the moment, he had no choice but to trust Tony, because he was helpless. A light curtain appeared in the Batcave out of thin air, and a situation in the hot pot restaurant appeared in front of Bruce, Tony, and others. Hawkeye jumping up and down happily on the screen, and Little Phoenix pouting sullenly. Great job, Stark, you're awesome. Hawkeye's joy made Bruce's eyes full of doubts, and he once wondered if this guy was a fool. Barton, you'll never try to wear my armor again. Huh, I don't need it anymore, I won. The sun god will give me super abilities, I don't have to shoot with this broken bow anymore. Facing the angry Tony, Hawkeye didn't care at all. From then on, he was no longer the weakest one in the Overwatch League. He, Hawkeye, will be a super ability person from now on. Is there a stake in the competition between us? Bruce finally reacted, and over there, the excited Hawkeye had already walked towards the screen, and then under the shocked gazes of Bruce and Alfred, he directly passed through from the other end. I have to say, you are really nice. My name is Linta Barton. After Hawkeye complimented Tony, he came running over to compliment Bruce, who was still surprised that what they thought was a screen turned out to be a portal. What kind of technology is this? It is obviously a mirror-like screen, but Zhao Howie can get it directly. From a hot pot restaurant with a strong floor style to Gotham City on the other side of the ocean, this is definitely not something that human technology can do. This is not technology, this is divine power. While explaining, Tony thawed his nano armor from the open box, allowing the nanorobots to gather on his body again. Divine power! Bruce was shocked and couldn't help looking at Tian Hao, who was still teasing Little Phoenix on the opposite side of the screen. This is the real god in Tony's description. By the way, Master Wayne 1, is there any reward? Although we didn't participate in your bed. As a participant, there should be some rewards, right? Alfred. Bruce looked at the old man behind him, who looked forward with a smile on his face, and his eyes fell on Wong Hao through the screen. And everyone was a little stunned when they heard this sentence, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it should be so. After all, they took Bruce into the gamble on their own, without considering his feelings at all, and they really should make some compensation. You're right. Wong Hao, who brought the sullen Little Phoenix back to life, carried the little girl across the screen to the Batcave. The originally dark and damp Batcave suddenly became warm and bright. I'll open the market, so I will distribute the rewards. Wong Hao sized it up for a moment, then set his sights on Ah Fu. Afterwards, strands of golden light converged and slowly merged into Ah Fu's body in the void. What? The influx of golden mysterious energy made Ah Fu suddenly cry out. But this was not a cry of pain, but a sound that was extremely refreshing. It's as comfortable as stretching your waist after waking up and stepping into a bathtub filled with warm water after a tiring day. And Bruce, who cared the most, couldn't help staring at his old buddy with wide eyes when he saw Wong Hao's power acting on Alfred. Then he discovered that the gray-haired Alfred, who had already buried most of his body in the soil, was becoming younger and stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. The gray hair began to turn blue, and then turned black. The old version of the face was fading, the wrinkles began to smooth and disappear, and the thin body gradually became full. Alfred, who originally looked like Bruce's old father, turned into a man like him in just a few seconds, and continued to change, becoming younger. In the end, when all the changes were over, the old man who was originally an octogenarian turned into a young man in the prime of his 20s. Master Wayne. Alfred opened his eyes, looked at the wide-eyed, shocked Bruce in front of him, and then touched his throat in surprise. Just because the voice he made just now was not his original voice, but a younger and clearer voice that had been missing for decades. Alfred, how are you feeling? Bruce's eyes were suddenly filled with excitement. He couldn't help but grab his hand and looked up and down this young man who was very similar to the Ah Fu he remembered. It's very, very relaxing, and it feels full of strength and energy. Ah Fu looked down at his arms. The young hands were very different from the skinny look before. He was vaguely aware of the changes in himself. Thanks. Bruce turned his head and thanked Wong Hao sincerely. Here's your prize. Wong Hao shook his head with a smile. He also got what he wanted. Starting today, Tony must wear the armor he painted for a month. As for what colors and patterns he will paint. Hey. Sir, no, generous God. Please allow me to make an excessive request. I hope you can give this youth and vitality to Master Wayne, not to me, an old guy bib, who is about to go to the ground. No, Alfred, what are you talking about? Bruce interrupted Alfred with a growl. No, sir the God, that's fine. Alfred, you deserve it, and I don't need you to worry about it. Bruce glared at Ah Fu. He had never lost his temper with his old housekeeper like this. They had disagreements, but in the end, most of them ended with Ah Fu's concession and support. And this time, Bruce also needs Ah Fu's concession. However, Ah Fu smiled and looked at Wong Hao with hopeful eyes. What a precious and rare opportunity to return to youth, but the old and the young in front of them almost turned against each other over who should have this kind of power. It's just that they want each other to enjoy this God-given opportunity. It moved me a little bit. Tony and Hawkeye at the side looked at the master and servant in front of them tenderly. What a selfless feeling. What a heartwarming picture. All right, Alfred, what is given to you is yours. I am not a commissary here. I can bargain for you. Although Wong Hao also felt that the relationship between Bruce and Ah Fu was very good. It would be better not to continue such humility. At that time, It was not the two of them who had a difficult choice, but Wang Hao himself. As soon as Wang Hao spoke, the two members of the Wayne family had no choice but to give up, and a group of people finally sat down to have a good chat. At this moment, near a certain camp near the North Pole, a young man put the woman in his arms on a flat ice field, and then disappeared in place. If someone sees it, it's hard to imagine that a body can explode at such a terrifying speed. Subsequently, as the ice layer shook, the explorers and soldiers in the camp were alarmed, but before they could respond, they saw a flight break through the ice layer and fly into the sky and disappeared. At the same time, in a certain space far away in the starry sky, with the distortion of space, a spaceship with a strange appearance slowly passed through a certain planet belt. A long-lost signal appeared on the screen, causing the atmosphere in the spaceship to suddenly change. Signal source. After Wang Hao blessed Alfred, the relationship between the tour group and the Wayne family suddenly eased. Maybe Bruce's heart is still full of guard, but he also has to realize one thing. That is, his current ability cannot fight against the tour group. It's just a Tony. If it's really a head-on confrontation instead of this kind of competition, maybe he can't beat the opponent. Not to mention that there are many capable people in the tour group. The most important thing is Wang Hao with mysterious methods and seemingly boundless power. This manor is nice. From the Batcave to the Wayne Manor on the ground, everyone stayed temporarily under the arrangement of Afu. And looking at this gorgeous yet quaint Wayne Manor, the expression on loser Tony Stark's face is clearly not complimenting anything. The similarities between him and Bruce are not just billionaire plus superhero status. And the family history of the two. The origins of the Stark family and the Wayne family are very similar. The nobles who came from Europe at the end of the Great Voyage developed all the way in Manhwa, and finally created a considerable family business. The most important thing is that both of them inherited the huge industry of their parents and then carried it forward. Howard Stark built the Stark family into one of the most powerful strata in the United States in one fell swoop. Focusing on a large-scale defense cooperation during World War II and the establishment of S.H.I.E.L.D. later, Howard contributed a lot. And Bruce's father, Thomas Wayne, also used the name of reviving Gotham City to connect the Wayne family with the entire Gotham City. During the Thomas period, the Wayne Group made great efforts in many projects such as urban roads, various infrastructure constructions, and water conservancy projects. It is no exaggeration to say that half of Gotham City's industries and people's livelihood depend on the Wayne family. But now, two people who are so similar, but Tony lost the competition with Bruce, one can imagine how upset he was. In contrast, Bruce was much happier. After all, Afu, who has accompanied him throughout his life, has returned to his youth. This man, who is also a father and friend, has given him the most help and never left him in the most difficult times. He is already Bruce's biggest bondage in this world. If there is anyone who can make Bruce go crazy, that person is definitely not Joker, but Alfred. If something happens to Afu, the Dark Knight will no longer be able to restrain the demons in his heart, and will go to the most terrifying extreme. Do you know the Flash? At the banquet at night, Wang Hao suddenly asked Bruce. Before coming here, he searched part of the world's information through the hyperspace communicator, but in different time and space, it is naturally difficult to capture information. So Wang Hao certainly doesn't have a complete understanding of this world. And he didn't want to search the whole world as soon as he came up. After all, it would be the same as playing a standalone game, and looking at the strategy when he came up, it would be meaningless. The Flash? Who? Never heard of it. Bruce shook his head, and his shaking of his head also let Wang Hao know that either there is really no The Flash in this world, or the Flash has not yet been born. In other words, Barry Aaron has not been struck by lightning yet. It's hard. I'm going to give Pietro a speed force. Wanda has become a witch, but the brother-in-law has not yet super ability. Although it is said that Wang Hao has some super abilities for Pietro, but Quicksilver is obviously more suitable for him as a speedster. That's why Wang Hao brought Pietro with him when he came to this world, because this world is DC, where there is such a thing as the Speed Force. But if Barry Aaron didn't become the Flash, where did the Speed Force come from? In any version, no matter how it is restarted, the setting of Speed Force remains unchanged. That is, this thing was born because of Barry Aaron. Although he is not the first The Flash, he can only be regarded as the second generation of The Flash. But Jay Garrick, the first generation of The Flash, did not have the concept of Speed Force at that time, so he can only be regarded as an ordinary speeder. Wait, there may not be any. If it is a version close to the movie, after Barry Aaron obtained the ability, he hit himself. It wasn't until Bruce got the information about the superpower from Lake Slutter that he learned of the existence of this guy. With this thought in mind, Wang Hao's mood suddenly improved a lot. After the banquet, everyone rested separately. The next morning, the tour group set off again. Wang Hao and the others bid farewell to the two of Bruce and boarded the train to another city. Elle heard that there's a kind of people who like to travel by train. They pass the long railway, enjoy the scenery along the way, and get off the train when they see places they like. Sitting in the special compartment of the train, the spacious compartment is surrounded by 10 people, and all kinds of exquisite snacks and tea are also placed on the table. A group of superheroes and gods who used to go up and down and would never walk if they could fly are sitting on the primitive train at this moment, sticking their heads out of the window from time to time. You still haven't said where we're going? Central City, in this world, can be regarded as a well-known big city. The point is that the scientific research results are good. Wang Hao is waving a newspaper in his hand. The headline on the front page reads that the particle accelerator of the Central City Star Laboratory is about to open, which symbolizes that human science and technology have entered the working stage again. Exist. Dr. Harrison Wells, a master of physics. Oh, did he design this particle accelerator? According to the above statement, if he's really allowed to complete it, he can indeed become a Hall-level scientist, and Einstein, Bohr, Planck, Yang Zhuning, and others are tied together. Tony played with the newspaper in his hand, with a slightly surprised expression on his face. Unexpectedly, there are such outstanding talents in this world. I can't wait to meet him. The so-called heroes cherish heroes, but Tony is still very interested in meeting a scientist who is also a genius. He even thought about going back decades through time and space, 990 back to the time when his father was still young. Go meet the powerful men in the scientific community that Howard Stark met back then, discuss quantum mechanics with them, and discuss the vastness of the universe with them. Seeing that Tony was so interested in Harrison Wells, Wang Hao grinned, and this smile was immediately noticed by Tony. Wait, with your smile? It's not a good thing if you smile. There's something wrong with this person. Rig the snickering was discovered, and Wang Hao didn't hide it. It can only be said that this guy has learned a lot recently, or it may be that he has suffered a lot and has a long memory. This guy is from the future of the 25th century, but he is trapped in this time and cannot go back. 25th century? Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect that they could find such a secret figure in a random newspaper. Some of them have also been to the future, but only 10 years later, although technology has developed a lot, the changes have not been that great. But in the 25th century, that is a time span of 500 years. In the 25th century, he has mastered time travel technology similar to ours, but we rely on PIM particles. What does he rely on? And if it is time travel technology, why can't he go back? Curious baby Tony is online again. Maybe only a person like him who has to know everything about everything can become a great scientist. After all, curiosity is the most basic element of scientific research. It's not a technology, but a certain ability. I can only tell you that there are not only 4 basic forces in this world, but 5. Warm tea splashed out of Tony's mouth, and it was about to bloom in front of Wang Hao, but a force field wrapped his head, and all the tea splashed out seemed to hit a mirror same, bounced back and made his face covered. Ahem. Tony didn't have time to say anything, so he quickly took out a few pieces of paper to wipe his face and body clean, and then he opened his eyes and shouted, "What fa? This is impossible. How could there be an extra force? And the formation rules of the entire universe will change." The 4 fundamental forces are the basic way in which the material universe exists, and together they constitute the universe as it is today. Without any of these, this universe would not be the current universe. The sky full of stars and all material structures would be completely different. And there is one more kind. In fact, the same is true. It's as if the 3 primary colors make up the basic colors. Red plus blue is purple, red plus green is yellow, green plus blue is cyan, and the 3 together become white. And the material universe can be regarded as white mixed with 3 colors. If another color is added at this time, it will inevitably undergo earth-shaking changes. Don't look at me. Different universes have different operation rules. What's so hard to understand? Wang Hao shrugged his shoulders. As the 5th basic force in this world, the speed force was not what he said. It was set by the editors of DC. If there is something that violates scientific principles, it is because those editors do not understand science. What does it have to do with Wang Hao, the sun god? But Tony still had an unbelievable expression on his face, and he kept mumbling there for the rest of the trip, taking out various instruments from his compressed space from time to time to detect the surrounding space and various data variables. And everyone also tacitly ignored him. There is no way. Banner is not there among all the people present. Not counting the 4 gods Wang Hao, Little Phoenix, Janata, and Thor, the highest education is a high school graduate. That IT is more appropriate to count on Hawkeye and Wanda's siblings to understand what Tony is muttering there than to count on Wang Hao to shut Tony up. The distance from Gotham to Central City is not too far, but it is still a bit of journey. The train is moving. After chatting for a while, everyone gradually quieted down. Some sleep at 3.3. And those who look at the scenery, look at the scenery. He kept mumbling and eating snacks with his small mouth. Wang Hao hugged Chanter, and the 2 of them leaned on the sofa and looked at the clouds and clouds outside the window, very comfortable. At this time, a person suddenly leaned over slowly and sat opposite to Wang Hao. "Speak up if you have something to say." Looking at the Hawkeye in front of him who wanted to speak, but was embarrassed, Wang Hao felt anxious for him when he saw the tangled look on his face. "Well, I just want to ask, when will you cash out my bet?" Hawkeye scratched his head embarrassingly. Last night, he held back from asking, but ended up tossing and turning and didn't sleep well all night. Under the influence of a certain egomaniac, he won the game and finally got rid of his status as a weak chicken. But since yesterday, Wang Hao has never mentioned this matter again, which made him feel restless and restless. Seeing Hawkeye, who usually fights against the alien invaders without changing his face, showing such a look, Wang Hao immediately understood that he might be very tormented. So he didn't continue to torture him. Unlike Tony, the guy likes to mess around. Sometimes he's so cheap that you want to slap him, but Hawkeye is always hardworking. Compared to the efforts of the captain and Tony, Hawkeye is not much worse than the 2 of them, and he will not frown when it is his turn to sacrifice. Only at certain times, lack of ability makes him look inferior to the efforts of the captain and Tony, the 2 souls of the Women's Federation. 18, don't worry. When you arrive in Central City, you'll have what you want. At this time, you can think more about what kind of ability you want. Looking at the newspaper on the table and the report on the opening of the particle accelerator, Wang Hao knew what it meant. In addition to the birth of the Flash, a large number of super abilities will also emerge in this world. Plus, this one for you. A piece of information was passed into Hawkeye's mind by Wang Hao. An alternative version of holy boxing. Even if you don't have super ability, you can still strengthen yourself through practice, surpassing the limitations of a human body. Shang Quan was developed by Wang Hao, and it was given to the Templars to practice. Definitely, it can also be called practice. Moreover, it is a very powerful technique, but the high-level practice of holy boxing depends on the degree of belief in Wang Hao. Otherwise, it can only be a technique that simply extracts the power of life to improve the essence of one's own life. Wang Hao modified it a little to remove the factor of belief, and the power was naturally greatly reduced. It may not be comparable to Han's ability to hammer Juggernaut after a year of practice, but if you persevere in practicing, the harvest is still considerable. Don't forget to think about what kind of super ability you want. Let Hawkeye go away from your eyes. Don't disturb yourself to see the scenery. Wang Hao also reminded. The explosion of the particle accelerator at Star Labs was a rare opportunity. Basically, as long as the heart has obsession and reacts with a certain energy or special substance, it can stably become a super ability person. In addition to creating the Flash, Vibe, Frost Killer, Weather Necromancer, Firestorm, and a large number of powerful ability creators all came from this Reverse Flash carefully planned accident. Helping Pietro get the Speed Force is naturally the purpose of Wong Hao's coming here. But if Hawkeye is lucky enough, it is not impossible for Hawkeye to get what he dreamed of in this explosion. As night fell quietly, a train slowly entered the station in the central city. In the business class, 10 people came out in a file, and then along with the flow of people, gathered towards a certain building in the center of the city. Hey, Barry, if you don't come, the celebration will start. You wanted to watch with you, but where are you? Among the crowd, a dark-skinned girl looked at the upcoming celebration ahead, and Dr. Wells, the owner of the Star Laboratory who had already appeared, showed an anxious look on her face. Sorry, Iris, I have to deal with some work in the evidence room. If I don't arrive in time, please take a few more photos for me. In the Zhongqing police station, a young man who hurried back to his office looked at the sky helplessly. It didn't rain sooner or later, but it happened at this time. He had already gone out so much that he had to come back to close the roof, and the evidence in the office was wet by a certain heavy rain. Boom! A muffled thunder sounded, and Wong Hao looked up at the sky. His eyes couldn't help looking in a certain direction. Then, he looked to the front of the crowd, standing in front of the laboratory, facing many media and citizens. Harrison Wells smiled. With a wave of his hand, he pressed the button on the console in front of him heavily. In the laboratory, countless researchers held their breaths to start the accelerator that had cost them countless efforts. The electric current poured in, and the energy surged. Under the action of the magnetic field, the released particles began to move along the accelerator pipeline at an unimaginable speed, and soon reached the limit speed, close to the speed of light. Boom! However, I don't know which link has a problem. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the pipeline. Immediately afterwards, the entire Star Laboratory was blown apart with a power equivalent to a nuclear reactor explosion. The roof was lifted directly, terrifying energy began to pour out, and a strong shockwave spread to the surroundings. But this is just the beginning. After the huge energy sustaining the accelerator explodes out of control, the energy of the dark matter plane opened after the particle accelerator is turned on will explode. A huge tide of energy flooded the entire city. Boom! The thunder rang, and a thunderbolt fell from the sky, hitting the roof of the Zhongqing police station. The young man who was pulling the iron chain with his forehand and trying to close the lighting shed on the top was instantly empowered by the thunder. At the same time, dark energy struck, and the two energies collided and contacted in the young man's body. Afterwards, a mysterious and strange energy began to appear. The entire universe seems to have fallen into a standstill at this moment. From this moment, the energy that suddenly appeared spreads to the entire multi-universe in an instant, traversing all time and space in the past, present, and future. The Speed Force was born. Magic. Looking at each other with little Phoenix, this little guy also sensed the change just now. Compared with the heartless little guy, Wong Hao is more emotional. Why can a combination of being struck by lightning and dark energy give birth to a powerful force at the level of the basic force of the universe? Don't think dark energy is magical. It's not magical at all. To put it bluntly, the so-called dark energy is the constituent energy region of the subplane that is different from the biomass plane. Basically, all magic, occult techniques, or other peculiar abilities, the energy they use can be called dark energy. The effect of this thing can even be equated to aura, and the effect of the particle accelerator explosion planned by the Reverse Flash can also be equivalent to the so-called recovery of aura. It is precisely because of this that Wong Hao wondered why an ordinary thunderbolt plus a dark energy tide could give birth to such a powerful force as the Speed Force. It can only be said that the will of the universe is like this. This can indeed only be attributed to the will of the universe. It is the destiny of the universe. After Barry Aaron was struck by lightning, the Speed Force came into being to fill the needs of this universe. It is said that the Speed Force was born and created by Barry Aaron, but I am afraid that he is actually just a tool man. The sudden explosion of the particle accelerator turned this place into a disaster scene. Countless people ran away with their heads in their arms, and the aftermath of the Xingqian laboratory continued. However, Wong Hao's goal has been achieved, and there is no need to stay in this chaotic scene. Let's go. Wong Hao turned his head to look at the rest of the people. No one had any objection, but Natasha Romanoff suddenly screamed, "Barton!" Everyone looked over, and it turned out that Hawkeye, who had been inspired by Wong Hao before, fainted for some reason, and Natasha Romanoff, as his friend for many years, was the first to discover that something was wrong. It's okay. On the contrary, he is still in the cloud. After looking around for a while, Wong Hao's words made Natasha Romanoff's worries drop, and then Thor supported Hawkeye, and the group disappeared in place. No, we came to Central City just to watch this explosion. In the blink of an eye, everyone had already appeared in the new city. After all, the particle accelerator explosion accident in the Central City had a great impact. Now the whole city is in chaos, and it is really not a suitable place for travel and temporary stay. Yeah, just to watch the explosion. Can't you see that Barton got what he wanted? Facing Tony's doubts, Wong Hao, standing on the streets of the metropolis, said confidently, "Yes, they came back again after a day of driving. They returned to the same place across the river is Gotham City." You mean? The explosion just now can give people a super ability. Did I say that? Well, I did. Then why didn't you say earlier? I also want to try to see if I can get some super ability. With a depressed face, Tony said with a sigh, "Don't you have the Sentry armor?" Tony obtained a large amount of mutant genetic information from Steric Industries, and he almost took over the data of the entire Sentry project. So he will not lack super ability if he lacks anything. The ability of a Warframe is not the same as my own ability. In fact, Tony has always disliked this kind of so-called super ability that made a mess of himself. But when he really saw the vastness of the universe and the overlord of the starry sky, he completely abandoned this idea. Now, he has become a pragmatist long ago. As long as it is useful and powerful, no matter what ability it is, use it first and then talk about it. The more there are no side effects, the better. If there are side effects, it is also necessary to see what the side effects are and whether they can offset the side effects, and then list them as alternative targets under special circumstances. So at this moment, he heard that he had missed an excellent opportunity to obtain a super ability, which made Tony feel so disappointed. As for it, it's just super ability. If you want it, you might as well fawn on Little Phoenix. Maybe she'll give you a pull when she's in a good mood. Wang Hao picked up the Little Phoenix next to him. This little girl didn't look very happy today because she couldn't sleep with Wang Hao last night, and Tony looked at the cute and delicate little girl. Although Tony didn't want to admit it, she was indeed cuter than his future daughter Morgan. And the little girl's sullen look made Tony feel like his heart would melt, but he couldn't think of why this little girl could give him super ability. It's no wonder, Qian's good, that he didn't expect that only Ancient One knew Little Phoenix's identity. As for Tony and the others, they only knew that Little Phoenix was a god, but they didn't know how powerful it was. Little girl, don't be upset. I will let Stark take you to eat hot pot later and buy you ice cream now. I will give you a lollipop. As he said that, a golden lollipop appeared in Wang Hao's hand, and the rich life energy condensed into a ball, which made the little girl smile instantly. I'll also want. Seeing this, Janata at the side stretched out her small hand and tugged at Wang Hao's clothes. Wang Hao had no choice but to give her one too. I'm serious. If you want, please this little girl, and the ice cream will be served later. Any super abilities will not be a problem. Metropolis is the most prosperous city on Earth in the DC world. This name used to belong to Gotham, but Gotham, everyone knows that because of the simple folk customs and the always gloomy weather, people rebuilt a new city across a river. Metropolis. If Gotham represents the night of New York, then Metropolis represents the day of New York. In this city, Wang Hao and his team found a large shopping mall and started shopping and eating activities. Due to the generous sponsorship of a certain Mr. Wayne who is unwilling to disclose the name, all the consumption of the tour group in this world is paid by Mr. Wayne. Well, not a generous sponsorship either. Tony sold certain technology to Bruce. In exchange, he can continue to be a banker in this world. Definitely, he has money. That is, the big guys in the tour group have money. Wow, this dress looks so good. Chandra dragged Natasha Romanoff, 563, Ganata, and Wanda for alluring women to linger in various luxury stores and clothing stores. Even though Janata is not interested in these things, Wanda is a little restrained because she used to live in poverty, and now she has become a magician practicing in the mountains. But the enthusiasm of Chandra and Natasha Romanoff could not be hindered, and soon the two women also fell. Tony took Little Phoenix to buy ice cream, and Thor sat down at a bar and was fighting for drinks with the whole bar. Hawkeye, who was still comatose, was left in a certain hotel room by everyone. So the only one who is with Wang Hao now is a Pietro-spirited guy. Pietro, do you want super ability? Seeing everyone walking away, especially the disappearance of a middle-aged man who wanted everything, Wang Hao asked his brother-in-law with a smile. Zupa up eliti? Want it? Pietro didn't hide his BA part. After all, a teenager, who wouldn't love to have a super ability and save the world? Zizizi. The sudden electric current sound stunned Pietro for a moment. The super ability for you is my gift to you. It was the first time someone gave a red envelope to his brother-in-law when they met. Facing the sensible and sensible Pietro, what Wang Hao offered was naturally not as simple as a red envelope. Its name is Speed Force, and what it does specifically, you will know after you experience it yourself. When Barry Aaron was struck by lightning, the Speed Force was born, and the endless time and space of the entire DC universe were connected in series. Wang Hao's consciousness went deep into the universe, into time and space, and intercepted a divine Speed Force from it. This is also the easiest and most effective way to obtain super abilities. The Speed Force is not too different from Green Lantern's emotional spectrum. Basically, as long as you get it, you can have its power. The Speed people in the DC world, except for the Aaron family, which is inherited, the others basically obtained the Super Speed Force by accident. The golden electric current flashed away and directly penetrated into Pietro's body. Then, under the nourishment of the life force provided by Wang Hao, this super speed force rapidly grew in Pietro's body, growing and infecting every cell. Ordinary speedsters need weeks or even months to change, but with the help of Wang Hao, it can be completed in an instant. What's going on here? Pietro raised his head, silver lightning flashed in his eyes, but he suddenly found that something seemed wrong around him. Hey, why isn't everyone moving? Looking around, Pietro was shocked by an eerie silence. It was too quiet, absolutely quiet without any sound, and everyone was still, even the lights, the neon lights in the shopping mall, and the colors that evolved in the air were so clear. What exactly is going on? Pietro, who didn't know that he had entered the speeding field, seemed a little frightened. He couldn't help looking at Wang Hao beside him, but found that he was also motionless. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Pietro was startled when Wang Hao, who had been motionless, suddenly spoke. Pietro has just mastered the speed force, and although Wang Hao's help has made his speed force very powerful, it is reflected in the exaggerated speed. So much so that he now sees that the people around him are standing still. However, Wang Hao doesn't need the speed force to be able to have such a fast speed. Although in terms of absolute speed, in this universe, he might not be as exaggerated as the speed force. After all, the setting of this thing is the ultimate speed, which is faster than teleportation. The most typical example, the third generation of the Flash, Wally made a bet with a cosmic god. The two set off from the end of the universe together, and the cosmic god teleported there directly, but when they arrived, they found that Wally was already waiting for him on the Earth. Because the cosmic god wanted to teleport, the moment this thought was generated, there was a moment of time, and this moment allowed Wally to cross the universe. But Wang Hao may not be as fast as God, but Pietro has not reached that speed now. He has not even reached the speed of light. Otherwise, in his field of vision, it would not be light scattering, but photons floating in front of his eyes. So for now, Wang Hao is still much faster than Pietro, just like Superman could see Barry's movement. Wang Hao can also keep up with Pietro's speed rhythm. It's not that they're still, but that you are too fast, so it seems that they're still. In this speeding field, Wang Hao and Pietro are having a dialogue. He's not using the speed force at the moment, but using his perception of overspeed to adapt himself to Pietro's speed. Let me see, the current speed is that our thinking speed and action speed are about 700 times faster than normal people's. From your point of view, the speed of taking a normal step is at least equivalent to that of an outsider. Run at 8 times the speed of sound. Yes, 8 times the speed of sound. That's what Pietro is going at now. It may not seem high, but you must know that even if Barry Aaron just woke up, it is only 3 times the speed of sound. And 8 times the speed of sound, this is a very critical point. In the TV series of The Flash, Barry knew for the first time that he could travel through time, to the past, future, and other time and space after being instructed by the Reverse Flash. And to do this, first of all, to reach 8 times the speed of sound. Yes, the Flash doesn't travel through time by reaching the speed of light to do so. Before Wang Hao crossed over, the Flash had already played in the 5th season, but the speed of the speedsters, except for Savitar, was only a few tens of times the speed of sound at the fastest. That's still caused by taking drugs. Including the Barry in the movie version, that is, the one in the Zhonglian universe, his speed is far from the speed of light. And the reason why they can change the flow of time without reaching the speed of light is mainly due to the speed force. The speed force sounds like a force acting on speed, but actually running fast is just a manifestation of the speed force, not its essence. The speed force is actually a force that links time and space. Otherwise, with the physical fitness of the speedsters, it is impossible to withstand that powerful speed. Leaving aside the acceleration, the wind resistance of running alone is enough to crush steel. Under normal circumstances, if you want to have that kind of speed, your physical fitness must be as indestructible as Superman. And the Flash's ability to possess such a terrifying speed with that kind of physical fitness is all dependent on the protection of the speed force. In other words, when they activate the speed force and start running, they're actually no longer in the real world, and naturally they're not affected by various physical laws in the real world. After explaining the speed force to Pietro, Pietro finally accepted the fact that he became a speedster. But the excitement was the excitement, and Pietro, who was a little familiar with his ability under Wang Hao's guidance, suddenly showed bitterness. Brother Wang Hao, although it is a good thing that I have a super ability, I'm also very grateful to you, but I can't keep like this forever. Their speed is slower than a snail. Pietro seemed a little helpless, but this worry is naturally not a problem. Feel the power in your body carefully. That is the electric current. Imagine the feeling of taking a deep breath to calm your mind, and just restrain it. Naturally, the speed force can be switched on and off, otherwise Barry and other speedsters would have gone crazy. After all, living in a world where everyone is slower than a snail, and other people are like statues in your eyes, that feeling is too uncomfortable. After Wang Jing pointed out, Pietro quickly tried it, and sure enough, when he felt it with his heart, he found that the speed force was flowing in his body. After some experiments, he restrained this force, and immediately, all the voices came back, and the people around him also moved. Pietro breathed a sigh of relief, although he felt that when he was a little excited, the speed force in his body was ready to move, which made him feel that the people around him slowed down. But at least I can live a normal life. By the way, Pietro, you have a super ability, and you have also joined the Overwatch League as a superhero. Have you figured out your codename yet? Pietro couldn't answer Wang Hao's sudden question. He had never considered that he had a super ability before. Even if Wanda was accepted as an apprentice by Ancient One and teleported away in front of him, he was only happy for Wanda. Never thought before. Pietro shook his head. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Wang Hao's face. Then why not call it Quicksilver? When you activate the speed force, the lightning on your body seems to be silver. Quicksilver is very suitable for you. Pietro didn't have any idea at first. Wang Hao said so. He also thought it was good, so he nodded. Thus, Quicksilver was officially born. Although he did not have the experience of being influenced by Mind Gem, but gained the speed force, the future Quicksilver can be expected. At least, he won't be killed by bullets like before. Chatted with Quicksilver for a while, stopped in the mall, and after shopping and eating, the mall was about to close. As a result, a certain ice cream shop was emptied out, causing countless little children to cry because they couldn't eat the ice cream, and the prodigal girls who spent countless money overnight bit. Just as everyone was staying in the most luxurious and top-notch hotel in the metropolis and returning to their respective rooms to prepare for a rest, Wanda suddenly knocked on the door of Wang Hao's 3-person double room. Go quickly, don't make people wait in a hurry. Chonner, who was at the bedside with Natasha Romanoff to try on Wang Hao's new clothes bought tonight, gave Wang Hao a push. Wang Hao, who was going to enjoy some kind of special service related to clothes, had no choice but to get up and walk out. What's wrong? Opening the door, it was Wanda who lowered her head and looked at her proud part. Can we go out for a walk? Wanda whispered as she heard the chirping of birds and swallows in the room. In this regard, Wang Hao had nothing to say, but followed Wanda to the street outside. Thank you. After walking a few hundred meters, Wanda, who had been silent all the time, suddenly said 993. Pietro is my last relative, and even my younger brother who grew up with me. Although I know it may not be a big deal to you, but oh me, this is all Wanda, who had been walking with her head down, raised her head to look at Wang Hao. Her beautiful eyes were full of gratitude and some other kind of emotion. On the way to the hotel, Pietro told Wanda about the speed force, and, of course, he meant to show off. Wanda became a magic apprentice and would become an excellent magic witch in the future, and he was not willing to lag behind and became a powerful speedster. Although he wasn't jealous of anything, but when Ancient One accepted Wanda as an apprentice, but didn't bring him along, he felt somewhat disappointed. After all, the twin sisters who grew up together have the opportunity to become extraordinary beings, but he is still just an ordinary person. There is such a gap, but it is different now. The speed and power are extremely powerful, As long as Pietro does not have any accidents, then he must be among the top group of people in the future. In this way, at least he will not fall behind in Wanda's footsteps and can continue to protect her. This is Pietro's idea. For him, the identity of Quicksilver means the most to him so that he can continue to protect Wanda as before. But as far as Wanda is concerned, she is very clear about why Pietro changed and why there is such a change. Wong Hao did all this. It must be for her. You don't need to be grateful, but if you really want to thank me, you might as well take some practical actions. The girl who had been captured by Wong Hao fell in his self-movement, but Wong Hao didn't want to see such a scene of tears. So he decisively chose to spoil the atmosphere and put his face in front of Wanda. The meaning was self-evident. Well, however, the girl's response was even more violent. Wanda turned Wong Hao's head enthusiastically, looked at him face to face, and leaned forward directly. A young man and woman hugged and kissed each other on the street because of love and because of the most beautiful thing in the world. The passersby also gave admiration and cheers for their face and applauded for them to find their love. After more than 5 minutes, Wong Hao and Wanda separated. If it wasn't for Wong Hao crossing the air, the scary Wong would have been suffocated by this request early on. How about it? Do you like this feeling? Holding Wanda in his arms, Wong Hao walked forward amidst the blessings of passersby. Knocked on Wong Hao's chest, Wanda leaned against Wong Hao. The smile on her face represented happiness. This can be regarded as a key step in the relationship between the two, although Wong Hao noticed Wanda from the beginning and became more determined in the subsequent relationship. The two hugged each other and walked on the road at night. Before they knew it, they had already left the hotel and came to a residential area with a different scenery. There are low-rise houses on both sides, no more than 4 or 5 floors high, and there are various shops on both sides of the street, instead of the dazzling array of commercial streets before. We have been out for so long. If we don't go back, they will think us. Wanda didn't say the following words. Now she's still a little bit young, and she's still in love, and she still can't GHS without changing her face. What do you think we are? Wong Hao deliberately teased her, but when she saw that she was a little bit annoyed, he smiled and said, "They pushed me out. Do you think they don't know what's going on? Don't worry, we will live together for a long time in the future. We are all a family, so don't worry about anything." Although Wong Hao said so, the shyness of the girl still prevented Wanda from really doing anything tonight. She just kept pushing Wong Hao and let him take her back. Wong Hao, who felt that he still had a long time to come, was naturally unwilling to force her. After being urged for a while, he nodded in agreement, and the two turned around and prepared to go back. Sizzling, Wong Hao and Wanda looked back together. The weird sound was not aimed at them, but came from the 1.8 TV set in the shop window. It was originally to play some mobile advertisements, such as what products are on sale today and what products are new in the store. Sizzling, Wong Hao looked around again, and something seemed wrong. It wasn't just the TV in the store behind them that had a problem, but all the TVs on the street. Not only that, Wong Hao took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and Wanda also took out her mobile phone. The mobile phone that was supposed to be on standby automatically turned on the screen at some point, and also made the sound of Zila snowflakes. Hao Yin, check what's going on. The sudden situation made Wong Hao and Wanda's procedures slightly slowed down. Wong Hao didn't say he was angry about the situation that caused his mobile phone to have problems, but he definitely felt a little provoked. So he immediately asked Hao Yin to start an investigation. However, as soon as Hao Yin was dispatched, a new change appeared on the snowflake-like screen. You are not alone. Countless words, countless languages are playing such a sentence intermittently and uninterruptedly. You are not alone. This weird scene may make the hair stand on end in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of Wong Hao, it is so familiar. Where have I seen this scene before? Wong Hao thought about it, and at this time, Hao Yin also responded at 18, and the search came to fruition. The source of his signal is satellites all over the world. After I hacked into the satellites of various countries, I found that there was a communication force controlling them. And the last thing I found was here. A picture appeared in Wong Hao's mind. Not far from his head, above the country, a spaceship from the depths of space was quietly parked there. I'll go. I said, where did this sense of familiarity come from? It turned out to be a Kryptonian. The moment he saw the spaceship, a slightly distant memory made Wong Hao suddenly realize. Isn't this scene exactly when General Zod came to the Earth and broadcast to find Superman all over the world? If you look at it this way, this is the plot of Man of Steel. Wong Hao rubbed his chin, which was his habitual action when he was thinking, but he made a decision in just a split second. Let's go back and talk. At this time, the message on the mobile phone has changed to General Zod announcing his identity, but these are not important anymore. Wong Hao took Wanda, stepped out, and returned directly to the hotel. In the room, Chanter and Natasha Romanoff were also watching Zod's words playing on the hotel's TV. What's happening here? Natasha Romanoff pointed at the TV screen, and Zod's words were very arrogant. He directly notified the human government, demanding that the human beings hand over the Kryptonian named Kal-El, otherwise the Earth civilization would be destroyed. Although Natasha Romanoff, including other humans on this Earth, do not know if Zod can do this. But alien, the term represents the unknown. Moreover, it is not impossible for civilizations capable of interstellar navigation to come up with weapons that are more powerful than mushroom bombs. So most people are full of pessimistic thoughts at this moment, thinking that Zod can do this. It's just an alien invasion, and it's not like you haven't experienced it before. Wong Hao sat next to Natasha Romanoff, hugged her, and said with a smile, "You have been learning secret magic, including Chanter. The abilities of the two of you are mainly secret skills, but this is all right. I'll give you a chance to upgrade." Kryptonians are the race and civilization that Wong Hao has been looking for and looking forward to. Different from scumbag aliens like Chitauri, Kryptonians are a racial civilization that has developed to the pinnacle of cosmic civilization. Not to mention the technology they have mastered, just their individual strength. The kind of genetic technology that has been developed to the extreme is enough to show everything. With this kind of technology, even if Wang Hao is a cosmic god who can create new life and a brand new race, it is still difficult for him to make the life he created have such powerful power as the Kryptonian. Unless he divides his own strength, he is born strong. Just because the genetic technology of the Kryptonians is equivalent to the genetic lock in some novels, it has indeed been completely opened. From the perspective of life genes alone, the genes of Kryptonians are already perfect genes, which is the limit that DC can achieve. If you want to go beyond this point, there is one and only way to improve the entire universe and make the life that the universe can carry stronger. Definitely, Wang Hao values the genetic technology of the Kryptonians so much because the source of Kryptonian power is the sun. And who is he? Sun God. Natasha Romanoff was a little surprised by Wang Hao's emphasis on Zod's group. In her impression, ugliness has always been omnipotent. So Wang Hao doesn't care much about many things. Occasionally watching the excitement is really just watching the excitement, and then he doesn't care after watching it. Unless it was a problem that Wang Hao really couldn't solve without taking action. Most of the time he would rather eat popcorn in the back and watch a play with Chana in his arms. Therefore, if Wang Hao can pay attention to something, it means that it is really important. Kryptonians, are they powerful? It's not a question of whether they are powerful or not. They are really rare. They are powerful, handsome men and women, coupled with advanced technology and the care of a certain will, so that they are in this universe. Very special status. Wang Hao described it a little bit, but found that the women didn't quite understand it, so he said it directly. Tomorrow. It should be tomorrow. You could try tomorrow, by the way. Let a few of them go out for activities, then you will know why I care about them. The turmoil caused by the Kryptonians is over soon, but that is for ordinary people. In the upper echelon of this world, the Kryptonians' question caused them to have many meetings overnight and how long they've been discussing there. Where the hell is that Carlisle? Fucking alien. The Kryptonian spacecraft was right above his head, and President May was so angry that he threw something. But his think tank and the army have no solution at all. Judging from the ability of the Kryptonians to invade their satellites at will, it doesn't matter whether they launch missiles or fighter planes fly directly to them. These are useless efforts. In the modern information age, if you master the initiative of information, you will master the initiative of the battlefield. The Kryptonians bring the most cutting-edge technology in the entire universe to bully a small Earth. That is not called a cannon to kill mosquitoes, but pure crushing. The state machinery is activated, and all departments work together to search for all suspicious targets. Soon, the eldest daughter of General Lois of the military was noticed. An article secretly published by this female reporter named Louise Lois, and some information she searched for were quickly targeted. At this time, it was better to kill than to let go. From locking to arrest, within a few hours, Louise Lois was locked up in a certain military base. Wow, this way of appearance surprised me. A man wearing a battle suit and a cloak descended from the sky and appeared outside the heavily armed military base. The person in charge was naturally shocked, but then he was happy. After all, the alien has thrown himself into the trap, and mankind seems to have avoided a possible interstellar war and catastrophe. Then he immediately sent someone to contact the Kryptonians in the sky, and around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a Kryptonian fighter plane flew down to take away the son of the Kansas farm, Clark Kent. When the fighter plane landed and Zod's deputy, Fiona, appeared in the military base with her 2 younger brothers, and pulled Clark to leave, someone who liked to disturb others most at such times appeared. Hey, don't rush away. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, and saw a group of men and women appearing in front of the originally empty camp. Tony Stark, it's time to use your expertise. Go up and taunt. Wang Hao waved his hand, signaling the guy behind him to hurry up and keep someone. The rest of the people laughed when they heard Wang Hao's words. It's true that they might not be impressed by anything else, but when it comes to sarcasm, Tony is definitely the best they've ever seen. Even the good captain wanted to beat this guy up more than once, so one can imagine what will happen to those who are already bad-tempered. You are misunderstanding. How can I be mocking? Hey, you little cockroaches, can't the armor you were be made to look better? It's black and not slippery, and there are seams. The mustache stepped forward, the mustache spoke, and the opponent's anger value began to soar. If you ask me, the technology of this alien is not very advanced, but the aesthetics are really not very good. The armor is ugly. Even this fighter is made like a big stinky fart. Boom. A sonic boom sounded, and a figure disappeared in place, and then suddenly appeared in front of Tony. It's just a punch. Buzz. The protective force field that had been activated earlier firmly blocked the punch. Tony glanced at the recorded values and couldn't help swallowing. The cold-faced beauty in front of her is also a little irritable. The key is that this fist is too powerful. Disgusting guy. Fiona's eyes were cold. Looking at Tony is like looking at 10 dead men. It wasn't that she was stimulated by this guy's words. The main reason was that this guy was speaking vividly and expressively. How about Wang Hao saying that he is full of sarcasm? A facial expression can make people hit him when they meet for the first time. With this ability, it's a pity that he is not an MT. Otherwise, he would definitely be a god-level MT. Well, why don't he go back first? Fiona's small fist still stopped in front of Tony's face. Although the transparent protective force field blocked the fist, she still felt a little flustered behind it. But Fiona sneered and then waved. I saw a sharp blade, shining with blue energy, suddenly pop out from the forearm of her armor. Damn it. Without further ado, Tony transformed on the spot, and couldn't care that his battle armor was painted by someone. So he turned on the full power and blasted towards Fiona. Who are they? The crowd who suddenly appeared, Tony who suddenly started to mock, and the two who started fighting suddenly made the scene enter an incomprehensible stage. Clark, the son of the farm, looked at the two people fighting together, and for a moment didn't know who to help. He is going to surrender himself in exchange for the safety of the Earth. But Tony looks like the human side is here to fight the Kryptonians. And the generals in the military base were also very entangled. The Kryptonian was already determined to be the enemy. But Wang Hao, were they enemies or friends? And Tony, who fought against the Kryptonians? Is it the secret weapon of mankind that he doesn't know? Tony was fully armed and opened the ability of the armor to the maximum and fought with Fiona. But as soon as the two started fighting, Tony fell into an absolute disadvantage. In terms of armor performance, Tony's set is a new generation of nano armor that has been upgraded with the technology of the Nova Core after returning from Xander, but it is not yet a Sentry armor. The technology of the Kryptonians has reached the peak level of the universe. Compared with the Nova Core, it may be that the focus is different, and they're even ahead in some aspects. After all, the Kryptonians are a powerful civilization that once colonized countless galaxies, while the Nova Core can barely be regarded as a powerful force in the Milky Way. Therefore, in terms of the performance of the armor, Benny's armor can only be said to be on par with Fiona's chlorine-style armor. But don't forget, even though Fiona hasn't basked in the sun, the Kryptonian armor on her body has the function of isolating cosmic radiation, which also isolates the energy of the fixed star in the center of the solar system. But the genetic basis of the Kryptonians is there, even if the biggest secret hidden deep in the genes has not been discovered. Just relying on the original level of arousal and the physique trained under the stronger gravity of Krypton 097, Fiona's strength is much, much stronger than Tony's. The speed of a nerve reaction alone is beyond Tony's reach. Often, just as Tony makes an attacking posture, Fiona has already made a countermeasure. Pietro, no, Quicksilver, because of him. As the boss, Wong Hao naturally couldn't watch his little brother get beaten for nothing. Although Tony was a little bit cheap, he was still his own man, no matter how cheap he was, and he couldn't tolerate others. But it wasn't time for Wong Hao to make a move, so he appointed a newly recruited younger brother to act. Hearing Wong Hao's call, Quicksilver clapped his hands on his chest without hesitation, and a tight battlesuit suddenly appeared, wrapping his body. This is the name change gift Wong Hao gave him yesterday. Extremely fast people run with too much friction, and ordinary clothes will be burned directly after running around, so clothes made of special materials are necessary. Whoosh! Silver lightning flashed, the Speed Force was activated, Quicksilver disappeared in place, and the battle between Tony and Fiona in the distance became extremely slow from his perspective. Boom! With a punch, it hit Fiona's battle armor, but Quicksilver covered his hands afterwards, with a bitter expression on his face. The battle armor is too hard. He can't move at all, so he can only try to push Fiona, pushing her body a little askew. The screen returned to normal, and Fiona, who just punched, suddenly rolled over. The powerful power of punching was disturbed, causing her body to lose her balance directly. If she hadn't reacted quickly and was well trained, she might have fallen to the ground. Shoot together and get rid of them. Sensing something was wrong, Fiona yelled at the subordinates behind her. She is a soldier, and the purpose of fighting is only to win. For this, any means are indifferent. The so-called heads up? The so-called rules of the rivers and lakes? What kind of rubbish are those? In following Fiona's order, the two Kryptonian warriors standing beside Clark, one tall and one short, stepped forward directly. The tall man is several meters less than Bife, and his body shape is there, which also shows that he is a powerful player. But before he could make a move, a figure stopped in front of him. Your opponent is me. Seeing Fiona and Tony shaking hands, flip-flops, gray pajamas, and beard almost dragging to his chest, Thor, who was not holding a can of beer, finally couldn't help it. He was originally a fighting maniac, fighting thousands of years of war. Seeing such a fierce and powerful opponent, one word is the most appropriate to describe his mood. Happy to see you. Boom. The tall man didn't talk nonsense and directly punched out. The Kryptonian's excellent physique and the blessing provided by the kinetic armor directly formed a huge wind pressure with this punch. But his opponent is not a mortal, but Thor. The beer can in his hand was directly crushed. Thor went up from the bottom and also greeted him with a punch. Boom! Compared with Fiona crushing Tony unilaterally, the battle between the taciturn tall warrior and Thor can be called equal. The two fists collided, the terrifying wind pressure gathered, and then exploded, and the shockwaves spread around like ripples. This sudden movement directly attracted everyone's attention. The soldiers at the military base almost popped their eyes when they saw this scene. The aftermath of the collision of two fists looked more powerful than their missiles. Is this still human? Clark, who was the closest, reacted quickly and immediately protected Louise behind him. When the aftermath dissipated, he turned his head and looked at Thor full of surprise. He can still understand that the Kryptonians are strong. After all, he himself is here as an example. But why is Thor so powerful? Blinking his eyes, X-rays scanned Thor's body. The muscle density and bone strength that are not inferior to those of Kryptonians, as well as the astonishingly exuberant vitality, all show that Thor's strength is not unreasonable. So here comes the problem. What the hell are these people doing? Do you know them? Louise tugged on Clark's cloak. These people who suddenly appeared, not to mention the technology they had never seen before, were like aliens, and even their fighting posture, especially the flip-flop Thor, whose body was so powerful that she thought it belonged to Clark. Similar. But Clark shook his head. He had never seen Thor in others, and from his field of vision, he could clearly see that Thor was not a Kryptonian. From breathing to blood flow, there are too many details on the body. In fact, even those Kryptonians are different from his current state. But Clark knew the reason. In his spaceship, the intelligent program left by Joe, Al told him that the power hidden in the genes of Kryptonians would not be activated until they were exposed to the sunlight of the yellow sun. Al don't know them. I even thought they were a secret force of the military just now. No, the military, they only want to calm things down, so they won't stand up for you and me, not to mention they can't control this kind of power. Louise is not an ordinary person. Her father is General Lois, a high-level general in the military, so she still knows some things that ordinary people don't. Support. I need support. Although Thor joined the battle, it was Quicksilver who provided some help to Tony. But it is a pity that Quicksilver, who has just mastered the Speed Force, has no way to deal with Fiona. In other words, the Kryptonian is the Kryptonian for those who have not yet reached the ultimate speed. In terms of speed, the Kryptonian is not bad. Although Fiona has not been exposed to the sun, but with the basic physical fitness and the help of the Kryptonian armor, Pietro will not be able to hurt her for a while. Not to mention that Pietro is actually just fast and doesn't have the strength to match it, and he doesn't know many skills exclusive to speedsters. What kind of phase shift, what high-frequency vibration, and other special skills, that is the embodiment of the lethality of the speedster. Many people would think of letting the speedster hold a weapon so that a quick attack can directly cause damage. But the fact is that the speedster who uses the speed force does not conform to the laws of mechanics. That is, the faster the speed, the greater the mass. Therefore, the principle of bullets will be greatly reduced in the case of extreme speed. Another point is that speedsters don't need weapons. Their bodies are the sharpest weapons. Because of the high-frequency vibration, the speedster can penetrate any material and energy field in the world. Unless it is something specially made to restrain speedsters, no matter whether it is a human body or a Superman-like body, it will not be able to resist the penetration of speedsters. This is much more powerful than any sharp weapon. But unfortunately, Quicksilver mastered the Speed Force in just one day. Even Barry Aaron, the creator of Speed Force, learned all kinds of skills under the guidance of Reverse Flash, a master who has been playing Speed Force for decades. So, now Quicksilver, his only way of fighting is to push people. He didn't even dare to use his fists, because Fiona's battle armor was too hard, and using his fists would directly break his bones. Ever since, Tony's situation has not improved, but now he has a little time to call for help. However, Wong Hao looked left and right. The fighters seem to be gone. Oh, it's a pity that the captain is not here. Wong Hao spread his hands at Tony, expressing that he was helpless. Help! I'm about to be beaten to death. Janata, I'll buy you ice cream for a month. The origin of the little phoenix is not clear to Tony and others. They just know that this little guy is very powerful. But Janata is different. It is because of Janata that they are forced to return home from Earth X early. I want blueberry flavor. The purple-haired little sister's eyes lit up, and then she shouted. No problem. As soon as the words fell, Fiona, who had just swung a heavy punch, found that there was an extra person in front of her. A girl in a purple hoodie, braids, jeans, and sneakers. Definitely, Fiona's focus is not on her looks, but on her hands. That small hand that looked extremely tender and rosy in white gently grasped Fiona's fist, just like a bug grasping the iron fist thrown by a certain winter soldier. Hee, your clothes are so ugly. Why do you, a girl, wear such ugly clothes? Worry. The cold royal sister Fiona didn't intend to make friends with Ganata, and punched out with her other hand, hitting Ganata's beautiful face directly. Boom! The gray-black figure flew up high and smashed directly towards a military base at a speed comparable to that of a cannonball, while the little girl in purple with her pouting mouth raised slightly stayed behind. Oh my god, am I dreaming? Looking at the gate of the base that was smashed down by Fiona, a group of human soldiers stared wide-eyed in the camp, and looked at the cute and colorful girl outside with horrified gazes, who looked more gentle and lovely than their girlfriends. Child. Crack. Among the ruins of the gate, there was a crisp cracking sound. Armor too. So strong. Looking at Janata, who punched Fiona flying, Clark exclaimed. As a bystander, he may be the only one who can clearly see Ganata's movements and know the strength of that blow. Clark, who has been repressing his powers for decades, doesn't know his limits. Like he didn't know he could fly before. Decades of growth have made him stronger beyond imagination. The seemingly tyrannical Zod was instantly killed by him in a single blow, destroying even the engine of the world. This kind of power has actually been suppressed all the time. It is precisely because of this that the third biggest bug in the field and the third most powerful monster are so surprised by the power of Janata like 950. And this time, his eyes couldn't see through. Thor was totally off guard, and he wasn't even transformed, so Clark could easily see through his anatomy. Definitely, he couldn't see that the essence of Thor's power actually came from magic, from divine power. It is said to be the third strongest, second only to Wong Hao and Little Phoenix. But in reality, Clark may not necessarily be able to beat Thor. Because Clark's magic resistance is negative, and Thor's lightning is magic damage. But the X-ray vision that works for Thor doesn't work for Janata. It's not that there's anything wrong with Janata's body, it's just because there is a special layer of protection around her. Ganata has a spaceship and a set of armor of the same type as Galactus. That armor can help her control her energy and help her eat the planet. As a set of battle armor, it naturally has some special functions, such as blocking some prying eyes. Stop staring at me. The siren of the battle armor system made Janata aware of someone's small movements, and the little girl gave up chasing immediately, but glared at Clark, who was on the side. Sully. When he was discovered, Clark quickly apologized and apologized. He was either voyeuristic, or he was just like game players who habitually click on objects to check their attributes, no matter if they are NPCs or whatever. But Janata is not a person who holds grudges. After seeing Clark apologize, she forgave him, but she ignored it, and a guy who had been liberated came up to him. Hey, I heard you're an alien? Tony, who showed his face from the battle armor, came to Clark and looked him up and down. Right. It's strange, the aliens I met are all high-tech. Why? You started to play hand-to-hand combat. Tony looked at it for a while and said very puzzled. The battle suit on Clark didn't have any high-tech metal parts. It is an ordinary special material battle suit. The effect is only limited to the point of durability. Even its protection against damage is useless, and it has no advantages other than durability. And this also means that Clark relies entirely on his own body to fight, instead of relying on the battle armor, like him and Fiona. Because the most powerful technology of our civilization is biological gene technology, and armor is only auxiliary. Clark glanced at Tony, then stretched out his hand, and when he squeezed casually, he heard a clicking sound. The nano armor that was automatically repaired just now. The entire left arm was crushed. What the hell? Seeing that his armor, which was strong enough to withstand the missile bombing, was easily crushed, Tony's expression was the same as when he saw Wong Hao break his armor casually. Then his eyes switched back and forth between his armor and Clark's face, and finally gave up on asking him for compensation. Just asked unwillingly. You are so powerful. Why don't you fight them or help them? I don't think you are very willing to go with them. So why don't you resist? Hearing Tony's words, Clark gave him a deep look before speaking. Their target is me. As long as I go with them, they will let the Earth go. Oh, self-sacrifice to save the world. Tony understood in seconds and gave Clark a thumbs up as a compliment. But Louise grabbed Clark's arm after hearing it. 30 or so, the wind and the sun can't beat a pretty woman, but I don't know why. These two have only met twice now, and they just look at Mung Do and see each other. Perhaps this is the fate that exists somewhere in the universe. Clark Kent will definitely fall in love with Louise Lois, and Jane will definitely fall in love with Chong. But you are wrong in one sentence. Looking at the posture of these people, they're not here to negotiate. If they get you, they will not let the Earth go. Tony looked like he was holding the wisdom beads, but in fact, only 1.1 was Wang Hao who told them about the situation of Krypton and the world engine before they set off. Otherwise, he might also think that this group of aliens came to find companions. I've been through alien wars twice, no, 3 times. Thinking of his experience near Xander, Thor changed his words. So, you just need to remember that any aliens are here to invade, and they all have malicious intentions. Tony raised his finger and said to Clark very seriously, "Well, I'm an alien. That's the aliens coming in the battleship. Who the hell are you guys?" Tony's remarks have already made the initial guesses of him, and Clark proved to be useless. In this case, either Tony is a lunatic and all the words just now are nonsense, or there's still some things in this world that they don't know. In order to maintain the order of the universe, to protect the peace of the world, and to implement love and justice, I from the infinite multi-universe, Iron Man Tony Stark, come to see me. Snap! Knocked on Tony's head in the air. Have you watched too many animations? Didn't you chase cat and mouse before? Wang Hao, who heard a strange sentence inexplicably, was angry and laughed. This guy's chasing after him with a hyperspace communication device every day in his spare time, and he doesn't know what weird things he saw. My skin god is #1 in the world. Tony, who had been knocked on the head, resented, raised his hands and shouted loudly. 18, come on, Pikachu, you are the best. After finishing speaking, he also looked at Thor, who was fighting fiercely, and cheered him on. Come on, use 100,000 volts. Confused by the scene in front of him, Clark glanced at Louise, and found that her eyes were the same as his own. After the two looked at each other, they finally made a judgment. This guy must be a psycho. Yes, if it is not crazy, who would go out dressed like this? Check out this colorful bells and whistles armor. The visor also has a large, smiley face drawn with lipstick. He didn't see it directly and didn't pay attention to it just now, and then he started fighting with Fiona again, and now everyone noticed it as soon as he stopped. This guy is indeed a side stage. What Clark didn't know was that teacher Tony was also stimulated by this. He had no choice but to lose the bet, so his battle armor was taken by Wang Hao and others, including the Wanda siblings, and they drew 2 little wings on the back, whether they were grilled or fried. The colorful front painting is entirely done by Wang Hao. It's fashion, you know shit. You only know the gold and red lubai. This is the jersey of a rock band I like very much. Have you heard of Secondhand Roses? Oh, I said fate. While explaining to everyone, Tian Hao was still watching, completely ignoring someone in the corner who had a nervous breakdown. As for the smiling face on the visor, the clumsy drawing skills and immature brushstrokes are definitely not Zai Feng Wang's handwriting. After all, Little Phoenix is a great god of the universe. So how can it be difficult to beat her by drawing a picture? It was drawn by Natasha Romanoff. For this reason, she did not hesitate to spend 2 limited edition lipsticks she just bought, so the state of Mr. Tony at the moment is understandable, because he has lost his dreams, lost his youth, and lost his direction in life. Putting on this set of battle armor, he has completely let go of himself. So, to be honest, we came here from another universe, and our boss said, "You're the best at fighting? Sorry, I want to fight 10. The arm armor of the battle armor was unfolded, revealing a hand. Imitating the gesture of a certain kung fu master who was about to fight again, Tony waved wildly towards the military base over there. I'm here." Clark was left speechless by the man next to him, but he still couldn't help reminding him. "Oh no, but I can't beat you, so I'm going that way on purpose," Tony said without looking back. Resisting the anger in his heart, Clark clenched his fists, and in the end, Louise patted his arm lightly, calming the flame in his heart. "He's gone crazy, don't bother with him." Louise comforted Clark. Then I saw Tony suddenly turn his head to look at himself, looked at Clark after a while. "Are you an Oedipus?" No wonder why Tony asked this, because Louise's age has always been older than Clark in most universes, and this universe is no exception. In fact, this world is not bad. In 220 universes, Louise has already won the Pulitzer Prize, and Clark is just a young man who just graduated and started working. And in this world, Clark is probably only in his 20s, not counting the time spent drifting in the universe, while Louise is definitely in her 30s. In addition, Louise has been running outside all day, exposed to all kinds of wind, sun and rain, and Clark has a perfect physique. His skin is exaggeratedly tender than that of a baby. So the two of them stood together, even though Clark seemed a bit old-fashioned, but there was really a feeling of mother and child. So, this time it was replaced by Clark, who obviously felt the strength of his arm pinching him increase. Although he's not in pain, the goddess is angry. As the ultimate invincible explosive guardian wolf dog that can arrive instantly even on the other side of the earth if something happens to Louise. So Clark was also angry. Red light shines in his eyes. To others, angry eyes are an adjective, but to him, that can really be done. "Sorry, I apologize." Teacher Tony bowed, deeply sincerely and seriously. Although he went out wearing a colorful Nagata-style coat and made his spirit a little abnormal. But because of this, he was able to do many things that were difficult to do in the past. For example, begging for mercy on the spot to let the hero spare his life. Although he has a cheap mouth, he begs for mercy very fast. So all he could see was the light in Clark's eyes flickering and then gradually disappearing. And the eyes he looked at Tony and Louise were full of helplessness. "Never mind." Louise shook her head, and when the female Shindu spoke, Clark naturally had nothing to say. It was just such an interruption, but the situation on the field suddenly turned around. An unbearable moaning sound appeared from a certain corner, and the few people with extraordinary perceptions present quickly discovered this. Afterwards, Wang Hao, Clark, and others all looked over. In the collapsed wall of the military base, a figure stood up unsteadily, and a layer fell from her body. What? As she roared to the sky, two red-hot beams shot out from her eyes and rushed to the sky. How is this possible? Clark's eyes widened, and Louise also showed doubts. Only Wang Hao showed a meaningful smile when he saw this scene. Elle only mastered heat vision when I was 7 years old. Why is she so fast? Clark pointed to Fiona, who was exposed to sunlight after her armor shattered. In a short period of time, Fiona completed the most important metamorphosis of Kryptonians. From man to god. Although Kryptonians are powerless to magic, even though Kryptonian souls are not stalwart, even though Kryptonians have various shortcomings. However, no civilization and no one dares to deny that the Kryptonian body is a divine body. At the peak of growth, relying solely on the power of the body can shatter the stars. This body is already so strong that there is no limit. Countless fantasy worlds, countless fairy worlds, countless magic worlds. In terms of physique, regardless of cultivation, Kryptonians are the most top existences. What's more, practice? How much practice can match the growth rate of Kryptonians? In 10,000 years, I don't know whether it is the cultivation that can become a fairy and become the ancestor, or the magic that can be reincarnated as a lich after more than 100 years. Or is it the immortal way poured by the blood and tears of countless celestial beings? The cultivation party comprehends nature, and a bad brain is a waste. The magic party looks at the destiny. Without the favor of the gods, it is rubbish. The fantasy party has exhausted its resources. How many fairy kings have been accumulated in each big world? Scions have been tempered endlessly on the edge of life and death, and a family of grandchildren has been born. It's all rubbish. In the face of these people, Kryptonians have the confidence to say such a sentence. What resources, what abilities, what gods, what battles? Labor and capital can live forever if they bask in the sun, and they can run rampant in the universe. So, such power should belong to me. Wang Hao stroked his smooth chin and said with a smile. He came to this world for several purposes. The first one was to give Pete some speed force, which has been done. The second is to subdue the Kryptonians, which is about to be completed. And the third one, he just wants to fight against a cosmic god who is really at the same level and is powerful. Darkseid, it is the ontology, not duplication. Although Darkseid has been pushed down many times and was laid down again and again by Zhonglian. Those are all duplications, and they're all projections of his body projected in the multi-universe. The same goes for Steppenwolf that Zhonglian defeated a few years later. In fact, the same is true for Eternal Infinity. When Wang Hao put on the Infinity Gauntlet to change everything, Eternal Infinity appeared to meet him. But that is only the Eternal Infinity in the single universe. And it is the duplication projection of the Eternal Infinity of the entire Marvel multi-universe collection. It is roughly equivalent to the sun god in every world, countless planets, countless civilizations, and all the sun gods and light gods they worship are duplications of Wang Hao. Including this world, when Wang Hao appeared here, the brother of Diana and Ares who really existed in this world, that Apollo naturally became a part of him after that. What Wang Hao will face is the new king of gods who has been staying on Apocalypse Star and never left, Darkseid. However, he is not the only one on Apocalypse. Darkseid is the king of new gods, and there are many new gods, money ones, and he doesn't want to have 3 or 2 big cats like Asgard. Like the Steppenwolf who was overthrown by Clark after a few punches, his body is much stronger, and Clark is still very casual. Therefore, in order to create a fair, just, and open fighting environment and ensure that he does not overturn, Wang Hao had to find some younger brothers. Kryptonians are great. The full power of the sunlight supplement, the creation engine, and the extraction of the gene pool are completely enough for Wang Hao to create an army of Kryptonians. So when he saw Fiona transforming there, Wang Hao suddenly stretched out his hand. So the clouds dispersed, the light refracted, and the light from hundreds of millions of miles away gathered on this woman under his guidance. Straight, under the eyes of everyone, endless solar energy poured into Fiona's body, scorching, intense energy even forming a ray of sun in the void. The soldiers in the US military base had long been irritated by the strong light and closed their eyes. Even Tony had to put on the visor, but he still couldn't see clearly what was going on inside. No more than a handful of people on the scene could look directly at this ray of light. Among these people, Janata and Little Phoenix looked indifferent and didn't care about what happened at all. They only thought about what to have for dinner later in their little heads. On the other side, while protecting Louise, Clark's eyes widened. He could see the light clearly, and it was because of this that he was particularly shocked. Fiona is undergoing metamorphosis. A horrible metamorphosis that took him decades to pull off. And this made him panic. The Kryptonians were not kind, although from Joel to Zod and others, everyone instilled in him the revival of Krypton. But in the past few decades, he has lived the life of a person on Earth. From the perspective of cultural identity, he even regards himself as the Earth. At most, it's a land seeker with super abilities. Because of this, revival of Krypton is not a mission for him, but a burden. The so-called burden is the responsibility that you do not want to bear, but you have to bear. But Fiona is different, and Zod is different. They will do whatever it takes to revive Krypton. For them, the revival of Krypton is not a burden, but the supreme ideal in their hearts. It can't go on like this. If it goes on like this, nothing on Earth can stop them. Clark murmured. If they were only just beginning to come into contact with the sun, and the supernatural side of the Kryptonians had just begun to awakening, then Clark still had the confidence to suppress them. After all, power awakening also takes time to grow. Bidge, an extraordinary perception will bring huge amounts of burden to the user. It took Clark many years to get used to the super hearing that could hear everyone and the special ability to control the eyesight, but Fiona is rapidly passing that stage. Her growth rate is like someone gave her a large experience capsule. Just now awakening is about to reach the full level. What? With this thought in mind, Clark stared, and his fiery gaze shot straight towards Fiona, who was in the sun. Definitely, as kind as he is, even at this time, he never forgets to be merciful, and his eyes are aimed at the place on Fiona's body where the fragments of the armor still remain. However, this hot gaze that wanted to interrupt Fiona's growth didn't work. It's just because Fiona's growth rate, or in other words, the speed at which the warrior-type Cyanostar adapts to power far exceeds Clark's imagination. Buzz! The air vibrated, and the same hot gaze shot out from Fiona's eyes, and two attacks of equal power collided in the air. After a brief contact, the energy surged and rapidly expanded in the air, followed by an astonishingly powerful explosion. Not good. The moment the explosion happened, Clark realized that he was fine and could bear it, but the person next to him couldn't. Turning around, looking at Louise at the side, Clark's movements were as fast as lightning and flew to the side with Louise in his arms. And Fiona, who was also touched by shockwave, didn't move, but with such a confrontation, the gathered sunlight began to dissipate slowly, and her strength increased and reached the bottleneck. After taking off the battle armor, what emerged from the light was a slender female warrior with short hair in a tight black battle suit. At this moment, the light in her eyes was flickering, her crescent eyebrows were slightly frowned, and the sudden influx of information made her spirit tense. Super hearing, super perception, it feels like the whole world is squeezing towards you. But just as Zod quickly adapted to the change, when Clark flew back Louise in a safe place, after a few deep breaths, Fiona's expression returned to calm. A major feature of Kryptonian genetic technology. Through technical coding, they can make the newborn baby's ability stand out in which part. For example, Clark's father, Jor-El, is the greatest scientist on Krypton, but he was destined to become a scientist from the moment he was born. In fact, the Al family has been a family on Fosun representing knowledge inheritance and civilization development for generations. Because of this, Jor-El said that Krypton is rotten to the core because the social structure of Krypton is too rigid, and it has lost the most important vitality of civilization inheritance. All people perform their duties, workers are born to be workers, and leaders are born to be leaders. Efforts lose their meaning. So in the end, the whole society will only meet with death. As Zod's adjutant, Fiona is also an excellent fighter in addition to her leadership and assistance skills. In addition to being proficient in various combat skills, she does not lack the excellent qualities that a warrior should possess. Bravery, perseverance, strong adaptability, unyielding fighting spirit, obedience to orders, and the desire to fight. Carlisle, Fiona's eyes were full of fighting spirit. When an excellent fighter who yearns for battle, desires power, and worships power gains almost invincible power, what she hopes most at this moment is an evenly matched opponent. Fortunately, she found it. Boom! It may be difficult for ordinary people to imagine that when the ultimate power erupts, even nature can only tremble. Fiona's two long legs, which are enough to make many supermodels feel ashamed, don't look thick. But when she bent down slightly, and then ejected vigorously, a circular deep pit with huge amounts of spreading around like a spider web appeared under her feet. Correspondingly, it is Fiona's terrifying speed driven by the reaction force. Boom! This time, it was no longer the scream from the earth, but the terrifying shockwave when Fiona slammed into the steel body. Oh ho ho ho, hit him, hit him! In fact, Wong Hao regretted that the length of the film was limited after all, and it was limited by the production ability, so the extreme scene of the Kryptonian War was actually still incomplete. Not only that, although there was a forced battle between Zod and Clark at the end, in fact, Zod's strength at that time was not enough to compete with Clark. It's not in vain to have been exposed to the sun for decades, and why there are so many Kryptonians in each universe. But there is still only one Clark Kent who is strong enough to fight Darkseid. The reason is that Clark's potential is to some extent higher than other Kryptonians. Because apart from him, other Kryptonians are the products of genetic debugging, but Clark has integrated the entire creation book, that is, the gene pool of Kryptonians. In other words, the whole essence of Kryptonian genetic engineering was concentrated in Clark alone. For example, Zod is an excellent leader and warrior, but he cannot be the best scientist and artist. But Clark can, in addition to being free to choose his own path, under the precipitation of time, he can achieve the ultimate in every field that Kryptonians can do, such as the most powerful fighter, the most powerful artist, the most powerful scientist, and so on. Because of these 2 points, after a fierce battle, Zod's death was unclear, and things that could be explained clearly did not have to use some bitter drama. It is straightforward to explain that Clark is actually stronger than Zod, and it is enough to suppress his own strength, but it is necessary to use the image of civilian lives being threatened to enhance the protagonist's Virgin Mary. In the metropolis destroyed by the previous war, how many civilians died? At that time, if you didn't explode, why did you go there? Therefore, Wong Hao felt very sorry. It was not enjoyable to watch. So he single-handedly created a fighter who could truly match Clark. Come on, Fiona. I'll treat you to hot pot if you win. As Fiona's family and friends, Wong Hao waved his arms to cheer her on. On the other side, as if she felt Wong Hao's encouragement, Fiona became more and more courageous in the battle, and her small fists bombarded Clark's body nonstop. Compared to Clark, who simply relied on absolute strength and speed to fight, Fiona was a professionally trained fighter. All kinds of fighting skills, all kinds of throat locks are almost at your fingertips. If you're facing someone who is weaker than you, at least most of the time, this is the case, even if you were facing the Steppenwolf. There's basically nothing wrong with Clark's fighting style. One force down 10 will. Is a martial arts practice to the end, to return to the basics, pursue a fast, accurate, and ruthless way, and you're done. But the point is, now Fiona's strength is almost the same as his. Asking for flowers. At this time, the importance of skills is reflected. After a set of military punches, Clark didn't even have a chance to fight back and was hung up and beaten by Fiona the whole time. Waste, waste, waste. Fiona yelled while beating the human sandbag. It's getting more and more angry. Everyone in Clark was stunned. I was the one who was beaten. Why are you angry? There is such a powerful power, but you don't know how to use it. Carlisle, you have disgraced the Kryptonians, and the Owl family is ashamed of you. A heavy kick sent Clark flying, and Fiona continued to chase, but suddenly, Clark, who was fixed in the air, showed anger on his face and suddenly stretched out his hands, grabbing Fiona's fists. My name is not Carlisle. My name is Clark Time Saver. Fiery colored light flickered in his eyes, and the background on Clark's body began to show its effect. Although Fiona suppressed him again, this time he didn't just get beaten. Well, he's still being beaten, but compared to just now, he has made obvious progress. Fighting skills, that's skills. The super brain that can learn a new language in a few seconds allows Clark to learn and adapt quickly. The direction of the punch, the speed of the punch, and the subsequent changes, combined with all the information about fighting that has been seen in the past few decades. Boxing matches, fighting games, kung fu movies, body mechanics, human anatomy diagrams. All knowledge is quickly integrated and digested in Clark's brain, and then transformed into usable knowledge and skills. From Fiona's point of view, she's still the attacker, but Clark, who is constantly retreating and evading, has begun to adapt to her attack rhythm and began to resist. He got stronger, Spoon. See, this is called wall hanging. Wang Hao pointed to Clark over there, exposing its essence to everyone, and everyone nodded in agreement. What is this growth rate? From a reckless man who can only perform miracles with great strength, he has directly evolved to a fighting master. Fiona spent countless years training hard on Krypton, and after undergoing various baptisms, she got hundreds of thousands of Krypton years of excellent heritage. However, it took Clark less than 5 minutes to change from a weak chicken who could only be beaten passively to a being who could fight back and forth with her. Sure enough, in front of geniuses, the word hard work seems so pale and powerless. 657. If hard work is useful, what is genius for? Teacher Tony on the side nodded approvingly. As a genius, in fact, he is under a lot of pressure. People outside always think that he is studying and working very hard in private. But they didn't know how much fun he had in private, but he couldn't say it, or it would be too hurtful. In the middle of the battlefield, when the skills are tied, the speed and strength are complete, and the battle is deadlocked. Fiona was amazed at Clark's growth rate. Or rather, this is the level that a Kryptonian should have. A brain that can learn a new language in a few seconds. Even the so-called fighting skills that take time to accumulate are nothing but extremely simple things. But this does not mean that Fiona is at a disadvantage in turn. As I said earlier, Fiona received the solar energy injected by Wang Hao, and within a short period of time, the cell recharge level, activation level in the body caught up with Clark's decades of accumulation. Therefore, Fiona's overall strength at the moment is not inferior to Clark, and it is completely different from Zod's situation of just awakening in Clark. Even if her skills as a fighter were equalized by Clark's extraordinary ability within a few minutes, it only brought the battle between them back to an evenly matched state. But parity is troublesome. In the Battle of Metropolis in the movie, Clark initially suppressed his own strength and fought Zod evenly. Ever since, it will be a disaster. In front of the two humanoid building demolition monsters, the high-rise buildings that human modern civilization is proud of are like fragile biscuits, which will shatter when broken. But now, although there are no high-rise buildings around this military base, the scene does not look so shocking. But punching a hole in the earth doesn't seem like a trivial matter. When Fiona burst up and rushed towards Clark, who interrupted her evolution, a deep pit, like a missile bombing, was already surprising. But when these two people hit the real fire, they hit the ground from the sky, and the punches hit the ground with such force that they couldn't break the skin, and the earth, which carried the development of human civilization, couldn't stand it anymore. One punch is a pit with a diameter of at least 5 meters. Step on it, people are fine, but there's an extra hole in the ground that would take a long time for an excavator to dig out. Monster! Wang Hao and others sat on a small bench, ate melon seeds, ate popcorn, and drank happy water, and made such comments. In fact, the battle on the other side was not bad. Thor fought back and forth with the two Kryptonians. Definitely, Thor didn't use his full strength, and the two Kryptonian minions were only fighting with their armor, not awakening like Fiona. As a result, from the perspective of visual effects, Thor's battle is far worse than that of Clark and Fiona. So much so that when they clicked and saw the earth-shattering scene next to them, several people immediately put away their hands tacitly and watched from the side. A simple collision of fists and feet, a simple physical fight, but the power displayed is even more terrifying than a missile cluster bombing. Everyone present at this moment is like watching an epic disaster movie, plus the freezing breath that whizzes past from time to time, and the hot eyes that pass by from time to time. The feeling of a disaster blockbuster suddenly seemed so real. Aliens, so scary. The trembling American soldiers hiding in the military base watched the gods fighting outside with pale faces. The road that was tightly pressed by their heavy trucks was smashed to pieces with fists in front of them. The breath that was frozen for thousands of miles at that moment was like a legendary dragon. The thermal sight that can cut the tower outside the base in half with a single sweep is many times more powerful than the military's experimental laser weapons. Not to mention the indestructible body. Such an attack destroys high-rise buildings and destroys military forces with ease. But the problem is, after fighting for a long time, the bodies of the two monsters didn't even have any scars. So what does 5.7 mean? Their bullets, their shells, have a high probability of not being effective. But with the development of human civilization to the present, guns are their most powerful force. What? Mushroom bombs? Leaving aside whether that thing can hit such a fast-moving opponent, the most important thing is that he is a witch. This is not a large city, a large target that can be seen at a glance from space. This is a humanoid target. If you hide in the city, let alone bombing, the problem is to find it first. Besides, which country in the world has the courage to bomb its own cities with mushroom bombs? So, there's nothing we can do about them? From the current point of view, even if we were determined to bomb our own cities, we can't even guarantee that the mushroom bombs will kill them. Inside the base, the black general was reporting the battle situation outside to the people in the White House. And after he finished speaking, a man who was obviously a scientific advisor stepped forward. Hello, President. Hello, generals. Don't talk nonsense. Let me explain directly. The scientific advisor said hello and then opened the information he had prepared. As shown in the picture, please see, in our conventional cognition, the mushroom bomb is our most powerful weapon, and in a sense, this is not a problem. The consultant pushed his glasses 18, showing my smartest expression. But that's based on the power we defined. What exactly is it? Is it the sum of the energy output by the explosion, or the maximum damage to a single target? If it is the sum of the output energy, the mushroom bomb is indeed the most powerful weapon in the hands of human beings. But if it is the largest amount of damage to a single target, then it may not be. Otherwise, why would there be a nuclear defense facility? But the missile can penetrate the nuclear defense facilities. Although the cultural level of everyone here is generally not high, especially the person sitting in the middle. But everyone understood what he said. In fact, if we really want to talk about the damage of a single target, the mushroom bomb may not be as good as an anti-material armor-piercing bomb. At least the mushroom bomb cannot penetrate the steel plate tens of centimeters away, and at most, it just melts part of it. After finishing speaking here, the scientific advisor pulled out another drawing. As for our alien friends, according to the estimated data after my observation just now, judging from the kinetic energy they endured and their subsequent performance, if they want to break the limit they have shown so far, they need at least 3 million tons of mushrooms. It's only possible to do that. But it's only at least because the data we currently have doesn't have a chance to collect to their limit. What about the special armor-piercing bullets? The president asked suddenly. It's difficult. Their moving speed is too fast. The point is, their reaction speed can match the moving speed, which means that they may be aware of our bullets the moment they are fired. The scientific advisor hesitated for a moment, then continued. There's also the problem of warheads. At present, we don't have material strong enough to support collisions under such kinetic energy. Poor shaft armor-piercing projectiles are enough to penetrate the frontal armor of a main battle tank. But for them, it may not be enough. Seeing the disappointment on the faces of the president and others, the scientific advisor hurriedly said again, but it's just a physical method. They're living organisms. We also have chemical and biological methods. No matter how hard a metal is, as long as it finds its reaction mode, it can be turned into powder. The same goes for their bodies. This is his purpose. The physical strength of the Kryptonians has made them basically immune to physical attacks on the Earth. A simple explosion can't solve them at all. But regardless of the hardness on the physical level, on the basis of chemistry, any substance has its nemesis. For example, iron will be oxidized and reduced when it encounters oxygen, which is what we call rust. If the hard iron is corroded, it will not be much stronger than sand. So does the body of steel have its own corresponding nemesis? What do you need? Kryptonian blood, even Kryptonian corpses. The scientific advisor said, with some embarrassment. What they're discussing now is how to kill the Kryptonian, but he came to ask for the body of the Kryptonian. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? But there is no way. He is just a scientific consultant, and he is only responsible for proposing solutions to problems. As for how to do it, it is out of his control. When the US military was counting the Kryptonians, some people were also looking at this side, and then thinking about similar problems that in the city center of the metropolis, on the top floor of the Lakes building, a young man who was watching the scene through his own satellite touched the top of his head. Honestly, I don't really like having people flying over me. And in Batcave 220, someone who also watched this scene with his own satellite had flickering eyes, a sudden occupational disease. Afu, what if they attack civilians? Damn, the US military can't deal with them at all. I have to think of a way. Standing behind Bruce, Afu opened his mouth, suddenly wanting to give this guy a blast. If you want to fight gods, you also want to fight aliens. Can you take a break? Please don't be so dead. I don't want a white-haired person to give a black-haired person. Oh, forget. Now, I'm a black-haired person and you're a white-haired person. Hey, Master Wayne, I think you can ask Mr. Wong Hao for help. They come from different worlds and have more advanced technology and power. Maybe they have a way to deal with these aliens. Afu said his suggestion very sincerely. It is enough for an ordinary person to beat a psychopathic criminal. These gods, aliens, etc. are not your business. But Bruce frowned. So, who's going to deal with them? Clark, who was thousands of miles away, didn't know that when he was devoting himself to save the world, there were actually 2 idiots who wanted to kill themselves. He only has one headache now. How on earth did he escape from Fiona's attack? The Kryptonians' inexhaustible physical strength kept the 2 monsters fighting for a while. With such a violent output, there is no trace of exhaustion on the faces of the 2 of them. Because of this, Clark wanted to get away from Fiona's pursuit more and more, instead of continuing to confront her here. But here comes the problem. He can't fight and can't run. What should he do? Even in the past few decades of his life, he has never thought about such a problem. Can't beat? Non-existent. Can't run away? That is even more impossible. In the past, he was basically in a state of rampant on the Earth, and the only thing that restrained him was his heart of the son of the farm. It was never Clark Kent or Batman or the Flash that saved the world. It was a farmer named Jonathan Kent. It's him who turned a big devil who could destroy the world into a selfless savior, definitely. And Martha. Just let them keep fighting like this? Not only did Clark want to end it, but the people watching the battle also felt a little bored. After all, just a few calls back and forth, crackling or something, almost an hour watching should be enough. Even the battle of special effects in the movie has to start after the literary drama has laid the groundwork. The constant bombardment is too loud for the ears. So after Mr. Tony picked out his ears, he looked at the boss beside him, asked for his opinion. And Wong Hao nodded after touching his chin. It seems a little boring. The situation was quite tense at first. Clark was pressed and beaten, and then Fiona beat him into a pig's head with a set of military punches. Immediately afterwards, Clark's ability broke out. and in a short period of time, he changed from a reckless man to a fighting master and began to fight back and forth. The changes in this look quite interesting. But now, since the skills don't work anymore, there's basically no distinction between Xian and Xiao, and the two of them have returned to the part of Dao Jijian. You punch me, I kick you like this. Forget it. I read it and corrected it. As he said that, Wang Hao stretched out his hand directly, stretched out both hands, and squeezed into the void. Immediately, Clark and Fiona, who were separated after the collision, were suspended in midair, unable to move, and could only struggle constantly, like dolls held by pliers in a crane machine. Come over. With both hands bent inward, the two invincible and devastating Kryptonians were brought directly in front of Wang Hao. Clark, stand aside and don't talk. Putting Superman aside, Wang Hao signaled him to stand up obediently, and Clark hesitated with some doubts on his face, and finally chose to obey. On the other side, there's a fierce look on his face, but with the blessing of his beautiful appearance, it will only make people have a certain desire to touch. Fiona. Wang Hao's eyes were deep, and his eyes were connected with Fiona's gaze. Suddenly, the struggling Kryptonian female war god and the adjutant of Kryptonian military commander Zod suddenly froze in place. Behind Wang Hao, Natasha Romanoff and Connor didn't understand what Wang Hao was doing. Just repeat the old trick. But who told him to treat women so unreasonably? Even Fiona, who is as iron-blooded as Fiona, who puts the glory and revival of Krypton in the highest position, can't help but blush on her face at this moment. Who are you? Although her heart was full of throbbing, and her body had undergone some unprecedented changes, Fiona still retained her sanity and was able to ask questions. But her body obviously relaxed, and she no longer struggled and was no longer full of violent desire to attack. Duh. I'm Rao. His eyes flickered, and a name came out of Wang Hao's mouth. This is the ancient god of Kryptonian belief. Well, a sun god. The key is that he does exist, why Superman is different from other Kryptonians, and why Kryptonians can become the dominant force in the universe. It was because of the care of the sun god Rao. Even if Wang Hao does not appear in this universe, the sun god will be forcibly incorporated as a part of him. The sun god Rao is actually the trumpet duplication of the creator god of the DC universe. Yes, the DC universe is different from the Marvel universe. There are no 5 gods who created the world, but a god who represents, Zhao Zhao Zhao, created everything. He created the entire DC multi-universe wrapped in the walls of origin. Therefore, Superman's hanging actually comes from God. Definitely, now it becomes Wang Hao, because Wang Hao's setting is the collection of all the suns. Even if it is a sun-god duplication made by others, as long as Wang Hao appears, it will become his duplication. Interesting. Hearing a voice from somewhere, Wang Hao just smiled. We are all people who hang out in the multi-universe, are truly supreme, and belong to the same level of existence. Nodding is enough. If Wang Hao creates his own multi-universe system in the future, and these great powers come to visit, he will also give Fong Jin convenience. The high-level dialogue that is not perceived by anyone other than Wang Hao has no impact on the outside world. After Fiona heard the name Rao, she suddenly fell silent. But the expression on his face is constantly changing. Longing, worship, excitement, joy, loss, regret, and excitement. From his point of view, it is true that women are born to be dramatists. Great God Rao. Fiona definitely won't doubt Wang Hao's words. Wang Hao said that he is a god, and no one has doubted it so far. Even Nick Fury, who doubted everything, directly regarded Wang Hao as a god after listening to it. This feeling is the same as when a mortal sees the indomitable Pangu. He will think that he is the one who created the world at a glance. The personality is there, elusive, and that is a trick that only evil gods can play. The real gods always put their identities on the bright side, pretending to be mysterious and unpredictable, and that's just because they are afraid of revealing their real bodies and revealing their weaknesses. To put it bluntly, it is not strong enough. For example, Mr. Koo, who always scares children, seems very unreasonable. Holding Fiona in his arms, he patted her shoulder lightly. 237, an iron-blooded and tough female warrior. For the first time in her life, she showed the appearance of a little daughter. In fact, although Rao is the god belief of Kryptonians, in fact it has developed to the current level, and the so-called god belief has become less important in Krypton. Maybe when talking about gods, they would talk about Rao, but they wouldn't just talk about him. All day what Rao bless you or something. However, Fiona just awakened the hidden ability in the Kryptonian bloodline. And Wang Hao also infused Fiona with a wave of solar energy. When Kryptonians discover their connection to the sun, they instinctively draw closer to the sun. And the solar energy instilled by Wang Hao allowed Fiona to further increase her dependence on sunlight in her blood. And Wang Hao is a human-shaped sun. So at the moment Fiona is in Clark, and her 2 Kryptonian warriors seem to be acting very strangely, but in fact they're just operations like the child returning to the mother's arms, and the prodigal son returning home. And when Wang Hao spread his gaze and his divine charm to these Kryptonians, their situation was not much different from Fiona. Well, it's quite easy to deal with these little soldiers, but Zod. Wang Hao pondered for a moment. Zod is different from these people. At least he is an elected leader, and his mental firmness is far above Fiona and the others. The revival of Krypton is engraved in his bones. Or, in terms of the concept of revival of Krypton, Zod is a fanatic who can abandon everything. Originally, he and Jor-El came here as good friends, but when Jor-El sat back and watched the tragedy of Krypton's imminent demise and remained indifferent, and just sent his son away, Zod directly pretended that he didn't have this friend. I don't have a friend like you. JPG, therefore, if one wants to subdue Zod, then it is not enough to show his divine power. Luo Beijia is wrong. He wants to revive Krypton. Good luck. Anyway, what I want is to revive Krypton, but it is Krypton for my use. So, Wang Hao directly embraced Fiona with one hand and Clark with the other, turned around, and the 3 of them appeared in the Kryptonian spaceship in the sky. Hello, Zod. Looking at the 3 people who suddenly appeared in front of him, Zod was obviously a little confused. After discovering that Fiona was fighting with someone, Bice, he had already noticed the following changes. But he is still investigating why Fiona suddenly became so powerful and the origin of all the changes. As a result, the source of the problem appeared in front of him. Looking at Fiona, who was held in Wang Hao's arms, Zod's face was serious. Did the adjutants who fought with him for countless years betrayed? He is God Rao. Zod's complexion changed again, and he looked at Wang Hao full of hesitation. He even thought in his heart, no wonder he felt a kind of worship and reverence when he saw Wang Hao. But this is not enough to impress Zod, the iron-blooded leader. Lao, where were you when Krypton was destroyed? Zod looked sad and complained to Wang Hao. They Kryptonians believe in Rao, but when Krypton is destroyed, where is his god? In this regard, Wang Hao is also very helpless. He can't say that the destruction of Krypton is doomed. Can he? Wait, it seems like that can be said. Cough. Krypton has gone astray. The destruction of Krypton is a doomed disaster. Only in this way will you usher in a new life and start a brighter future. Wang Hao smiled all over his face and started the dafa of fooling around. In fact, it is not a fool, because it is true. The Kryptonians abandoned the most excellent ability in their blood, sealed this powerful power, and turned to study various weird technologies and theories. Just imagine, if every Kryptonian warrior is as strong as Clark and Fiona, what is Darkseid? Apocalypse, Xingping pushed you. All the ashes are thrown away. But the reality is that the Kryptonians are self-confident, immersed in the glory of the past, unable to extricate themselves. Internally, they are self-depleted and stifle the self-development potential of society through gene customization technology. The Council of Elders seeks stability wholeheartedly, without any intention of pioneering. More importantly, Lanxing people are restrained by Xing. Kryptonite, that is a unique product on Krypton. That thing has been poisoning Kryptonians. Although Krypton is extremely rich, their entire civilization has been able to continue to develop for tens of thousands of years just by exploiting the energy inside Krypton, but an overly stable life eventually led to this situation. Self-destruct. Now I'm here to lead you to a brighter future. It doesn't matter if Krypton is destroyed. If you are here, Krypton can still be reborn. With the Sons of Krypton, revival of Krypton is just a matter of backhand. Wang Hao looked at Clark, who scratched his head, not quite understanding what Wang Hao meant. In fact, he also really wants to revive Krypton. After all, Kryptonians are his kind in the final analysis. On Earth, no matter how much he agrees with the Earth's culture, he is always a bit out of place. After all, a Titan lives in a heap of ants. No matter how good his mentality is, there will always be times when he loses balance. To put it bluntly, in Clark's eyes, people on Earth are actually worse than fools in the eyes of normal people. After all the things that can stump people on Earth are as simple as eating and drinking for Clark. So Clark actually wanted to find a home for himself. Otherwise, why would he surrender on his own initiative? In order to save Louise, on the one hand, he also wants to get in touch with his compatriots. It's just that Zod is too aggressive. He was going to be killed for the creation book, and when it was over, he planned to transform the Earth into the environment of Krypton and let the people on Earth die. In that case, the son of Krypton would directly become the son of the farm. Kal-El becomes Clark Kent. Where's the creation book? After hearing Wang Hao's words, Zod came to his senses and immediately asked Clark. Ah, it's gone. Clark hesitated for a moment, then replied. Zod's claws went numb on the spot. What do you mean by missing? I saw with my own eyes that your father was put into your spaceship and launched to the Earth with you. Where's your spaceship? It's okay if it's gone. Zod ran all the way to the Earth for this thing. If it's gone, wouldn't it mean that the Kryptonians are dead? Kryptonians thrive on that stuff. My dad melted it, as if it was integrated into my body. Clark glanced at Wang Hao, thinking that with the presence of the great god, he should be fine. So he said it straight. But it doesn't matter. Zod's eyes lit up, and he was ready to grab Clark and cut him open. Hey, wait, what are you doing? Bleed him. Prepare to make a man. Zod said, definitely with a face of reason. In his understanding, creating a human must be done in the creation book. But Wang Hao showed an expression that was as expected. Then he raised his chin at Clark. Tell him how to make a man. Zod looked at Clark again and said one last thing. Isn't it just putting the genetic information in the creation book into the Genesis curry for cultivation? This is something that children on Krypton know. Only then did Clark realize that. Dare you? Is there no such thing as sex education on Krypton? But he was still a little hesitant, or rather embarrassed. How do you explain this? Can't I demonstrate it live? Clark looked at Wang Hao helplessly. He was also a 10,000-year-old animal man. Although he was not his first love ignored him. Lena, his high school classmate who fell in love with him, ended up running away with someone else, and he only got a first base, and he didn't even touch second base. Ah, yes, if you don't know how to do it, then let someone who can do it come, or even better, show him some documentaries about human reproduction, and let those teachers who are both virtuous and artistic to guide him. Clark suddenly realized, and a smile appeared on his face. Then he looked around and found a console. Can you connect to the internet on Earth? The little soldier sitting on the seat nodded, and then gave Clark some manipulations. Clark saw the webpage he was familiar with opened, and without hesitation, he directly entered the URL of a website he often visited. Immediately, pictures of shameless and naked people appeared in the picture. Don't look at this. I will teach you this myself. Wang Hao gave Clark an expression that really meant you, then opened a separate space, pulled Fiona in, and the two disappeared directly into the cabin. In the spaceship, Zod was still frowning and discussing great philosophical issues with Clark. What is this? Why don't these people wear clothes? Strange. Why did he put his excretory organs in? This is reproduction, the normal reproduction process of life in the natural state. Creating a human does not require a creation treasury. Clark remembered what he had said when he had turned Joe Al on in that ship. He is the first naturally born baby on Krypton for thousands of years, and all the others are made in the breeding warehouse. So Zod and the others don't even know what they like to do. And after Clark, the Enlightenment mentor, finished playing more than a dozen life documentaries covering various types, races, and skin colors. Wang Hao also took Fiona back to the cabin. Is a child born in this way full of future and hope? Can a child born in this way make Kryptonian civilization more glorious than ever? Seeing Wang Hao appear, Zod said excitedly, "Yes, the function of the Creation Secret Book is not to let you restrain your own people. It is just a tool to help you grow, but should not be your guideline for everything.